A fallen angel? The old man and Amarin were stunned, staring at the fallen angel's corpse in disbelief. That's right, it's the fallen angel. Menglai smiled and nodded, then began to refine the fallen angel's corpse. Compared to the Abyss Bone Dragon clone with a broken skull, this corpse was more intact, with only a bloody hole between its eyebrows, indicating that it had been pierced through the eyebrows to death. 2 days later, the fallen angel clone was successfully refined. Menglai flapped the 4 pairs of black wings behind him and suddenly took off into the air. With a thought, the dark elements in a radius of 10,000 miles surged in, condensing into a huge black sword. Menglai shouted loudly, and the giant sword slashed out from the air, instantly carving out a terrifying canyon on the ground that was bottomless and of unknown length. Ha ha, that's awesome. Menglai laughed out loud, then controlled the fallen angel clone to drill into the space crack and go to the netherworld continent to help. Keep picking up. Ding. Successfully picked up a soul grid. Do you want to fuse it? Ding. Picked up successfully, obtained a law fragment. Do you want to fuse it? Fragments of the fusion law of earth, water, and gold. Ding. Picked up successfully, got a piece of death grass. Ding. Pick up successful, a hellfox corpse obtained. Break it for me. Ding. Pick up successful, another world bone spear obtained. Underworld bone spear? Menglai's mind moved, and a bone spear with a cold white light suddenly appeared in his hand, emitting a strong aura of evil and corpse. Boom. This bone spear is probably even harder than my Abyss Bone Dragon clone. It's definitely a high-level magic weapon. Good stuff, keep it for now. Ding. Pick up successful, get a death cloak. Ding. Successfully picked up a ghost orb from the Phantom Clan. Do you want to fuse it? Ghost Clan ghost bead? Menglai let out a soft and a gray bead appeared in his hand. The bead exuded a surging breath of death and soul fluctuations. A strange light flashed in Menglai's eyes. Crash. Countless lives are nurtured in the vast universe. Different life forms come in all shapes and sizes. Some are made of flesh and blood, some are made of energy, and some are like shadows. The Ghost Clan is a kind of shadow-like life. They have no substance, no form, no appearance, come and go without a trace, and are not much different from ghosts. In fact, although the Ghost Clan has no physical body, they possess ghost beads. This ghost bead is the core of their life, the core of their soul, and the source of their power. It can be said that the ghost bead is almost the body of the Ghost Clan. This pressure is definitely from the ghost pearl of the great demon god-level Phantom Clan. Menglai's eyes flashed with brilliance. If I refine this ghost bead, can I condense a Ghost Clan clone? Let's give it a try. 3 days later, Menglai successfully refined the ghost bead and obtained the Ghost Clan's clone as he wished. When he controlled the ghost clone to move, it was as silent as a shadow, and the old man and Amarin did not notice it at all. What a good thing. Menglai was in a good mood and sent the Ghost Clan's clone to the netherworld continent again. At this time, the old man seemed a little impatient. Menglai, you have been in the netherworld continent for almost half a month. Is there still no news? Not yet. Menglai shook his head. Dodora is still searching for the heart of the netherworld continent. There is no movement at the moment. It seems they haven't found it yet. The heart of the middle plane is so hard to find, the old man said in disbelief. It's not just difficult. Menglai was saying this when he suddenly felt a shock all over his body, and his face was filled with excitement and ecstasy. Found it. Ha! Dodora successfully found the heart of the netherworld continent. Found it? The old man's whole body was shocked. Found it. I really found it. Dodora shouted excitedly. Menglai, my guess was right. The heart of the netherworld continent has not been refined by anyone yet. It's truly an ownerless object. Menglai was ecstatic. Great. There's finally hope. There really is hope now. Ah, Lord God of the Plains, I'm going to be rich. Menglai, your chance has come. Dodora looked at Menglai and said earnestly, I'll help you up to this point. Whether you can refine the heart of the plane and become the Lord of the Plane from now on depends entirely on you. Don't worry, as long as there's no Plane Lord in the netherworld continent, I have nothing to fear. Menglai nodded firmly. The Plane Lord of the netherworld continent must be me. Then I wish you success. Dodora felt a little relieved and asked, what are you going to do next? Menglai took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Search for wealth and do my best to improve my strength. When I can suppress the netherworld continent, it will be time to refine the heart of the plane. After hearing this, Dodora frowned and asked in confusion, I never understand, what is the relationship between improving your strength and plundering wealth? Ha, this is a secret. Menglai avoided it with a smile. On the other side, Devil's Canyon. Menglai, is the netherworld continent really ownerless? The old man asked in shock. Dodora has confirmed that the plane heart of the netherworld continent has not been refined yet and is indeed ownerless. Menglai replied, it's unbelievable that such a large medium-sized plane is ownerless. The old man sighed with emotion. If the heart of the plane of the netherworld continent is refined and blessed by the power of the plane, how powerful will it be? Very powerful. Strong enough to not fear the Lord God. Menglai took a deep breath. Old Dean, I'm going to the netherworld continent and try my best to snatch the heart of the plane. The planes of the sky continent are in your hands. Don't worry, leave it to me. The old man nodded. After saying that, Menglai crossed the space crack and came to the netherworld continent. He took back his 3 clones and officially embarked on the journey of plundering wealth. The Ice Demon Mansion is the closest place to us, so our first stop is the Ice Demon Mansion. I will defeat the Ice Demon Mansion's lord, become the new lord, and empty the Ice Demon Mansion's treasure house. You have to be careful. The Ice Demon Palace Master is a mid-level great demon god. It won't be easy to defeat him. This is challenging, isn't it? The two joked as they hurried on. Of course, Meng Lei did not forget to take the opportunity to plunder the wealth of the demon tribe. In a short period of time, wealth accumulated rapidly, and Meng Lei was beaming with joy. At this rate, he would soon have enough money to strengthen his divine body. 3 days later, a huge city that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared before their eyes. The city was towering and majestic, like a cliff, which was daunting to look at. The city is dotted with gates, shaped like giant devil's mouths, swallowing and spitting out the demons coming and going. Dodora, this is the Ice Demon City. Meng Lei took a deep breath. The Ice Demon City has a strict hierarchy, and the Palace Master has supreme authority. Under the Palace Master are the loyal Ice Demon Palace Guards. They are the Palace Master's sharp claws. Even the great demons in Ice Demon City dare not easily provoke the Ice Demon Palace Guards. But today, I will defeat the Ice Demon Mansion's master, take down the Ice Demon Mansion's guards, and plunder the entire Ice Demon Mansion's wealth. The Ice Demon City remains peaceful and unnoticed, but two plague gods have quietly arrived, and a storm that will completely change the landscape of the Ice Demon City is about to break out. The boundless Ice Demon City lies on the earth like a sleeping giant beast, with countless demons living in it. The demon world follows the cruel laws of the Black Forest. The strong prey on the weak, and the fittest survive. This law is particularly evident in the wild. Only once you enter the city does a modicum of order exist. It is this trace of order that attracted countless demons to gather here. After a long time, the Grand Ice Demon City was created. Walking in the Ice Demon City, what comes into view are shops, restaurants, tea houses, magic weapon shops. All of this is no different from the human world. Kelgaz's grocery store? When Meng Lei walked to the door of a shop, he sensed an extremely terrifying demonic power. He couldn't help but feel curious, so he pulled Duwadala in. Respected sir, what may I do for you? A succubus, dressed in revealing clothing, swung her large hips seductively and approached with a smile as beautiful as a flower. She exuded a powerful allure that ordinary men would find difficult to resist and would likely have already lost their souls. Just take a look. Fortunately, Meng Lei had strong composure and was not confused. His eyes swept across the shelves and finally stopped on an arm with bulging veins. What's that? He asked, pointing to the arm. Your Excellency truly has a keen eye for treasure. The succubus smiled charmingly. This arm was taken from a high-ranking great demon god level 100-armed giant. It is one of our most precious goods. Meng Lei raised his eyebrows. How much is it? This is the arm of a high-level demon god, so its value is naturally extraordinary. But since you really like it, I will give you a discount of 3 million magic crystals, said the succubus with a sweet smile. 3 million magic crystals? That's pure robbery. Meng Lei sneered. The magic crystals here weren't the kind of magical crystals mined from the magic crystal mines on the Sky Continent. Instead, they were condensed from pure demonic energy and were nearly as valuable as divine crystals. 3 million magic crystals, almost equivalent to 3 million divine crystals, were ridiculously expensive. Not to mention that he didn't have many magic crystals. Even if he did, he wouldn't spend them easily, even though this arm was indeed very useful to him. Meng Lei turned to look at other items in the store. The most common item in the store was Moj. In the demon world where fighting is constant, Moj is naturally the most common item. Sir, if you think it's too expensive, we can negotiate the price. The succubus was relentless and moved closer to Meng Lei, with her round and full breasts almost touching his body. She kept throwing him seductive glances, and her breath was alluring. 10,000 magic crystals, this is the limit of what I can give out. No more. Meng Lei snorted coldly. The succubus's body stiffened and she immediately stepped back, her eyes full of disgust and contempt, as if she saw a poor ghost. Meng Lei didn't care at all. He glanced around casually and prepared to leave. At this moment, a cold roar suddenly came from outside. Where is the Ice Demon Palace Master? Come out and die. The sound was not loud, but it was extremely penetrating. It passed through the void, penetrated all obstacles, and reached the ears of Meng Lei and all the demons in the Ice Demon City, as if it was a roar rising from the depths of their hearts. Someone actually challenges the Mansion Master? God of demons, there is actually a demon that dares to provoke the Mansion Master? The succubus in the store suddenly changed her expression and turned around and rushed out of the store like the wind. Meng Lei and Duodora exchanged a glance, each face filled with astonishment. Oh my goodness, someone had gotten there first. Let's go take a look. The two walked out of the shop and saw that the entire Ice Demon City was in commotion. Demons were leaving their homes, shops, and the Colosseum. The devil's current is surging, and all the demons are empty in the streets. What's going on? The streets and alleys are swarming with demons. Weaker demons like the Demon Lord and Demon King stand obediently on the ground, while stronger demons like the Great Demon King and Demon God float in the air. The strict hierarchy of the demon world world was fully revealed at this moment. The strong stood in the air, while the weak could only stand on the ground. Every demon knows his position, and no one dares to break this order easily. Who is so bold as to challenge our Lord? I guess he's another guy who's not afraid of death. How long has it been since the Palace Master was challenged? 18,000 years or 19,000 years? It's been almost 20,000 years anyway. Now we're going to have a good show. The demons were talking among themselves. At this moment, the demons suddenly saw Meng Lei rising into the air and hovering above their heads, and they were immediately outraged. Who is this? How dare they fly over our heads? How brave! It's actually him. The succubus, mixed in with the demons, also recognized Meng Lei flying overhead, and a flicker of surprise crossed her face. She couldn't fathom Meng Lei's strength, but she thought to herself that he couldn't be that strong. She was a great demon king herself, and she knew all the demons in the Ice Demon City who were stronger than her. Who was Meng Lei? Sorry, she didn't know him. Get off me, rubbish. Where did this piece of rubbish come from? How dare you run over my head? Hearing the demons' curses, Meng Lei was stunned. The other demons and great demons were all flying in the air, so why didn't they raise any objections? Why was he the only one who couldn't do anything? Where did you come from, creeper? Get off this seat. Not only were the demons on the ground dissatisfied, but the demons and great demons in the sky also showed displeasure on their faces, and a fire demon even took direct action. A giant flaming palm came down from nowhere and hit Meng Lei fiercely. The power of the palm was extremely terrifying. Even the big devil would be killed by this palm. You ignorant rubbish, well done. Seeing this scene, the demons all showed expressions of gloating. They were in awe of the powerful demons, but they would never allow an unknown person to ride on their heads. Impossible. This is the devil, respecting authority but discriminating against the weak. However, just as the giant flaming palm was about to hit Meng Lei, he waved his hand, and the powerful flaming palm instantly vanished into nothingness, disappearing without a trace. The flame demon god was shocked. The demons around couldn't believe that such a terrifying giant flaming palm was easily dispersed by Meng Lei. How powerful is this strength? Meng Lei looked at the flame demon god, snapped his fingers, and a gust of wind shot out, instantly penetrating the flame demon god's forehead. The flame demon god froze, a bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows, and his face was full of shock, unwillingness, and regret. It never dreamed that just because it was unhappy and acted rashly, it would attract such a powerful enemy and eventually lose its life. The body of the fire demon god fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud and dust flying everywhere. The demons seemed to have just woken up from a dream, sweating profusely, and looked at Meng Lei with eyes full of fear. Those demons who had previously insulted Meng Lei were trembling all over, and the urge to urinate was rising in their hearts. Actually. The succubus opened her mouth wide, and her beautiful eyes flashed with incredible light. She never expected that Meng Lei would be so powerful and kill a powerful flame demon with just one finger. What kind of terrifying power is this? Meng Lei glanced at the demons coldly, too lazy to pay attention to them, turned around and flew higher, and stopped at the height where the great demons were suspended. Several great demons glanced at him, with confusion and curiosity in their eyes, but no one said much. The strength that Meng Lei had just displayed had already won their recognition. At this moment, in the quite distant void, a burly figure was floating. It is 1,000 feet tall and looks like Behemoth, but its skin is extremely pale and lifeless, and its body is filled with endless corpse and death energy. Purgatory Corpse King. Meng Lei slowly uttered 3 words. This is not an ordinary Purgatory Corpse King, but the Purgatory Behemoth Corpse King. Dodora corrected him. This is a demon bred by a dead behemoth in a special environment filled with corpse chi. It feeds on endless corpse chi, evil chi, and death chi, and is immortal. Purgatory Behemoth Corpse King. Meng Lei nodded slightly. This beaming Corpse King is quite powerful. Even from such a distance, I can feel the strong threat it brings. It is undoubtedly a medium-sized great demon. Dodora smiled and said, there will definitely be a fight between dragons and tigers next, just watch carefully. Meng Lei nodded slightly. Ice Demon Palace Master, come out and die. The Behemoth Corpse King let out another low roar, and the rolling sound waves vibrated and instantly spread throughout the boundless sky above the Ice Demon City. Swish, swish, swish. Figures shot out from the Mansion Lord's mansion and flew towards the sky above the Ice Demon City. There were tens of millions of them, and they were the Ice Demon Palace Guards. Challengers, sign up quickly. A great demon god-level Ice Demon Palace Guard asked with a cold snort. I am Cornelius Lattimore. The Behemoth Corpse King replied coldly. Hurry and get your palace master out. I want to challenge him. Wait a moment. The great demon looked deeply at the Behemoth Corpse King, then turned back to the Mansion Lord's mansion. A moment later, a thin ice demon that looked like an ordinary person appeared in the air. Seeing this ice demon, thousands of Ice Demon Palace Guards all knelt on one knee and kowtowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Palace Master. Greetings, Lord Palace Master. Why? The demons from all over the Ice Demon City also knelt down one after another. Only the Demon God and the Great Demon God who were watching the battle bowed slightly to show their respect. It's you who wants to challenge this lord. The thin Ice Demon Palace Master yawned and looked at the Behemoth Corpse King with sleepy eyes. The Behemoth Corpse King said coldly, Ice Demon Palace Master, you have sat firmly on the throne for over 40,000 years. It is time to abdicate and hand over the throne to someone more virtuous. The Ice Demon Palace Lord's expression was calm. Since you know I've been Palace Lord for over 40,000 years, you should understand my strength. After all, it's rare to find someone who can sit firmly on the Palace Lord's throne for over 40,000 years. The Behemoth Corpse King said impatiently, stop talking nonsense and take action. He said in a cold voice, today, not only will I seize your position as Palace Master, but I will also drive these damned ice demons out of the Ice Demon Palace. Why? Upon hearing this, the tens of millions of Ice Demon Palace guards and the ice demons within Ice Demon City erupted in fury, cursing profusely, their eyes burning with anger and dissatisfaction. During the 40,000 years since the Ice Demon Palace Lord held the throne, the ice demons had indeed enjoyed a status far superior to other high-ranking demons, enjoying numerous favorable policies and favors. Naturally, they were filled with hostility towards the Corpse Emperor, praying that his challenge would fail. The Ice Demon Palace Master warned calmly, young Purgatory Corpse Emperor, you should be aware of the consequences of failing in your challenge. He finally gave Behemoth Corpse King a chance to regret. Stop the challenge immediately and go back to where you came from. The Behemoth Corpse King responded sarcastically, Ice Demon Palace Master, are you scared? The Ice Demon Palace Master shook his head slightly and said coldly, afraid? You arrogant and ignorant fellow. Go ahead. After the challenge is over, I have to go back to sleep. I don't have time to waste here. The Behemoth Corpse King roared, and endless white corpse energy gushed out of his body, condensing into a giant palm that covered the sky and the sun, and suddenly slapped down. The void shattered in an instant, and the giant palm of corpse energy penetrated the void and appeared above the head of the Ice Demon Palace Lord, smashing down like a mountain. The Ice Demon Palace Master snapped his fingers, and a stream of white cold air shot out. The moment the two came into contact, icy air quickly spread. Crack! The giant palm of corpse energy was instantly frozen and turned into snowflakes flying all over the sky and falling down. At this moment, the Behemoth Corpse King suddenly appeared in front of the Ice Demon Palace Lord, raised his huge palm with lightning speed, and slapped it down with great force. The Ice Demon Palace Lord smiled slightly and decisively raised his right palm made of ice to meet the attack. Crack! The two palms collided violently, accompanied by an earth-shaking roar, and the void exploded. The sky suddenly turned into a black hole, and the Ice Demon Palace Lord and the Behemoth Corpse King were instantly swallowed up by it, but the two did not retreat and continued to fight each other madly. Bang, 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 crack, crack, crack. Shock waves shot out indiscriminately, the black hole continued to expand, turbulence rolled, and strong winds raged. It seemed as if the end of the world had come over the Ice Demon City. So scary. With my strength, if I were caught in the aftermath, I would definitely die. Is this a battle at the Palace Master level? The demons in the Ice Demon City were terrified, fearing that the battle would affect them and they would die. Not only that, even a powerful demon like Meng Lei felt terrified. The collisions between the medium-sized demons were extremely fierce, and each blow was enough to severely damage them. Meng Lei was filled with emotion. Dodora, I finally understand now why the gap between each realm of the upper gods is like a chasm. As a superior god, he deeply felt the power of the Ice Demon Palace Lord and the Behemoth Corpse King. Whether in speed, strength or reaction, they were far beyond the reach of ordinary great demons. Dodora sighed and said, what do you think? When you reach the great demon god realm, every step forward is filled with countless difficulties and dangers. Not only does it consume a large amount of treasures, but it also requires a long time to accumulate. It's no exaggeration to say that every step is 1,000 times more difficult than for a mortal to become a god. Meng Lei nodded slightly. Unlike the battles between gods, the battles between demons are more of a direct collision of demonic bodies, which is simpler, rougher, and more cruel. Whoever has the stronger demonic body and greater power will win the battle. This is true even for a mid-level great demon god, who is no exception when facing the Ice Demon Palace Lord and Behemoth Corpse King, two beings at the top of the demon pyramid. The fierce clash between the Ice Demon Palace Lord and the Behemoth Corpse King continues. The strength of the two great demons seems to be equal. After a long confrontation, no one can gain the upper hand. The Behemoth Corpse King roared continuously and his attack became more and more fierce. The Ice Demon Palace Lord was no longer sleepy and finally began to fight seriously. Boom, boom, boom. The sky is dark, the sun and moon are dim. After a series of fierce collisions, the two great demons finally separated briefly, both panting and obviously exhausted. I underestimated you. The Ice Demon Palace Master stared at the Behemoth Corpse King and said, a master like you can't be unknown. Why has this Palace Master never seen you before? I won't hide anything from you. The Behemoth Corpse King sneered, I come from hell. Hell, I see. The Ice Demon Palace Master's pupils shrank slightly, and he nodded slowly. It's time to end the warm-up. Show your true strength and let this Palace Master see it. The Behemoth Corpse King roared, and his body expanded rapidly like a balloon. In a few breaths, it turned into a huge monster. It was 700,000 feet tall, with corpse chi swirling swirling around. A million miles in radius were shrouded in thick corpse chi. All the demons in the Ice Demon City felt cold all over, with the chill penetrating to the bones. The Ice Demon Palace Master no longer hid himself and transformed himself, revealing his true form. A giant ice demon that is 700,000 feet tall and made entirely of ice. 700,000 feet is equal to 2,100 kilometers. The diameter of the moon is only 3,400 kilometers. It can be seen that the two big demons are extremely huge. After revealing his true form, the Ice Demon Palace Lord and the Behemoth Corpse King started a new round of collision. The shockwave caused by the collision was even more violent, and the powerful aftermath even reached the Ice Demon City. Countless buildings collapsed, high-rise buildings collapsed, huge rocks rolled down, and many unfortunate demons became innocent victims. Run, run, we can't watch a battle of this magnitude. We'll be beaten to death. God, the first ancestor of the lazy demons, please save our pitiful and humble descendants. The Ice Demon City fell into complete chaos, and countless demons scattered in terror, regretting only that they were missing two legs. Boom boom boom. Ice chips flew and the smell of corpses swirled. The two great demons showed no signs of stopping, and the fierce battle continued until the evening. The Ice Demon Palace Master was panting like a blower, his body covered with wounds, his breath was much weaker than at the beginning, he had greatly depleted his physical strength and his injuries were obvious. Looking at the Behemoth Corpse King again, his aura had also dropped significantly, the wildly rolling corpse energy had been significantly weakened, and his corpse blood was splattering, and his injuries were not light. The combat effectiveness also dropped sharply. Sir, you are the only one in the past 40,000 years who can force this lord into this state. However, unless you want both of us to suffer mutual destruction, you cannot defeat this lord. The Ice Demon Palace Master shouted. This Palace Master advises you to stop right now. Continuing the fierce battle will only result in losses for both sides and will do you no good. After hearing this, the Behemoth Corpse King glanced at the many great demons and tens of millions of Ice Demon Palace guards who were watching the battle around him, and a look of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Although it was unwilling to admit it, the words of the Ice Demon Palace Lord were indeed correct. It was evenly matched with the Ice Demon Palace Lord. If it wanted to defeat the other, both would suffer losses. This is definitely not what it wants. Not to mention the millions of Ice Demon Palace guards who are eyeing it covetously, even the great demons who are watching the battle will probably not let it go. All the great demons want to kill it while it is injured. As a senior great demon, Behemoth Corpse King had no doubt about this. Ice Demon Palace Master, you are lucky this time. The Behemoth Corpse King stared deeply at the Ice Demon Palace Lord before transforming into a streak of light and shooting off into the distance. Continuing the battle would only put him in danger, something he would never do. Seeing that things were hopeless, he decisively ran away. Meng Lei praised with a smile. What a smart guy. Anyone who can survive in this bloody and cruel demon world is definitely not a fool. Dodora laughed. All fools have been eliminated long ago. Meng Lei nodded slightly, a gleam of brilliance flashing in his eyes. It's my turn. You want to take advantage of the situation? Duatala raised her eyebrows. So what if you're taking advantage of someone's misfortune? This is a demonic world. Meng Lei sneered. You're not really trying to persuade me to be a gentleman, are you? What's a gentleman? Just take action now. Duatala said unhappily. Don't worry, you hold the fort in front, and I'll help you from behind. Together, the two of us can easily kill the half-crippled Ice Demon Palace Lord. Watching the Behemoth Corpse King retreat, the Ice Demon Palace Master finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly worried that the Behemoth Corpse King would be too stubborn and fight him to the death. In that case, the ending is unpredictable. The Ice Demon Palace Lord glanced at the great demons watching the battle around him, and a warning flashed in his eyes. Don't be fooled by these guys who appear humble and submissive on the surface. The Ice Demon Palace Lord knows that if anything happens to him, these guys will never let go of the opportunity and will definitely swarm over him and tear him into pieces. Demons are always ruthless and heartless. This was indeed the case. After the Behemoth Corpse King left, the dozen or so great demon gods who had been watching the battle could hardly conceal their disappointment. How they wished that the Behemoth Corpse King could fight the Palace Master head-on, with both sides suffering losses, so that they could reap the benefits and take his place. These great demons cursed inwardly, but their faces still showed humility and awe. The Ice Demon Mansion Lord took a deep breath and prepared to return to the mansion to recuperate. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in my ears. Ice Demon Palace Master, the challenge isn't over yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Who? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone shuddered. Whether it was the tens of millions of Ice Demon Palace guards, the demon gods and great demon gods watching the battle, or even the Ice Demon Palace Master himself, they all turned their gazes towards the source of the voice. They saw a man walking towards the Ice Demon Palace Lord step by step. It was Meng Lei. It's actually this guy. He wants to challenge the Lord of the Mansion? Who is he? Do any of you know him? I don't know him. Never. A strange face. The demons stared at Meng Lei, their eyes filled with confusion. They knew the masters of the Ice Demon Palace well, but Meng Lei was a stranger. All they knew about Meng Lei was that he had killed the fire demon god and nothing else. When they heard that Meng Lei was going to challenge the palace master, many demons turned pale with shock, especially those who had insulted Meng Lei before, whose faces were filled with fear. Meng Lei wants to challenge the palace master. How strong is he? Oh my god, they were simply courting death by insulting Meng Lei like that before. Whether it was the doubtful great demon god or the panicked demon god, the ice demon palace lord's face was as gloomy as ink. He stared at Meng Lei with murderous intent in his eyes. You want to challenge this palace lord? Meng Lei nodded slightly. Seeing you as the master of a prefecture, you are so majestic, I can't help but want to try what it's like to be the master of a prefecture. Challenger, the challenge must be strong. The ice demon palace master growled. Without strength, you'll only die in vain. Really? Then come on. Let me see how much energy you, the ice demon palace lord, have left. Meng Lei snapped his fingers with a leisurely smile. The ice demon palace master roared and attacked decisively. He raised his massive icy palm and slammed it towards Meng Lei with all his might. As soon as it attacked, it used a killing move, intending to end the battle quickly and kill Meng Lei with iron-blooded means to deter other villains. Good move. Meng Lei let out a long roar and disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he reappeared, he was standing behind the ice demon palace master, his eyes glaring, and two balls of black flames burst out. Meng Lei suddenly appeared behind the ice demon lord, with flames burning in his eyes, which turned into two pillars of flame that shot out. As soon as the black flame touched the ice demon palace lord, it burned fiercely, ignoring its icy body. Netherworld divine fire. This is actually the Netherworld divine fire. The great demon gods in the ice demon palace guards, the dozen or so great demon gods who were watching the battle, and many other demon gods all changed their expressions, and their eyes towards Meng Lei suddenly became different. He's actually a royal family member. The demons couldn't believe it. The ice demon palace was under the jurisdiction of the Netherworld demon nation, whose royal family was none other than the Netherworld divine Phoenix clan. Netherworld divine phoenixes bred extremely rarely, and therefore pure-blooded Netherworld divine phoenixes were extremely rare. It is because it is rare that it is noble. Every Netherworld divine phoenix enjoys a high status in the Netherworld demon kingdom. No matter where they go, they must be treated with respect. Who dares to neglect them? He's actually a royal family member. The demon gods who had once despised and abused Meng Lei showed bitterness on their faces. They had previously thought that Meng Lei was just a nobody. I didn't expect Meng Lei to be such a ruthless character who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger. He is not only a great demon, but also a member of the royal family. This trick is really hard to guard against. You are royalty. The ice demon palace lord also sensed the Netherworld divine fire burning behind him. Although he was surprised, he was not as frightened as the other demons and great demons. As the lord of a prefecture, his status is equally noble, even not inferior to that of ordinary royal family members. What really made him wary was the extremely terrifying strength of the Netherworld Phoenix. Almost no one at the same level could defeat it, especially since the Netherworld Phoenix was naturally able to restrain the ice demon. If Meng Lei is really the Netherworld divine phoenix at the level of a mid-level great demon god, the ice demon palace lord has no confidence at all that he can defeat him. Today, you will definitely lose. Meng Lei kept teleporting and madly releasing the Netherworld divine fire. His divine body was far inferior to that of the ice demon palace lord, and fighting head-on was tantamount to suicide. So he chose to teleport away and then used the Netherworld divine fire to burn his opponent. This was the wisest strategy. You want to defeat this lord? Dream on. The ice demon palace lord roared, and a rolling cold air rose from his body, immediately shattering all the Netherworld divine fire attached to his body. Then, he opened his mouth and spewed out a stream of white cold air, freezing the void wherever it passed. If Meng Lei had not teleported quickly, he would have been frozen and unable to move. Meng Lei appeared in the distance, looking at the frozen void, and a sense of unease suddenly emerged in his heart. Watching and fighting in person were two completely different things. The ice demon palace lord's terror was far beyond his imagination. You run pretty fast. The ice demon palace master stared coldly at Meng Lei, then turned his gaze to the Netherworld divine fire that he had dispelled. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. If my judgment is correct, you can only be reborn into Nirvana 5 times at most, and the Netherworld divine fire cannot burn me to death. The ice demon palace lord was indeed frightened by Meng Lei just now. He originally thought that anyone who dared to challenge him must be a medium-level great demon god, but Meng Lei's Netherworld divine fire was far weaker than he expected. The lord of the ice demon palace roughly judged that Meng Lei's strength was at the level of an ordinary great demon god. Boom! How dare an ordinary great demon god challenge him head-on? He was simply courting death. Ha, Meng Lei, you are underestimated by the ice demon palace lord. Dodora's voice suddenly sounded, with a bit of gloating. Are you so happy that I'm being looked down upon? Meng Lei rolled his eyes. It would be fine if you didn't help me, but you're still here making sarcastic remarks. Dodora put away his smile and said, the gap between you and the ice demon palace master is too big. With your current strength, you can only delay him for a while at best. Killing him is simply impossible. powerful. Meng Lei was silent. It was indeed not easy for the Ice Demon Mansion Lord to kill him with his teleportation, but his purpose was not to deal with him, but to kill the Ice Demon Mansion Lord. Killing the Ice Demon Palace Lord will not only grant you rich divine crystals, but you will also be able to inherit his position as Palace Lord and control the Ice Demon Palace's treasure house. The Ice Demon Palace Lord must be killed. The question is, how to start? Meng Lei couldn't help but glance at the attribute panel. System, how many divine crystals are needed to strengthen the divine body? Ding! The host's current physique is comparable to the early stage of a superior god. After strengthening, it will reach the middle stage of a superior god. The estimated strengthening cost, 60 million divine crystals. The system responded coldly. 60 million. Meng Lei was speechless for a moment. This price was simply outrageous. Even if he sold all the divine crystals on him, it would not be enough. He could not strengthen his power at all. Since strengthening the divine body is difficult to achieve, what else can be strengthened? Meng Lei continued to look through other options. What on earth is going on? Spirit, divine power, understanding of laws, innate magical powers, innate magical powers. System, can the innate magical powers be strengthened? Meng Lei asked anxiously. Reply to the host, super enhancement can enhance all the host's abilities. How many divine crystals are needed to strengthen the netherworld divine fire? Ding! The host's current netherworld divine fire is a high-level innate magical power. After strengthening, it will become a super innate magical power. Estimated cost, 10 million divine crystals. 10 million? Strengthen! Monroe didn't hesitate. The wealth suddenly shrank by 10 million divine crystals, leaving only 37 million. At the same time, he felt a strange warm current flowing into the deepest part of his body, and the netherworld divine fire involuntarily surged out from the surface of his body, enveloping him completely. The black netherworld divine fire enveloped his entire body. Although it seemed calm on the surface, Meng Lei could clearly feel the temperature of the flame soaring wildly. 500,000 degrees Celsius, 550,000 degrees Celsius, 600,000 degrees Celsius, 700,000 degrees Celsius, 800,000 degrees Celsius, 900,000 degrees C. The temperature increased dramatically almost every second, and eventually broke through the 1 million mark. 1 million degrees Celsius? The temperature on the surface of the sun is only 5,500 degrees Celsius. What is this? One can imagine how intense the temperature of the netherworld divine fire in Meng Lei's body is. The Lord of the Ice Demon Palace keenly noticed the unusual movement of the netherworld divine fire, and his face suddenly changed. Before, the netherworld divine fire posed almost no threat to it, but now the situation is completely different. His netherworld divine fire actually evolved? The Ice Demon Palace master was horrified. As everyone knows, the Nether Phoenix clan's divine fire evolves with each rebirth, becoming hotter and more powerful. But those are changes that only occur after rebirth in Nirvana. How could Meng Lei evolve inexplicably in such a short period of time? This simply cannot be explained by common sense. Has the netherworld divine fire really evolved? Dodolo was not surprised. This was not the first time that Meng Lei became stronger inexplicably, and it had long been accustomed to it. Sensing the changes in the netherworld divine fire, Meng Lei took a deep breath and slowly said, Ice Demon Palace Master, didn't you think the temperature of my netherworld divine fire wasn't high enough? Let's try it again now. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Lei made a move with his hand, and suddenly hundreds of black spears appeared in front of him, all condensed from the netherworld divine fire. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and hundreds of black spears instantly pierced through the void, shooting towards the Ice Demon Lord at lightning speed, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. A stream of white cold air gushed out of the Ice Demon Palace Lord's mouth, and instantly condensed into an ice wall in front of his eyes, blocking the flying black spear. After the black spear struck the ice wall, it immediately burst into flames. In just a few breaths, the ice wall was reduced to ashes by the flames. The Ice Demon Palace Lord's face changed drastically. The power of the netherworld divine fire increased dramatically after its evolution. Once hit by the flame, one would most likely die. Its divine fire has evolved, but its divine body hasn't changed. The Ice Demon Palace Lord's eyes were stern. As long as I seize the opportunity, I will definitely kill it with one strike. The significant increase in the power of the netherworld divine fire gave Meng Lei great confidence. He transformed into a netherworld divine phoenix with a wingspan exceeding 10,000 feet. His black feathers stood up like steel needles, and his huge body exuded a noble and cold aura of oppression. The terrifying aura quickly spread from him, sweeping in all directions. Meng Lei let out a roar and flapped his wings suddenly, rolling up balls of netherworld divine fire, which swept towards the chairman of the Ice Demon Mansion like a tornado. The Ice Demon Palace Lord's face suddenly changed and he quickly retreated, not daring to be contaminated by the netherworld divine fire, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Meng Lei snorted coldly, teleported behind the Ice Demon Palace Lord, roared, and spewed out a large ball of netherworld divine fire again. The Ice Demon Palace Master tried to escape from the side, but Meng Lei didn't give him any chance to breathe. In a few teleportations, the netherworld divine fire surrounded him from all sides and above. For a moment, the Lord of the Ice Demon Mansion was surrounded by layers of netherworld divine fire, with no way to escape, no way to avoid it. The light of the netherworld divine fire illuminated the distorted face of the Ice Demon Palace Lord. He looked at the flames coming from all directions, his heart heavy as if falling into the abyss. The evolved netherworld divine fire is unprecedentedly powerful. The Ice Demon Palace Lord tried desperately to dodge it, but now he can only withstand it. He roared, and a surge of white cold current rose from his body, quickly condensing into a thick ice shield that wrapped him tightly. Afterwards, the Ice Demon Palace Lord plunged into the boiling netherworld divine fire, and after a moment, rushed out of the sea of fire. But at this time, the ice shield had been burned by the flames and was about to collapse. The Ice Demon Palace Lord shook his whole body, violently shattered the shield, and shook off the netherworld divine fire. Huff finally got out. The Ice Demon Palace Master breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to relax, a mocking voice rang out in his ears, "Ice Demon Palace Master, do you think this is the end?" He looked up and found himself surrounded by countless black spears, with no gaps in the sky, on the ground, or in all directions. There are tens of thousands of these black spears. There is no way to heaven and no door to earth. He was surrounded again. The Ice Demon Palace Lord, who was burning with rage, was trembling all over. He had just escaped from the encirclement with great difficulty, but now he didn't even have a chance to breathe and was once again in a desperate situation. Boo! What kind of torture is this? Lord of the Ice Demon Palace, accept your fate. You have no way to escape. Meng Lei regained his human form and said in a cold voice, "If you want to kill this mansion master, it depends on whether you have the ability." The Ice Demon Palace Lord roared, and a surging white cold current rose around him again. It was obvious that he was preparing to repeat the ice shield and try to escape again. A sky full of black spears shot out like a rain of arrows, swarming towards the Ice Demon Palace Lord. The Ice Demon Palace Lord roared, and the white cold current quickly condensed into a thick ice wall around his body. The ice wall continued to thicken and become stronger. Fight to the end. At this moment, Duatala flew over and blew gently. A huge space vortex strangely appeared on the surface of the thick ice wall, and the figure of the Ice Demon Palace Lord could be vaguely seen through the vortex. Swish, swish, swish. Meng Lei seized the opportunity and dozens of black spears quickly shot into the space vortex. Dozens of black spears drilled into the space vortex, and the Ice Demon Palace Lord's shrill screams immediately came from the thick ice wall. Immediately afterwards, the ice wall shattered, and the Ice Demon Palace Lord's abdomen was tightly wrapped by the netherworld divine fire, and the flames spread rapidly throughout his body like wildfire. The Ice Demon Palace Lord's face changed drastically, and cold air vibrated around him. Most of the flames in his abdomen were instantly dissipated, but a large amount of netherworld divine fire still lingered like a maggot on his tarsal bones. Lord of the Ice Demon Palace, stop struggling in vain. Your fate is already determined. Meng Lei smiled indifferently, and the black spears in the sky shot out again. Puff, puff, puff. This time, the Ice Demon Palace Lord could no longer resist. The black spear hit its body hard and then turned into a raging flame that burned wildly. In an instant, the Ice Demon Palace Lord, like a man of fire, violently stirred up the evil energy in his body, trying his best to expel and shake off the netherworld divine fire, but unfortunately it was in vain. In just a few breaths, the increasingly fierce fire completely engulfed it. The Ice Demon Palace Lord let out a shrill scream, like the wailing of a ghost from hell, which was creepy and frightened all the demons. Master Palace Master, defeated? Millions of Ice Demon Palace guards were trembling all over, finding it hard to believe the reality before them. The invincible Ice Demon Palace Lord in their eyes, the strongest ruler of the vast Ice Demon Palace, was actually defeated? It's unbelievable that the Palace Master was defeated by him. The Demon God and the Great Demon God who were watching had complicated expressions and were full of shock. The Ice Demon Palace Lord has been sitting firmly on the throne for 40,000 years, having weathered countless challenges and winning every battle, but now, he has finally been defeated. The world of the Ice Demon Mansion has changed. From now on, the Ice Demon Mansion will belong to him. The Ice Demon Lord's screams still echoed in his ears. The terrifying netherworld divine fire continued to burn, burning his body to ash bit by bit. Even for a mid-level Great Demon God, he could hardly endure the endless pain. Congratulations, Meng Lei. Dodora smiled and said, from now on, you are the new master of the Ice Demon Palace. Meng Lei smiled slightly, his eyes swept over the surrounding demons, great demons, and Ice Demon Palace guards, and he secretly rejoiced in his heart. It is finally time to enjoy the fruits of victory. Mercy. The Ice Demon Palace Master finally couldn't hold on any longer and begged hoarsely, let me go. I am willing to surrender. Meng Lei shook his head. It's too late. The Ice Demon Palace Lord was burning with rage. A dignified middle-level demon god sincerely begged for mercy, but was ruthlessly rejected by Meng Lei. This was simply too much. If you don't let me live, you won't have an easy life either. Die with me, bastard. Boom. The Ice Demon Palace Lord roared hysterically, and his huge demon body suddenly swelled up, expanding spinning wildly like an inflated balloon. Not good. It's going to explode. The faces of more than 10 great demons who were watching the battle suddenly changed, and they turned around and fled. Millions of ice demon palace guards and the surrounding demon gods were also terrified, their hearts and livers shattered, and they fled desperately into the distance, only regretting that they had lost a few legs. However, they were ultimately slow to react. With a resounding roar, the ice demon palace lord's body exploded, like billions of hydrogen bombs exploding simultaneously. The void shattered in an instant, creating a gigantic black hole that expanded at an alarming speed, quickly swallowing up an area of millions of miles. The ice demon city below is in complete trouble. The black hole swallowed up buildings, swallowed up demons, swallowed up streets, swallowed up forests, swallowed up everything that could be swallowed. At this moment, the world was completely silent, colorless, and without energy and vitality. Only the ever-expanding black hole filled the field of vision. After an unknown amount of time, the black hole finally stopped expanding and disappeared completely after a few minutes, and the sky became clear again. However, when the surviving great demons saw the scene before them, they were all stunned. In the center of the boundless ice demon city, a massive crater, tens of millions of miles in diameter, suddenly appeared. Like the mark of a meteorite impact, the crater was devoid of any sign of life, not a single living thing, only scorched earth and rocks burned to the texture of glass. The tens of millions of ice demon palace guards, numerous demon gods, and even countless demons on the earth that once floated in the sky, have now all disappeared without a trace. How could this happen? The eyes of a great demon god seemed dull. All the guards of the ice demon palace were dead, and the center of the ice demon city had turned into such a deep pit. How many demons died just now? Meng Lei himself didn't know exactly how many had died. He was in a terrible mood, extremely unhappy. The ice demon palace master had self-destructed, which meant he had lost all chances of killing him personally. He watched as the money he should have earned was gone just like that. How maddening is this? A medium-sized great demon god comparable to the mid-stage upper god. How much loss have I suffered? Meng Lei felt his heart bleeding. He was even worried that the explosion had affected the mansion lord's mansion. Was the treasure house safe? He looked at the huge pit with a diameter of tens of millions of kilometers, and his heart was heavy. The mansion of the lord of the mansion was bombed like this, and the chance of the treasure house surviving was probably slim. Dodora, why didn't you stop it from self-destructing? Meng Lei couldn't help but complain. Stop it? Go ahead and try if you can. Dodora said impatiently. Who can stop a medium-sized demon from self-destructing? I don't have that ability. I'm lucky to be able to save my life. Meng Lei curled his lips and quickly teleported to the center of the giant pit. It was empty here, nothing at all. Not even the shadow of the mansion lord could be found, let alone an ant. The situation in the treasury looks very bad. Dodola, please help me find the treasure house of the mansion lord. Meng Lei urged hurriedly. At this moment, he could only hope that the treasure was hidden in another half-plane, otherwise it would be a waste of time. Dodora agreed, released his divine sense and began searching, and Meng Lei also joined the search. There are no clues to the west either. Ha, what is that? Dodora suddenly exclaimed in surprise, and with a casual reach, he pulled out a white crystal from the soil. The crystal exuded a heart-pounding pressure. This aura, Dodora suddenly laughed. Meng Lei, I found the ice demon palace lord's magic grid. Meng Lei's whole body was shocked, and he immediately grabbed Moj to check. Sure enough, he sensed the remaining soul of the ice demon palace lord from it. He was immediately overjoyed. The ice demon palace lord was not dead yet. Although the destructive power of self-destruction is extremely great, Moj is the condensation of magic power, soul, and the origin of law. It is indestructible and cannot be broken by self-destruction. Dodora explained with a smile. Meng Lei nodded repeatedly, then released his divine sense to penetrate the demon grid and began to investigate. The demon grid was intact, and the ice demon palace master's spirit was clearly still there, just in a deep sleep. As expected, as Meng Lei continued to investigate, the ice demon palace lord's spirit gradually awakened, erupting with overwhelming hatred in mad roars. Asshole, you forced me to self-destruct and destroy my demonic body. Even if I fall into the 9 nether hell, I will never let you go. Hee, it's good that you're not dead. Meng Lei licked his lips, and the power of his soul surged out like a tide. He began to madly attack the soul of the ice demon palace lord, vowing to kill him completely. For gods and demons, the soul is the foundation. If the soul remains, there is no true death. Only when the soul is scattered and the body is broken, there is true death. Therefore, Meng Lei wants to kill the ice demon lord again. The ice demon palace lord roared in pain, but having lost his demonic body, his soul was like rootless water, unable to withstand Meng Lei's attacks, and began to gradually collapse. Ding! Kill an ice demon and obtain 62 million divine crystals. Hard work always pays off. This feeling is so cool. He raked in 62 million divine crystals, which not only compensated for the 10 million divine crystals spent on strengthening the netherworld divine fire, but also earned an extra 52 million. One word, awesome. There's also the ice demon mansion's treasure trove. We must find it. Just imagine how rich the life accumulation of of a mid-level great demon god must be. Meng Lei ordered Dodora to continue searching while he began to read the soul fragments of the Ice Demon Lord. Regardless of whether the Ice Demon Palace Lord knows the exact location of the treasure house, his memory alone is a rich treasure and his soul must be searched. As he continued to read, the memories of the Ice Demon Palace Lord flashed through Meng Lei's mind like a movie, and he quickly absorbed this information. After more than an hour, the soul search finally came to an end. Meng Lei couldn't help but let out a long breath, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Dodola, have you found any clues? Meng Lei asked with a bit of sarcasm. We found nothing, not even a single clue. Dodola complained unhappily. Ah, it's normal that we didn't find it. Meng Lei laughed. The Ice Demon Palace Lord's treasure house is not here at all. Not here? Dodora was stunned. Then where is it? The Ice Demon Mansion Master is usually not in the Mansion Master's mansion. Instead, he lives in seclusion on the Ice Demon Snow Mountain for a long time, practicing on the extremely cold peak. Meng Lei explained, all his treasures, collections, and wealth are hidden on the Ice Demon Snow Mountain. Where is the Ice Demon Snow Mountain? Dodora asked questions one after another. Follow me. Meng Lei smiled slightly and was about to take Dodora away. At this moment, more than 10 great demons who had been watching suddenly surrounded them. Meng Lei raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking to himself, what are these guys trying to do now? Are they trying to take advantage of the situation? However, it turned out that Meng Lei was worrying too much. After these great demon gods flew over, they saluted respectfully and said, greetings, Lord Palace Master. It turns out he came to show goodwill. Meng Lei nodded gently, no need to be polite. The Palace Master possesses profound cultivation, and having defeated Cardo to become the new Palace Master is truly a blessing for the Ice Demon Palace, and for us, as well. A great demon god said respectfully, if the Palace Master has any instructions, please do so. We will do our utmost to fulfill them, even until our death. Other great demons also expressed their willingness to become Meng Lei's right-hand men and serve him. Very good. Meng Lei nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, this Palace Master is naturally fond of money, especially treasures, like Law Source crystals and divine crystals. If you have time, you might as well collect more of these treasures for this Palace Master. The great demon god secretly cursed, MMP. These guys were just going through the motions, not really working for you. And you actually think you're the Palace Master and gave orders? Are you ignorant of the ways of the world, or do you take yourself too seriously? To be honest, the Ice Demon Palace Master never really gave us orders when he was in office, but now. Oh, and one more thing. This Palace Master's 25th birthday is in 3 days. Meng Lei continued. I'm going to trouble you all for this birthday banquet. If it's not to my liking, or if the birthday gifts aren't generous enough, I'll be furious. After saying that, Meng Lei strode away with Dodola, leaving the other great demons confused. Your 25th birthday is in 3 days? You must be kidding. I won't take your surname until you are 100,000 years old. What on earth does he want to do? A great demon god said with a gloomy expression. It's obvious that they just want to loot the treasures. Another person snorted coldly. So naked, this bastard is even more greedy than Cardo. The Ice Demon Snow Mountain is located west of the Ice Demon Palace. It has an altitude of 1,286,000 kilometers and is covered with snow year-round, making it an ideal place for the Ice Demon clan to survive. The Ice Demon Palace Master has been cultivating in the Ice Demon Snow Mountain for a long time. It is the most suitable place for him. The two chatted along the way, and in half a day they arrived at the Ice Demon Snow Mountain. The rolling white mountains looked like countless frost dragons crawling on the earth, majestic and magnificent. Among these countless snow-capped peaks, there is a towering snow-capped mountain that stands out like a crane among chickens. It is much higher than the surrounding peaks. This snow mountain is none other than the Ice Demon Snow Mountain. The Ice Demon Snow Mountain is shrouded in vast clouds and mist from halfway up the mountain, like a fairyland, independent of the world, sacred and towering. The two of them passed through the clouds and climbed towards the top of the mountain. It took them half an hour to finally reach the top of the Ice Demon Snow Mountain, where there were no clouds or fog blocking their view. The sky was as blue as a mirror, with nothing around. On the top of the mountain stood a magnificent ice palace, which was the bedroom of the Ice Demon Lord. Meng Lei's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. When he read the memory of the Ice Demon Palace Lord, he deeply felt the other party's wealth. The Ice Demon Mansion's territory is extremely vast, with its territories covering as much as 10,000 sky continents. The Ice Demon Palace Lord has been sitting firmly on the throne for over 40,000 years, collecting countless tributes every year. One can imagine how amazing its wealth is after more than 40,000 years of accumulation. Meng Lei couldn't wait to open the Ice Demon Lord's treasure house and take a good look. Suddenly, an angry roar rang out. Who? How dare you trespass into the Ice Demon Temple? Meng Lei was stunned. Then he noticed a giant python with wings on its back, its entire body seemingly made of ice, tied to the entrance of the Ice Temple. Its huge body was coiled in a ball, and its green snake eyes stared at Meng Lei intently, a faint cold light flashing in their eyes. Another sky-swallowing python. Meng Lei recognized the python's identity at a glance. It was a divine living beast specially captured from the outside world by the Ice Demon Palace Lord to protect the temple. Its strength was comparable to that of an ordinary great demon god, and it was extremely powerful. Archibald, Meng Lei looked at the 9 nether sky-swallowing python and said in a deep voice, "The Ice Demon Palace Master is dead. The one standing before you now is your new master." "What did you say? The master is dead?" The 9 nether sky-swallowing python's huge body shook violently, and its eyes were full of disbelief. "Damn it! You're lying. How could the master possibly die? He's the lord of the Ice Demon Mansion and a mid-level great demon god. Who could possibly kill him?" "I killed him," Meng Lei responded coldly. "The Ice Demon Palace Lord has been slain by me, and the Ice Demon Palace is now mine. His wealth naturally belongs to me. In consideration of your protection of the temple, I will give you a way out. Submit to me. The master is extremely powerful and can never be killed by anyone. How dare you lie to me?" The 9 nether sky-swallowing python roared, opened its bloody mouth, and bit Meng Lei fiercely. "You don't know what's good for you." Meng Lei frowned slightly, stretched out his finger, and a stream of ice flashing with light purple cold air shot out from his fingertips and instantly hit the body of the 9 nether swallowing sky python. Crack! The python was quickly frozen starting from its mouth, and in an instant its huge body turned into a pile of pale purple ice. 9 nether mysterious ice. This is 9 nether mysterious ice. Dodora exclaimed in surprise. "You can actually use the iconic magical power of the Frozen God Clan?" "A few days ago, I accidentally awakened the bloodline of the Frozen Gods," Meng Lei explained with a smile. "I accidentally." Dodora was speechless and said with emotion, "Now you really have many powerful bloodlines in one. The bloodline of the god-killing rat, the bloodline of the Netherworld Phoenix, the bloodline of the 100-armed giant, the bloodline of the Frozen Gods, and the bloodline of the ancient Tree of Life." Meng Lei counted proudly. "Pervert, you are a pervert," Dodola teased. "Thank you for the compliment." Meng Lei laughed and walked straight towards the Ice Demon Temple, with Duatala following closely behind. Pushing open the door of the Ice Temple, it was empty inside, but the ice element was extremely rich, almost condensed into substance, which was very suitable for cultivation. A huge magic circle stood in the center of the temple. Meng Lei knew that this was the teleportation array leading to the treasure house of the Ice Demon Lord. He activated the magic circle, and he and Dodora instantly disappeared from the spot, and when they reappeared, they had arrived in another world. There was a vast expanse of white before my eyes, with snow and vast ice fields everywhere, but there was not a trace of wind. The whole world was so quiet that it was heart-pounding. This is an ice elemental demiplane where only ice laws and ice elements exist. Meng Lei, where is the treasure of the Ice Demon Palace Lord? Dodora looked around and asked curiously. "Far away in the sky, yet right in front of you." Meng Lei waved his hand, and the snow under his feet rose into the air, revealing densely packed boxes. These boxes carved from solid ice emit a cold glow. Through the almost transparent ice walls, one can see the colorful treasures inside shining with brilliant luster. "The treasures of the Ice Demon Palace Lord are hidden in the boxes," Duatala exclaimed in a low voice, and her little wings shook violently, opening a refrigerator. Suddenly, a wave of pure soul waves spread out. It turned out to be a whole box of soul crystals. A box full of soul crystals. Meng Lei had obtained soul crystals before, but he collected them one by one and had never seen a whole box of them. His eyes suddenly lit up. So many spiritual crystals. Soul crystals are an extremely scarce resource. It is generally difficult for higher-level gods to accumulate much. I didn't expect there to be so much piled up here. Dodola was also shocked. "Good stuff, put it away quickly." Meng Lei put the whole box of soul crystals into his pocket, then waved his sleeves and opened other refrigerators one after another, and various treasures came into view. "So many law source crystals? Put it all away, put it away." "And the divine crystal? Collect, collect, collect." Boxes of law source crystals disappeared out of thin air. Boxes of divine crystals also disappeared at the same time. Meng Lei's wealth rose rapidly, and when it stopped, his divine crystals reached a staggering 397.6 million. "I made a killing. I made a killing today." Meng Lei was muttering to himself excitedly, and his whole speech was incoherent. "Stop giggling and look at this." Seeing Meng Lei acting like a fool like a nouveau riche, Dodora couldn't help but shout. Meng Lei flew over quickly. It was a box of colorful crystals, emitting a strong power of law. There was no doubt that these were fragments of law. But this box of law fragments is completely different from those that Meng Lei had collected before. This is a fragment of the law of fusion. Dodora's eyes sparkled. 2 colors represent the fusion fragments of 2 systems of laws, 3 colors represent the fusion fragments of 3 systems of laws, and 4 colors represent 4 systems. Of course, the 4-color law fragments are extremely rare and almost impossible to find. Fusion law fragments. There was a gleam in Meng Lei's eyes. He didn't care much about the fusion fragments of the 2 sets of laws, and he couldn't even remember how many kinds he had fused. What he values more are the 3rd and 4th series fragments. Meng Lei collected all the fragments of the fusion of the 2 series of laws, and only the fragments of the 3rd and 4th series were left in the box. He first picked out 11 4-color 4-color law fusion fragments, each with a different color. This means that these 11 4-color fragments are formed by the fusion of 4 different laws and are extremely valuable. Meng Lei collected it carefully, planning to comprehend it all when he had time in the future. There were more than 300 fragments of the remaining 3 series of law fusion fragments, which Meng Lei also put away, preparing to slowly comprehend them in the future. Then, Meng Lei opened the other boxes of magic crystals, boxes of magic grids. Ding! A dropped item was found. Do you want to pick it up? The system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! Picked up successfully, obtained the bloodline of the god of death. Do you want to fuse it? Bloodline of the god of death? A hint of surprise flashed in Meng Lei's eyes. The god of death is one of the most terrifying races in the vast universe. Although their numbers are small, each one is extremely powerful. He didn't hesitate. A strange gray energy instantly surged into Meng Lei's body, quickly spreading to his limbs and bones, penetrating every corner of his body. In an instant, wisps of gray smoke emerged from Meng Lei's body, as if his body was spontaneously combusting. This scene shocked Duodora slightly. Monrei, what's wrong with you? It's okay, I just accidentally awakened the bloodline of the god of death, and it's in the awakening state now. Meng Lei gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain coming from all directions, giving Dodora a reassuring smile. Although the fusion process was painful, he was able to bear it. Bloodline of the god of death? Duodora gasped. You've actually awakened the death god bloodline again? Oh my god, what kind of freak are you? Monrei grinned. Thick gray smoke continued to billow out, and he exuded a strong smell of death. His skin turned from yellow to gray. 10 minutes later, the bloodline of the god of death was finally integrated, and Meng Lei's skin turned completely gray, with no other changes. No, there is one more thing, there is an extra gray vertical pupil between Meng Lei's eyebrows. Apart from this, nothing else has changed. Dodora, is this what the Death God clan is like? Meng Lei was very surprised. When fusing with other bloodlines, he would transform into the appearance of the corresponding race, such as the god-killing rat, the 100-armed giant, the netherworld phoenix, the ancient tree of life, the frozen god clan. Only the bloodline of the god of death is a special case. Apart from the skin turning gray and an extra vertical pupil between the eyebrows, there are no other changes. It is very strange. The Death God clan has no fixed appearance. Dodora's expression was complicated. Their biggest signs are gray skin and eyes of death. Eyes of death? Meng Lei waved his hand casually, and a water mirror appeared in front of him, reflecting his current appearance. This thing between my eyebrows is the eye of death? What's its use? It's very useful. Dodora explained. Whether it's a god or a demon, the attacks they excel at are usually physical attacks or divine attacks. But in addition to the 2 conventional attack methods mentioned above, the Death God clan also possesses another extremely terrifying killing move, the soul attack. This is the legendary Eye of Death. Dodora sighed. The Eye of Death can directly strike the enemy's soul, almost killing them in one blow if they are of equal strength. Moreover, it can devour the enemy's soul to strengthen its own soul, and there are absolutely no side effects. Oh my god, this is too perverted. Meng Lei couldn't help but gasp. Attacking the soul and killing it with one blow, and even devouring the enemy's soul to strengthen himself, is simply perverted to the extreme. It's just so perverted. Dodora sighed. The reason the Death God clan is called the Death God clan is because of this extremely perverted Eye of Death. Abnormal. Too abnormal. Meng Lei glanced at the attribute panel and found that the fusion degree of the bloodline of the God of Death was only 32%. He increased it to 100% without hesitation. Consumed 68 divine crystals. Obviously, the bloodline of the God of Death is also a powerful bloodline of the true God, not the bloodline of the ancient god. Meng Lei continued to examine the remains of demons and monsters. He saw boxes of them, including the heart of a fire demon, the eyes of a succubus, and the severed limbs of powerful monsters. Ding! Found a dropped item. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! Picked up successfully, obtained the yellow spring ghost bloodline. Do you want to fuse it? No fusion. Ding! Picked up successfully, got. Meng Lei was not very interested in these debris, so he sent them all to the Tower of Time for the golden tree to enjoy. After the golden tree ate the massive amount of debris provided by Meng Lei, it grew a little taller, but not much. Seeing this, Meng Lei couldn't help but feel worried. How long will it take for this tree to grow up? But there is no other way, I can only take care of it slowly. After collecting the boxes of wreckage, boxes of weapons appeared in front of him. There were magic weapons and divine weapons, and their levels were not low. The lowest ones were mid-level divine weapons and magic weapons. I don't need mid-level divine and magical weapons, but the old Dean and the others do. Meng Lei collected all the mid-level divine and magical weapons, leaving only a dozen high-level divine and magical weapons. Those weapons exuded surging divine and magical fluctuations. These are all mine. After another round of crazy looting, Meng Lei made a fortune. The treasure house of the Ice Demon Mansion Lord did not disappoint him. He made a fortune this time. Since he had made money, he naturally had to spend it. This time, Meng Lei chose to strengthen his divine body. Although he had killed the Ice Demon Palace Master, he knew that his strength was only comparable to that of an ordinary great demon god. This was not acceptable. Most palace palace lords are mid-level great demons, how could he fall behind? Ding! The host's current physique is comparable to the early stage of a superior god. After strengthening, it will reach the middle stage of a superior god. The estimated strengthening cost, 60 million divine crystals. The system replied coldly. Strengthen immediately. Meng Lei snorted. He had no money before, but now he has a lot of money. A mere 60 million divine crystals is nothing. I can still afford it. His wealth instantly decreased by 60 million divine crystals. At the same time, Meng Lei felt that his divine body was like riding on a rocket and began a new round of strengthening. 1x, 2x, 3x, 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. After the strengthening was completed, Meng Lei felt that his divine body was more than 100 times stronger than before, and endless power surged from his body. He had never had such a strong sense of power. If the Ice Demon Palace Master stood in front of me right now, I would definitely be able to fight him head-on. After leaving the Ice Elemental Plane, the two returned to the Ice Demon Temple. The 9 Nether Sky-devouring python was still frozen in the 9 Nether mysterious ice. Meng Lei untied the mysterious ice and released it. As soon as the 9 Nether Sky-swallowing python escaped, it unexpectedly pounced directly at Meng Lei. Although the 9 Nether mysterious ice had sealed its body, it had not frozen its soul and consciousness, and its mind remained clear. While being frozen, it was not scared at all. Instead, it hated Meng Lei so much that it vowed to kill him and avenge its master. Dare you attack me? Meng Lei snorted coldly and suddenly punched out. The iron fist hit the 9 Nether Sky-swallowing python's nose hard. With a crisp sound, the 9 Nether Sky-swallowing python's nose instantly caved in. Meng Lei's figure flashed and appeared above the head of the 9 Nether swallowing sky python. He stepped down heavily with his right foot, and with a loud bang, a huge hole was stepped out on the huge head. Ouch! The 9 Nether Sky-swallowing python let out a mournful wail, blood gushing out of its 7 orifices, and then it fell heavily to the ground, motionless, its head crushed to pieces by Meng Lei. Meng Lei made a move and dug out a magic grid from the broken head. The Eye of Death suddenly activated, extracted the soul of the 9 Nether Sky-swallowing python from the divine grid, and then swallowed it. Ding! Kill one 9 Nether Sky-swallowing python and obtain 4.9 million divine crystals. You're overestimating yourself. Meng Lei snorted coldly, then casually placed the 9 Nether Sky-swallowing python's corpse in the Tower of Time, tossing it to the golden tree to enjoy. His mindset had already opened up. Instead of relying on devouring life essence to enhance his divine body, it would be better to directly use super strengthening. Although super enhancement is expensive, the effect is excellent and there are no side effects. It is far more effective than devouring the essence of life. Dodora, let's go back. The two returned along the same route and arrived at Ice Demon City again a day later. From leaving to returning, including the delay along the way, it took exactly 3 days. However, after returning to the Ice Demon City, Meng Lei found that there was no festive atmosphere in the city. Mon Lei, where's your birthday banquet? Dodora looked at the quiet Ice Demon City, suppressed a smile and said, they don't take you, the new palace master, seriously at all. Isn't this exactly what I want? Meng Lei responded calmly, without much anger. 25th birthday? He had just said it casually, looking for an excuse to lash out. Things developed just as he expected. The more than 10 great demons in the Ice Demon City didn't take his words to heart at all. They clearly don't care. Let's meet these daring demons. I want to see how they explain themselves. Meng Lei said directly, all the great demons of Ice Demon City, get out here. His voice instantly spread throughout the Ice Demon City, causing an uproar. The demons, still recovering from their recent ordeal, fled from their homes like frightened birds, their faces filled with terror as they gazed towards Meng Lei's figure in the sky. Swish, swish, swish. More than 10 great demons quickly responded to the call and rushed to Meng Lei. It turns out that the Lord of the Mansion has returned. Greetings, Lord Palace Master. These great demons appeared to be extremely polite, bowing respectfully and with great courtesy. I see. You did a great job. Very good. Meng Lei couldn't hide his anger. How dare you ignore my words? How on earth did you do it? What do you mean, Lord Palace Master? The great demons pretended to be surprised. Don't know? Then let me remind you. Meng Lei said coldly, didn't I tell you something when I left Ice Demon City 3 days ago? Why is there no movement in the city? Master, are you referring to a birthday banquet? A great demon explained, Master, you should ask the palace guards for matters like birthday banquets, not us. This matter is not our responsibility. When Lord Cardo was in power, he never expected us to do such a thing. We are great demon gods, not the Lord's lackeys. That is. More than 10 great demons appeared respectful on the surface, but their eyes flashed with obvious disdain and sarcasm. It's true that you defeated Cardo and became the new lord of the palace, but don't even think about ordering us around. How can we, the great demon god, do such a despicable job? Very good, very good. Meng Lei smiled grimly, his eyes fixed on the dozen or so great demon gods. Since you dare to disobey the orders of this lord, don't blame me for getting angry. Hearing this, all the great demon gods burst into laughter. Master, you are joking. The lord of the mansion is such a joke. Are you kidding? Who's kidding you? Since you don't take me, the palace master master, seriously, then there's no need for you to exist. Meng Lei burst into anger without hesitation. In his eyes, these great demons are walking treasure houses. How can he let them go easily? Since you don't take me, the palace master, seriously, then forget about your continued existence. Meng Lei said coldly, go and accompany your ice demon palace master to hell. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of more than 10 great demons suddenly changed, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Kill him. Master, please don't go too far. Even though you are the new master, don't think you can order us around. We, the great demon gods, are not slaves. Master, let me be frank. If you want to maintain your position as master, you still need our support. That's why Master Cardo always treated us with courtesy, unlike you who are so arrogant and reckless now. I'm a well-known figure in Ice Demon City. Without our cooperation, your decree won't be able to reach the Mansion Lord's mansion. Are you done? Meng Lei stared at these great demons coldly. The great demons thought Meng Lei had been persuaded and softened their tone. Master Palace Master, this Ice Demon City has never belonged to you alone. As long as you treat us with courtesy, we are willing to respect you as the new Palace Master, and everyone will benefit. Master Palace Master has just arrived in Ice Demon City and may not be familiar with the situation here. We understand your previous rudeness. Yes. Are you finished? The smile on Meng Lei's face slowly faded. Seeing Meng Lei's expression suddenly change, the group of great demon gods immediately realized that the situation might not be as they expected, and they all asked, Master Palace Master, what do you mean by this? Now that you've said that, go die. Meng Lei's aura exploded. Without you, this Ice Demon City will only become better, more stable, and easier to control. Boy, do you really want to break up with us? A great fire demon god had an ugly expression on his face. Tear off our reputation? You're not worthy. Meng Lei sneered. Let me tell you, from the moment I stepped into the Ice Demon City, I had no intention of letting you go. Boy, you are too arrogant. You think you can do whatever you want just by killing Lord Cardo? Don't dream. You're dreaming about running wild here. You killed Lord Cardo simply because he was exhausted. Do you think you are qualified to be Lord? A powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Meng Lei was too lazy to say anything more. A light purple cold current suddenly burst out from his body and spread out in an instant, covering an area of 1,000 miles. It was the 9 nether mysterious ice. Crack! The 9 nether ice, a seemingly light, floating purple mist, froze the body instantly upon contact. Within moments, over a dozen great demon gods felt their movements sluggish, their bodies seemingly frozen. Damn it! Break it for me! The great demons exploded in shock and anger. Boom 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 boom. Flames ignited, demonic energy spread, black winds blew violently, lightning and thunder flashed, and the purple cold current that was wrapped around his body was instantly shaken away. Boy, you want to kill us? Do you have the ability? Everyone, come together and kill him. Ice Demon City will be ours. They glanced at Meng Lei coldly, but were surprised to find that the dense black spears in the surrounding void were like a dragnet, surrounding all directions, the sky and the ground, blocking all escape routes. Excuse me. Meng Lei was floating not far away and said with a smile, when you just dispersed the 9 nether mysterious ice, I had already deployed the netherworld divine spear to prevent you from escaping. What's going on? Looking at the countless black spears that trapped them, the great demons' faces were extremely gloomy. They never expected that Meng Lei really wanted to wipe out the entire clan. Boy, do you really think you can kill so many of our great demon gods by yourself? A great thunder demon roared. How do you know if you don't try? Meng Lei snapped his fingers and said calmly, pay attention, I'm about to take action. As soon as the voice fell, Meng Lei teleported in front of the thunder demon god, a smile on his lips. Let's start with you first. Killing me is not that easy. The whole body of the great demon Lord Thunder was shaking. At the critical moment, his demonic nature erupted, emitting a brilliant black lightning. He suddenly punched towards Meng Lei with extreme ferocity. You're overestimating yourself. Meng Lei chuckled and threw a punch back lightly. The two fists collided, and accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, the entire arm of the thunder demon god exploded, leaving only white bones. The great demon god of thunder screamed and looked at Meng Lei in disbelief. Why is your demonic body so strong? Haven't you heard the saying, when you haven't seen someone for 3 days, you should look at them with new eyes? Meng Lei shook his head leisurely, stretched out his hand and pointed a finger at the forehead of the thunder demon god. Crack! A blood hole suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. The thunder demon god's whole body stiffened, his eyes gradually dimmed, and finally he was silent. Meng Lei thought and sent the demonic body of the great demon god of thunder into the Tower of Time, giving it to the golden tree to enjoy. The life essence of an ordinary great demon god was enough for it to grow a little. From Meng Lei's action to the death and disappearance of the great demon Lord Lei Mo, all this happened in a flash, and the other great demon gods were immediately horrified. They witnessed the fierce battle between Meng Lei and Lord Cardo throughout the whole process, and thought they knew Meng Lei's strength very well. Apart from the netherworld divine fire, Meng Lei's demonic body was only at the level of an ordinary great demon god. Because of this, they are not afraid of Meng Lei at all, so they dare to treat Meng Lei's words as nonsense. They firmly believed that no matter how strong Meng Lei was, he would never be a match for them together. However, at this moment, they realized that they had seriously underestimated Meng Lei. He killed the Thunder Demon with just one punch. Such a terrifying body was definitely not that of an ordinary demon. He's at least a mid-level great demon god. Damn it! We were tricked by him. The great demons were shocked, angry and regretful. If they had known that Meng Lei was so powerful, they would not have dared to confront him head-on, which would have been tantamount to seeking their own death. Whose turn is it next? Meng Lei's eyes swept across the remaining great demons and quickly locked onto the great flame demon. You were the loudest just now, so you're the next one. No, don't! The great demon Lord of Fire was terrified and begged desperately, but it was too late. Another finger pierced through its head. The third one? Meng Lei continued to look at the remaining great demons, frightening them to death. With a single finger, he instantly killed each great demon. This cruelty made them tremble with fear. How many fingers can they hold? Have mercy, Lord. We were wrong. Please have mercy, we were wrong. The remaining great demons all knelt on the ground, kowtowed repeatedly, and begged for mercy in hoarse voices. Kneel down and beg for mercy? How can that be allowed? Meng Lei raised his eyebrows and said, hurry up and get up. You are the great demon gods. If you kowtow to me and beg for mercy, I'm really afraid of shortening my life. Grown-ups. Meng Lei has never been merciful, so how could he let them go easily? In just a few breaths, another 7 or 8 great demons died. The only 3 left were so scared that they ran away. How could they dare to stay for a moment longer? At this moment, they ignored the dense black spears in the sky and rushed towards the spears. Even though they were burned by the netherworld divine fire, they did not retreat at all. Seeking your own death. Meng Lei shook his head slightly, and the eyes of death between his eyebrows slowly opened. A gray beam of light shot out and accurately hit the back of the head of a great demon god. The great demon froze in place instantly, his soul being pulled out of his sea of consciousness by a gray beam of light and then sucked into the eye of death. Gurgle. A pure spiritual power surged out from the eye of death and poured into Meng Lei's sea of consciousness, quickly strengthening his spiritual fire. Tisk, so comfortable. Meng Lei couldn't help but exhale, almost uttering a sigh of relief. The eyes of death could indeed devour the soul, transforming it into pure spiritual power to strengthen himself. It truly lived up to its reputation. Bah! Ding! Kill the great demon of laziness and obtain 4.4 million divine crystals. The system prompt sounded at the perfect moment. At this moment, the great demon god of laziness, who had lost control of his soul, began to fall freely towards the ground. Meng Lei waved his hand and sent it into the Tower of Time and handed it to the golden tree. 2 left. Meng Lei looked at the 2 remaining great demons. They had already passed through the circle of black spears and fled into the distance. Although the netherworld fire was burning on their bodies, they were desperate to escape as quickly as possible, wishing they had 2 more legs. What a pity! Meng Lei teleported behind one of the great demons, the eyes of death opened again, and his soul was sucked away. Then the other end was harvested. Ding! Kill the Yellow Springs demon god and obtain 3.9 million divine crystals. Ding! Kill a Howling demon lord and obtain 4.1 million divine crystals. Duodora flew over and couldn't help but applaud and praise. In less than a minute, you killed 13 great demons. Now you are really a master. Meng Lei laughed loudly and sent the bodies of the last 2 great demons into the Tower of Time. Then he took out the magic grids of the 11 great demons he had killed before and completely destroyed their souls. This is very simple. Just open the eyes of death and you can separate their souls from their godhead, then crush them, kill them, and take the purest power of the soul for yourself. Ding! Kill the Thunder Demon King and obtain 5.2 million divine crystals. Ding! Kill the Great Flame Demon and obtain 5.3 million divine crystals. Ding! Kill the Wind Demon God and obtain 4.8 million divine crystals. After continuous operations, Meng Lei not only harvested about 50 million divine crystals but also obtained a large amount of pure divine soul power. His divine soul strength was greatly improved, and he took a big step towards the middle stage of the upper god. This is really refreshing. Meng Lei looked at the sky that had calmed down again and said to Dodora, Dodora, from now on, the Ice Demon Mansion is my territory. Congratulations, Lord Meng Lei. Dodora bowed respectfully. Get up, Butler Dodora. Meng Lei laughed heartily, his gaze sweeping across the entire Ice Demon City. His voice boomed like thunder. From today on, I am the new lord of the Ice Demon Palace. 3 days from now, I will be celebrating my 25th birthday. All demons above the rank of Great Demon King are welcome to attend. The roar of thunder echoed throughout the Ice Demon City, ringing in the ears of every demon. 3 days passed in a flash. All the demons above the rank of Great Demon King in the Ice Demon City have come out and gathered at the new Mansion Lord's Mansion, in the center of the Ice Demon City to attend the birthday banquet of the new Mansion Lord. The new master has spoken, how dare they not come? What's more, they all have their own ulterior motives. Didn't they see that millions of palace guards were wiped out and the new palace lord didn't even have a single subordinate? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I can please the new lord and gain his respect, I will have great potential. Therefore, all the demons who were qualified to attend the birthday party dressed up and brought generous birthday gifts, hoping hoping that their wishes would be fulfilled. At this moment, in the new lord's mansion. This so-called new mansion was where Meng Lei deliberately moved the Ice Demon Temple on the top of the Ice Demon Snow Mountain. The temple was made entirely of ice magic crystals and stood in the center of a huge deep pit. Towering and majestic, solemn and majestic. Meng Lei sat on the throne, receiving the demons who came to celebrate his birthday, examining their gifts, his behavior a little vulgar. However, no demon dared to sneer, but instead secretly rejoiced. Since the new master loved money so much, things would be easy. This mansion master is very satisfied with your birthday gift. Meng Lei then turned to a flame demon god and asked, "What's your name? Are you willing to become a palace guard?" "I am DeWalt, a humble servant, and I am willing to serve the lord of the mansion at my whim." The flame demon god fell to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly in excitement. Meng Lei nodded slightly. "You can serve as the captain of the palace guards. This palace master appoints you as the captain of the first brigade of the palace guards." "Thank you, Lord Mansion Master. Thank you, Lord Mansion Master. I will be loyal and dedicated to you." The fire demon god named DeWalt was extremely excited and kowtowed repeatedly, while the other demons cast envious glances at him. The new palace guards have not yet been formed, and their specific organization is not clear, but according to the previous palace guard rules, DeWater can be said to have jumped to a high position. The palace guards are divided into 10 battalions, each with 1,000,000 men. The battalion leader not only commands the 1,000,000 palace guards, but is also directly led by the palace lord. In the Ice Demon City, apart from the palace lord, no one's status can match that of these 10 captains. They can be said to be second to none and above 10,000 people. Monray waved for Duarte to sit down for a moment and turned his gaze to the next demon. "May the lord of the mansion live a long and blessed life." The demon bowed respectfully and presented a birthday gift. Meng Lei glanced at him, looking impatient. He waved his hand and said, "Go away." The demon retreated tremblingly. This went on repeatedly, and Meng Lei examined them one by one without getting tired. Those who meet the requirements for birthday gifts will be allowed to join the palace guards. If the gift satisfies him, he will be promoted to team leader, squadron leader, or even brigade leader. Time passed slowly, and 3 days went by in a flash. A steady stream of birthday-celebrating demons came one after another, and Meng Lei was very patient. The birthday gifts given by the demons varied in size, but as time went by, Meng Lei's wealth expanded to 900 million divine crystals in just 3 days. 900 million divine crystals are enough for me to do many things. For example, I can elevate my divine body to the late stage of the upper god spirit, or upgrade various magical powers. Meng Lei couldn't help but feel proud inwardly. TSK, this feeling of lying down and collecting money is so cool. Just as Meng Lei was happily receiving the birthday gift, suddenly a cold shout exploded like thunder, echoing over the Ice Demon City. "Where is the Ice Demon Palace Master? What's that noise? Could it be? Is there someone coming to challenge the Lord of the Mansion again?" As soon as the voice came out, all the demons in the Ice Demon City were shocked. They looked up at the sky one by one, their faces full of fear and worry. The great battle a few days ago is still vivid in our minds. Countless demons, including tens of millions of palace guards, died tragically. Now someone comes to challenge us again. Who wouldn't be panicked? I've only been the Lord of the Mansion for a few days, and someone's already looking for trouble? Great, this is quite lively. As soon as Meng Lei finished speaking, his figure flashed and he disappeared from the throne in an instant. When he appeared again, he had flown above the Ice Demon City, his eyes locked on the demon who was looking for him. Meng Lei stared at the demon in front of him, a strange look flashed in his eyes, and he felt a very familiar breath from the other party. "Who are you?" The man frowned slightly, with a defiant look on his face, and said coldly, "I'm looking for the Ice Demon Palace Master, not you." "Sorry, I am the Lord of the Ice Demon Palace." Meng Lei flicked his fingers and spoke in a calm tone. "You are the Ice Demon Palace Master? What a joke." The visitor snorted coldly. "If I remember correctly, isn't the Ice Demon Palace Lord the same as the Cardo Palace Lord? He's the great Ice Demon. That was all long ago." Meng Lei shook his head. "I've killed Cardo. I'm now the new master of the Ice Demon Palace." "You killed Cardo?" The visitor's expression changed slightly, and shock flashed in his eyes. Every lord of the 108 prefectures in the Netherworld Demon Kingdom is the strongest being in each prefecture, or at least a mid-level great demon god. Over countless years, the masters of the 108 prefectures have frequently encountered challenges, but only a few have truly succeeded. And Meng Lei actually did it and killed the Ice Demon Lord with his own hands. How powerful is he? The visitor looked at Meng Lei again, and his attitude was obviously much more relaxed. After all, every palace lord has a lofty status, and their strength alone is enough to make him in awe. "Tell me, what do you want from me? Are you here to challenge me?" Meng Lei asked calmly. "Dear Lord of the Ice Demon Palace, I am August Haymans Bartholomew Holmes Cyril Lawrence Barthollis, the special envoy of the Demon Kingdom." The visitor introduced himself solemnly. "You can call me Envoy Hollister." He continued, "In the middle of next month, the Dark Sky Curtain will soon open. I hope the Palace Master will go to the Magic City on time and meet up with the other Palace Masters." Dark Sky? Meng Lei was slightly stunned, and various rumors about the dark sky curtain quickly emerged in his mind. He trembled slightly involuntarily and then nodded and said, "I will be there on time. The message has been delivered. I'll take my leave now." The visitor bowed slightly, turned around and left quickly. "Manlei, what exactly is the dark sky?" Dodora asked curiously. Menglei took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Dodola, have you heard of the king of Kangmang, king of the vast realm?" Dodora shuddered and whispered, "Are you talking about that great being who is as famous as the four lords of the void world?" "Yes, it's him." Menglei nodded slightly. "There are four masters in the vast universe. They are high above all gods, demons, main gods, and demon ancestors. They are truly gods among gods and demons among demons. They are supreme and dominate the entire universe. They are the Lord of Life, the Lord of the Sky, the supreme god of the underworld and the king of death. It is no exaggeration to say that these four overlords are great beings standing at the top of the pyramid, and they are also the four most powerful people in the vast universe. The main gods can only pale in comparison with them. The king of Kangmang was comparable to the four overlords, which shows how terrifying he was, but it is a pity that the king of Kangmang died mysteriously. There are many different opinions about the reason for his fall, but he did fall. Why are you suddenly mentioning King Kangmang? What is his relationship with the dark sky? Dodora asked puzzledly. You should know that among the four great overlords, the Lord of Life, the Lord of the Sky, the supreme god of the underworld and the king of death, all rose from the supreme heaven and the supreme underworld. Only the king of the wilderness came from a grassroots background. Menglei said slowly. That's right. Duadala nodded. Back then, the king of Desolate roamed the vast universe. His deeds have long since become legends, talked about by countless beings with relish. The king of Desolate in the legends is indeed a grassroots person from a lower plane. According to the memory of Lord Cardo, before becoming the Lord God and even the Overlord, the Lord of the Desolate was once the Lord of a medium plane. Menglei explained, the intermediate plane behind the dark sky is the plane he once refined. It is called the vast plane. Dodora was stunned. I can't confirm whether this news is true or not, but this is what Lord Cardo remembers. Even many masters in the netherworld continent believe that the intermediate plane behind the dark sky has a close connection with the king of Kangmang. Menglei said with a wry smile. In other words, the dark sky is actually a space crack? Dodora asked with a frown. To be more precise, it's a space door. Menglei seemed a little excited. Every 30,000 years, the dark sky curtain will open once. At that time, all the masters of the nether continent will gather in front of the dark sky curtain to compete for a place in the vast plane. Good opportunity. Still want to compete? Dodora asked in surprise. That's right. Menglei nodded. The dark sky curtain only allows 36 people to pass through at a time. Once the number reaches 36, it will be temporarily closed and no one else will be allowed to enter. Menglei sighed and said, 30,000 years ago, Lord Cardo once attempted to enter the dark sky curtain, but he was not strong enough and failed to qualify. Only 36 people are allowed in? Dodora asked doubtfully. How fierce is the competition then? It's very intense. Menglei said with certainty. Countless demons from across the netherworld continent are participating in this competition, just to compete for these 36 spots. You can imagine how brutal this competition is. It's truly shocking. Dodora nodded slightly. Since the competition is so fierce, there must be some treasure hidden in the vast plane, otherwise it wouldn't attract so many demon gods. A treasure? Lord Cardo has never seen it, but it is said that someone has found the skeleton of the demon ancestor and even the demon ancestor's weapon in the vast plane. Menglei said, the skeleton of the demon ancestor? The demon ancestor's weapon? Dodora's whole body trembled. The demon ancestor is equivalent to the Lord God. Isn't the demon ancestor's skeleton the Lord God's remains? Isn't the ancestral demon artifact the Lord God's artifact? If this is true, the vast plane is definitely extraordinary. Duadala took a deep breath. Besides this, is there any other news about the vast plane? The vast plane is extremely dangerous. It's said that in addition to the experts from the netherworld continent, there are also masters from hell, the abyss, the underworld, and other planes. Menglei said, when the time comes, countless experts will gather in the vast plane to engage in fierce competition and treasure hunting. The dangers there are immense. What's even more terrifying is that there are also indigenous creatures from the vast plane. They are the real threat and the most dangerous. The news that the dark sky curtain was about to open completely disrupted Menglei's plans. He had originally intended to challenge the lords of the 108 prefectures, but now it seemed that this plan was obviously going to be shelved. He must go to the vast plane. Dodola, I have to go back, Menglei said after thinking for a moment. Dodola raised an eyebrow. Every time the dark sky curtain opens, it will last for at least 20 years, which is too long. I have to deal with the affairs of the sky continent first before I can leave peacefully. Menglei explained. It's indeed quite long. Dodora nodded slightly. For demons and void gods, 20 years was but a fleeting moment, but for Menglei, it was an unbearable length of time. After all, he was only in his 20s. Afterwards, Menglei released the fallen angel's clone and continued to collect birthday gifts while he took Dodora away from the ice demon mansion. A day later, the two returned to the bright continent. The old man was surprised to see them and asked, "You've only been away for a short time, and you've already dealt with the nether continent?" "I have to come back for something urgent," Meng Lei replied. He took out 2 godheads and more than 10 soul crystals. "Old Dean, these are 2 upper-level godheads and 16 soul crystals. Please keep them." The old man was shocked and couldn't help but exclaimed, Higher godhood? "Yes, it's a higher godhead," Meng Lei explained with a smile. "One is a fusion of 3 laws, and the other is a fusion of 2 laws. I'll give it to you. It's up to you whether to fuse them or not." Previously, he had given the old man 5 lower-level godheads. As long as the old man could fuse them all, he would have 5 divine clones and directly become a peak-level middle-level god. At this moment, as long as the old man can integrate 2 of the laws, he can be promoted to a superior god. If he can integrate 3, he can reach the realm of a mid-level superior god. In other words, even if he becomes a middle-level god by fusion of divine nature, the old man still has a glimmer of hope to step into the ranks of upper-level gods. However, if the old man chooses to merge with the higher godhood, he will become a higher god in one leap. But what comes with it is the complete blockage of his path to cultivation. Unless Meng Lei can find a higher-level main godhead for the old man to merge with, there is no possibility for him to improve. And these, Meng Lei took out a few more high-level artifacts and a bunch of miscellaneous treasures. "Take all of these, use them anytime, you won't be short of them." As soon as he finished speaking, he took Dora away, leaving the old man standing there in a daze. After returning to the sky continent, Meng Lei found Puhaman and others and distributed divine powers, divine weapons, divine soul crystals and various treasures. The divine nature must be integrated as quickly as possible, and immigration work must also be accelerated. Meng Lei urged, "I hope that by the time I return, the immigration work will have achieved initial results. I will definitely live up to my master's trust." Puhaman and others bowed in response. Afterwards, Meng Lei came to the Warcraft village again. Over the years, the villagers of Warcraft village have experienced earth-shaking changes in strength with the accumulation of a large amount of resources, and even many powerful sanctuary masters have emerged, including Captain Hades, Uncle Leo, Jonah, Joseph, Andrew and more than a dozen others. Elders like Hades remain in the village, while young people like Jonah, Joseph and Andrew embark on adventures across the continent. The appearance of the village has also changed dramatically. The simple thatched houses of the past have disappeared, replaced by brand new luxurious buildings. There are also many new faces in the village, including women who have married into the village and children born in recent years. Except for the familiar people, everything in the village looked brand new, which made Meng Lei feel a little unfamiliar. Things and people have really changed. Meng Lei originally wanted to reminisce with old friends like Hades, but when he saw the village today, his mood turned dull. He casually threw out a few lower-level godheads and planned to leave quietly. "Boss, is that you?" Suddenly, an excited voice sounded in Meng Lei's mind. "Boss, it's you." A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and a magical beast appeared before his eyes. It was 10 feet tall, with wings on its back, but its body was as strong as a giant ape. It was Meng Lei's first magical pet, the Titan Dragon Ape. "Boss, you're finally back." Teddy threw himself into Meng Lei's arms, tears welling up in his eyes with excitement. "Teddy missed you so much." "Boss, don't cry, you're a demigod-level monster now. Why are you still crying? Are you afraid that the monsters in the monster forest will laugh at you?" Meng Lei teased with a smile. "Good opportunity. They dare." Teddy snorted. "If anyone dares to laugh at me, I'll beat them to a pulp." Alright, I know you're awesome." Meng Lei stroked Teddy's head and said, "Weren't you staying in the palace before? Why are you back to the monster forest?" "Boss, you're off and away, and the palace is too boring, so I ran away." Teddy wrinkled his nose. "I'm a Warcraft, and the Warcraft forest is more comfortable." "Boss, you don't know, I'm one of the 4 kings of the Warcraft forest now. I'm really powerful." "The 4 kings?" Meng Lei raised an eyebrow. "Why not the Great King? I can't beat the 3 of them, so I can only be 4th." Teddy said helplessly. "Who are these 3? Meng Lei asked curiously. "The Azure Bull Dragon, the Titan Giant Ape, and the Golden Carp." Teddy said gloomily. "They are the 3 kings of the Warcraft forest. They have long dominated this place and have become gods." Meng Lei nodded, and his spiritual sense spread out, quickly reaching the center of the Warcraft forest. What came into view was a boundless lake. At the bottom of the lake lurked a 10,000-foot-long green bull dragon and a crystal-clear golden carp, emitting pure divine power. They were both lower-level divine beasts. In the forest not far from the lake, a 1,000-foot-tall gorilla was sleeping soundly, with its saliva flowing out for more than 10 meters, like a waterfall. Meng Lei sighed. "I never thought that these 3 kings would be hidden in the center of the Warcraft forest." "Boss, what are you mumbling about?" Teddy asked confusedly. "Nothing." Meng Lei smiled and took out a higher godhood and handed it to Teddy. "Teddy, integrate these into it, and you will be able to defeat them." After leaving the Warcraft village, Meng Lei went to the underground world and gave a higher-level soul grid to another magical pet, Xiaojin, and then went to the new Dragon Island. After several years, the dragons have settled down on the new Dragon Island. They occupy volcanoes, lakes, deserts, and forests, and build their own own nests. New Dragon Island has completely become the territory of giant dragons. The dragons often soar in the sky, and the scene is spectacular. As the Dragon King, Fatty has lived a very comfortable life over the years, commanding tens of thousands of dragons and owning an entire continent. His life can be described as very carefree. As soon as he arrived at the new Dragon Island, Meng Lei saw the fat man pressing a female dragon and rolling over. The female dragon's hoarse screams could be heard from far away. This guy is such an idiot. Meng Lei shook his head helplessly, casually took out a higher godhead, flicked it, and left. He had wanted to catch up with the fat man, but now there was no chance. After completing these things, Meng Lei finally let go of all his worries and returned to the Devil's Canyon. Old Dean, I'm leaving now. I'll leave the Sky Continent to you. Go ahead and don't worry. The old man nodded heavily. As long as I am still breathing, no one can cause trouble in the Sky Continent. I will definitely protect this place well. Meng Lei nodded slightly and turned to leave. You little bastard, you must come back. Meng Lei waved his hand, jumped into the spacecraft, and came to the Netherworld continent. Everything is done now. I can now head to the vast plain with peace of mind. Meng Lei gazed into the distance. First, we'll go to the capital of the Netherworld Demon Nation and meet up with the other palace masters. Having read the memories of Lord Cardo, Meng Lei naturally knew the route to the Demon City. But before leaving, he left behind the Abyss Bone Dragon's clone. With the Fallen Angel clone and the Abyss Bone Dragon clone guarding the Ice Demon Palace, it should be foolproof. Besides, the rule of the Netherworld Demon Kingdom is that it is forbidden to challenge the Lord of the Palace when the Dark Sky Curtain is opened. It seems that no one dares to take the opportunity to cause trouble. Dodora, let's go. After everything was ready, Meng Lei and Dodora set out for the Magic City together. There was not much time left before the Dark Sky opened, and Meng Lei could not delay on the road, otherwise he would definitely plunder along the way. Despite this, Meng Lei was still not idle. I now possess 940 million divine crystals. I can do a lot of things now. Meng Lei scanned the attribute panel, looking for options that could be purchased with in-game currency. He wanted to improve his strength as much as possible so that he could enter the vast plain. Race, human, original bloodline, ancient human bloodline 26%, fusion bloodlines, god-slaying rat bloodline young, nether phoenix bloodline, young, 100-armed giant bloodline young, ancient tree of life bloodline 23%, frozen protoss bloodline young, death god bloodline young, wealth value, 940 million divine crystals, constitution, golden source divine body, 1%, spirit, higher god, early stage, divine power, 200 divine crystals, innate magical powers, teleport, dark element, teleport, absolute zero, nirvana rebirth, lightning element, 9 nether mysterious ice, eye of death. Let's put the bloodline aside for now. Currently, all bloodlines cannot be used for Krypton gold. Next, let's take a look at the divine body. Golden source divine body. Increasing the degree of fusion by 1% requires 1 million divine crystals, and increasing it to 100% will cost 100 million divine crystals. The question is, how useful is it to have the golden source divine body's fusion degree reach 100%? Monroe fell into deep thought. 100 million divine crystals is not a small amount. If increasing it to 100% doesn't help much with your strength, it would be a huge loss. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, System, how many divine crystals are needed to strengthen the divine body using super enhancement? Ding! The host's current divine body is comparable to that of a mid-stage upper god. After strengthening, it will reach the late stage of a higher god. The system replied coldly, estimated cost, 900 million divine crystals. 900 million. Meng Lei took a breath. It only takes 3 million divine crystals to go from the limit of a middle-level god to the early stage of a high-level god. It costs 60 million divine crystals to upgrade a high-level god from the early stage to the middle stage. But to advance from the middle stage to the late stage of the upper gods, it actually requires 900 million divine crystals. This price is really outrageous. It's too expensive. Meng Lei smiled bitterly and finally decided to increase the fusion degree of the golden source divine body. The wealth shrank by 100 million in an instant. At the same time, an unstoppable force quickly spread throughout Meng Lei's body, penetrating into every corner of his body. Suddenly, Meng Lei's body was filled with surging golden light, and he looked like a peerless divine weapon drawn from its sheath, full of sharpness and murderous aura. This sudden change shocked Dodora. It stared at Meng Lei in amazement and couldn't help but exclaimed, Gold, the power of the gold element. The power of origin is the most fundamental and essential force that constitutes the vast universe. It complements the laws and together maintains the operation of the vast universe. If words are the rules and principles that all things must follow in their operation, then the power of origin is the entity that constitutes all things themselves, an invisible set of rules and regulations, a tangible energy substance. Although the two are opposites, they are equally powerful. Suddenly such a surging golden source power erupted. Could it be that Meng Lei's golden source divine body has been perfected? Dodora's heart was filled with shock. Break it for me. The origin divine body is extremely rare. Among the trillions of creatures creatures in the vast universe, only a few truly possess the origin divine body. They can almost be counted on one's fingers. Not only is it rare, but the cultivation of the original divine body is extremely difficult. From awakening to minor success, and then to major success, each step is more difficult than ascending to the sky. Because in the process of cultivation, one must constantly integrate the power of origin to strengthen oneself. But where is there so much power of origin to absorb? However, no matter how difficult it is, once you have cultivated it to perfection, your divine body will be composed entirely of the power of the origin, which will be extremely powerful and beyond the reach of others. But Meng Lei quietly cultivated his golden source divine body to perfection. Just as Duatala was daydreaming, the golden elemental power in Meng Lei's body became more and more surging, and the sharp murderous aura emanating from his body became more and more intense. In the end, Meng Lei seemed to be made entirely of gold. Every cell, every muscle, every bone, were completely turned into gold. To be precise, it was the original power of gold that transformed into his body, and he looked like a peerless divine weapon. This feeling is so wonderful. Meng Lei's mind moved, and a dagger that seemed to be made of gold appeared in his hand. This dagger looks ordinary and seems to be no different from an ordinary golden dagger. But Meng Lei knew that the dagger he condensed casually was extremely sharp, and its sharpness was not inferior to any higher-level divine weapon. Moreover, it is neither made of metal nor simply condensed from the power of gold, but is composed of a mysterious substance that Meng Lei cannot explain at all. This dagger is condensed from the power of the gold element. Dodora stared at the golden dagger intently. This is the first time in my life that I have seen a divine weapon condensed from pure power. The power of the gold element? Meng Lei's heart moved. Dodora, is this mysterious substance called the power of the gold element? Duatala nodded and explained, the power of origin is an extremely terrifying force. It is the most fundamental thing that constitutes all things in the world. It is purer and more advanced than fighting spirit and divine power. Of course, its destructive power is also more astonishing. Have you seen the heart of the plane? Dodora suddenly asked. Of course I have. Meng Lei nodded repeatedly. The heart of the plane is condensed from 10 basic laws and 10 original forces. Therefore, it is the most solid substance in the vast universe and is unique. Dodora explained. Then, my divine body is condensed by the original power of gold? Meng Lei asked. That's right. Your golden source divine body has reached perfection. Your body is naturally composed of the power of the gold element. Dodora said excitedly, every gene, every cell, every muscle, every hair, they are all composed of the power of the gold element. It's no exaggeration to say that you are a pile of gold-based energy. This won't affect the blood in my body, right? Meng Lei asked again. Why don't you understand yet? Dodora said anxiously. Forget it, I won't explain anymore. Try to mobilize the blood in your body yourself, and you will be surprised. Meng Lei said nothing more and silently mobilized the blood of the netherworld divine phoenix in his body. In an instant, he transformed into a majestic giant divine phoenix, but this divine phoenix was no longer black, but shining with golden light. What's happening to me? Meng Lei looked at himself in the mirror and said to himself in disbelief. See clearly, every cell in your body has been completely transformed by the power of the gold element. Even if you mobilize your bloodline to become the netherworld divine phoenix, it will be completely different from other netherworld divine phoenixes. Dodora laughed heartily. Now you should be called the golden source netherworld divine phoenix. Don't hesitate, try other bloodlines. He activated the bloodline of the god-killing rat and instantly transformed into a god-killing rat made entirely of gold, with its mane standing straight up like golden needles. This is the golden source god-killing rat. Dodora clapped his hands in admiration. Then he activated the bloodline of the 100-armed giant, and Meng Lei turned into a giant shining with golden light. His skin, muscles, and even every arm seemed to be made of gold. This is the golden source 100-armed giant. Dodora laughed again. Then, he activated the ancient tree of life, the frozen gods, and the bloodline of the god of death in turn, and they all turned into a dazzling golden color. Golden source ancient life tree. Golden source frozen god clan. The golden source death god clan. Dodora was so excited that he could hardly control himself. Dodora, is the blood in my body still the original blood? Meng Lei asked in shock. Your bloodline is still your original one, but the substance that makes it up has become the original power of gold, so your form has changed. Dodora smiled. In fact, your case is not an isolated case. Others in the god clan have also awakened their original divine bodies, just like you. Meng Lei's heart moved. Same as me? For example, the elf goddess. Dodora said, she is an elf, but she has awakened the wood source divine body, so her skin is green, which is completely different from ordinary elves. There was also a former genius from the netherworld divine phoenix clan. After awakening his fire source divine body, he eventually turned fiery red. Not to mention your steel-winged angel with the golden source divine body. Dodora continued, steel-winged angels were originally silver-white, but because that guy possessed the golden source divine body, he turned golden, completely different from ordinary steel-winged angels. In short, the bloodline is still the original bloodline, but the essence of the bloodline has changed, and the appearance has naturally changed accordingly. Dodora concluded. I see. Meng Lei nodded slightly. The appearance has changed, but how much has the combat power increased? It must have improved. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. Dodolo was full of confidence. Meng Lei returned to his human form, clenched his fists, and threw a punch hard. Boom! Boom! The force of the fist exploded, and the sky tens of millions of kilometers ahead instantly turned into a black hole. Space turbulence rolled, and strong winds raged. The demons on the earth saw the sudden black hole and showed horror. Oh my god, this is terrifying. Meng Lei was shocked. The space of the nether continent was extremely stable, and tearing it apart was much more difficult than on the sky continent. Before, his punch could only shatter an area of hundreds of thousands of miles, but now it could directly create a black hole of tens of millions of miles. Just how terrifying was this power? System, how many divine crystals are needed to use super enhancement to strengthen my divine body? He asked immediately. Ding! The host's current divine body is comparable to the late stage of the upper gods. After strengthening, it can reach the level of the great perfection upper gods. The estimated cost of strengthening is 12 billion divine crystals. The system responded quickly. It's actually comparable to the late stage of the upper gods. Meng Lei couldn't help but take a breath, secretly rejoicing in his heart that he had made a big profit. Previously, he used super enhancement to strengthen his divine body, upgrading it from the middle stage to the late stage of the upper god, which cost 900 million divine crystals. Because the price was too high, he only spent 100 million divine crystals to improve the fusion degree of the golden source divine body. Originally thought that it was just the golden source divine body that had reached perfection, but unexpectedly the incidental result was that the divine body had directly reached the late stage of the upper god. This time, he made a killing. The goal that originally required 900 million divine crystals to achieve only cost him 100 million, and the results might even be better. One punch shattered the void of tens of millions of kilometers. Dodora exclaimed in amazement, your current divine body is definitely comparable to that of a late stage upper god. Coupled with the powerful attack power of the golden source divine body, you are probably even more terrifying than the average high-level demon god. So, I now have the strength to compete with the three most powerful men in the netherworld continent? There was a sharp light flashing in Meng Lei's eyes. What? You're planning on refining the heart of the netherworld continent? Dodora raised her eyebrows slightly, shook her head, and said, unless you don't plan to enter the dark sky. Otherwise you'd better give up this idea for now. With your current soul strength, it will take hundreds or even thousands of years for you to refine the heart of a medium-sized plane. So long? Meng Lei frowned. If it hadn't taken so long, the netherworld continent's plane heart would have been secretly refined long ago. Why would it have waited until now? Duadala shook her head and said, it is precisely because refining it is extremely difficult, time-consuming, and labor-intensive that the three peerless masters of the netherworld continent can restrain each other. Meng Lei shook his head slightly. Then let's go to the vast plane first, and then I will refine the heart of the plane when I come back. I believe that by then, I will definitely be stronger. The two immediately flew towards the capital of the netherworld demon kingdom and traveled at full speed. Despite this, it still took them more than half a month to reach the demon city. Compared to the ice demon city, the demon city is much larger and more prosperous. There are countless active volcanoes in the city, with thick smoke rising and the smell of sulfur everywhere. See those smoking volcanoes? The Nether Phoenix clan loves to live in volcanoes. Although this clan is small in number, the hybrid demons with the Nether Phoenix bloodline are extremely numerous. Almost 90% of the volcanoes are occupied by them. When the two flew into the demon city, they were intercepted by a patrol of city guards. These demons had wings on their backs, but the bodies of lions. This is the Nether Demon Lion. Meng Lei laughed. They are the descendants of the Nether Divine Phoenix and the Dark Demon Lion. Not only have they inherited some of the Nether Divine Phoenix's abilities, but their fertility far exceeds that of the Divine Phoenix. When they grow up, their strength is comparable to that of a demon god. They are a very successful branch of the Nether Divine Phoenix's descendants. It's truly remarkable, Dodora exclaimed in admiration. To ensure their reproduction, many powerful races often choose to mate with races with strong fertility, producing large numbers of offspring. However, only a few truly inherit the strengths of both races. Take the dragons of the sky continent, for example. Among their many subdragons, the most successful are the hybrids of dragon and human, the dragonmen. Who are you? Don't you know that flying over the demon city is prohibited? The leading netherworld demon lion shouted sternly, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. I am the lord of the ice demon mansion, Meng Lei said with a cold expression. Break it for me. The nether demon lion's expression suddenly changed. Flying was indeed prohibited in the demon city, but it only prohibited ordinary demons. However, medium-level demon gods like the palace master had the right to fly here. Since you are the palace master, why do you seem so unfamiliar? The leading nether demon lion frowned. If I remember correctly, isn't the ice demon palace master the same as the Cardo palace Palace Master? That was all long ago. Lord Cardo has long passed away. I am the current Lord of the Ice Demon Palace. Meng Lei shook his head and released a breath of air that pressed down the team of Nether Demon Lions as if struck by lightning, causing them to fall to the ground one after another. But before they touched the ground, Meng Lei withdrew his breath and they were able to barely stabilize their bodies. For a moment, all the Nether Demon Lions looked at Meng Lei with horror in their eyes. As a place where powerful demons gather, there are many great demons in the Demon City, but very few of them possess such terrifying pressure. He's definitely a mid-level great demon god. The Nether Demon Lions didn't dare to stop him, and they kept saying, "I apologize for any offense I just caused. Please." Meng Lei nodded slightly and flew straight towards the volcano where the palace was located. The Nether Demon Lions watched him retreating, wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and felt uneasy. Who the hell is this guy? Didn't you hear him say he was the Ice Demon Palace Master? Too terrifying. The aura he exudes is even more powerful than that of several princes. When did such a master appear in the demonic kingdom? Good opportunity. The Nether Lions were shocked, but Mon Lei and Dodora continued on their way. Their appearance caused quite a stir, with the demons pointing and whispering. The weaker demons looked at him with awe, while the stronger ones burst out with fierce fighting spirit. Just like that, the two of them arrived at the largest active volcano in the Magic City. Although the volcano wasn't very high in altitude, it was incredibly massive, like a giant, thick chimney, constantly spewing thick black smoke. The volcanic mountain is inlaid with black and red crystals, emitting surging dark and fire elements, almost condensed into substance. Meng Lei, where is the imperial city of the Netherworld Demon Kingdom? Dodora stared at the thick and vast active volcano, but saw no trace of the palace, and couldn't help asking in confusion. We'll find out once we get down there. Mon Lei replied with a smile, then flew towards the crater with Dodora. As they got closer, the crater became wider and wider, and the temperature continued to rise. As they approached the crater, the temperature reached tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. Boom! In the center of this vast crater, there is an almost boundless magma lake. The magma rolled violently, releasing astonishingly high temperatures. A magnificent palace was suspended on the surface of the magma lake, like a villa on the sea. That's the palace, Meng Lei said with a smile. So the palace is here. Dodora suddenly realized. Who are you? A cold snort sounded, and then a figure came with the wind, appearing in human form, but the surging pressure and hot breath showed that his identity was extraordinary. That was none other than a pure-blooded Netherworld Divine Phoenix. It was the first time Meng Lei saw the Netherworld Divine Phoenix other than himself. He couldn't help but look at this guy carefully and even forgot to respond to the other party's questions for a moment. Who are you? The other party's voice suddenly rose an octave. Meng Lei scratched his ears and replied unhappily, I am the new Ice Demon Palace Master. After what happened before, Meng Lei was too lazy to say more and simply added the word new. The other party obviously understood and couldn't help but look at Meng Lei a few more times, with a bit of respect in his tone. Please follow me. He didn't doubt Meng Lei's identity, because there was no need to. He was about to meet the other palace masters, the princes and princesses, the nobles and ministers, and even His Majesty the Demon Emperor. If Meng Lei didn't have the true ability to impersonate the palace master, he would definitely die a miserable death. Under his guidance, Mon Lei and Dodora came to a magnificent palace. At this time, the palace was almost full of demons. All of them had surging aura and surging demonic power, and they were all ferocious and terrifying demons. Ice Demon Palace Master, please. The guide stopped at the palace gate, motioned Meng Lei to go in, and then shouted loudly, Ice Demon Palace Master has arrived. Hearing this voice, a hearty laugh rang out from the palace. Ha, Brother Cardo is finally here. I thought I'd run into you on the way, but I didn't expect you to arrive after 3 days. You're a little late this time. Do you think Cardo is as anxious as you? He is an ice demon, not a fire demon. Another teasing voice sounded. Lord of Cardo Palace? Meng Lei shook his head and chuckled, then walked into the palace. One gaze after another was cast over, and after seeing Meng Lei, all the demons had expressions of surprise, confusion, and even stupor on their faces. No, he is not Cardo. It's a stranger. Could it be? After a brief moment of stunned silence, the demons gradually reacted, whispering to each other, and realized what had happened. Who are you? Where is Brother Cardo? A fire demon covered in flames glared at Meng Lei with demonic power, staring coldly at him and shouted. Meng Lei read the memory of Lord Cardo and naturally knew this guy. His name was Kato, Lord of the Flame Demon Palace, and he had a life-and-death friendship with Cardo. Since I'm standing here, is there any need to ask about the fate of Lord Cardo? Meng Lei shook his head. But if you want to know, I don't mind telling you. I killed him. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the palace. Although they had speculated about it long ago, many palace masters, princes, princesses, nobles and ministers were still shocked when they heard Meng Lei admit it himself. Kato has been the palace master for over 40,000 years, and he was one of the strongest of the 108 palace masters. I never thought he would be killed. Do any of you know this guy? I don't know him. I've never seen him. I've never even heard of him. Strange. An unknown person actually killed the Lord of Cardo Cardo Palace. It sounds really far-fetched. Asshole. My elder brother, Kato, has held the throne of the Ice Demon Palace Lord for over 40,000 years. His strength is truly formidable. How could a young brat like you defeat him? Kato Palace Lord's demonic might surged, his eyes blazing with scorching fury. Tell me, how exactly did you plot to kill my elder brother, Kato? Meng Lei sneered, Amir Kato, do you really need to plot to harm him? You think too highly of him. How dare you look down on me, brother Cardo? The rage of the Kato Palace Lord grew fiercer, his oppressive aura lashing out at Meng Lei like a ferocious beast. Any ordinary great demon god would have been crushed to his knees by this aura. However, facing such a surging aura, Meng Lei was as calm as a breeze, without any ripples and with a calm expression. In the Netherworld continent, strength is respected. Meng Lei flicked his fingertips and said in a light tone, Kato is weaker than me, and I look down on it. Isn't this normal? What a saying, strength is everything. The Kato Palace Master's eyes blazed with fire as he demanded angrily, do you dare to fight me? A hint of joy flashed across Meng Lei's eyes, and he secretly thought, this guy in front of me is a true mid-level great demon god. Defeating him will at least get a system reward of 60 million divine crystals, as well as the space ring he carries with him. What? You don't dare? When Lord Kato saw that Meng Lei did not answer, he thought that the other party was afraid, and his voice became even colder. What am I afraid of? Meng Lei snorted coldly, if you want to fight, I will fight. Why should I be afraid of you? Lord Kato left these 3 words behind, then transformed into a streak of fire and rushed out of the palace. A smile played on Meng Lei's lips, and he followed him out. Go out and take a look. Many palace lords, princes and princesses could no longer contain their excitement and walked out of the palace and gathered above the imperial palace, looking forward to the fierce battle that was about to begin. No one stopped me. No one wanted to stop it. In the demon world, the strong are respected. If there is a disagreement, there will be a fight. The wind was cold and the smoke was billowing. Above the towering volcano, Meng Lei and the Lord of Kato faced each other from afar, their swords drawn. Not far away, the other lords of the palace, the princes and princesses, the nobles and ministers nervously watched the duel. Masters of the palaces, who do you think will win between the two of them? Asked a handsome young man. He had black hair and black eyes. He was the eldest prince of the Netherworld Demon Kingdom. He had pure blood and was as powerful as many of the masters of the palaces in the field. Palace Lord Cardo and Palace Lord Kato are equally powerful. If this person can really defeat Palace Lord Cardo, then he will definitely win. A Palace Lord answered without hesitation. The other palace masters nodded. As we all know, Cardo and Kato are brothers and their strength is almost the same. Since Mon Lei can defeat Cardo, he can definitely defeat Kato. There is no doubt about it. The palace master changed the subject, his tone tinged with suspicion. This new Ice Demon Palace Master looks very unfamiliar. If I remember correctly, there seems to have never been such a top expert in the Nether Demon Kingdom or even the entire Nether continent. Grand Prince, what you mean is? He asked, raising his eyebrows. After all, Palace Master Kato is a veteran mid-level great demon god, and it's hard for the up-and-coming ones to match him. Palace Master Cyril said with a smile, perhaps Palace Master Kato is right. This guy did use some underhanded means to defeat Kato. That makes sense. This kid looks unfamiliar. He must be a youngster who has only recently emerged. How can Amir Jr. be able to defeat the Lord of Cardo Palace? Looking across the entire Netherworld continent, there are only a handful of masters who can kill Lord Cardo, and this guy who appeared out of nowhere is definitely not one of them. Crown Prince, I'm afraid that this new Lord of the Ice Demon Palace is no match for Lord Kato? He asked with a raised eyebrow. 9 times out of 10, that's the case. He was able to kill Lord Cardo, and he probably used improper means. That must be the case. While everyone was discussing this, the battle between Meng Lei and the Lord of Kato Palace had already broken out. The Lord of Kato Palace roared angrily, you despicable brat, I will avenge Brother Cardo and make you pay dearly for your despicable actions. Before he finished speaking, a beam of fire shot out like an arrow, and the Lord of Kato Palace instantly appeared in front of Meng Lei and then threw a punch. Go to hell, bastard. The fist, with the power to tear the void, created a huge hole and headed straight for Meng Lei's head, obviously intending to smash him to pieces with one punch. Can he stop it? At this moment, all the palace lords, princes and princesses, nobles and ministers turned their eyes to Meng Lei, expecting to witness his reaction. Meng Lei shook his head slightly and said coldly, with your limited strength, you think you can kill me? You are overestimating yourself. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed it lightly. Bah! That earth-shattering punch was actually caught firmly by Meng Lei. The Lord of Kato Palace was greatly surprised, and the Lord of the Palace, the princes and princesses who were watching the battle were also stunned. Everyone was completely shocked. He actually caught the attack of Lord Kato so easily? It's my turn. Meng Lei's figure flashed, and he appeared behind the Lord of Kato Palace like a ghost. He flicked his finger and lightly hit the back of the Lord of Kato Palace's head. Crack! The sound was like a bullet piercing a watermelon, or like a steel ball breaking an egg. With just a crisp sound, a bloody hole instantly appeared between the eyebrows of Lord Kato. The Lord of Kato Palace was stiff all over, his eyes were as big as cows, and his face was full of disbelief. How can? Before he finished speaking, the light in his pupils gradually dimmed and his body fell straight down. Meng Lei waved his hand casually and froze the Lord of Kato Palace in midair. Then, in front of many lords of the palace, princes, princesses, nobles and ministers, he took out the magic power of the Lord of Kato Palace and severed his soul. Ding! Kill one flame demon and obtain 60 million divine crystals. The system prompt sounded. Meng Lei showed a satisfied smile, then took off the space ring of Lord Kato and examined it carefully. At first glance, Meng Lei's smile widened. Tsk, as expected of the palace master, the treasures he carries with him are indeed rich. System, collect all items that can be collected. A moment later, the wealth soared by 40 million divine crystals. Adding the 60 million divine crystals just now, a total of 100 million divine crystals, the 100 million divine crystals consumed before to increase the fusion degree of the golden source divine body were replenished in an instant. After dealing with all this, Meng Lei threw the body of the Lord of Kato Palace to the golden tree, turned his head to look at the Lord of the palace, the princes and princesses, the nobles and ministers present, but found that they were all staring at him in shock as if he were a monster. The scene suddenly fell into dead silence. Obviously, everyone was shocked. Monrei, these guys are scared of you. Dodora laughed and teased. There's nothing we can do. Being too strong is a disaster. Meng Lei smiled and flew towards them. He's coming. The demons suddenly became agitated. Everyone, no one should doubt my strength now, right? Meng Lei asked with a smile. The palace masters were a little embarrassed, especially Palace Master Cyril, who had previously severely belittled Meng Lei. He almost wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Using unfair means? How many palace lords present here can kill the palace lord Kato in the blink of an eye? With such terrifying strength, there is no need to use any tricks. It's beyond my expectation that the new Ice Demon Palace Master is so powerful. It's a blessing for the demon nation. I'm sure my father will be very happy when he finds out. The eldest prince smiled brightly. Everyone, our father is about to summon us. Let's go back to the meeting hall first. Everyone then returned to the previous palace. Meng Lei originally planned to find a seat at random, but the eldest prince arranged him to sit at the very top. The other palace masters did not say much about this, obviously recognizing Meng Lei's strength. In the demon world, the strong are respected. Meng Lei is stronger than them, so his status is naturally higher. Not long after everyone sat down, the demon king of the netherworld demon kingdom appeared. As soon as he sat down, he brought tremendous pressure to the palace masters present. What's going on? Greetings to His Majesty the Demon Emperor. My dear ministers, there is no need to be so polite. The demon king gestured for everyone to take a seat. His eyes swept through everyone and soon landed on Meng Lei, who was sitting at the first seat at the bottom, with a look of slight surprise. Seeing this, the eldest prince approached the demon emperor and whispered a few words in his ear. After hearing this, the demon emperor's eyes suddenly shone brightly and he slowly said, he killed Lord Kato in the blink of an eye. The new lord of the Ice Demon Palace is extremely powerful. He is truly a blessing to our nether demon nation. Demon Emperor, you are too kind. Meng Lei nodded slightly. The dark sky curtain is about to open. Hearing such good news indicates that my netherworld demon kingdom's journey to the dark sky curtain will surely yield a great harvest. The demon emperor appeared extremely pleased and turned his gaze towards Meng Lei. Ice Demon Palace Master, this trip to the dark sky curtain is now entrusted to you and the other palace masters. Your Majesty is too polite. I will do my best. Meng Lei responded with a little humility. Everyone, the demon emperor encouraged them again, then led them to the dark sky. Every time the dark sky opened, the demon emperor and the other three peerless masters would not enter. The reason was self-evident. They were afraid that the heart of the netherworld continent would be refined by others. Although they will not enter in person, the three emperors will never show mercy to the treasures brought back by those who enter. In other words, no matter what is brought out, the three emperors can take it first, then go to hell. No one will reason with you here. 3 days later, the group arrived in front of the dark sky. Before the dark curtain opened, a 100-foot-high cliff came into view. The netherworld continent was dotted with countless unusual cliffs, and cliffs 100 feet high were not uncommon. However, this cliff was unusual because it was the very spot where the dark curtain opened. For countless years, countless powerful demons have come here, eager to catch a glimpse of the dark sky. Especially when the dark sky opens, demons gather here even more. Looking around, there are densely packed demons. They come from every corner of the netherworld continent, and they all want to witness the upcoming war with their own eyes. Oh my god, so many demons. Dodora couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, and they are all very powerful. The weakest one is at the level of a demon god. The dark sky curtain opens every 30,000 years. It's a grand event that sweeps across the entire netherworld continent, attracting countless powerful individuals. Meng Lei said with a smile, they're not eligible to compete for a spot. They're here to watch the three empires battle for a spot. Have almost all the powerful men of the netherworld continent gathered here? TSK.
way, so many mid-level great demon gods and ordinary great demon gods, the number is truly astonishing, Dodora exclaimed in admiration.
The Netherworld continent truly has a profound foundation.
It's definitely one of the best among the mid-level planes I've ever seen.
This is closely related to the accumulation of the vast plane, Meng Lei said with a smile. Although the vast plane is extremely dangerous, with only 36 powerful warriors entering at any time, and most of them often die, the rewards they bring back are extremely rich.
Accumulated over countless years, it has greatly enhanced the overall strength of the Netherworld continent.
While the two were chatting, everyone had arrived at the edge of the cliff, and the person in charge of the Netherworld Demon Kingdom had already come forward to greet them.
Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, I'm honored. The Netherworld Demon Emperor waved his hand slightly and asked calmly, have the people from the other two countries arrived?
Your Majesty, the Fallen Empire and the three-headed Kingdom of Hell have not arrived yet. The person in charge bowed and replied. As he was speaking, exclamations suddenly sounded all around.
Here they come. People from the other two empires have arrived too. The show is finally starting. It's so exciting.
Meng Lei turned his head and saw two groups of people rushing towards him from afar, and soon arrived above the cliff.
Isaiah, you got here first. So what if we arrive first? Strength is the key. Isaiah responded with a sneer.
Meng Lei looked in the direction of the voice and saw that one of the two people had red hair and was sexy and charming. The other had 8 wings on his back and had a cold and majestic face. They were the other two most powerful people on the continent, Euphemia Foster, Queen of the Three-Headed Kingdom of Hell, and Alec Houdini, Emperor of the Fallen Empire.
You're here.
The three parties briefly greeted each other, and the competition for the spot began immediately. The rules of the competition are extremely simple. The three parties can send out an unlimited number of strong men to fight in a melee, and only 36 winners will be left in the end. The rules are just one word, free-for-all. Although there is no limit on the number of people in theory, there are only a handful of strong people who are actually qualified to participate, and it would be tantamount to suicide for the weak to go up.
Free-for-all? TSK, he's truly worthy of being a devil. Even the selection process is so simple and crude. Dodora couldn't help but sigh after hearing the rules. The demon world is just that straightforward,
Meng Lei said with a smile. The strong ones persevere to the end, while the weak ones are either killed or voluntarily withdraw, until only 36 people are left.
We are all middle-level demon gods, and the difference in strength is not big.
As long as we stay vigilant, the worst-case scenario is that we can escape safely.
The chance of being killed is not high, Dodola thought.
That's true.
Meng Lei nodded.
Only 3 unlucky guys died in the last melee.
Only 3? Just as I expected.
Dodola shook her head, her eyes rolling.
I wonder how many will die this time.
If possible, I hope they all die. Meng Lei licked his lips, his eyes burning with heat. A medium-sized demon god is worth 60 million divine crystals, 10 are worth 600 million, 100 are worth 6 billion, and 300 are worth a staggering 18 billion. Killing all these medium-level demon gods seems to be enough for him to break through to the state of great perfection in one fell swoop. The wild power in his body was about to surge. Meng Lei could no longer hold back and was ready to fight.
Everyone, now it all depends on your performance.
The Netherworld Demon Emperor glanced at Meng Lei and the other 108 palace masters, and gave a final encouragement. The Kangmang Plain was the territory of the Kangmang King before he became the Lord God. After years of management by him, countless treasures are hidden in it.
There are many top-level treasures among them, such as the ancestral demon weapons and the demon ancestor's skeleton. Whether you can enter and bring these treasures out depends on you.
Upon hearing the words ancestral demon weapon and demon ancestor skeleton, the palace master's eyes flashed with fiery light, unable to hide their inner desire. If we can obtain these treasures and successfully refine them in the vast plane, their power will be earth-shaking. Once he returns to the Netherworld continent, he might be able to possess the power to contend with the 3 great emperors.
Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, please rest assured, we will do our best,
the palace masters quickly assured. A strange look flashed in the Demon Emperor's eyes, and he was extremely satisfied with everyone's attitude. Let's go.
Yes, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. The 108 palace masters took off into the air and flew towards the sky.
At the same time, many powerful men from the Fallen Empire and the 3 heads of Hell also took off into the air. After flying to high altitudes, the 3 camps stood in a triangular shape. They stared at each other. The situation was tense to the extreme.
Here we go. A fierce battle is about to break out.
The demons who came to watch the battle were all extremely excited, their eyes sparkling and full of anticipation.
The melee is about to begin.
Euphemia, the voluptuous and enchanting queen of the 3-headed Kingdom of Hell, said with a smile, which side do you think will have the most people left this time? The Emperor of the Fallen Empire replied calmly, which nation has the largest population is hard to say for now, but the Netherworld Demon Nation has the smallest population, there's no doubt about that.
Hee, don't be so blunt, Isaiah will be unhappy.
Euphemia covered her sexy red lips and giggled. When teased like this before, the Netherworld Demon Emperor would have fought back long ago, but this time, far from getting angry, he smiled meaningfully and said,
there's no point in saying more. Let's wait and see. Why? Euphemia and Alec were slightly stunned when they saw this, wondering why Isaiah was a little different this time. A battle broke out in the sky. The vast plain belongs to us. The three groups of people collided with each other, and a shocking melee broke out immediately. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the sky above was turned into a black hole, and the area within billions of kilometers was filled with raging energy and space turbulence. This scene was like the end of the world. The demons watching the battle were terrified and even had the urge to run away, fearing that they would become innocent victims. There are more than 300 medium-sized demons in total from the three parties. All of them are bloodthirsty and will attack anyone who dares to approach them first. As the melee began, Meng Lei was attacked by a thunder demon and a wind demon. The thunder demon was bathed in lightning, while the wind demon rode the wind, both of them fierce and aggressive. Boy, are you new here? He, come and die for me. As soon as the two demons saw Meng Lei, they decided that he was a rookie, and they immediately pounced on him with murderous intent. Am I really being treated as a soft persimmon? Meng Lei touched his nose and muttered to himself, a newcomer is a newcomer. You're so scared that you're already stupid. Go to hell. A thunder whip appeared in the hands of the great demon god of thunder, and lashed out fiercely. This thunder whip was unusual. It was the destructive black thunder, a special magical power of the thunder demon. Only thunder demons who had cultivated to the great demon god realm could awaken it, and its power was extremely terrifying. The thunder demon was full of confidence, thinking that if he was whipped by this whip, an ordinary medium-sized demon would be crippled if not killed. How could a newcomer withstand it? However, what happened next surprised it. Facing this devastating thunder whip, Meng Lei actually grabbed it. The great demon god of thunder opened his mouth wide, unable to believe what he saw before him. He was actually caught? Come here. While it was stunned, Meng Lei pulled the thunder whip and yanked the thunder demon god over. Meng Lei snapped his fingers and touched the center of the eyebrows of the thunder demon god. With a slight sound, a blood sword spurted out from the back of the thunder demon's head, leaving a blood hole the size of a finger. The thunder demon's body stiffened, his eyes gradually dimmed, and he finally died. Meng Lei dug out the magic grid from the monster and threw its body directly into the Tower of Time. Then he turned around and stared at the wind demon lord, who was frightened into a state of shock. It's dead. It's your turn to go on the road. Meng Lei instantly appeared in front of the great demon god Fengma. A golden dagger flashed in his hand, and gently slashed across the opponent's throat. Blood splattered as a complete head was severed and soared into the sky. With a wave of his hand, Meng Lei sent the flying head and body into the Tower of Time. Who is he? Hundreds of great demons were fighting in a chaotic battle. Meng Lei's consecutive killing of two medium-sized great demons did not attract much attention. Only some bystanders began to pay attention. This guy is too brutal. He actually killed two medium-sized demon gods like this? Who is he? He's too strong. The three-headed Queen Euphemia couldn't help but ask, Isaiah, if I remember correctly, this guy should be yours, right? Her face suddenly became ugly. The two great demons, Thunder Demon and Wind Demon, who were just killed by Meng Lei, were from their three-headed kingdom of hell. The Netherworld Demon Emperor smiled slightly, his face full of satisfaction. He is from the Ice Demon Palace, and is the new Ice Demon Palace Master of our Netherworld Demon Kingdom. Ice Demon Palace Master? Euphemia said in a deep voice, I didn't expect such a ruthless character to appear under your command. It seems I underestimated your Netherworld Demon Nation. Underestimate? This is just the beginning. The Netherworld Demon Emperor shook his head and smiled. Just wait and see. My Ice Demon Palace Master will give you a huge surprise. Euphemia was too lazy to get entangled with the Nether Demon Emperor, and turned her gaze to Meng Lei in the air. The fallen Emperor Alex also stared at Meng Lei. Seeing that he could easily kill a medium-level great demon in seconds, this strength was really shocking. Although he was not a high-level great demon, he was not much different. I got 120 million divine crystals, so cool. Meng Lei's greed was completely aroused. In his eyes, these great demons in the melee were no longer his opponents, but mountains of gold and silver waiting for him to harvest. If you don't accept what God has given you, you will suffer the consequences. Even God can't bear to see so many divine crystals left unclaimed. Brother is here. Meng Lei attacked without hesitation. He teleported in front of a blood demon, suddenly pulled out its heart, squeezed it casually, and the heart exploded. A three-headed hellhound that was fighting with the blood demon nearby trembled when it saw this scene and looked at Meng Lei in horror. Killing an opponent with just one punch? What kind of terrifying power is this? The three-headed hellhound was terrified and prepared to escape, but just after it took a few steps, Meng Lei suddenly appeared behind it and punched it. The hellhound's head was smashed to pieces on the spot, blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and it died instantly. The three-headed Queen Euphemia stomped her feet in anger. The three-headed dog of hell killed by Meng Lei was her descendant. Now it was killed like this. How could she not be angry? Euphemia, don't get excited. This has just begun. The Netherworld Demon Emperor smiled. Euphemia gritted her teeth, her heart seething with rage. If the Netherworld Demon Emperor wasn't here, she would have pounced on him without hesitation and killed Meng Lei, regardless
regardless of the competition for quotas or the rules. Bastard! Just as she was burning with rage, the fallen Emperor Alex suddenly exploded, his veins bulging, and he almost lost control. Euphemia was slightly stunned, and looked up, only to see that Meng Lei had killed another fallen angel and dug out a magic grid from the other's brain. This scene made Euphemia feel relieved, and her previous anger immediately dissipated. She thought that her opponent was really unlucky. But the next moment, she was furious again. Meng Lei actually targeted another three-headed hellhound and charged straight at it. "Idiot! Get out of the way!" Euphemia shouted. In a one-on-one situation, the Cerberus is no match for Monray. "Euphemia, you are breaking the rules," Isaiah reminded coldly. "Rules are bullshit. I am the rule." Euphemia cursed, "If this bastard dares to kill one of my great demons again, I will make sure he dies without a burial place." "Isaiah, today's main goal is to select the quota, not to kill the opponent," Alex said coldly. "Remind your men to stop killing, otherwise." The Netherworld Demon Emperor was secretly furious, but he knew that if Monlay continued his reckless killing spree, Euphemia and Alec would never let it go. If the two joined forces, he would be powerless to stop them. Therefore, it is better to quit while you are ahead. "Lord of the Ice Demon Palace, stop killing, just defeat the opponent." The Netherworld Demon Emperor suppressed the grievance in his heart and advised Meng Lei. Euphemia and Alex snorted and thought to themselves, "You're smart." Each mid-level great demon god was a pillar of a nation. Losing anyone was a colossal loss. Seeing Meng Lei wantonly slaughtering his own mid-level great demon gods, the three-headed queen and the fallen emperor could no longer tolerate this and decisively threatened the Netherworld Demon Emperor, demanding he order Meng Lei to cease the slaughter. Despite his anger, the Netherworld Demon Emperor had no choice but to comply. However, the Netherworld Demon Emperor never expected that Meng Lei seemed to have not heard his order at all, and was still frantically killing the medium-sized demons from the other two sides, and was extremely excited about the killing. The Netherworld Demon Kingdom showed embarrassment on his face and shouted sternly, "Ice Demon Palace Lord, did you not hear my order? Stop the killing immediately." "This is..." Meng Lei turned a deaf ear and continued killing. "Smash an ice demon to pieces with one punch." "Puff." "Kill a wind demon with one finger." "Crack." "Strangle the neck of a fallen angel." "Cut off the head of a three-headed hellhound with one sword." In an instant, 4 more medium-sized demons fell to Meng Lei, making a huge profit of 240 million. "Isaiah, the lord of the house under you doesn't even take you, the Demon King, seriously," Euphemia said sarcastically. The fallen Emperor Alec also spoke up. "Isaiah, if you can't control your men, I can do it for you." The Netherworld Demon Emperor was furious, feeling that his dignity as a demon emperor had been greatly challenged. How dare the lord of a mere prefecture ignore him so much and not even take him seriously? The Netherworld Demon Emperor flashed and joined the battle. A powerful demonic force quickly swept across the 4 directions. The void was suddenly imprisoned, and more than 300 medium-sized demons in the melee were all frozen in place. Even the overflowing energy and raging turbulence were solidified. Everything seemed to come to a standstill. The demons watching the battle were slightly stunned and confused. The Netherworld Demon Emperor slowly walked up to Meng Lei, his demonic might surging, his eyes cold. "Ice Demon Palace Master, why don't you obey my orders?" "Listen to your orders? Why should I listen to your orders?" Meng Lei shattered the demonic domain that bound him and looked at the Netherworld Demon Emperor coldly. "Do you really think I would be your subordinate?" The Netherworld Demon Emperor's expression suddenly changed. "Ice Demon Palace Master, do you know what you are saying?" Meng Lei shook his head and smiled. Now that the relationship was exposed, there was no need to continue pretending. "Demon Emperor of the Netherworld, I come from another dimension. The reason I'm temporarily impersonating the Lord of the Ice Demon Mansion is simply for the upcoming opening of the Dark Sky Curtain." "I see, then go die." The Netherworld Demon Emperor's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he slammed Meng Lei with his palm. He believed that with his strength as a high-level great demon god, a single palm strike would be enough to kill Meng Lei. "Just what I want." Meng Lei met the attack with a palm. "Oh my god, the Netherworld Demon Emperor actually fought with that guy? If I remember correctly, that brutal guy seemed to be brought by the Netherworld Demon Emperor. Why did the Netherworld Demon Emperor attack him?" The demons, unaware of the truth, looked at each other in bewilderment. The melee was in full swing, so why did this drama suddenly break out? It was completely illogical. Just as everyone was bewildered, Meng Lei and the Netherworld Demon Emperor's palms collided, unleashing a deafening roar like Mars colliding with the earth. A violent shockwave instantly spread from the center of the two men. Meng Lei and the Netherworld Demon Emperor were both repelled. Shockingly, Meng Lei only retreated a few meters, while the Netherworld Demon Emperor retreated over 10 meters. The outcome is decided in one move, and the winner is instantly judged. Hallucination. It must be an illusion. The three-headed queen and the fallen emperor were stunned, and the tens of thousands of onlookers were utterly stunned. Who was the Netherworld Demon Emperor? He was one of the 3 most powerful beings in the Netherworld continent, a high-ranking great demon god who had stood at the top for tens of thousands of years. But looking at this scene, where on earth did Meng Lei pop out from? It is such an
unknown little person who can actually fight with the Netherworld Demon Emperor to a standstill, and even, somewhat defeat him. You actually possess such strong power. Feeling the numbness in his right palm, a huge wave rose in the heart of the Netherworld Demon Emperor. His eyes were full of shock and anger as he stared at Meng Lei. Three-headed queen, fallen emperor, Isaiah, this guy seems to be very troublesome. Do you want help? The three-headed queen and the fallen emperor flew to the side of the Netherworld Demon Emperor and spoke in a deep voice. No one should interfere. The Netherworld Demon Emperor coldly refused. I brought this guy here. I must kill him with my own hands to relieve the hatred in my heart. The three-headed queen and the fallen emperor nodded slightly without saying anything more. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I really underestimated you before. But that's it. I will kill you with my own hands. The aura around the Netherworld Demon Emperor was surging, as if a volcano was accumulating strength, ready to erupt at any time. Kill me? Honestly, I want to kill you too. Meng Lei licked his lips, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. A mid-level great demon god is worth 60 million divine crystals, and a high-level great demon god is worth at least 900 million divine crystals. What an astonishing number! The Netherworld Demon Emperor roared, and suddenly dense black spears emerged from the surroundings, instantly turning into an overwhelming rain of arrows, shooting towards Meng Lei. Netherworld Divine Fire! The crowd of onlookers exclaimed in shock, instinctively fleeing into the distance. This was the renowned Netherworld Divine Fire. Its power was terrifying. Especially the Netherworld Demon Emperor's Netherworld Divine Fire is unparalleled. Once it is stained with a little flame, it will turn into ashes in minutes. Isaiah has been reborn 8 times, and the Netherworld Divine Fire has evolved 8 times. The temperature is as high as tens of millions of degrees Celsius. Even we dare not take it head-on. The three-headed queen and the fallen emperor saw the overwhelming black spears. Their expressions changed slightly, and a sullen look flashed in their eyes. Even for them, the Netherworld Divine Fire of tens of millions of degrees was no joke. Boy, let's see how you die. The Netherworld Demon Emperor snorted coldly, and a vast array of black spears swept over from all directions, completely blocking Meng Lei's retreat. There is no escape, no way to avoid it. Monrei, isn't this a trick you often use? Dedora's voice sounded, with a hint of teasing. Do you feel embarrassed now that you are being attacked by your own moves? No, I'm enjoying this. Meng Lei didn't dodge, allowing the black spears to surround him. With his divine body strength, these black spears could not harm him at all. But at the moment of contact, the black spears suddenly transformed into countless flames, instantly engulfing Meng Lei. In a moment, Meng Lei's entire body was ablaze with flames, like a black fireman. He's dead. Even if he has the power to fight Isaiah, he has no chance of recovery as he's surrounded by the Netherworld Divine Fire. The three-headed Queen Euphemia watched coldly and had already sentenced Monrei to death. I wonder where this pervert came from. The fallen Emperor Alex frowned slightly, his eyes full of confusion. It doesn't matter where he comes from. What matters is that he is about to be burned to death. That's enough. Euphemia chuckled and shook her head. Honestly, the Netherworld continent had always been their territory, and the sudden appearance of an equally powerful opponent did make her nervous. Fortunately, the guy was about to be burned to death, and everything became unimportant. However, as the flames continued to burn, Euphemia's brows gradually furrowed. Meng Lei, who was burned by the Netherworld Divine Fire, seemed to be unharmed. He stood in the raging flames, like steel standing in a sea of fire. No matter how the flames burned, he was not hurt at all. Isaiah, something seems wrong? Euphemia asked, frowning. The Netherworld Demon Emperor remained silent and did not answer. His gaze was fixed on Meng Lei, his heart surging with emotions. Meng Lei seemed not to be afraid of the burning of the Netherworld Divine Fire at all. No, this is impossible. The Netherworld Divine Fire is an eternal flame that burns everything. My Netherworld Divine Fire is as high as tens of millions of degrees. The Netherworld Demon Emperor shook his head desperately. I will definitely burn him to death. Wait a little longer. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed in a blink of an eye, and Meng Lei still stood proudly in the flames, allowing the Netherworld Divine Fire to burn him without moving an inch. Why is this happening? The Netherworld Demon Emperor was stunned. Euphemia and Alec were also shocked. The Netherworld Fire had no effect on Meng Lei. Your Majesty, is this your Netherworld Divine Fire? It doesn't look that powerful. Meng Lei shook his head slightly. I thought Your Majesty's Netherworld Divine Fire was infinitely powerful and could burn anything. I didn't expect that after seeing it with my own eyes. It's just this powerful. Why aren't you afraid of my Netherworld Divine Fire? The Netherworld Demon Emperor was obviously devastated by the fact that his signature skill was ineffective against him. Why? Meng Lei chuckled and shook his head, extending a finger with a golden flame dancing on the tip. Because I also have the Netherworld Divine Fire. Netherworld Divine Fire? The Netherworld Demon Emperor was stunned for a moment, then sneered, you mean the Netherworld Divine Fire? That's hilarious. Everyone knows that the Netherworld Divine Fire is black. Don't believe me? Then let's try it. Meng Lei flicked his finger, and the golden flame flew into the black flame. As soon as they touched, the two flames immediately
secretly burned each other madly. The black flames were huge and powerful, while the golden flames were only a small one. On the surface, the two were not on the same level at all, but strangely, the golden flame burned more and more vigorously, and its volume expanded rapidly. The black flames, on the other hand, gradually shrank, unable to suppress the growth of the golden flames.
Eventually, the black flames were completely engulfed by the golden flames. Only dazzling golden flames remained around Meng Lei. How is this possible?
The Netherworld Demon Emperor could hardly believe his eyes. His Netherworld Divine Fire, which had evolved through 8 Nirvana rebirths, had been completely suppressed.
No matter how powerful your Netherworld Divine Fire is, how can it withstand the Golden Source Netherworld Divine Fire that I have just strengthened? Meng Lei was secretly proud in his heart.
The Golden Source Divine Body has reached perfection, and his Netherworld Divine Fire has also been upgraded to the Golden Source Netherworld
Divine Fire.
Although its power has not increased much, it is still slightly inferior to the Netherworld Demon Emperor's Netherworld Divine Fire.
But it doesn't matter. He can continue to strengthen.
Therefore, Meng Lei spent 100 million divine crystals without hesitation to strengthen the Netherworld Divine Fire again, allowing it to successfully evolve into the ultimate innate magical power.
The ultimate gift of magical power. Ultimate stands for the extreme, meaning that there is no stronger innate magical power than this. It also means that Meng Lei's Netherworld
Divine Fire has reached its peak and there is no possibility of further evolution.
Even if he is reborn into Nirvana, he cannot improve it anymore.
Of course, this also means that Meng Lei's Netherworld Divine Fire is already at the same level as the Netherworld Divine Fire that has been reborn 9 times through Nirvana, and even has some advantages.
What kind of flame is this?
The Netherworld Demon Emperor muttered to himself, his eyes full of confusion.
Haven't you figured it out yet? Stupid guy. Meng Lei shook his head and instantly turned into a golden divine phoenix shining with golden light. This aura, a dazzling golden light burst out from Meng Lei's body, so bright that it was difficult to look directly at it.
At the same time, a terrifying pressure that penetrated the heavens and the earth swept out, sweeping across the 9 provinces and 10 lands, crushing all directions. Dazzling golden light, a sharp and murderous aura, coupled with that familiar form, chicken head, swallow chin, snake neck, turtle back, fishtail.
This aura, this demeanor.
The Netherworld Demon Emperor's eyes widened.
Why does it look so much like the Netherworld Divine Phoenix? No, it's not a resemblance, it's the Netherworld Divine Phoenix.
The 3-headed queen stared at Meng Lei. It's exactly like you. Both are Netherworld Divine Phoenix.
No, impossible. How could the Netherworld Divine Phoenix look like this?
The Netherworld Demon Emperor shook his head desperately, but a hint of speculation had already arisen in his mind.
This is the Golden Source Divine Body.
The fallen Emperor whispered to himself, it's the Netherworld Divine Phoenix, which possesses the Golden Source Divine Body.
I never thought I'd see such a rare divine body in my lifetime. Golden Source Divine Body. The Netherworld Demon Emperor's entire body shook violently. This is...
At the same time, the onlookers were also stunned. Looking at the huge monster standing proudly in the sky, their minds went blank. The shape and aura are very similar to the Netherworld Divine Phoenix, but it is golden.
Is this really the Netherworld Divine Phoenix? See now, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor.
The Golden Source Netherworld Divine Phoenix spoke in human language. I am also the Netherworld Divine Phoenix, and my divine fire is also the Netherworld Divine Fire, so you can't burn me to death.
Good, very good.
After a brief shock, the Netherworld Demon Emperor finally came back to his senses, with a burning light flashing in his eyes.
I never thought you actually possessed the Golden Source Divine Body of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix.
If I can destroy your spirit and take over your body, I will also possess a Golden Source Netherworld Divine Phoenix clone. The Netherworld Demon Emperor's eyes suddenly became extremely fiery. Boy, I really should thank you for giving me this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Take over my body?
Meng Lei seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke in the universe and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, you really overestimate yourself. The Netherworld Demon Emperor snorted coldly, and the terrifying demonic domain instantly swept over, firmly imprisoning the void around Meng Lei, trapping Meng Lei in it as well. The next moment, the Netherworld Demon Emperor appeared in front of Meng Lei like a ghost, with a blood-stained dagger in his hand.
This dagger is more like a sharp blade than a dagger. Sizzle.
The Netherworld Demon Emperor swung his sword and slashed at Meng Lei's throat. If it was an ordinary attack, Meng Lei would not take it seriously at all, but at this moment, the sense of crisis coming from this small blade was extremely strong.
This blade can actually kill me. Meng Lei felt his scalp tingling, and he decisively used teleportation, disappearing from the spot in an instant.
The Netherworld Demon Emperor's blade missed.
He actually dodged it? The Netherworld Demon King couldn't believe it.
It would take time for Meng Lei to disperse the demon realm. This period of time was enough for him to strike with one blow.
But the fact is, Monrei really dodged it. How on earth did he escape? Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, what kind of weapon is this?
Meng Lei stared at the blood-red blade in the hands of the Netherworld Demon Emperor and questioned in a deep voice.
You escaped pretty quickly. The Netherworld Demon Emperor did not answer Meng Lei's question. He turned to the three-headed queen and the fallen emperor and said, "Help me capture him. Our netherworld demon nation will not participate in this trip to the dark sky." The three-headed queen and the fallen emperor both understood the netherworld demon emperor's plan. Obviously, it coveted Meng Lei's body. Those who possessed the golden source divine body also coveted very much, not to mention the netherworld demon emperor who is the netherworld divine phoenix. However, its desire for this body is undoubtedly more urgent. The three-headed queen spoke up, "Isaiah, he's a netherworld divine phoenix who has reached the golden source divine body stage, and he has limitless potential. We're willing to help you capture him, but the conditions you're offering are far too insincere. The vast plain is full of dangers, and the chances of bringing back valuable treasures are extremely low. If you want our help, you must bring back treasures of equal value." The fallen emperor also continued. "Two greedy guys." The netherworld demon emperor's face was gloomy, and he said in a cold voice, "Help me capture him, and I will give you 2 high-level great demon god corpses." The three-headed queen's eyelids twitched slightly, but she still shook her head. "Not enough. Then add 2 more high-level magic weapons." The netherworld demon king continued to raise prices. "Isaiah, whether it's the corpse of a high-level great demon or a high-level magic weapon, it's just icing on the cake for you and me, and it doesn't have much practical use." The fallen emperor shook his head and said, "Your sincerity is too low. We can't help you." The netherworld demon king was so angry that he cursed, "Alec, you are too greedy. Compared to a golden source netherworld divine phoenix clone, your sincerity is simply not enough." The fallen emperor sneered, "If you want us to help, then show enough sincerity. Don't just talk nonsense." The netherworld demon emperor took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and said slowly, "The previous conditions are unclear. Are 2 great perfection magic weapons enough?" The eyes of the three-headed queen and the fallen emperor suddenly lit up, and they finally agreed readily. "Since you've agreed, stop talking nonsense and help me take him down." The netherworld demon emperor's heart ached as he gave the order in a harsh tone. The three-headed queen and the fallen emperor flashed and instantly approached Meng Lei. The 3 of them formed a triangle shape and surrounded him. "Boy, surrender. You can't escape. You will be killed. This is your fate. If a one-on-one fight doesn't work, then a group fight? That's pretty much in line with your demonic style." Meng Lei glanced at the 3 people coldly. "But you still can't kill me. Then let's give it a try." The netherworld demon emperor roared, and the three-headed queen and the fallen emperor decisively released the demon realm, obviously wanting to suppress Meng Lei before they could take him down. 3 high-level great demons, 3 layers of demonic domains superimposed, have an unparalleled power of confinement. Meng Lei can clearly feel this terrifying pressure, which is enough to suppress any high-level great demon. "Die, reptile!" The netherworld demon emperor roared, and the blood-red blade in his hand flashed a bright red light, pointing directly at Meng Lei's throat. Given the sharpness of this blood-red blade, if it hit, it would definitely cut his throat. The weapon is indeed a good weapon, and the restraining power of the demon realm is also extremely strong. But unfortunately, Meng Lei shook his head slightly. A thought flashed through his mind, and then he disappeared on the spot, and the next moment he appeared strangely behind the netherworld demon emperor. He gently patted the netherworld demon emperor's shoulder and asked with a smile, "Do you dare to look at me?" The netherworld demon emperor's entire body trembled, and without hesitation, he swung his elbow at Meng Lei. Meng Lei nimbly dodged the blow, still staring at him. The netherworld demon emperor also turned around and met his gaze head-on. Meng Lei laughed and said, "You're dead." Just as the netherworld demon emperor was full of confusion, a golden pupil slowly emerged between Meng Lei's eyebrows and suddenly opened. A dazzling golden beam of light gushed out and instantly shot towards the center of the eyebrows of the netherworld demon emperor. The netherworld demon emperor seemed to have been struck by lightning and suddenly froze in place, unable to move. "Impossible!" The three-headed queen and the fallen emperor, who were watching this scene from a distance, were horrified and cried out in shock, "Death! Eyes of death! Damn it! That's the eye of death! Stop him! We can't let him succeed!" The 2 emperors launched an attack with uncontrollable rage. As demonic creatures, they knew the horror of the eye of death. If they gave Meng Lei time, the nether demon emperor would surely die. Once the netherworld demon emperor falls, their situation will be extremely dangerous, and this disaster must not be allowed to happen. "Stop me?" Meng Lei sneered. The moment he caught the netherworld demon emperor, his figure flashed and disappeared, and his whereabouts remained a mystery. The 3-headed queen and the fallen emperor were caught in vain. They looked around but couldn't even see the shadow of Meng Lei and the netherworld demon emperor. Damn it! Where on earth did that guy take the netherworld demon emperor? The 2 emperors were furious, their faces gloomy to the extreme. They have been roaming the netherworld continent for many years, but have never been toyed with like this. This is simply a great humiliation. Find him no matter what. However, it is impossible. Meng Lei had already teleported and brought the netherworld demon emperor tens of millions of kilometers away. The magical power of teleportation is so powerful that as Meng Lei's soul becomes stronger, the distance of teleportation also increases. One teleportation can easily cover tens of millions of kilometers. Therefore, it was wishful thinking for the three-headed queen and the fallen emperor to want to find Meng Lei. They couldn't even catch his shadow, let alone find him. However, Meng Lei also encountered difficulties. He encountered fierce resistance and was unable to extract the soul of the Netherworld Demon Emperor for a while. Mon Lei, your Eye of Death is not strong enough, Dodora reminded loudly. Not strong enough? Meng Lei snorted coldly. System, strengthen the Eye of Death. Ding! The host's Eye of Death is a super talented magical power. After strengthening, it will become the ultimate enhanced magical power. Strengthening cost, 100 million divine crystals. The system said coldly. Do you confirm the strengthening? Wealth shrank by 100 million in an instant. Meng Lei felt a strange warm current flowing into the Eye of Death between his eyebrows and began to strengthen madly. Since you want to strengthen it, then strengthen it thoroughly. I have money anyway. Meng Lei shouted coldly. System, strengthen my soul. Ding! The host's soul is comparable to that of an early-stage upper god. After strengthening, it will reach the level of a mid-stage upper god. Cost, 60 million divine crystals. The system's tone remained icy. Confirm the strengthening? A few minutes later, the Eye of Death and the soul were fully strengthened, and Meng Lei began to extract the soul of the Netherworld Demon Emperor again. Although they still encountered fierce resistance this time, they were unable to pose any threat at all. The Netherworld Demon Emperor let out a shrill wail, and his soul involuntarily flew towards the Eye of Death. Once sucked in, a terrifying strangling force immediately emerges, madly tearing apart the soul of the Netherworld Demon Emperor. No matter how powerful the soul of the Netherworld Demon Emperor was, it could not withstand the crazy strangulation of the Eye of Death. In the end, it was crushed into pieces and turned into the purest soul power and injected into Meng Lei's body. Meng Lei was so excited that snot bubbles were about to come out. You even killed the Netherworld Demon Emperor, Dodora exclaimed. Even the wall doesn't submit, only you do. Ding! Kill a Netherworld Divine Phoenix and obtain 930 million divine crystals. The system's cold prompt sound rang in his mind, and Meng Lei felt like drinking a glass of iced watermelon juice on a hot summer day. He felt extremely comfortable from head to toe, and his mood was so good that it was hard to describe. 930 million divine crystals, a huge profit. Counting my previous income, my current wealth has already exceeded 2 billion. It turns out that hunting down high-level demons like the Netherworld Demon King is the most profitable. Of course, Meng Lei did not forget the space ring of the Netherworld Demon Emperor. The blood-colored blade just now left a deep impression on him, and he had to take it out to take a closer look. System, collect everything you can first. The wealth quickly increased by 400 million divine crystals. Although the increase was not much, he was a demon after all and had little interest in divine crystals and law source crystals. What is most contained in the space ring are the corpses of various demons and various weapons. The lowest level of them are the corpses of medium-level great demons, and there are also many corpses of high-level great demons. No, these are not high-level demons, but other creatures. Meng Lei casually released the corpse of a so-called high-level demon. It was a bronze-colored, muscular creature that looked like a subgiant. But unlike the subgiants, it has 6 arms, muscles as hard as rocks, and is full of explosive power. The wild giant. Dodora flew out of the Tower of Time and stared at the giant corpse in surprise. This form is definitely the wild giant, there is no doubt. The wild giant? Meng Lei's heart moved. There are many species of giants. The most famous are of course the titans, but there are many other renowned giants, such as the vast giants, the golden horn giants, the savage giants, and so on. Dodora explained. The vast giants were originally unknown, but with the rise of the vast king, the vast giants also rose to prominence and fame. It's a pity that it was created by the king of Kangmang and destroyed by the king of Kangmang. With the fall of the king of Kangmang, the vast Kangmang kingdom collapsed and the Kangmang giant also disappeared. I see. Meng Lei nodded repeatedly. Perhaps it is precisely because of the existence of the vast giant that many powerful people in the Netherworld continent believe that the vast plane is the plane that the vast king once refined. Nothing can come out of nothing. The strong men of the Netherworld continent named the desolate plane, which seems to be no fabrication. I can only say that there is a certain possibility, but the specific situation may not be so. Dodora sighed. Monroe continued to check. Besides the vast number of giant corpses, there were many other corpses and debris, most of which were extremely powerful. Meng Lei was not very interested in these corpses. He selected a few of the strongest ones and sent the rest to the Tower of Time. Without these corpses, the space ring suddenly became much more spacious, and weapons came into view one after another, almost every one of them exuding a frightening murderous aura. So many high-level magic weapons. And this one, a blood-red blade that seemed to be made of blood appeared in Meng Lei's hand, and the sharp aura it emitted made his scalp tingle. He knew that this tiny blade could easily cut through his divine body. Dodora, what level of weapon is this? Meng Lei asked slowly. Let me see. Dodora observed it carefully for a while and said, the sharpness of this has surpassed that of a great perfection artifact and is even comparable to a main artifact. But obviously, it doesn't possess the full power of the main artifact. And what? Monroe asked. This blade is obviously incomplete. Dodora's eyes flashed. flashed. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a component of a main artifact.
Meng Lei was shocked. No wonder it's so sharp. It turns out to be a part of the main artifact. I don't know where the Netherworld Demon Emperor got this thing.
If he got it from the Desolate Plane, then the Desolate Plane is likely to be related to the Desolate King,
Dodola said slowly.
Meng Lei suddenly asked Dodora, do you think there is a plane master in the vast plane? If there is, wouldn't I be courting death if I went in? Probably not.
Dodola shook her head. If the vast plane really has a plane lord, how could it allow the strong from the nether continent and other planes to enter and exit freely?
Meng Lei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go and deal with those two guys.
Dodora shook his head and said, kill them first and completely eliminate the trouble. Meng Lei nodded heavily, and when he appeared again, he was back under the dark sky. The demons watching the battle were still there, and the mid-level demons were still in the melee, but the three-headed queen and the fallen emperor had disappeared.
Gone? Just what I want.
Meng Lei glanced at the more than 300 medium-level demons who had just stopped fighting and were looking at each other. He licked his lips and rushed in without hesitation.
He's coming.
Although he had been imprisoned for a period of time, all the middle-level demons saw the battle between Meng Lei and the Netherworld Demon Emperor, and they were well aware of Meng Lei's strength.
Seeing Meng Lei coming to kill them, these medium-sized demons were almost scared out of their wits and ran away without hesitation.
No one had the courage to fight Meng Lei head-on. Meng Lei sneered, God's territory. The terrifying domain power spread instantly, covering an area of 10,000 miles, and more than 300 medium-sized demons were suddenly imprisoned in place.
One person imprisoned more than 300 medium-level great demons.
This is the horror of the high-level great demons, and it is also the huge gap between them and the medium-level great demons.
This gap is like a chasm. Want to challenge a higher level? Netherworld Divine Fire.
Meng Lei waved his hand lightly, and more than 300 golden spears condensed in front of him, all formed by the Netherworld Divine Fire. He waved his hand again, and more than 300 flaming spears shot out like arrows, piercing through the heads of more than 300 medium-sized demon gods without any suspense, killing them on the spot.
Meng Lei dug out the magic grid and took out the space ring.
The body was then sent to the Tower of Time and thrown to the golden tree for it to slowly enjoy.
Meng Lei was quite satisfied with his previous harvest.
He then sat cross-legged in front of the cliff without any care and destroyed the souls of those medium-level demon gods one by one.
Ding!
Kill one three-headed hellhound and obtain 61 million divine crystals.
Ding!
Kill an eight-winged fallen angel and obtain 61.5 million divine crystals.
Ding!
Kill a netherworld divine phoenix and obtain 62 million divine crystals. The system prompt sounds rang one after another, and the wealth value continued to rise. Meng Lei's heart was filled with joy, and he felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey. However, the demons who came to watch were completely terrified. In just 2 breaths, more than 300 medium-level demons were instantly wiped out.
What kind of strength is this? How cruel is it? The 3 great demonic kingdoms' mid-level demon gods were all captured in one fell swoop? Oh my god, how could this happen?
The demons watching were trembling as if the sky was about to fall, but what frightened them even more was yet to come. Accompanied by 2 sounds of breaking through the air, the three-headed queen and the fallen emperor reappeared.
The three-headed queen shouted, Boy, where is Isaiah? What have you done to him? How? Of course he's dead.
Meng Lei's words were like a trillion-ton hydrogen bomb explosion, and the minds of all the demons were roaring.
They couldn't believe their ears at all. The Netherworld Demon Emperor, who has dominated the Netherworld continent for countless thousands of years and has stood firm, is actually dead? No, that's fake.
His Majesty the Demon Emperor is one of the 3 most powerful men in our Netherworld continent. He is incredibly powerful.
How could he die? Yes, it's absolutely fake. The demons watching couldn't accept it at all.
The three-headed queen's voice trembled.
You really killed him? Not only will I kill him, I'll kill you too.
Meng Lei appeared in front of the three-headed queen like a ghost. His eyes of death suddenly opened, and a golden beam of light shot towards her eyebrows.
Get out of the way.
At the critical moment, the fallen emperor suddenly rushed out and kicked Meng Lei hard in the face, kicking him out. The three-headed queen felt like she had walked through the gates of hell. Her soul was shrouded by the eyes of death, and the terrifying feeling of being unable to move made her heart chilled.
If you don't want to die, be vigilant, the fallen emperor said coldly. If we're not careful, we'll end up like Isaiah.
The three-headed queen gave the fallen emperor a grateful look, then turned to Meng Lei, her eyes burning with murderous intent. You deserve to die. She roared angrily and instantly transformed into a huge vicious dog with a length of 800,000 feet, bathed in blood-red flames, and possessing 3 heads. This is the true form of the three-headed queen, the Cerberus. At the same time, an extremely violent, bloodthirsty and cruel aura quickly spread around. All the demonic onlookers who came to watch were suddenly frightened and trembled. They all crawled on the ground and didn't even have the strength to stand. The three-headed queen opened her 3 bloody mouths and spewed out 3 powerful torrents of energy.
One is a blazing red flame.
One was a thick black smoke. One was a corrosive green acid. 3 torrents cut through the void and rushed towards Meng Lei with almost brutal momentum, intending to burn him to ashes, smoke him into dry bones, and corrode him him into liquid. However, facing the fierce three-colored torrent, Menglai dodged it with a flick of his wrist, his eyes fixed on the fallen emperor.
You dare to kick me in the face?
Good, very good, very good.
Menglai's face was gloomy and murderous.
The fallen emperor had a blank expression on his face, and a black sword suddenly appeared in his hand. 8 pairs of black feathers vibrated slightly, turning into a black stream of light and rushing towards him at a rapid speed. Its speed was extremely fast, even faster than the three-headed queen and the netherworld demon emperor. It instantly arrived in front of Menglai and swung his sword.
Judgment of sin. The dark sword exuded an extremely evil aura.
Before the sword reached him, the evil intent had already rushed into Menglai's mind, disturbing his soul. The sword is good, but unfortunately,
Menglai did not dodge at all.
The moment the black sword slashed down, he suddenly disappeared from the spot. The fallen emperor's face suddenly changed, and he wanted to escape without thinking too much. A cold voice sounded in his ears, followed by a piercing pain from his abdomen. The fallen emperor looked down and saw a bloody blade piercing deeply through his abdomen and straight into his heart.
This blade is actually in your hands. The fallen emperor was shocked.
He was only concerned about the eye of death just now, but he didn't expect that this bloody blade would fall into Menglai's hands. He should have thought of this earlier.
No one at the same level can be my opponent.
Menglai stood behind the fallen emperor and said calmly, with teleportation combined with the eye of death and this blood-red blade, how else do you think you can fight me?
So that's teleportation. The fallen emperor was shocked.
I didn't expect you to possess such a terrifying magical power.
But
the fallen emperor suddenly turned into a ball of black mist, quickly disappeared from the spot, and then returned to his original state hundreds of meters away.
Dark elementalization. Menglai was slightly stunned, with a puzzled look on his face. Dodora, do fallen angels also have this innate magical power?
Low-level fallen angels don't have this ability, but they can possess it after cultivating to become 8-winged fallen angels.
Dodora explained. Menglai nodded slightly. Euphemia, let's attack together.
Although the fallen emperor escaped, the blow just now made him feel the threat of death. Stop hiding your weakness, attack with all your strength and kill him.
Of course she didn't dare to hide her abilities anymore. Menglai's strength shocked the three-headed queen.
If she continued to hide her strength, she would surely die miserably.
Death roar.
The three-headed queen opened her bloody mouth and roared towards the sky. Violent sound waves swept out and rushed straight towards Menglai. As canine creatures, their roars are already deafening, not to mention the three-headed hound of hell, whose barking has become an innate magical power. The violent sound waves instantly submerged Menglai. His ears suddenly became deaf, his brain buzzed, and his consciousness fell into a brief blank. The fallen emperor wielded his black sword, aiming it straight at Menglai's throat. While this huge black sword wasn't as sharp as the netherworld demon emperor's blood-red blade, it was still a perfect magical weapon, unmatched in its sharpness. The fallen emperor firmly believed that as long as he could hit with one sword, he would be able to cut Menglai's throat, chop off his head, and kill him in one blow. The black sword suddenly slashed down, hitting Menglai's throat.
This time, Menglai obviously did not dodge.
The fallen emperor smiled triumphantly.
He had finally succeeded.
However, the joy did not last long. Menglai's throat turned into black mist, and his body below the throat also turned into black mist. Only his head still retained its human form.
How is it possible?
The fallen emperor's whole body was shaken violently.
Do you think you're the only one who can transform into a dark element?
Menglai sneered and slowly uttered 4 words, eyes of death. As soon as he finished speaking, the third eye between Menglai's eyebrows slowly opened. Seeing this, the fallen emperor transformed into black mist without hesitation and prepared to escape.
Ha, this trick again. Menglai sneered and flicked his finger with a stern aura.
A golden cold current burst out from the fingertips, instantly engulfing the black mist that the fallen emperor had transformed into, and condensed into a golden ice block.
Damn it! The fallen emperor in the ice block was terrified. The hard ice not only blocked his movements, but also prevented him from escaping from the elemental state. It can't escape anymore. Euphemia, save me!
The fallen emperor cried out anxiously, his soul surging in turmoil. When the three-headed queen saw the predicament of the fallen emperor, she immediately roared, and the rolling sound wave suddenly slammed into the golden ice block that froze the fallen emperor.
Hit me! If you can break it, I will spare you today. Menglai did not stop her.
With a smile on his face, he let the three-headed queen attack. The violent sound waves hit the golden ice block, but it was like a huge wave hitting a hard reef, and it failed to shake the ice block at all.
It's actually unbreakable? The three-headed queen was shocked. What kind of ice is this?
This is called 9 Nether Mysterious Ice, and it is the innate magical power of the Frozen God Clan. Menglai smiled calmly. Of course, I also spent some money to make it evolve into the ultimate magical power, so you can't break it. The three-headed queen was a little confused, but she roughly understood the meaning. This ice is the 9 Nether Mysterious Ice of the Ice God Clan, and it has become the ultimate magical power.
What kind of monster are you? The three-headed queen was almost on the verge of collapse. You are the monster. Your whole family is a monster.
Menglai took a step forward and came in front of the three-headed queen, who was in a state of turmoil. With the point of his finger, the 9 Nether Mysterious Ice gushed out, instantly instantly freezing the body and two heads on the left and right of the three-headed queen, leaving only the middle head unfrozen. The three-headed queen struggled desperately, but she was unable to break free from the cage of the nine nether mysterious ice, let alone shatter the extremely hard ice. Her strength was far from enough. "Your Majesty, how do you want to die?" Meng Lei stroked the head of the three-headed queen and said with a smile, "What do you want to do?" The three-headed queen was terrified and her voice trembled. "I originally planned to kill you, but the dark sky is about to open. If I go to the vast plain, the netherworld continent will fall into chaos." Meng Lei's eyes flickered. "So, I'll give you a chance. Hand over your soul origin and submit to me, and I can spare your life." The vast plain is where Meng Lei must go no matter what, but what will happen to the netherworld continent after he leaves? The three great emperors are dead, and many medium-level demons have also fallen. There are still many medium-level demons lurking in various corners of the netherworld continent. These are exactly what Meng Lei is most worried about. If someone secretly refines the heart of the plane of the netherworld continent while he is entering the vast plane, the consequences will be unimaginable. Therefore, someone is needed to guard the netherworld continent and help watch over it. The three-headed queen's face changed drastically. She was a powerful and superior being who had been high and mighty for tens of thousands of years. How could she surrender so easily? Absolutely not. "If you don't surrender, you will die," Meng Lei said coldly. "Submit. I am willing to submit." Although the three-headed queen hesitated, she couldn't help but speak, and the fallen emperor in the ice was the first to send a message, his tone urgent. "Sir, I am willing to submit and serve you at your service." Meng Lei raised his eyebrows and smiled. "There are still smart people in this world." "Three-headed queen, you seem to have missed your chance. Alec, you despicable bastard." The three-headed queen cursed angrily, finally letting go of her noble attitude. "Sir, I am willing to surrender, and I hope you will take me in." As she spoke, she quickly released the essence of her soul and presented it to Meng Lei, looking ready to be picked and fully cooperating. "Oh, this is a bit difficult." Meng Lei looked at the three-headed queen, then at the fallen emperor, feeling conflicted. They both want to surrender. "Who should I choose?" "Choose me. My lord, choose me." The fallen emperor pleaded. "I am a fallen angel, powerful and loyal to you. If you tell me to go west, I will never go east. If you tell me to climb a mountain of swords, I will never descend into a sea of fire. Your will is my direction." "Alec, you dirty, evil, and cunning fallen angel, everyone knows that you fallen angels are the best at lying and breaking your oaths." The three-headed queen cursed furiously. "When it comes to loyalty, we canines are definitely second best. Who dares to claim first? My lord, I am the three-headed dog of hell. Once I recognize my master, I will never betray him. Besides, that bastard Alec just kicked you in the face. That's outrageous. My lord, please choose me." In the end, Meng Lei decided to recruit the three-headed queen into his army, and the fallen emperor was completely killed. In this world, no one dares to kick Meng Lei in the face without paying the price of his life. This guy is quite rich. Meng Lei examined the fallen emperor's space ring and was very satisfied with the treasures inside. After looking at it, he looked at the three-headed queen and said, "Hand over your space ring." Although the three-headed queen was extremely reluctant, she still obediently handed over the space ring, allowing Meng Lei to plunder and exploit it at will. After some collection, Meng Lei returned the space ring to the three-headed queen. The three-headed queen scanned it with her divine sense, but saw an empty space ring and almost vomited blood. He only left her a few magic crystals, and the rest were all gone. He is simply a living Huang Shirun. This bastard. The three-headed queen felt heartbroken and wished she could smash Meng Lei to death with a hammer to vent her hatred. But she couldn't. The essence of her soul was controlled by Meng Lei. If she dared to resist, the end would be only one word: death. "Were you scolding me just now?" There was a faint smile on Meng Lei's lips. "No, no." The three-headed queen trembled with fear and quickly shook her head to deny it. "Forget it this time, don't do it again." Meng Lei glanced at her coldly and said, "Go ahead and bring me the treasures from the treasuries of the netherworld demon kingdom, the fallen empire, and your three-headed nation of hell. Remember, if you dare to covet even one, I'll let you know why the flowers are so red." The three-headed queen trembled all over, agreed, and hurried to carry out the mission. The dignified three-headed queen has fallen to such a state. Duatala looked at the three-headed queen's back and couldn't help but sigh. How sad and lamentable. In a world where the strong are respected, anything can happen. Just get used to it. Meng Lei found a place to sit cross-legged, waiting for the dark sky to open while destroying the souls of medium-sized demons to earn money. Ding! Kill one ice demon and obtain 63 million divine crystals. Ding! Kill one three-headed hellhound and obtain 62.5 million divine crystals. System prompts echoed one after another, and as the divine souls in the magic grids were eliminated one after another, Meng Lei's wealth grew rapidly. Just when he had eliminated more than 300 divine souls in the magic grids, the cliff ahead finally began to move. A faint black light suddenly emanated from the center of the cliff, and a black portal 10 feet high and 10 feet wide appeared, like a curtain on a stage. The dark sky has opened. Meng Lei was shocked, his eyes fixed on the black sky in the center of the cliff. The onlookers also suddenly became agitated. "It's on! The dark sky
sky has finally opened. Who can go in this time? All the mid-level demon gods have been killed.
The Netherworld Demon Emperor, the Fallen Emperor, and the three-headed Queen are also dead, with only one surrendering.
Who will be the next to take over this time? This is the dark sky. Dodora appeared on Meng Lei's shoulder, his eyes gleaming. The opposite is the plane that the king of Kangmeng once refined. Just the words Kangmeng King are enough to make it yearn for it. Dodola, are you sure there is no lord of the plane in the vast plane? Meng Lei suppressed his inner excitement and confirmed again. I'm not sure, but the possibility is not high.
Dodora said with a smile, my intuition is always accurate. You have to trust me.
What if it's not accurate this time? Wouldn't I be in danger? Meng Lei rolled his eyes helplessly. This was a matter of life and death. Going by intuition? Don't worry. If there really is a lord of the plane in the vast plane, I can keep you safe. You forgot.
I mastered the great world-breaking teleportation technique.
Dodora smiled faintly. At most I can just leave. What can the lord of the planes do to me? Under the restraint of the power of the middle plane, can your great world-breaking teleportation technique still escape? Meng Lei was a little surprised. Breaking the boundary means breaking the boundary. Do you think you're joking?
Dodora snorted. Unless it's the power of the Lord God, the power of the middle plane can't contain the great world-breaking teleportation technique at all.
Hearing what you said, I am completely relieved. Meng Lei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Are you going in or not? Dodola urged anxiously. Meng Lei stood up and plunged into the black light curtain. Go in. That gentleman has gone in. He doesn't care about us at all. So, how could the demons who ate melons be stupid?
Almost the moment Meng Lei stepped into the dark sky, they all rushed towards the darkness. In the past, the dark sky was firmly controlled by the three empires, and these scattered demons had no part in it and could only join in the fun from the sidelines.
When the opportunity comes, who will let it go? Mine. The spot is mine. Whoever dares to stop me, I will kill him.
The melon-eating demons went completely crazy, and in order to grab the next 35 spots, a bloody and brutal fight broke out.
Of course, Meng Lei couldn't see any of this.
After entering the dark sky, he walked into a space tunnel. Unlike the space rift leading to the Netherworld continent, this tunnel was extremely stable, like a colorful dream corridor. Walking in it, you can't feel the violent space turbulence, nor can you see the crisscrossing space gale. It is extremely stable and quiet, as if you were in a quiet tunnel in the previous life.
Boom.
Monley, this space channel doesn't look like it was formed naturally.
Dodora quickly concluded. It looks more like it was built by humans. Man-made? Meng Lei was surprised. Who has the ability to create a space tunnel? There are only a handful of them.
Dodora sighed. I'm beginning to believe that the vast plane was truly refined by the vast king.
Meng Lei quickened his pace and finally reached the end of the tunnel after about 10 minutes.
A flash of light appeared before his eyes, and he stepped into a whole new world.
Gray sky, gray earth, gray plants, gray mountains.
Everything in sight was shrouded in dull gray. Even the rushing rivers and the boundless fields were covered in a gray hue.
What a monotonous world. Meng Lei couldn't help but sigh. Don't just look at the surface.
Dodora warned. Carefully feel the magical elements and the laws of heaven and earth in this plane.
Meng Lei carefully sensed it and was immediately shocked.
The magical elements are even more concentrated than those in the Netherworld continent, at least 10 times more concentrated. The laws of heaven and earth are also extremely clear.
If I cultivate in such an environment, I'm afraid even a pig can become a sacred beast.
Having just come from the Netherworld continent, Meng Lei's reference object was naturally the Netherworld continent, rather than the lower-level sky continent. That's why he was so shocked. The concentration of magical elements in this medium plane is at least 10 times higher than that of the Netherworld continent, and the laws of heaven and earth are also much clearer.
We are in the same middle plane, but the gap is so huge? Meng Lei couldn't believe it. That's normal. Dodora said there are no two identical planes in the world. Even if they belong to the same medium plane, the differences are huge. Meng Lei didn't dwell on this question and continued to explore this new intermediate plane. Aside from the magical elements and the laws of
nature, the gravity, spatial stability, and degree of spiritual restriction were not much different from those of the Netherworld continent.
After a preliminary understanding, Meng Lei decided to explore further to obtain more practical information.
The most direct way was naturally to find the native inhabitants of this plane. His spiritual thoughts spread out, covering an area of tens of millions of kilometers, and everything within the range appeared clearly in his mind.
Strange, why are there only giant beasts? Meng Lei frowned slightly. Forget it, let's find a giant beast first to get some information.
With a thought, he teleported above the nearest group of giant beasts. The vast giant beast is the name given by the strong people of the Nether continent to the beasts in this world. In essence, it is no different from the beasts and monsters in other dimensions. They are all beasts. The group of cattle-like beasts in front of us are huge, 10,000 feet tall, with 6 legs under their bellies, 9 horns on their heads, and hair standing upside down like steel needles. There are about 100 of them, which is not a lot, but they are very powerful. The weakest ones are at the level of big demon kings, and the king among them can even be compared with the devil. A group of giant bison bison beasts are so powerful, worthy of being the vast plain.
Meng Lei secretly praised in his heart.
Meng Lei exclaimed in admiration, and with a grab in mid-air, he caught the strongest bison in the herd and prepared to read its memory. However, at this moment, a space door suddenly opened in the void not far away, and a group of strong men swarmed out. They were thousands of feet tall, with muscular bodies, some bathed in lightning, others entwined in flames.
Titan?
Looking at this group of people and feeling the powerful aura from them, Meng Lei instantly recognized their identities. They were a group of titans.
In other words, the Titans. Is this the vast plain? The air is so murky. The magic element is terribly thin. The laws of heaven and earth are so vague. Obviously, these Titans were also setting foot on the vast plain for the first time.
They looked around one by one, with disdain and criticism in their words. "Stop complaining and first figure out the specific situation of this plain," shouted a Titan giant with purple lightning wrapped around his body.
"Yes, Elder Greg."
The other Titans obeyed the order, turned around and looked around, then noticed Monley not far away, and a gleam of light suddenly flashed in their eyes.
"Ha, is there anyone here? Could it be the natives of the vast plain? We can definitely get useful information from him. Eric, bring him here. Remember, don't kill him." "Yes, Elder Greg."
A fire Titan enveloped in flames responded respectfully and then flew towards Monray.
"Boy, come here."
Eric was not polite at all. He stretched out his huge hand and went straight for Monray like he was catching a chicken. Eric stretched out his enormous palm, like the fire god descending from the 9 heavens, his divine power overwhelming. He was bathed in blazing flames, his aura awe-inspiring. With one grab, hundreds of bison on the ground panicked and fled in all directions. The earth shook violently and dust flew everywhere.
"I've been underestimated again."
Meng Lei shook his head slightly, and with a flash of his body, he nimbly avoided Eric's giant hand.
"Friend, what's the point of hitting someone without any prior action?" He actually dodged it.
Fire Titan Eric was stunned for a moment, then anger flashed across his face. He shouted, "Humble native, die before me." 8 fire dragons rose from his body, pouncing towards Meng Lei with bared fangs and claws, and then turned into a flaming cage, trapping Meng Lei inside. Eric snorted coldly, and with a flick of his hand, he grabbed Meng Lei along with the fire prison and said, "Behave yourself, or you'll be in big trouble."
"Who are you? Why are you arresting me?" Meng Lei frowned slightly and asked vigilantly.
Eric ignored him and flew towards the other Titans with the fire prison.
The Titans looked at Meng Lei with indifference and disdain on their faces.
Their condescending expressions were as if they were staring at a humble and lowly ant.
"Answer whatever I ask," Greg said coldly. "If you tell me even a single lie, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death."
"First question, where is this place?"
Greg frowned and said coldly, "Aren't you a native of this world? How come you don't even know where this place is?" "Who said I'm a native here?" Meng Lei rolled his eyes.
"Okay, you finished asking questions, now it's my turn. Listen, if you say even a single word that's false, I'll kill you."
The Titans were stunned and looked at Meng Lei in astonishment.
They didn't expect that a so-called native would dare to speak to them like this. He was simply courting death.
Meng Lei didn't care about their reactions. "Tell me, where are you from?"
"Reptile, you're looking for death." Greg's face suddenly changed, and a surging pressure suddenly came down, so strong that even the average great demon god could hardly bear it, but Meng Lei ignored it.
"How dare you, a mere high-level Sky Titan, act so presumptuously in front of me? Who gave you the courage?"
Meng Lei snorted coldly, his aura suddenly surged, and he pushed it back fiercely. Greg's whole body trembled violently, his eyes flashing with brilliance.
"You are a high-level Sky Titan." "He's a high-level Sky Titan?"
This sentence was like a huge wave that shook the world. Greg's words were like a hydrogen bomb, exploding in the minds of all the Titans, making their heads buzz and their faces pale. For a moment, the disdain and indifference in their eyes, and the condescending attitude completely disappeared, replaced by disbelief and deep awe. Even in the Thunder God realm where powerful people are everywhere, a high-level Sky Titan is still an absolute powerhouse that people cannot help but respect and fear.
"Looks like I was wrong." Greg's face was gloomy.
He stared at Meng Lei for a long time before he said coldly, "Let's go." Although Greg is a high-level Sky Titan, he is not sure that he can defeat Monray. Rather than confronting Meng Lei head-on, which would result in both sides suffering losses and gaining nothing, it would be better to leave as soon as possible and explore the vast plain.
This is the serious thing to do.
So he chose to leave without hesitation.
"Leave? Did I let you go?" Meng Lei responded indifferently.
"Sir, what are you going to do?"
Greg looked at Mon Lei coldly.
"You can leave if you want, but answer me a question first."
Meng Lei said calmly, "Answer me, and you can leave."
"Sir, don't think we're afraid of you," Greg said in a low voice. "I advise you not to cause trouble, or you won't be able to bear the consequences." Monroe sneered, suddenly appeared in front of Greg and threw a punch.
Greg was unable to react in time and was hit in the chest by the punch.
With a crack, several sternum were broken and his chest was sunken. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face suddenly showed a mixture of fear and anger. He was surprised that Meng Lei had such strength, and angry that Meng Lei dared to attack him. He was an elder of the Theodore Titan clan in the Thunder God realm, and his status was extremely respected.
"Elder Greg. Elder, are you okay?"
The other Titans were terrified. There are differences between high-level
great demon gods. Meng Lei blew on his fist and said contemptuously, I can beat 100 high-level great demon gods like you. Greg gritted his teeth and was almost angry, but at the same time he had to admire Meng Lei's strength. He broke his sternum with one punch, and the power was far beyond his imagination. What frightened him the most was that he didn't even see how Meng Lei arrived in front of him in an instant. Now, can you answer my question? Meng Lei asked lightly. Ask. Greg took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and said compromisingly, forget it, it's too troublesome to ask. Let's just search his soul directly. Meng Lei shook his head, seeming too lazy to say more. As soon as these words came out, Greg's face suddenly changed drastically, and he said in a hoarse voice, Sir, I am Greg Theodore, an elder of the Theodore Titan Protoss clan in the Thunder God realm. Are you sure you want to fight us to the death? The Theodore Protoss of the Thunder God realm? Meng Lei sneered. What the hell is that? Sorry, I haven't heard of it. Greg gritted his teeth. Since Meng Lei decided to kill, he would naturally not show mercy. He instantly moved in front of Greg and the 9 nether mysterious ice gushed out. Crack! In the blink of an eye, Greg, the high-level demon god, was frozen in place, turning into a golden ice sculpture, motionless. The rest is up to you. Meng Lei looked at the other titans coldly. This group of titans were so frightened that they turned into more than a dozen streams of light and fled into the distance without hesitation, wishing they had more legs. It's just a futile struggle. The divine domain spread rapidly, covering an area of thousands of miles in an instant. Although these titans are all medium-sized sky titans and are extremely fast, no matter how fast they are, they cannot catch up with the spread of the god's domain. In an instant, they were all locked in place, unable to move, unable to escape, and unable to even lift their eyelids. Meng Lei snapped his fingers lightly, and all the titans' heads suddenly exploded, brains splattered, flesh scattered, and countless godheads flew down. You devil, you dare to kill us. I, the Theodore Titan, will never let you go. Just wait for my crazy revenge. A roar of anger and hatred came from the godhead. They were almost mad with anger. They were sent to the vast plain to carry out a mission, and they thought they would be able to show their talents and return with a full load, but they didn't expect that they would be wiped out as soon as they passed through the space channel. Revenge? I'm ready for you anytime. Meng Lei sneered, opened his eyes of death, and instantly destroyed the souls of all the godheads. Next up, it's Greg. There is another great perfection. The Theodore Titans are indeed extremely powerful. There are many terrifying forces hidden in the Thunder God realm, and the Theodore Titan Protoss is one of the most terrifying existences among them. As one of the most powerful forces in the Thunder God realm, the Theodore Titan clan is unfathomable in strength. There are many Sky Titans in the clan, and only high-level Sky Titans are qualified to become elders. There are 127 elders in the Theodore Thunder God clan. In addition, there is one great master and one main god. Great perfection. The 5 laws are integrated into one. The Lord God, the supreme god among gods. One can imagine how terrifying the Theodore gods are. These behemoths have existed for countless years, and their accumulated strength is truly profound. Meng Lei sighed. Until I have the power to rival the Lord God, I'd better not go to the Thunder God realm. It's too dangerous. Of course you should respect your opponents, but there's no need to underestimate yourself. Dodora smiled and comforted. You are so young, but you have the powerful strength to kill the late-stage upper gods. It's already abnormal. Besides, I believe that in the near future, you should be able to compete with the great perfection. You have so much confidence in me? Meng Lei raised his eyebrows. Dodola is full of confidence. You're wrong. Meng Lei laughed heartily. There's no need to wait for a few days. As long as I'm willing, I can always possess the strength to compete with the great perfection. Dodora was stunned. Is it so strong? What do you think? Meng Lei smiled triumphantly and then lurked behind the spatial gate. According to Greg's memory, besides them, other forces in the Thunder God realm had also sent people to the desolate plain. For example, the Hyperion Dragon Protoss, the Korud Frozen Protoss, the Gabriel Angel Protoss. These Protoss also send out masters. Unlike the Netherworld continent, which only has 36 places, the Thunder God realm has tens of thousands of places, which means that a large number of masters will flock from the Thunder God realm. In Meng Lei's eyes, all these people are prey. A mid-level upper god is worth 60 million divine crystals. A late-stage superior god is worth 900 million divine crystals. Meng Lei did some calculations and figured that as long as he killed all the masters of the Thunder God realm, he would be able to obtain enough divine crystals to improve his own strength. It can not only strengthen the divine body and soul, but also greatly improve many bloodlines. Just imagine what a rich fortune this will be. You know, just strengthening blood requires a huge amount of money. For example, the blood of the god-killing rat, the blood of the ancient god requires 10 billion god crystals. Bloodline of the Netherworld divine phoenix, bloodline of the ancient god, requires 10 billion divine crystals. Bloodline of the 100-armed giant, bloodline of the ancient god, also requires 10 billion divine crystals. The blood of the frozen gods, the blood of the ancient gods requires 10 billion divine crystals, and the blood of the god of death, the blood of the ancient gods, also requires 10 billion divine crystals. There are also 2 ancient god bloodlines, the ancient human bloodline and the ancient tree of life bloodline. If
If you want to increase their fusion degree to 100%, you will also need more than 10 billion god crystals. It seems that strengthening these bloodlines requires a lot of money, but as long as the many powerful people in the Thunder God realm are destroyed, all of this will be solved.
As long as I kill them, my strength will definitely change dramatically.
Meng Lei's eyes were gleaming.
By then, what's the point of great perfection?
I can smack you into a pulp with just one slap. Swish, swish, swish. Meng Lei's weight was not in vain.
Not long after, someone rushed out of the space gate.
After seeing clearly, Meng Lei couldn't help but be slightly stunned.
All goddesses?
There were only about 20 people who came, all of them graceful and beautiful. Some were passionate, some were elegant and quiet, some were solemn and steady, some were lively and agile, and some were heroic. Their temperaments were very different, but all of them were stunning beauties. One of them was an elegant and serene green-haired goddess, who even surprised Meng Lei.
That is the elven goddess believed by the elves of the sky continent. Oh my gosh, the elf goddess is here too. Meng Lei marveled inwardly. TSK, you're so lucky.
Dodora chuckled. They are all goddesses of the natural gods. Each of them is a stunning beauty. If you can hook up with one of them, you will be completely single.
What are you doing? Monroe rolled his eyes.
Boy, this is your perfect chance to get out of being single.
Dodora was extremely dissatisfied with Meng Lei's attitude and scolded him. Which goddess of the natural gods is not coveted by the void gods? How dare you not care?
Meng Lei said helplessly, how many times have I told you, I have a wife and children, why should I take off my feathers?
TSK, you're a perpetual bachelor. Dodora raised his middle finger without any hesitation.
Although Meng Lei had no other plans in mind, he had to admit that these goddesses were indeed stunningly beautiful. Each of them had a different temperament and exuded a strong temptation.
Is this the vast plane?
Magic elements and the laws of heaven and earth are indeed far inferior to the Thunder God realm.
Lava goddess, where should we go? The location of the space gate is not fixed each time it opens. I don't know where we are now. Let's walk around and see. Then let's go.
The 20 or so goddesses quickly reached a consensus and randomly chose a direction to set off. At this moment, another group of people rushed out of the space gate. They had horns on their heads and looked majestic, clearly from the Dragon Clan.
When one of them, an old acquaintance, appeared, Munley's eyes lit up. Ambrose. TSK, even Ambrose is here. This is going to be interesting.
Goddesses, please stay.
Ambrose called out to the goddesses. Sir Ambrose, what can I do for you?
The goddesses turned around and looked at him and the dragons behind him in confusion.
The vast plain is full of dangers. How about we work together?
Ambrose said to the goddesses, his gaze particularly fixed on the elven goddess, his eyes full of admiration and desire. The elf goddess possesses a divine body of wood origin and is a leader among the younger generation of the natural gods. She has long been a key training target of the Natural Goddess series, and her future achievements are limitless. Her elegance, tranquility and stunning beauty made her the object of affection in the Thunder God realm and even among the gods of the void. It was rumored that many main gods coveted her beauty and wanted to take her as their concubine, and Ambrose is one of the many gods who has a crush on the elven goddess.
Join forces? No need.
The fiery lava goddess decisively refused.
We came to the desolate plain just to complete a small mission. It's easy. The lava goddess is the leader of the natural gods operation this time. She is also the only goddess who masters the 4 basic laws.
She is powerful and has a respected status. Naturally, other goddesses will not oppose her decision. What's more, no one is willing to cooperate with the Dragon Clan. Those guys are too lustful, and it is really dangerous to act with them.
That's such a shame,
Ambrose said with disappointment, forcing a smile.
In that case, I wish all the goddesses success and complete their mission perfectly. The lava goddess thanked her and prepared to lead the other goddesses away.
However, the elf goddess stared in a certain direction, a puzzled look on her face.
Diana, what's wrong? Asked the lava goddess curiously. There's someone over there.
The elven goddess pointed to the void behind the space gate. The lava goddess raised her eyebrows and was about to speak, but Ambrose shouted angrily, who was hiding in the dark.
Get out now.
As he spoke, he punched out, the void shattered, and a figure appeared.
It's you! It's you!
Ambrose and the elf goddess shouted in unison, with shock flashing in their eyes. No one expected that Mon Lay would appear here. The next moment, their expressions were completely different. Ambrose's face was grim, but he burst into laughter.
After searching high and low for something, I finally found it. I didn't expect to meet you here. It must be God's help.
Elder Ambrose, do you know him? The elf goddess asked doubtfully.
Know him? More than that. Ambrose grinned.
This guy relied on his status as the Lord of the Plains to destroy my clone, steal my wealth, and plunder my soul. We are mortal enemies, and I won't stop until I kill him. The elf goddess's expression changed slightly, and she said slowly, Elder Ambrose, this doesn't make sense. He should only be a mid-level god. How could he destroy your clone? Ever since handing over the heart of the plain to Meng Lei, the elf goddess no longer paid attention to the sky continent, and she knew nothing about what happened afterwards. Naturally, no one knew about the battle between Mon Lei and Ambrose, but in the eyes of the elf goddess, Mon Lei was just a mid-level god.
Middle-level god?
This guy broke through to become a high-level god when he fought me. Plus, he's the lord of the plane, so I lost,"
Ambrose said, gritting his teeth.
At that moment, I swore to the heavens that I would tear him into pieces and vent my hatred.
But I also knew that if this guy continued to hide in the plane, I would be unable to do anything to him. But I never expected to meet him here. It seems that God is helping me.
When Ambrose said this, his eyes were fixed on Meng Lei. His eyes were full of joy and excitement, as if he regarded him as prey and grasshopper in his palm, ready to crush him at any time.
"Boy, are you feeling despair, fear, regretful of everything you've done?" Ambrose asked with a sneer.
"What a pity. There's no such thing as regret medicine.
Come on, take him down."
The elf goddess quickly spoke. "Elder Ambrose, he is my friend, we can talk it over."
Ambrose was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Mon Lei was actually a friend of the elf goddess, but he vowed to kill Mon Lei and no one's plea would be of any use. "My lady Diana, this bastard, and I have an irreconcilable feud. I must kill him." "You'd better not speak for him. He doesn't deserve it," Ambrose said firmly.
Although he also admired the elven goddess, compared to killing Mon Lei, that little affection was nothing. Besides, the Tower of Time was still in Mon Lei's hands.
"Elder Ambrose."
The elf goddess continued to plead for mercy, but the lava goddess beside her frowned and said, "Diana, you've been cultivating in the Protoss Holy Land all these years.
How did you become friends with him?
If you're just a casual acquaintance, there's no need to plead for him." "Yes, Diana, there is no need to offend Elder Ambrose for an ordinary friend," the other goddesses advised. After all, Ambrose was an elder of the Hyperion Dragon clan and had an extraordinary status.
"Your Majesty, I appreciate your kindness." Meng Lei also spoke up. "Forget about begging.
I don't even care about this old lizard." The elf goddess was slightly stunned, and a hint of displeasure flashed in the eyes of the other goddesses.
"You don't take Ambrose seriously? Who do you think you are? Ha ha ha, what an arrogant bastard. You're still stubborn even when you're dying. But I just like your temper. The tougher the better." Ambrose laughed.
"Before, seeing your arrogance would make me furious and I'd want to tear you into pieces.
But now, I'm actually very happy.
It's like holding a grasshopper in my hand, watching it jump around so happily, but I don't know that I can crush it to death at any time."
"Ha, this feels so good."
Meng Lei shook his head. "Since you want to do it, then hurry up. I'm in a hurry."
"In a hurry? In a hurry to reincarnate?" Ambrose grinned. "Come on, take him down."
"Yes, Elder." A young man with black horns on his head shouted, then pounced on Meng Lei. He was a dark dragon, a true mid-stage upper divine spirit.
The elf goddess said nothing more. She knew that Mon Lei was finished today. He had fallen into Ambrose's hands and had no hope of survival.
"What a pity, this genius who possesses the golden source divine body is about to fall." She sighed softly.
"You bastard, you actually dared to offend Elder Ambrose. You are really courting death."
The young black dragon snorted coldly, completely ignoring Meng Lei. He was a dark dragon in the middle stage of the upper gods. In his eyes, the upper gods who had just broken through were not worth mentioning at all.
Meng Lei didn't dodge or evade, letting the black dragon youth pounce on him.
Just as his right claw landed on his shoulder, Meng Lei shook his shoulder lightly. A huge force erupted, and with a crack sound, the black dragon youth's right claw and his entire right arm were shattered into a meat paste, with flesh splattered everywhere. The black dragon youth's screams were shrill and piercing.
Meng Lei slapped him.
Like a sledgehammer hitting a watermelon, the black dragon youth's head shattered, his brains splattered everywhere, and the bloody scene was shocking. Everyone was shocked and could hardly believe their eyes.
A black dragon that was as powerful as a mid-level upper god actually had its head smashed by a hammer?
Of course, the most shocked were Ambrose and the elf goddess, who were most familiar with Mon Lei. Although Denton's strength is average among the younger generation, he is still a mid-level dragon king after all.
How could he be killed by him like this? Ambrose was stunned. How long ago did this bastard break through to the higher god?
He actually managed to kill Denton.
How did he do it? He actually.
The elf goddess covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock.
Wasn't Meng Lei a mid-level deity? Why was he so powerful now? Sir Ambrose, are you sure he just broke through to the upper level of God not long ago? The lava goddess frowned and asked in disbelief. Ambrose didn't answer, but stared at Meng Lei.
"I didn't expect that after just a few days of not seeing you, you've become even stronger."
"It seems I underestimated you. But, you think you can escape today?"
"Wishful thinking. I will kill you with my own hands, tearing you into pieces and making you pay dearly for your stupidity and ignorance."
"I'm afraid you'll be disappointed."
Meng Lei responded with a sneer. "Because, I have no intention of letting you go. Don't worry, I won't kill you right away. I will kill them first and then let you die slowly in fear and anger." Ambrose rushed towards Mon Lei frantically. His speed was astonishingly fast.
He flashed like a phantom and arrived in front of Meng Lei, punching out like a tidal wave. However, Mon Lei mysteriously disappeared from the spot and easily avoided Ambrose's full-strength attack.
Then he appeared behind a giant dragon and patted its shoulder gently. This was a green dragon, staring intently at the battle ahead.
Before it could react, Meng Lei punched it. The faucet exploded and brains splattered. The second one. Mon Lei turned to the remaining dragons. "Dragon ancestor is above. He's here. He killed Damp Dampier. The other dragons panicked, and Ambrose was furious. Not only did he fail to kill Monlay, but he let him kill Dampier instead. It's so infuriating. Die, die. Ambrose roared repeatedly, almost hysterically. God's domain, imprisonment. The divine domain quickly expanded, enclosing an area of 10,000 miles, but it couldn't contain Meng Lei at all. Meng Lei appeared behind another giant dragon. The faucet exploded and brains splattered everywhere. The third one. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Ambrose was almost crazy, but it was of no avail. He couldn't catch Monray at all. The fourth one. The fifth one. In this way, Meng Lei appeared like a ghost, and every time he appeared, he took the life of a dragon. The remaining dragons were so frightened that they took off running, but it was no use. No matter how fast they ran, they could not surpass the speed of Monray's teleportation. The farther they fled, the harder it would be for Ambrose to protect them. After a dozen breaths, more than 20 dragons were killed by Meng Lei, leaving only the furious Ambrose and the stunned goddesses. This guy is completely crazy. He actually killed all 27 dragons. Madman. A complete madman. Ambrose will never let him go. The Hyperion Dragon Clan will not let him go either. He's finished. It's ghostly, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Is this teleportation? Goddess of nature. Someone actually mastered this kind of magical power. The goddesses were completely stunned. Although they had seen powerful people before, this was the first time they had seen someone so wantonly slaughter the Hyperion clan. This was practically making an enemy of the entire Hyperion clan. Another prophet. With nearly 1.5 billion divine crystals in his pocket, Meng Lei was in a good mood and appeared in front of Ambrose again. At this moment, Ambrose was like a gambler who had lost all his chips. His eyes were bloodshot, he was hysterical, and completely out of control. You deserve to die. Ambrose suppressed his surging anger and hatred, and when he saw Meng Lei appear, he pounced on him without hesitation. This time, Meng Lei did not teleport to dodge, but instead rushed forward with a punch. The two fists collided, and a violent shockwave exploded. The void within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers instantly turned into a black hole. Ambrose and Monlay, who were at the center of the black hole, took several steps back at the same time. No winner. This scene made all the goddesses tremble. Although Meng Lei had just crazily slaughtered the dragon youths and demonstrated his terrifying strength, no one expected that he could actually compete with Ambrose. When did you become so strong? Feeling the dull pain and numbness in his right arm, Ambrose regained consciousness and stared at Monlay with shock and anger. Is this strong? How is it strong? Meng Lei sneered and said, you came to the Sky Continent before and wanted to kill me. Today, we will settle the score together. This is your grave. Want to kill me? You die first. Ambrose revealed his true form, transforming into a giant golden dragon that was 800,000 feet long and shone with golden light all over its body, just like the brilliant sun. He is the golden ancient dragon king. The ancient dragon is comparable to a true god. The ancient dragon king is comparable to the lower gods. The ancient dragon is equivalent to a mid-level god. The ancient dragon king is comparable to a higher god. Ambrose has now reached the late stage of the upper god, and is definitely a high-level ancient dragon king. A surge of dragon power quickly spread out, covering tens of millions of kilometers, shocking all living beings within the range. Ambrose roared to the sky, and the rolling sound waves hit the void like an explosion. The space of the vast plain could not bear it and broke apart inch by inch. In an instant, the area of 1 million kilometers centered on Ambrose turned into a black hole. He stood proudly in the center of the black hole, staring at Meng Lei with his huge eyes, murderous intent and hatred surging. Reptile, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Ambrose raised his dragon claw, which was taller than Mount Everest, and slammed it down, determined to beat Monroe into a pulp. Back off. Everyone, back off quickly. The lava goddess's expression suddenly changed, and she shouted loudly, keep a safe distance immediately. The goddesses all flew away. They were only mid-level upper gods. Facing Ambrose, who was spewing true fire, they did not dare to get too close, for fear of being affected and losing their lives in vain. Ambrose is serious. He's completely enraged. The lava goddess's face was grim. This kid is in trouble. I'm afraid he won't survive. Oh, I just hope he's safe. The elf goddess sighed softly and flew away quickly. Ha, you came just in time. Meng Lei looked at the dragon claw that was coming down like a mountain, without dodging, and his whole body swelled up rapidly like an inflated balloon. The goddesses flying into the distance only felt a huge black shadow covering their backs. They looked back in horror and saw a giant standing upright between heaven and earth. With his feet on the ground and his head in the sky, he is 800,000 feet tall, with 100 ferocious and powerful arms. What shocked the goddesses the most was that the giant burst out with brilliant light, even more dazzling than Ambrose himself. 100-armed giant? The goddesses all gasped. No, this is not an ordinary 100-armed giant. Feel his breath carefully. The lava goddess's face was filled with a complex expression of horror, confusion, and disbelief, and her heart was in turmoil. The power of the gold element. This is the breath of the gold element's original power. The iron goddess's expression changed drastically as she looked at the elf goddess. Diana, is this the power of the gold element? He actually possesses a gold divine body?
The elf goddess was equally incredulous. He does possess the golden source divine body, but what shocks me is that his golden source divine body has actually reached its peak.
It really is the golden source divine body.
The iron goddess murmured to herself, and it's a fully developed golden source divine body.
This is incredible, simply unbelievable. The great golden source divine body.
The other goddesses also changed their expressions.
The origin divine body is rare.
Among the entire natural gods and natural goddesses, only the elf goddess possesses the wood origin divine body, but she has only achieved a small degree of success. Now, a golden source divine body that has been cultivated to perfection appears before our eyes.
One can imagine how shocking and incredible this is. How did he cultivate to this level?
The elf goddess whispered to herself. On the other side, Meng Lei raised his right fist to meet the dragon claw that came down with a loud bang. With a loud bang, the aftermath of the impact spread everywhere and dragon blood splattered. Ambrose let out a mournful cry. His dragon claws were smashed to pieces, and large drops of golden dragon blood gushed out.
Golden source divine body. You actually possess the golden source divine body. Ambrose growled in disbelief. You only know it now? It's too late.
Meng Lei laughed loudly, his voice shaking the sky. Today I will let you witness the power of the golden source divine body.
Gold element origin divine art, ultimate alchemy. A dazzling golden beam descended from the sky, instantly enveloping Ambrose.
As soon as it made contact, the area immediately began to turn golden.
This is true goldification, or gold originification, which means that part of Ambrose is directly transformed into the power of the gold origin.
For Mon Lei, the divine body itself is composed of the original power of gold, and the original power of gold has no effect on him, but Ambrose is different.
Could it be?
He is a body of flesh and blood. Once his divine body is transformed by the gold element, it will be completely ruined.
Ambrose was horrified and swung his dragon tail to quickly avoid the golden beam falling from the sky. Behave yourself.
Meng Lei appeared at the dragon's head, waving his 100 arms left and right, bombarding Ambrose wildly, breaking his dragon scales and causing him to bleed from all his orifices.
Ultimate alchemy. Mon Lei grabbed Ambrose's head, and a golden beam of light suddenly fell from the sky, directly covering his huge dragon head. Ambrose struggled desperately, but was firmly grasped by Mon Lei, and his resistance was useless. No matter how hard he tried to move, he couldn't budge at all. He could only watch helplessly as his entire head was completely covered by the golden light. After the gold element transformation was completely completed, Meng Lei nodded with satisfaction. Once the gold element transformation was completed, Ambrose was completely useless. Sir Ambrose, you never dreamed that it would end up like this, did you? Meng Lei changed back into human form, stood on Ambrose's dragon head, and said with a faint smile, "Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go."
Ambrose couldn't speak, but his hatred was conveyed through the communication between his soul and spirit.
Be a ghost? That depends on whether there is an opportunity.
Meng Lei sneered and said, "Don't worry, I will make your soul fly away. By then, you won't even have the chance to become a ghost, let alone revenge."
Ambrose's dragon body trembled, and a bone-chilling chill washed over him.
Anyone else might have hesitated to kill him due to his status, but he had no confidence at all.
What? Are you scared? Meng Lei chuckled. I didn't expect that the elders of the Hyperion dragon clan would also be afraid. What do you want?
Ambrose growled in a low voice, his heart filled with humiliation and oppression.
Nothing much, I just wanted to ask you. Meng Lei said, are you desperate now? Frightened? Annoyed? Do you regret coming to this vast plain?
These were exactly what Ambrose had said to him before, and Mon Lei repeated them to him word for word. Hearing these words, Ambrose's hatred deepened.
What? Not talking? Pretending to be dead? Believe it or not, I'll make you really die. Meng Lei raised his eyebrows.
Ambrose's dragon body trembled violently, and he growled, "Sir, I am an elder of the Hyperion dragon clan.
You can't do this to me."
At this moment, he was no longer able to resist and could only use the reputation of the Hyper Dragon clan to scare Meng Lei, hoping that he would be cautious and let him go.
As for dignity, he no longer had any reason to care about it. You're trying to scare me with the Hyperion dragon clan?
Meng Lei shook his head and sneered. If I remember correctly, I seem to have killed a group of titans just now.
The one leading them should be Greg Theodore. You killed Greg? Ambrose's dragon body shook violently. Meng Lei said lightly, "Madman. You are a madman." Ambrose said in a hoarse voice, "Greg is Lord Gaianos' child. Lord Gaianos will never let you go." Gaianos?
Mon Lei had integrated Greg's memories, so he naturally knew Gaianos' identity, the only great master of the Theodore Titan clan.
An existence even rarer than the Lord God.
Although most of the great masters are not as powerful as the main gods, they are by no means inferior to the main gods in terms of identity, status, and deterrence.
As the son of Gaianos Theodore, Greg is highly respected by the Theodore Titans. Ambrose was so bold to see Mon Lei actually kill Greg. Mon Lei, you have completely offended the Theodore Protoss. Don't provoke my Hyperion Protoss again. Ambrose said in a low voice, otherwise, you will not be able to withstand the wrath of the Theodore Protoss and my Hyperion Protoss.
Offending one person is an offense, offending
too is also an offense. What's the difference? Menglay shook his head slightly. That's enough, you should get going. Ambrose's whole body trembled, and he roared, what do you want to do? You can't kill me. I am an elder of the Hyperion Dragon Clan. If you kill me, the Hyperion Dragon Clan will never let you go. Hit the road, you won't be alone. Monlay took out the Grim Reaper's scythe and was about to chop off Ambrose's dragon head, but Ambrose was so frightened that he screamed desperately. Suddenly, he saw the lava goddess and others not far away, and hurriedly shouted for help. Eugenia, save me. Diana, help me plead. A group of goddesses flew over quickly. The lava goddess frowned and said, Sir, Ambrose is an elder of the Hyperion Dragon Clan after all. You can't kill him. You can't afford the consequences. You want to plead for him? Menglay raised his eyebrows. This is not a plea, but a warning. The lava goddess shouted coldly. Warn me? Who do you think you are? Menglay glanced at her coldly. Get away from me, you're an eyesore. The lava goddess was furious. What? You want to die too? Monlay appeared in front of the lava goddess in an instant, with the Grim Reaper's scythe against her snow-white neck, ready to chop off her head at any time. Let go of the lava goddess. Monray, no. The goddesses instantly erupted in anger. Monray, don't hurt the lava goddess. The elf goddess shouted. Well, for the elf goddess' sake, I won't kill you. Just get out of here. Menglay snorted coldly and punched the lava goddess in the abdomen. She was struck by lightning, spurting blood and flying backwards. Then, Monlay raised his sword and cut off Ambrose's dragon head. As a powerful late-stage upper god and an elder of the Hyperion Dragon Clan, Ambrose enjoys extremely high prestige in the Thunder God realm. A person like him is usually the only one who kills people. Who would dare to kill him? However, at this moment, his head was chopped off, blood splattered on the spot, and his death was extremely tragic. This scene was like a super earthquake, causing huge waves in the hearts of many goddesses. Their faces were pale and they were terrified. How dare such a bold person defy fate and kill Ambrose? However, Menglay acted as if it was a trivial matter. He calmly dug out his godhood, destroyed his soul, looked through the space ring, and recovered the dragon corpse. His calmness was almost crazy. Madman. He's absolutely crazy. The goddesses screamed frantically in their hearts. At this moment, they suddenly saw Menglay walking towards them. Their faces changed, and they instinctively stepped back. What do you want to do? The ocean goddess asked in a trembling voice. Don't be afraid, I want to talk to the elf goddess. Menglay signaled everyone to stay calm, then looked at the elf goddess and said with a smile, Your Majesty, I am glad to meet you here. The elf goddess had a complicated expression. You gave me the heart of the sky continent plane, and I haven't had time to express my gratitude yet. I'm so sorry. Menglay smiled apologetically, then took out a set of green armor and a green sword. These two weapons are given to you as a token of my gratitude. The green armor is made of the scales of strange beasts, exuding a strong breath of life. The long sword exudes a heart-pounding chill. Although the elf goddess could not see the specific levels of these two artifacts, she could feel that each one was far superior to the artifact in her hand. No, it's too expensive. The elf goddess shook her head repeatedly and firmly declined. It's just a plane. It's not worthy of these two artifacts at all. I can't afford it. Seeing her firm attitude, Menglay had no choice but to take back the two artifacts. The elf goddess breathed a sigh of relief and asked in confusion, Why are you here? I discovered a spatial rift in the bright continent that leads directly to a plane. After entering that plane, I learned about the desolate plane and rushed here. Menglay explained with a smile. The elf goddess nodded slightly, her expression complicated. Your progress is truly rapid. If I remember correctly, you're only 25 years old, right? 25 years old? This is unbelievable. The other goddesses were horrified upon hearing this, their faces turning pale as if they had seen a ghost. To become a high-level deity, each of them had gone through millions of years of training. This guy is actually less than 25 years old? What made them even more upset was that Menglay actually admitted, I just turned 25. All the goddesses gasped, especially the lava goddess, whose face turned red, thinking to herself, I was defeated by a kid who was less than 25 years old. You're not even 25 yet and you already have this much strength. I really don't know how you cultivated yourself. The elf goddess smiled bitterly, feeling as helpless as a dog. To tell you the truth, I haven't become a god yet. Menglay touched his nose. My body is just a little stronger. Hasn't become a god yet? How is that possible? The goddesses were shocked again, but the elf goddess said, You haven't become a god yet. I thought you had already chosen to become a god. A group of goddesses didn't know what to say. How did you cultivate to have such strength without becoming a god? Everyone understands that cultivating a divine body is thousands of times more difficult than comprehending and integrating divine techniques. In short, these goddesses were completely shocked and speechless, feeling like they were in a dream. When I first noticed you, I knew you were a little weird, but I didn't expect you to be even more perverted than you initially showed. The elf goddess smiled bitterly and asked, What are your plans next? Are you planning to venture into the vast plane? I came to the vast plane just to have fun. Menglay nodded with a smile, and suddenly said a little embarrassedly, Your Majesty, I have an unwelcome request. I hope you can fulfill it. The elf goddess was stunned for a moment. Go ahead. I want a drop of loved your blood. Meng Lei's eyes were bright and full of anticipation. The elf goddess possessed the wood source divine body. How could he miss this opportunity when he met her today? What do you want my blood for? The elf goddess looked a little surprised. I'm very useful.
Meng Lei pretended to smile mysteriously. Don't worry, I won't take your blood for nothing.
Although the elf goddess was puzzled, she thought it was just a drop of blood and nothing serious. Meng Lei took the blood and took out 3 artifacts.
In addition to the previous armor and sword, there was also a ring that emitted spiritual fluctuations.
These 3 artifacts form a set. They are a physical defense artifact, an attack artifact, and a soul defense artifact. They are all high-level artifacts. 3 matching high-level divine artifacts.
The goddesses all changed color, staring at the 3 artifacts with shocked eyes. The matching high-level artifacts were far superior to the Great Perfection artifacts.
No, it's too precious. Please take it back. The elf goddess refused repeatedly. Your blood is extremely important to me, and its value far exceeds these 3 artifacts. Meng Lei spoke firmly, stuffed the 3 artifacts back into the elf goddess's hands, and instantly disappeared. With the blood already in hand, it was the perfect time to plunder the wood source divine body. Man Ray, the elf goddess called out twice, but Meng Lei had already vanished. She stared at the artifact in her hand, not knowing whether to take it or throw it away, and was immediately in a dilemma. Put it away first, Diana, the lava goddess sighed.
The elf goddess shook her head slightly and put away the 3 artifacts.
Diana, who is this guy? Diana, is he really under 25? Diana, he's so nice to you, is he interested in you?
A group of goddesses immediately surrounded the elf goddess, chattering and asking questions non-stop.
Things are not what you think. Thousands of kilometers away, Meng Lei had already issued the order to plunder. Ding! Plunder successful. Do you want to merge?
A strong wood elemental power gushed out, rapidly spreading to every corner of Meng Lei's body, leaving no limbs or bones untouched.
Half an hour later, the fusion was officially completed.
Meng Lei clenched his fists and felt that his strength was stronger, his defense was stronger, his vitality was stronger, and his cell activity was greatly improved. Looking at the attribute panel again, to Meng Lei's surprise, 2 attributes had changed. The degree of fusion of the ancient tree of life's bloodline increased from 26% to 36%, an increase of 10 percentage points, which he had never expected before. However, this is not difficult to understand.
After all, the bloodline of the ancient tree of life belongs to the bloodline of plants.
It is completely reasonable to integrate it with the wood source divine body so that the degree of integration of this bloodline can naturally be improved.
The second change occurs in the physique. Constitution, gold source divine body, great perfection, wood source divine body, 1%. This change is not unexpected. Only 1% fusion degree? System, increase it to 100%. Meng Lei gave the order decisively.
The wealth instantly shrank by 100 million divine crystals.
Suddenly, a surge of wood elemental power burst out from Meng Lei's body, and a rich breath of life spread out.
The surrounding plants seemed to have taken stimulants and grew wildly. Looking at Meng Lei again, a green halo surrounded his whole body, and the original power of wood penetrated into his cells madly, flowing through his limbs and bones, and spreading to every corner. This is a change at the macro level. At the microscopic level, the golden cells that were previously composed entirely of gold essence gradually gave up half of their space and were replaced by green. A cell, half gold, half green, just like a gold and green billiard ball. It looks like gold but is not gold, looks like green but is not green. It is full of sharp and murderous aura, and also exudes rich vitality. Meng Lei stretched out his palm, and 2 flames appeared in his palm, 1 golden, and 1 green.
The former is sharp and cold, while the latter is full of vitality. Their temperaments are completely different.
As his mind moved, the 2 flames merged together without any surprise, forming a half gold and half green flame, which was both sharp and full of vitality.
It seems to be more powerful. He was secretly happy.
Meng Lei casually extinguished the netherworld divine fire and turned his gaze to the attribute panel, discovering that the degree of fusion of the ancient tree of life's bloodline had soared from 36% to 66%, a full 30 percentage points increase.
This improvement is extremely amazing. After all, the bloodline of the ancient tree of life is the bloodline of the ancient god. Every 1% increase in the fusion degree requires
100 million divine crystals, and this time it has increased by 30%, which is equivalent to saving him 3 billion divine crystals.
What a bargain. I feel that my divine body has improved a lot. I wonder what level it is at now. Meng Lei asked himself doubtfully.
System, how many divine crystals do I need to strengthen my divine body? He asked anxiously.
Ding.
The host's current divine body is comparable to the late stage of the upper gods. After strengthening, it will reach the level of the great perfection upper gods. The strengthening cost, 4 billion divine crystals.
The system replied coldly. Hearing this, Meng Lei felt a little disappointed.
It turned out that after Mu Yuan's divine body was fully developed, his divine body still had not reached the state of great perfection. However, the price of the enhancement has been reduced from 12 billion divine crystals to 4 billion, which is enough to prove that his divine body has indeed been greatly improved. Just as Meng Lei was about to give give the order to strengthen, his eyes fell on the 66% fusion degree of the ancient life tree bloodline, and a thought occurred to him: if I increase the ancient life tree bloodline to 100%, system, increase the degree of fusion of the ancient tree of life's bloodline to 100%. He gave the order without hesitation. Wealth shrank by 3.4 billion divine crystals in an instant. A surge of green mist gushed out from his body, and Meng Lei uncontrollably transformed into the form of an ancient tree of life. Afterwards, he grew rapidly like a rocket. 85,000 feet, 900,000 feet, 92,000 feet, 95,000 feet. It soon broke through the million-foot mark and became a towering giant tree standing tall, surrounded by green mist and golden and green rays, shining for a million miles. This aura is too terrifying. A treasure has been unearthed over there, go and take a look. A medium-level ancient god, comparable to the main god. What does 1 million zhang mean? 1 million zhang is approximately equal to 3,000 kilometers. The straight line distance from Harbin to Yunnan is only a little over 3,000 kilometers, which shows just how high Meng Lei is now. Add to that the golden and green light emanating from it, and it's like a rosy glow, a truly magnificent sight. From a distance, it looked like a rare treasure was born. This natural phenomenon not only attracted the indigenous creatures of the vast plain, but also attracted masters from other planes. All the strong men rushed here without stopping, wishing they had more legs. Meng Lei was completely unaware of the commotion. He was immersed in the changes in his divine body and could clearly feel that the strength of his divine body had increased many times over, and his vitality had become thousands of times more active. Such a powerful pressure. The vitality is shocking. Dodora flew out of the Tower of Time in astonishment, his eyes unable to conceal the shock. You kid actually broke through to the great perfection. It's unbelievable. Meng Lei's heart was shocked. Dodora, has my divine body reached the level of great perfection? This pressure is absolutely correct. Tadala nodded repeatedly. Although I have already witnessed your ability to inexplicably improve your strength, but seeing you grow step by step to your current appearance, I still can't help but be shocked. Ha ha ha, haven't you fully adapted yet? Meng Lei looked at his attribute panel. Race, human, original bloodline, ancient human bloodline 36%, fusion bloodlines, god-slaying rat bloodline young, nether phoenix bloodline, young, 100-armed giant bloodline young, ancient tree of life bloodline young, frozen protoss bloodline young, death god bloodline young, wealth value, 22.5 billion divine crystals, constitution, gold source divine body, great perfection, wood source divine body, great perfection, spirit, higher gods, midterm, divine power, 200 divine crystals, 3-element fusion, wind, light, dark, 0.1%, metal, wood, earth, 0.1%, earth, wood, thunder, 0.1%, gold, dark, ice, 0.1%, earth, water, metal, 0.1%. For elements fusion, ice, gold, dark, fire, 0.1%, earth, water, fire, light, 0.1%. Innate magical powers, teleport, dark, thunder, elementalization, teleportation, absolute 0, nirvana rebirth, 9 nether mysterious ice, eye of death, ultimate, netherworld divine fire, ultimate. Now my personal attributes can be said to be extremely luxurious. Possessing the bloodline of the ancient human race and the ancient tree of life at the level of the ancient god, as well as many other bloodlines. Gold source divine body and wood source divine body. A powerful body comparable to that of great perfection. He also possesses a vast fortune of 22.5 billion divine crystals, a profound understanding of the laws, and numerous magical powers. I'm stronger than ever. Meng Lei couldn't help but recall the shabby attributes when he first obtained the system. Physical fitness, ordinary person, 0.5/10. Mental, ordinary person, 1/10. There is a world of difference between the two. There is no comparison at all. At that time, I was a complete loser. But it's been less than 10 years. I have stood at the pinnacle of the gods, possessing the strength to contend with the great and perfect higher gods. It feels like a dream along the way. But this is far from enough. I must become the most powerful being in the universe. Looking at the attribute panel again, there are still many places to spend money. You know, each upgrade costs hundreds of millions of divine crystals. For example, to strengthen several bloodlines, each requires 10 billion divine crystals, but my current 22.5 billion divine crystals are only enough to strengthen 2 bloodlines. And strengthen your physique. System, how many divine crystals are needed to strengthen my body? Meng Lei asked curiously. Ding. The host's current physique is comparable to that of a low-level ancient god. After strengthening, it will be comparable to that of a mid-level ancient god. Estimated cost, 1 trillion divine crystals. 1 trillion? Meng Lei gasped. That's ridiculously exaggerated. But I understand. After all, a mid-level ancient god can rival a lord god. Great perfection, also known as the ancient god. This is a magical realm, because the powerful ancient gods are comparable to the main gods. A simple ancient god is naturally no match for the main god, but an ancient god who has comprehended the supreme law is different and can completely compete with the main god. For example, the Lord of Time. Although he only comprehended part of the laws of time, he was able to compete with the weakest main god. The weakest here refers refers to the lower-level main god. If the Lord of Time continues to deepen his attainments in the laws of time, his strength will continue to increase, and he may even be able to compete with the middle-level Lord God, even challenge the upper main god. To be precise, the comparison of the power between the ancient god and the Lord God is as follows. Low-level ancient gods, 0, main god. Intermediate ancient god, for, equals lower-level main god. High-level ancient god, half, equals middle-level main god. The supreme ancient god, complete, equals the upper main god. The 0, skin and skin, half, and complete here represent the ancient god's level of comprehension of the supreme law, means weaker than, and means comparable. Strictly speaking, the ancient god is the realm of cultivation that all the gods in the void must go through. From low to high they are: mortal, holy domain, demigod, true god, lower god, middle god, upper god, low ancient god, medium ancient god, high ancient god, supreme ancient god. As for the Lord God, however, that was only the lucky few who had obtained the Lord Godhead. It was precisely because of the fusion of the Lord Godhead that the Lord God was able to leap to the pinnacle of all gods, forcing the realm of Lord God to appear in the hierarchy of the void gods. But in reality, the Lord God cannot be achieved through cultivation. No matter how hard the gods practice, they can only become ancient gods, never Lord gods. Only those who have merged with the Lord Godhead are qualified to be called Lord gods. My current physical strength is comparable to that of a low-level ancient god, or an ordinary great perfection upper-level god. If I strengthen it once more, I can reach the level of a mid-level ancient god. Meng Lei whispered to himself, a mid-level ancient god is equivalent to a lower-level main god. TSK, a lower-level main god. This is the existence that truly stands at the pinnacle of the gods. Therefore, although the price of 1 trillion divine crystals is shocking, it is completely understandable. After all, this is the price of the Lord God. Of course, understanding is one thing, but that doesn't mean Meng Lei is willing to spend so much money. Perhaps by comprehending the supreme law, the cost will be much cheaper. Dodola, how many great perfections are there in this vast universe? Meng Lei suddenly asked. Duatala shook his head slightly. In this vast universe, there are no more than 100 true great perfection people. They are even rarer than the main gods. True great perfection? Meng Lei asked. True great perfection means comprehending the 5 fundamental principles and completely integrating them into a single superior. Dodora emphasized, there are no more than 100 such beings. Of course, there are many pseudo-great perfections like you. Fake great perfection? Meng Lei frowned. The so-called pseudo-great perfection is a higher-level god whose combat power has reached the level of great perfection, but who has not yet reached the true realm. Dodora laughed. For example, their physical strength is equivalent to that of great perfection. They possess a set of main artifacts, or other combat power is comparable to that of great perfection. In short, there are many pseudo-great perfections in the void world. Although they don't have the realm of great perfection, they possess combat power comparable to that of great perfection. So that's how it is. Meng Lei nodded gently and asked, then how many people have comprehended the supreme law and achieved great perfection? That's extremely rare. Dodora shook his head. As I said earlier, there are no more than 100 true great perfections, and even fewer who have comprehended the supreme law. Besides the fact that the supreme law itself is extremely difficult to comprehend, another reason is the limitations of their talents, which results in an incorrect combination of the 5 basic laws they comprehend. Choose any 5 of the 10 basic laws to integrate, and there are a total of 252 integration methods, which theoretically means there are 252 kinds of great perfection. But so far, there are only 5 ways to integrate the supreme law. The law of time, thunder, fire, wind, light, darkness. Space principle, metal, wood, earth, water, fire. Life principles, earth, wood, thunder, light, water. Laws of destruction, thunder, ice, gold, dark, fire. Laws of death, gold, dark, ice, wind, and earth. As to whether other fusion methods can produce the supreme law, there is no conclusion yet, because no one has ever tried it. After all, there are less than 100 people who have achieved true perfection, but it is not difficult to guess that most fusion methods are definitely unable to comprehend the supreme law, otherwise someone would have succeeded long ago. This also resulted in many great perfection cultivators being unable to comprehend the supreme law, simply because the 5 basic laws they had integrated were simply not suitable. It's worth mentioning that it takes talent for a spirit to comprehend the laws. Without the corresponding talent, no matter how hard you try, it will be useless. You can't just comprehend any law you want. From this we can see that it is very difficult to achieve great perfection, and it is even more difficult to comprehend the supreme law. It not only requires tremendous effort but also innate talent, or rather, it requires more luck. It is precisely these reasons that make achieving the great perfection of the supreme law so rare. Geniuses like the god of time, who possess the 5 laws of thunder, fire, wind, light, and darkness and can fully comprehend and integrate them, are truly extremely rare. The vast majority of people have no magical talent at all. Only a very small number of people have magical talent, and usually only 1 or 2 branches. 3 magical talents are extremely rare, 4 are even rarer, and 5 are absolutely
completely unique. And those who possess the 5 magical talents required by the supreme law are even fewer. Of course, there are many other factors, such as having talent but not having the opportunity to practice, or dying prematurely, and so on. Precisely because of this series of reasons, those who can comprehend the supreme law to perfection are extremely rare. Looking across the entire universe, there are definitely only a handful of them. Dwaddle sighed, as the saying goes, there's always a way out. God has given ordinary creatures the opportunity to cultivate and become a great perfection Lord God, but this chance is so slim, it's truly rare, almost impossible to succeed. Meng Lei also nodded in agreement. This shows that the God of Time is truly extraordinary. You really think so? Dodora snorted lightly, with an expression on her face that said, I've already told you how powerful the God of Time is, but you didn't believe me, and there's nothing I can do about it. Meng Lei chuckled and said, Dodora, look at me now. I'm almost at the level of great perfection. Are you going to hand over the God of Time's wealth to me? You haven't passed the test yet. Dodora was about to refuse without hesitation, but was interrupted by Meng Lei. It is better to help someone in need than to add icing on the cake. When I truly become the main god, if you give me the wealth of the God of Time, I will not be grateful for your kindness. This was quite true. No matter how powerful the God of Time was, he had only just reached the level of a mid-level ancient god among the lower-level main gods. How much wealth could he have? At most, it was equivalent to the accumulation of lower-level main gods, which was already a lot for Meng Lei at the moment. But as Meng Lei's power continued to rise, these treasures would eventually depreciate in value. If one day he became a mid-level main god, or even a high-level main god, he would not even consider the God of Time's possessions. It is better to help him in times of need than to add icing on the cake. It is most appropriate to give it to him at this time. Dodora was very smart and immediately understood the key point. He said unhappily, well, you dare to threaten me now. Threat? That's outrageous. Meng Lei waved his hand. I'm just stating a fact. Humph, don't fool me. Dodora rolled her eyes. Although I'm very unhappy about being threatened by you, I admit that you do have a point. So, Meng Lei's eyes lit up. So, I decided to give the God of Time's wealth to you. Dodora smiled meaningfully. However, before I hand it over to you, I must tell you that the God of Time can manipulate the laws of time. He is best at finding treasures and emptying the treasury. His wealth is far beyond your imagination. Hey, the more the better. Meng Lei's eyes became brighter. Dwaddle curled her lips, and the grass under her feet suddenly cracked, revealing a secret compartment with an exquisite little box inside. Meng Lei couldn't wait to grab the box and open it. Inside, a space ring lay quietly. Meng Lei picked up the ring and immediately released his divine consciousness. Oh my god. Meng Lei was so shocked that he couldn't speak. How about it? Are you scared? Dodola was very proud, as if his evil plan had succeeded. Meng Lei held it in for a long time, then glared at Dwaddle. Dwaddle, you are kidding me. Tease you? You're going too far. Dodola was also very angry. Then tell me, what are you missing? Meng Lei took out the treasure from the space ring, but found only an irregularly shaped crystal emitting 5-colored light. Meng Lei was furious. The God of Time's wealth is just this little fragment of law? What are you trying to do? Dodora was stunned for a moment, then blamed herself in frustration. Look at my memory. I actually forgot such an important thing. I really deserve a beating. I deserve a beating. Do you have anything else to say? Meng Lei's face was gloomy, feeling that he had been completely fooled by Dwaddle. Listen carefully. Dodora's expression turned serious. The wealth that the God of Time left you is indeed more than just this fragment of law, but the other wealth is not with me. Not with you? What do you mean? Meng Lei was stunned. Back then, the God of Time was being hunted by that powerful being. He was afraid that the wealth he had accumulated throughout his life would fall into that person's hands, so he hid it in batches. Dodora said in a deep voice, his wealth was divided into 3 batches and hidden in 3 different places. Each batch is worth the equivalent of a mid-level main god's lifetime accumulation. Meng Lei's eyes widened. Do you know why the God of Time was hunted down back then? Dodora snorted coldly, because he not only stole the seeds from the higher planes, he also took advantage of the situation and emptied the treasure house of that being, and that being is a supreme god. Meng Lei gasped, how dare the God of Time steal the wealth of the higher gods? How audacious. So, he fell. Dodora was a little melancholy. You must learn from your mistakes. Don't end up like me. Don't worry, I'm afraid of death. Before I have sufficient strength, I will never take the initiative to provoke those who are stronger than me. Meng Lei shook his head and then asked, by the way, where are the 3 batches of wealth hidden? The other 2 places are very far away, so let's not talk about them for now. Dodora replied, the ones closest to you are hidden in the Opus Mountains in the Thunder God realm. Thunder God realm. Meng Lei frowned. It's actually in the Thunder God realm. This is a bit troublesome, but fortunately, as long as I change my appearance, I should be able to quietly take away this batch of wealth. This won't be difficult for you. Dwaddle nodded. Meng Lei possessed many bloodlines. As long as he could enter the Thunder God realm without being noticed, who would be able to recognize him? After this trip to the vast plain is over, I will go to the Thunder God realm to bring back the treasure. His eyes flashed with excitement excitement. That was equivalent to the lifetime accumulation of a mid-level main god. It was too tempting. Meng Lei would not miss it no matter what. Before you go, you must first comprehend the law of time. Dodora pointed at the fragment of the law and said, the 3 batches of wealth are hidden in the turbulent flow of time. If you don't master the law of time, you won't be able to obtain the wealth. Comprehension of the law of time? Meng Lei couldn't help but look at the fragment of the law emitting 5-colored light. It was obviously a fragment of the fusion of the 5 laws. He could see that it was the fusion of the 5 laws corresponding to the law of time: thunder, fire, wind, light, and darkness. This fragment of the fusion of the 5 elements laws is the key to unlocking wealth. Only if you fully comprehend the fusion of the 5 elements laws and the law of time can you find the 3 batches of wealth, Dodola said slowly. As long as we have the law fragment, everything will be easy. Meng Lei chuckled and immediately issued an order. System, plunder the 5-element fusion law in this law fragment. He could, of course, slowly comprehend the laws within the fragments, but that was too slow. Direct plundering was faster. Meng Lei believed he could succeed because super plundering could plunder everything. Ding! Plunder target 5 elements fusion law fragment. Target substance 5 elements fusion law. The system announced coldly. Plunder price 6 divine crystals. Confirmed to plunder? A strange energy enveloped the fragments of the law. In an instant, the 5-colored light disappeared silently, and the fragments of the law turned into white powder and slipped through Meng Lei's fingers like fine sand. At the same time, a torrent of information containing the 5-element fusion laws poured into Meng Lei's mind, and scenes flashed by like a movie. Monroe quickly began to understand. When it comes to the comprehension of laws, Meng Lei is simply an outlier. He has mastered all 10 basic laws. Based on this alone, no one in the entire universe can match him. In addition, he also comprehended dozens of 2-system fusion laws, 3-system fusion laws, and 4-system fusion laws. However, he had never come across the 5 elements fusion law. Now that he encountered it, he naturally wanted to study it carefully. Hurry! The treasure is over there. Suddenly, a group of uninvited guests appeared. They are hundreds of feet tall, wearing golden armor, with elephant heads and human bodies, holding giant axes and copper hammers, exuding a fierce and tyrannical aura, like a group of giant human-shaped elephants. Where is the treasure? Where is the treasure? The elephants approached quickly, but instead of seeing the treasure, they saw Meng Lei, who was regaining his human form, and they immediately became furious. Damn it! No matter how hard we tried, someone still got there first, they roared. Kill him, take back the treasure, and then get out of here immediately. At this time, Meng Lei was concentrating on comprehending the laws. His aura was hidden, and he looked like an ordinary person, with no sign of strength at all. Seeing this, the elephants swung their axes and hammers without hesitation, trying to cut the Gordian knot, kill Meng Lei and retreat quickly. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy weapons hit Meng Lei fiercely, but did not hurt him at all. It only awakened Meng Lei from his comprehension of the profound 5-element fusion law. He secretly said to himself, as long as he comprehended this law of fusion of the 5 elements, and then spent money to upgrade it to 100%, then he would be able to completely master the law of fusion of the 5 elements and reach the state of great perfection. The great perfection divine body plus the great perfection realm. Meng Lei will become the real great perfection. What a fascinating future. As a result, he was awakened. Meng Lei's heart was filled with the desire to destroy everything and overturn the world. He cursed angrily, damn bastard, how dare you interrupt my good thing? Damn it all. The violet aura burst out like a huge wave, and with the loud rumbling sound, the elephants attacking him were blown away one after another. All the elephant men seemed to be struck by lightning, spurting blood, and being extremely terrified. What a terrifying aura. Damn it, we hit a wall. Run, run for your life. He's too strong. None of those who could cultivate to their level were fools. After feeling the aura emitted by Meng Lei, all the elephant people understood that Meng Lei was not someone they could fight against, so they all ran away. Want to escape? Die. The divine domain spread rapidly, instantly imprisoning all the elephant men. Meng Lei swung his giant palm and chopped down continuously like swatting flies. Crack, crack, crack. All the elephant men were smashed to pieces. When a common man gets angry, blood splatters 3 feet. When the emperor is angry, blood will flow everywhere. When Meng Lei got angry, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Crack, crack, crack. One elephant man after another was beaten into a pulp. In a flash, more than 30 blood mists appeared in the sky. Blood was floating in the air, and the smell of blood was everywhere. A bunch of trash. Meng Lei waved his hand to collect the giant elephant's corpse, drew out his divine power, and killed the spirits of all the elephant men amid their terrified pleas. Ding! Kill a giant elephant and obtain 920 million divine crystals. Ding! Kill a giant elephant and obtain 64 million divine crystals. Ding! Kill a giant elephant and obtain 62.5 million divine crystals. As one of the 10 famous clans in the universe, the status of the Elephant Clan is on par with the Dragon Clan, Titan Clan, Angel Clan, and Frozen Clan. Meng Lei might have been afraid of them in the past, but now, he doesn't take them seriously at all. Afterwards,
words, Meng Lei concentrated and calmed his mind, continuing to comprehend the information about the laws that flooded into his mind.
However, as if things weren't bad enough, not long after he entered into meditation, another group of uninvited guests arrived.
They were dressed in milky white armor, holding giant swords of light, carrying 8 pairs of snow-white wings on their backs, and exuding a sacred and holy aura.
They were all angels. Moreover, they are all 8-winged angels.
Where's the treasure?
The vision is gone too.
The treasure must have been taken away by him. The 8-winged angels stared at Meng Lei, murderous intent flashing in their eyes. The vision when the treasure just appeared was extremely exaggerated, so the treasure must be extraordinary. They were attracted here because of this, and now the treasure has disappeared. But Meng Lei appears here. It is obvious that he has taken the treasure.
Boy, hand over the treasure and I will spare your life. The leading 8-winged angel shouted coldly.
He was Rod Gabriel, an elder of the Gabriel Angel clan in the Thunder God realm, and also a powerful first-class seraph. However, Meng Lei ignored him and continued to concentrate on comprehending the law of the 5-element fusion.
Rod Gabriel's face suddenly turned terribly gloomy. Just as he was about to explode, an 8-winged angel suddenly shouted urgently, "Oh no, someone's coming."
Rod Gabriel looked over and saw a group of people rushing over.
With his eyesight, he could easily recognize their identities. Damn it, it's the Bahamut Behemoth. These damn stinky monkeys have also been attracted here. Bahamut Behemoth. The angels were in an uproar. Elder, what should we do now?
The treasure belongs to us, no one can take it away.
Rod Gabriel growled, protect him well, we can't let these monkeys take him away no matter what.
Yes, Elder. The other angels responded in unison and immediately surrounded Meng Lei and provided him with strict protection.
It's you!
The people of the Bahamut Behemoth clan rushed over in an instant, and when they saw the members of the Gabriel Angel clan, they all frowned. They are hundreds of feet tall, with golden hair standing up like steel needles, and hard muscles bulging like rocks, bursting out with astonishing power.
It's you, a bunch of hypocritical birdmen. The leading golden behemoth said gloomily, so, the treasure has fallen into your hands?
His name is Ludwig Bahamut, an elder of the Bahamut Behemoth clan, of the Thunder God realm, and a powerful high-level ancient behemoth king. Rod Gabriel snorted coldly. The treasure is already in our pocket. Ludwig, you are too late. Why don't you leave quickly?
Ludwig's heart sank slightly.
The vision just now was earth-shattering, and the treasure must be extraordinary, but these guys had taken the lead and got it.
However, now that I'm here, how can I go back empty-handed?
With this thought in mind, Ludwig said coldly, Rod, there was such a big commotion just now. The treasure must be something extraordinary.
Can you take it out and let me see it?
The treasure belongs to us and has nothing to do with you.
If you don't want to break up with us, get out of here.
Rod Gabriel responded coldly.
I just wanted to take a look. Why are you so nervous?
Ludwig said calmly. As the saying goes, seeing is seeing. Rod, we're all here.
We can't come back empty-handed, right? What do you want to do?
Rod Gabriel's face darkened.
Hand over the treasure and we'll split it.
Ludwig smiled cunningly.
How do you think?
Ludwig, do you really want to tear your face apart?
Rod Gabriel roared in anger.
Rod, be smart and hand over the treasure immediately. Ludwig finally revealed his true colors. Otherwise, I don't mind keeping you here.
You stinky monkey, you are going too far. You want to steal the treasure?
Let's see if you have the ability to do that first. Rod Gabriel growled, and a divine sword shining with holy light suddenly appeared in his hand. The sword pointed directly at Ludwig, emitting cold light. It's been years since we last met, but you've grown a lot stronger.
Okay, I'll have some fun with you today.
Ludwig waved his hand, signaling the other behemoths to disperse, and then rushed forward.
Come on, Rhodes, let me see if you've improved in the past few years. This is too much.
Rhodes roared and swung his sword to fight. Seeing that a fierce battle was inevitable, Meng Lei suddenly opened his eyes.
Are you guys done yet?
His voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of everyone present clearly. Whether they were angels or behemoths, they all turned to look at him. Rod Gabriel and Ludwig, who were preparing to start a battle, stopped at the same time and looked at Meng Lei in surprise.
Meng Lei was burning with rage at this moment, like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment.
He glanced coldly at the angels and the behemoths and said, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, you will never leave here.
Who do you think you are, kid? How dare you talk to us like that?
Ludwig snorted coldly. Do you have the precious treasure?
Hand it over immediately, or I'll eat you. Eat me? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? Meng Lei chuckled.
Ludwig snorted coldly, and a fierce aura suddenly erupted, instantly blowing away several 8-winged angels blocking Meng Lei.
He took a big step and instantly arrived in front of Meng Lei. He raised his huge furry paw and slapped it hard on Meng Lei's head.
If it were an ordinary person, this palm would definitely smash his head into pieces. However, facing this giant palm that was like a mountain pressing down on his head, Meng Lei did not dodge, block or hide, and let the giant palm smash down hard.
With a muffled sound, something unbelievable happened.
Meng Lei didn't move at all. His head was intact, but the giant palm was shaken away.
How is this possible?
Ludwig's eyes were full of horror and disbelief. Feeling the severe numbness coming from his palm, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost.
He used all his strength to strike, but couldn't even shake Meng Lei's Lei's head? What a joke. Is that all the strength you have? Meng Lei sneered. It's not enough to tickle me, but you dare to try to eat me? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?
Normally, Ludwig would have been furious if he was ridiculed like this, but at this moment, he felt cold sweat on his back and his heart sank. You, who are you? Ludwig asked in a low voice, with an ominous premonition in his heart.
He might have hit a wall today. The dead don't need to know this.
Meng Lei shook his head slightly, and his figure flashed in front of Ludwig like a ghost, and stretched out a finger and gently touched his forehead.
Puff! A blood hole appeared instantly.
Ludwig stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with resentment and despair. He could never have imagined that an elder of the Bahamut behemoth race, a powerful and high-ranking ancient behemoth king, would die in such a tragic way in this place.
His heart was filled with endless resentment. You actually dare to bark arrogantly in front of me. You really don't know how to live or die.
Meng Lei coldly took out Ludwig's divine power and space ring from his body, and then threw his body casually to the small golden tree in the Tower of Time.
Ding!
Kill one ancient behemoth king and obtain 920 million divine crystals.
The system prompt sounded. 920 million? Not bad. Meng Lei smiled with satisfaction, then took out Ludwig's space ring and continued to search carefully.
He earned another 800 million to 900 million divine crystals and was very happy.
After dealing with these, Meng Lei's gaze swept over the other behemoths and angels. Anyone else want a treasure? He asked indifferently.
Suddenly, Behemoth and the angels were frightened out of their wits and shook their heads like rattles.
No, no more. We don't want the treasure anymore. We were short-sighted and offended you, sir. Please be magnanimous and let us go. Don't want it?
I've already prepared a valuable treasure, but you don't want it.
All my efforts have been wasted. Damn it, all of you deserve to die.
Meng Lei snorted coldly, and suddenly countless golden and green flaming spears appeared out of thin air, and then turned into an overwhelming rain of arrows and shot out.
Sir, spare my life.
Arrows rained down, and more than 20 behemoths and nearly 30 angels were all shot into sieves.
Even the first-class Seraphod Gabriel was not spared.
Meng Lei skillfully operated a series of procedures and made a net profit of 4 billion divine crystals, adding another huge income. He was feeling very happy when he found that a group of people were staring at him with horror. They were none other than the elf goddess and other goddesses. Obviously, they were also attracted by the vision of the birth of a precious treasure just now.
Meng Lei smiled and greeted the elf goddess, then teleported away.
Watching him recede, the goddesses breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts still filled with fear.
Madman, this guy is absolutely crazy.
First, they killed 28 members of the Hyperion Dragon Protoss, and now they've slaughtered 31 members of the Gabriel Angel Protoss and 29 members of the Bahamut Behemoth Protoss.
Isn't he afraid of becoming the public enemy of the god realm and attracting crazy revenge from the major god clans? How audacious, how reckless, how heartless. This man is truly insane. The goddesses were all terrified by the bloody massacre. After all, that is the behemoth at the top of the pyramid of the Thunder God realm, where the main god sits. Meng Lei not only offended the three major gods, but also wantonly slaughtered their pillars. Such a bold and crazy act is shocking. Diana, is he really only 25? Dual system fusion, 3 system fusion, 4 element fusion,
5 elements fusion, thunder, fire, wind, light, dark, 0.1%.
System, improve the fusion degree of the 5 element fusion rules of thunder, fire, wind, light, and dark. Ding!
Increasing the fusion of the 5 elements by 1% requires 120 million divine crystals, the system replied coldly.
Do you want to increase it? So, to reach 100% level, I need to spend 12 billion divine crystals? Stop talking, let's upgrade. Wealth shrank by 12 billion divine crystals in an instant.
At the same time, a surging torrent of information poured into Meng Lei's brain like a flood, madly attacking the fire of his soul. Fortunately, Meng Lei's soul is powerful, and his storage and computing capabilities are far beyond what he used to have. Otherwise, such a shock would most likely cause him to have a mental breakdown and turn him into a fool. Even so, Meng Lei still felt dizzy, as if he had stayed in the internet cafe for 3 days and 3 nights in a row, and was extremely exhausted.
Damn it! The amount of information is so vast, I can't handle it.
Meng Lei panicked and shouted hurriedly, "System, strengthen the soul."
Ding! The host's current soul is comparable to a mid-stage upper god.
After strengthening, it will be comparable to a late-stage upper god. The estimated price is 900 million divine crystals.
The system said coldly, do you want to strengthen it?
At the command, a golden energy surged into Meng Lei's sea of consciousness, rushing towards the soul fire. As soon as the two came into contact, the soul fire was like a bucket of gasoline poured on it, and the flames instantly exploded.
1, 2, 3 times.
At the same time, Meng Lei clearly felt his fatigue gradually subside, his consciousness became clearer, and his originally muddled brain slowly became clearer.
Ha!
Meng Lei rubbed his temples and suddenly realized, no wonder only the soul that has reached the state of great perfection can fuse the 5 laws. After all, the amount of information that needs to be integrated is too huge. He rested quietly for a long time, and after he had almost recovered, he began to carefully examine the integrated calculated law information in his mind. The result did not disappoint him. The 5 laws had been perfectly integrated together. This is true fusion. It is not like 5 ropes simply twisted together, but completely integrated into one, indistinguishable from each other. It is no longer a mixture of 5 colors, but a brand new existence, a brand new kind of gold, or rather, a brand new golden rule. This golden law is different from the golden law, which is not as dazzling, bold and sonorous as the golden law. Instead, it exudes an aura of eternity, immortality, indifference, and nobility. After the perfect fusion of the 5 laws of thunder, fire, wind, light and darkness, a new law was born. This golden law is the law of time? Meng Lei's mind moved, and a golden chain of law appeared at his fingertips, exuding a mysterious breath of time. Dodora kept staring at Meng Lei, and when he saw the golden chain of law appear at his fingertips, he immediately flew out of the Tower of Time. The law of time. This is the law of time. Dodora couldn't hide her excitement, tears almost welling up in her eyes. After so many years, I finally see the law of time. Dodora, is this really the law of time? Meng Lei whispered softly, his heart filled with excitement. Space is king, time is supreme, life and death are irreplaceable, and destruction reigns supreme. Dodora was incredibly excited. Back then, our master fused the 5 laws of thunder, fire, wind, light, and darkness, successfully creating the law of time. It's this understated, eternal golden color. I will never be mistaken. The law of time. Meng Lei muttered to himself and glanced at the attribute panel. Sure enough, the column of law comprehension had changed. Dual system fusion, 3 system fusion, 4 element fusion, 5 elements fusion, thunder, fire, wind, light, dark, 100%. Supreme law, law of time, 0.1%. The law of time has been added to the attribute panel. System, how many divine crystals are needed to improve the law of time? Meng Lei asked excitedly. An ancient god who has fully comprehended the supreme law can be comparable to a higher level main god. The supreme god. Just thinking about it makes people unable to extricate themselves. Ding. To increase the law of time by 1%, 50 trillion divine crystals are required. The system replied coldly. 50 trillion? Meng Lei couldn't help but gasp. 1% requires 50 trillion divine crystals? Oh my god, 100% requires 5,000 trillion. Meng Lei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although he had guessed that the price of the supreme rule of Krypton gold would be sky high, he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. 1 trillion equals 1 trillion. 5,000 trillion is 5,000 trillion. 500 trillion divine crystals. I don't know either. But Meng Lei now has only 16.5 billion divine crystals on hand, not even a fraction of 500 trillion. Gotta make money fast. However, I am already very satisfied with having figured out the law of time. Meng Lei exhaled, his eyes full of joy. I didn't expect you to comprehend the law of time so quickly. Dodora's eyes were complicated, but she couldn't hide her joy. But congratulations. This is all thanks to the fragments of law left by the god of time. Meng Lei was extremely happy. Thank you, great god of time. No need to thank me. Dodora shook her head. I just hope that when you fully comprehend the laws of time in the future, you can help me accomplish something. Resurrect the god of time? Meng Lei asked with a raised eyebrow. How do you know? Dodola looked surprised. It had never mentioned this to Meng Lei. I guessed. Meng Lei smiled. Don't worry, if I could really resurrect the god of time, I would definitely do it. I'm telling the truth, Dodola said sincerely. You're welcome. Meng Lei waved his hand. Meng Lei, isn't it time for you to become a god? Dodora suddenly asked. Using the laws of time you've comprehended as nourishment, create a clone of the god of time. This clone will have the power to rival lower-level main gods. Meng Lei was stunned for a moment, and after a long while he said, now that I have realized the law of time, it is indeed time to become a god. With a divine clone, I can transform the power of faith. However, I don't think now is the best time to become a god. What you mean is? Dodola frowned slightly, puzzled. I'll wait until I completely master the law of time before becoming a god. Meng Lei felt a little worried. What if I create a clone of the god of time and it can't enjoy the system's benefits? How can I earn gold in the law of time? So, wait a minute. It doesn't matter anyway. Whatever you want. Dodora didn't try to persuade him anymore. Meng Lei was much stronger than him now and had his own opinions. It's time to go out and make money. Meng Lei took a deep breath and said, I'm extremely poor now. I'm a complete pauper. I need divine crystals, lots and lots of them. He is indeed poor. The terrifying number of 5,000 trillion divine crystals weighed on Meng Lei's heart like a mountain. All he wanted now was to make money non-stop and earn countless wealth. Thinking of this, Meng Lei decisively rushed to the place where the space gate appeared, ready to hunt down the masters who came to the vast plane from the Thunder God realm. Sadly, the space gate disappeared, which meant that all the people in the Thunder God realm had entered the vast plane and no one knew where they had dispersed to. Damn it, we're too late. Meng Lei cursed inwardly, then released his divine consciousness and began searching for targets to hunt. There's a melee going on over there. He teleported over and saw a huge volcano in front of him. The towering volcano continuously spews out hot lava and billowing smoke.
smoke. A fierce melee is taking place above the rolling magma. A group of pitch-black netherworld phoenixes besieged a red beast that looked like a chelan, had an octagonal head, and 6 legs under its belly. This is the 8-horned fire scale, a fire-attributed divine beast. When fully grown, the 9-horned fire scale is incredibly powerful and can rival even the highest-ranking great demon god. Dodora explained. No wonder these netherworld divine phoenixes besieged the 9-horned fire scale. It turns out it's a fire-attributed divine beast. Menglei nodded slightly, and when he was about to take action, another group of people came to kill him. Fire Phoenix Clan? The Fire Phoenix Clan, like the Titan Clan, the Elephant Clan, the Behemoth Clan, and the Natural Clan, is one of the 10 major clans in the camp of the gods. The Fire Phoenix Clan's headquarters is in the Flame God realm, but its footprints are spread across the vast universe, and its power is astonishingly powerful. There is no need to say much about the Netherworld Divine Phoenix. As a powerful race that dominates hell, it is not inferior to the Fire Phoenix Clan in terms of strength or reputation. Logically speaking, the Netherworld Divine Phoenix and the Fire Phoenix Divine Clan belong to the same Phoenix Clan and have similar bloodlines, so their relationship should be close, but the facts are completely the opposite. These two tribes are mortal enemies. The Netherworld Divine Phoenix extremely hates the Fire Phoenix Divine Clan, and the Fire Phoenix Divine Clan wishes to annihilate the Netherworld Divine Phoenix completely. As long as the two sides meet, a shocking war will surely break out. Sure enough, the Netherworld Divine Phoenix that had been besieging the 8-angled fire scale immediately stopped the siege upon seeing the approaching Fire Phoenix Divine Clan, and stared at the incoming Fire Phoenix Divine Clan with hostility. You evil degenerates! Hypocritical Fire Phoenix. As soon as the two sides met, there was a lot of tension and hostility in their eyes. TSK, these two tribes actually collided. Duatala said excitedly, once the Netherworld Divine Phoenix and the Fire Phoenix Divine Clan meet, they will never give up easily. They will definitely fight. Now the show begins. Dodola, which of these two tribes is stronger? Menglei asked with a smile. They are both fire-attributed divine beasts. The Netherworld Divine Phoenix possesses the Netherworld Divine Fire, while the Fire Phoenix Divine Clan's immortal Phoenix Flame is no less powerful. Dodora tutored his words and said, I think it's likely that both sides will suffer losses. They are all powerful divine beasts. Menglei exclaimed in admiration as he watched the two groups engage in a fierce battle, with energy surging, flames splashing, blood flying, and feathers flying. They started fighting straight away without even any foreplay. Do they really have a grudge? Menglei was stunned. I thought they would at least stand off for a while. That's how these two tribes are. You'll just get used to it. Dodora watched the show with a smile. TSK, I haven't seen such an intense scene in a long time. The scene was indeed spectacular. 60 divine beasts fought fiercely, shaking the earth. The void within 1,000,000 kilometers was turned into a black hole, and black and red flames spread like fog for thousands of miles. It was truly devastating, as if the end of the world had come. This horrifying scene completely frightened the 8-angled fire scale entrenched in the volcano. As a divine beast comparable to a high-level demon god, it actually shrank into the magma and dared not show its face. What a coward! How cruel! Menglei saw an immortal fire phoenix biting the neck of a netherworld divine phoenix tightly, and its sharp beak pecked at the other's head desperately, as if it wanted to peck the netherworld divine phoenix's neck into pieces. It's so fierce when these two tribes meet, Dodora said with a smile. Menglei nodded slightly, staring at the battle in front of him for a while, and then took decisive action. He was short of money now and had no time to waste here. He had to make money quickly. He uttered a word. The divine domain spread out instantly, the void was imprisoned, and the netherworld divine phoenix and the immortal fire phoenix, which were originally fighting fiercely, suddenly froze in place. Menglei snapped his fingers, and a cloud of golden green spears shot out, instantly reaping the lives of all the netherworld divine phoenixes and undying fire phoenixes. Their corpses were devoured by the golden tree as usual, and their godheads became Menglei's. Ding! Kill a netherworld divine phoenix and obtain 67 million divine crystals. Ding! Kill an undead fire phoenix and obtain 66.5 million divine crystals. And you, 8-angled fire scale. Menglei did not forget the 8-angled fire scale hiding in the lava lake. He also took its life. In the next few days, Menglei traveled around and fought in various areas of the vast plain. The vast giant beast, kill. Visitors from another dimension, kill. After a few days, he had harvested countless lives, and his wealth soared at an alarming rate, reaching 100 billion divine crystals. 100 billion. This is an astonishing number. But compared with the astronomical figure of 5,000 trillion, it is obviously far from enough. Menglei didn't dare to slack off and continued to hunt. Of course, his vision had improved and he was too lazy to hunt lives below the upper gods because the profit was too little. After all, an ordinary upper-level god is only worth 3 million divine crystals, and weaker lives are even cheaper. Hunting them is a waste of time. Menglei is like a hard-working old farmer, hunting tirelessly, which benefits the golden tree in the Tower of Time a lot. Although the golden tree grew slowly, after devouring countless powerful corpses, it grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It had
has grown from the original 2 meters high to more than 20 meters now. Tenfold growth. But what made Meng Lei feel helpless was that, apart from having more vitality, the golden tree still looked no different from usual. That day, Meng Lei appeared over a tribe. The buildings there were made of stone, looking rough, majestic, and unusually tall. This is a tribe of giants. But sadly, the tribe was massacred, with corpses scattered all over the ground, broken walls and houses collapsed, blood covering the ground, and the scene was a mess. Another giant tribe has been massacred. Meng Lei looked down at the devastated tribe and shook his head slightly. The vast giants, like the humans on the Sky Continent, had varying levels of strength. A powerful giant could rival a high-ranking great demon, but a weaker one was no more than a sanctuary. The strongest in a small tribe was probably a mid-level deity, while only a medium-sized tribe would have a high-level deity. This is obviously a small tribe with few members and weak strength. Facing the wolf-like and tiger-like strongmen from another dimension, it would be strange if they were not slaughtered. In this cruel world, being weak is a sin, and the weak will be slaughtered. Meng Lei thought coldly. He sent the corpses from the ruins into the Tower of Time, and then continued to teleport forward. After a while, Meng Lei arrived at another tribe. This tribe was also brutally massacred. More than 10,000 giants were killed, and not a single one survived. Help! Help! Just as Meng Lei was about to retrieve the body, he suddenly heard a faint cry for help. Meng Lei quickly looked in the direction of the sound and caught a faint breath of life under a pile of straw. Is there anyone still alive? He was a little surprised. With a wave of his hand, the straw turned into powder, revealing the figure of a little giant. Although he is small, compared to an adult giant, he is actually more than 2 meters tall. This is a giant toddler, or rather, a baby. However, the child had a fatal wound on his abdomen, which ran from his left chest to his right hip, almost splitting him in half. But the miraculous thing was that a weak purple electric current continued to emerge from the wound, continuously repairing the wound and barely supporting his life. This is... A complicated feeling surged in Meng Lei's heart. Seeing the purple electric current on the child, Meng Lei felt a very familiar feeling in his heart, and Dodora exclaimed in a low voice, God of Time, this is the Thunder Source Divine Body. It is indeed the Thunder Source Divine Body. Meng Lei's entire body trembled. As the owner of the Origin Divine Body, he was extremely sensitive to Origin power. The moment he saw the purple current, he immediately understood that it was definitely Origin power. As expected, Monlei, this kid is definitely a genius. Save him quickly, Dodora suggested anxiously. As the owner of the original Divine Body, Meng Lei couldn't bear to see him die, so he pulled out a branch from his side and squeezed out the life essence contained in it. Then he sent the essence of life into the giant child's mouth. This branch came from the ancient tree of life that Meng Lei once obtained. It contains surging life energy and is far more effective in repairing injuries than the tree of life. Sure enough, after a few drops of life essence, the wound on the child's stomach began to move and healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few minutes, the wound healed completely, as if it had never been injured. The child opened his eyes and saw Meng Lei. Don't kill me. Whoa! The child was frightened, his eyes full of fear, sobbing. Don't be afraid, little friend, Uncle is not a bad person. Meng Lei showed what he thought was a kind smile, took out a magical fruit in his hand, and smiled like a big bad wolf. Come, eat the fruit, Uncle won't hurt you. The sky is high and the clouds are light, and the geese flying south disappear into the horizon. Two figures, one big and one small, were speeding at low altitude, passing through the boundless grassland, and finally arrived above a tribe. This is a large tribe with tall buildings and a vast area. It houses countless giant beasts and is hung with countless pieces of dried meat. It is rich in resources and has magnificent buildings, which is extremely rare in the vast plain. It can be called a wealthy large tribe. However, sadly, this tribe, like all the tribes they had encountered before, was littered with corpses and broken walls, and it was obvious that they had been slaughtered. These damned devils. Samo gnashed his teeth, his young face filled with hatred. He was the giant child that Monlei had just rescued. His name was Samo. Well, that name sounds sweet. No matter whether male or female, young or old, the weak or sick, no one is spared. This kind of behavior is simply the devil coming. Meng Lei sighed. Uncle, can you help me get revenge? Samo suddenly looked at Meng Lei with hope, his eyes full of expectation. Meng Lei raised his eyebrows and said seriously, I came to the vast plain to destroy the extraterritorial demons and save you. Samo possesses a divine body of thunder, and Meng Lei plans to subdue him, so he must establish a righteous and noble image in his heart. Uncle, thank you, you are such a good man, Samo said gratefully. I'm not a good person, but I really can't stand the ugly behavior of those extraterritorial demons. Meng Lei said with a guilty conscience, let's go, keep moving forward and catch up with them as soon as possible. Meng Lei waved his hand to collect the corpses of the giants in the tribe and continued on his journey with Samo. After chasing them all the way, they finally arrived at another giant tribe. At this time, this tribe was facing the most terrible catastrophe in their history. A group of giant dragons descended and began an inhumane slaughter. Among this group of dark dragons, there is one as powerful as a high-level great demon god, and the rest are all powerful dragons comparable to medium-level incredible great demon gods. They spewed black dragon breath, burned tall buildings, and slaughtered giants. The strongest man in the poor tribe fought desperately, but was ravaged by the strongest dark dragon like a toy. Other giants were either trembling or burned into mummies. The scene was horrific. Samo looked at Meng Lei with pleading eyes. Meng Lei walked over the tribe, and his voice resounded like thunder. Damn you, you extraterritorial demon! How dare you harm the innocent and wantonly slaughter the weak? Your crimes are heinous and unforgivable. Die now! The dark dragons that were burning and killing were slightly stunned, and they all looked up at Meng Lei above their heads. The dragons immediately sneered. Where did this reptile come from? How dare you meddle in other people's business? Go to hell! A dark dragon roared and spewed out a black dragon breath. Uncle, be careful! Samo screamed in fear. The black dragon's breath contained astonishing destructive power, like boiling magma or poisonous acid, blazing and extremely corrosive. Even from a distance, Samo could sense the deadly threat. If he gets even a drop of it on him, he will definitely be burned and corroded until not even a bone is left. Meng Lei stretched out his right hand and clapped it lightly. Suddenly, a giant palm tens of thousands of feet long appeared out of thin air and pressed down hard on the dark dragon. The giant palm slammed down, instantly annihilating the black dragon's breath, and then slammed hard on the dark dragon, directly beating it into a meat paste. Yeah, Uncle is so awesome, Uncle is so great, Samo shouted excitedly. Baturu! Damn it! He killed Baturu. Meng Lei's actions were like stirring up a hornet's nest, completely enraging the remaining dark dragons. They roared and pounced on Meng Lei with their fangs and claws bared, trying to tear him to pieces. You're overestimating yourself. Meng Lei waved his hand casually, and thousands of spears shot out, instantly engulfing the more than 30 dark dragons that were rushing towards him, and pierced them into sieves. Ding! Kill a dark dragon and obtain 61 million divine crystals. Ding! Kill a dark dragon and obtain 63 million divine crystals. Wow, awesome. Samo's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He killed over 30 powerful extraterritorial demons with a single wave of his hand. This power was truly astonishing. Uncle, you are so awesome. Samo's eyes were full of admiration. If you practice hard, you will become this strong. Meng Lei touched Samo's head and said with a smile, let's go down and take a look. The two came to the ground, and the surviving giants looked at Monlei in fear, while Piccolo, the strongest in the tribe, stood in front of Monlei. After the fierce battle just now, Piccolo was covered in wounds, but his eyes were still firm, staring at Monlei and Samo with full vigilance. In Piccolo's eyes, Monlei is more terrifying than the dark dragon. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to hurt you. Meng Lei gestured for him to relax. This uncle is the one who came here specifically to protect us. Samo said quickly, he saved me, slew the extraterritorial demons along the way, and saved us, the wild giants. Uncle is a good man. Piccolo was slightly stunned and looked at Samo in confusion. Are you the wild giant? Sam nodded repeatedly. Kid, you've been deceived by him. Piccolo blared at Meng Lei with hostility. He is different from us. He is also an extraterritorial demon. He will only slaughter us and will never help us. Lie to you? Meng Lei sneered. Do you think I have to lie to you? Humph. Everyone knows that you extraterritorial demons will do anything for the king's treasure. Piccolo's eyes were filled with hatred. Let me tell you, don't say I don't know where the king's treasure is. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. A bunch of hateful demons from outside the domain. That's too much. The king's treasure? Meng Lei's heart moved. What exactly is that? Stop pretending to be confused. Piccolo said coldly, do you think I will tell you where the king's treasure is hidden? Don't dream. Believe it or not. Meng Lei snorted coldly. Samo, I plan to continue hunting foreign demons elsewhere. Do you want to stay in this tribe or come with me? Summer looked at Piccolo, shook his head and said, Uncle, I'll go with you. Although the other party was also a giant, he didn't know him at all. In comparison, he would rather follow Meng Lei. Meng Lei smiled with satisfaction and disappeared into the tribe with Samo. Samo, what exactly is the king's treasure? Meng Lei asked as he moved forward. Samo answered without hesitation. The king's treasure is the treasure left behind by the greatest and most powerful King Kangmang in the legend. It is said that it contains the wealth of King Kangmang's life. Then do you know where it is? Meng Lei asked casually. I don't know. Samo shook his head. The king's treasure is just a legend. No one knows its exact location. No, maybe the great prophet knows. The great prophet? The great prophet is the greatest giant in our Tsunkon continent. He lives in King Mountain and has guarded the statue of the Tsunkon king for generations. Samo's eyes flashed with reverence. It is said that the great prophet's ancestor was once the right-hand man of the king of Kangmang, and followed him across the outer world. Half an hour later, the two arrived at another tribe, but unfortunately they were still a step too late. This huge tribe was not spared and was completely slaughtered. Meng Lei waved his hand, collected the corpses of the giants, and continued on his way. Of course, he did not advance blindly, but always moved towards the center of the continent. No! After much exploration, he has determined that King's Mountain is located in the center of the continent. Meng Lei firmly believed that most of the powerful people from various planes would also gather at King Mountain. After all, no matter how strong the giant
giant is, he cannot withstand the most cruel and ruthless, soul-searching. Whether the giants know it or not, the powerful beings from other dimensions will find out all their secrets, and the existence of King Mountain will inevitably be exposed. This is inevitable. As Meng Lei had predicted, powerful figures from all over the world gathered at King Mountain. When he arrived, they were already there. King Mountain is very different from what one might imagine. It is not like other sacred mountains that are continuous and undulating, but is like a divine sword, standing upright between heaven and earth. Describe it in 2 words, thin and tall. Standing at the foot of the mountain, it feels like being at the bottom of the Kylan Tower. The middle of the mountain is blocked by layers of clouds, and you can't see any higher. At this moment, the 2 sides are in a fierce confrontation. On one side are a large number of giants who built an indestructible blockade in front of King's Mountain and vowed to defend King's Mountain to the death. On the other side, there was an overwhelming number of powerful beings from other dimensions, dragons, angels, giant elephants, behemoths, immortal fire phoenixes, and frozen gods. The Nether Phoenix, the fallen angel, the Abyss Demon, the Purgatory Corpse King, the Dark Dragon, the Netherworld Dragon God, the Dead Souls, the Flame Demon, the Fire Demon, the Undead Clan, the Undead. There are millions of people. The weakest among them are also in the middle stage of upper gods, and many are even in the late stage of upper gods or high-level demon gods. Of course, many goddesses, including the elf goddess, also joined the battle. Their team grew a lot, with the number of goddesses reaching 300 or 400, and there were also goddesses from other realms of gods to help. At this moment, powerful beings from all the planes surrounded King Mountain, their eyes greedy and indifferent, as if they wanted to devour King Mountain and everything inside it alive. This lineup is unprecedentedly powerful. Dodora exclaimed, Monlei, have you ever seen so many powerful people? That's really not the case. Meng Lei licked his lips, swallowed his saliva continuously, and scanned the group of strong men with naked eyes, his eyes full of greed. In his heart, no king's treasure can compare to the value of these millions of powerful people from other dimensions. A medium-sized demon god is worth 60 million divine crystals, 10 is worth 600 million, 100 is worth 6 billion, and 10,000 is worth a whopping 600 billion. What about a million? That's 6 trillion, or in other words, 6 trillion. Foolish giants, you are surrounded. Be smart and have your great prophet show up immediately. Otherwise, we won't mind flattening King's Mountain. Millions of powerful beings from other dimensions stood proudly in the air, gazing at King Mountain with greed, as if they regarded the great prophet as something in their pockets. Of course, there is also the legendary King's treasure. They are determined to win. The giants standing beside them were not taken seriously by them at all. Although there are many of them, the strength of the vast giants is far inferior to that of the other side. There is a huge difference between the 2 sides, and they are incomparable. Foolish giants, be smart and let the great prophet come out immediately. Otherwise, we don't mind spilling blood here. The powerful beings from other dimensions shouted arrogantly, and their arrogance reached the sky, making the giants guarding the King's Mountain grit their teeth and wish to fight to the death. This group of evil extraterritorial demons are going too far. Let's fight. A giant roared. Yes, let's fight. Desperate? Stupid. A powerful giant shouted in a cold voice. His name was Oreo. He was the strongest man in the vast continent and the guardian of the great prophet. He had absolute authority in the vast continent. As soon as he opened his mouth, the excited giants suddenly quieted down, with conviction in their eyes. As long as Brother Oreo is around, they have nothing to fear. He is their strongest support. However, they were completely unaware that the big Brother Oreo, who they considered the most powerful, was now in a panic, with no confidence at all. Oreo could clearly feel that the extraterritorial demons that descended this time were extremely powerful, far exceeding any previous ones, and much stronger than the extraterritorial demons that had appeared before. In particular, there were many among them who were not inferior to himself at all. This time, how to deal with it? Oreo had an expressionless face, but his heart was filled with despair. He knew clearly that their giant was facing an unprecedented disaster. One mistake could cause these giants to completely disappear into the dust of history. Great prophet, please show me a clear way. Oreo shouted anxiously in his heart. Will the great prophet show up? If you don't show up, we'll have to take the initiative. If you don't accept my offer, then I'll punish you. Send out your entire army and destroy these ignorant giants. Then we'll naturally find their great prophet. Millions of powerful beings from other dimensions finally couldn't hold back any longer, and the strongest gods and great demons took the lead in charging forward and killed without hesitation. Swear to protect the great prophet until death. Defend King's Mountain to the death. Millions of powerful beings from other dimensions were like surging black waves, sweeping towards King Mountain, as if they were going to drown the giant and King Mountain together. Faced with such a fierce attack, the giants were not willing to sit still and wait for death. They attacked head-on, and the 2 sides collided with a loud bang. It was like 2 huge waves colliding, unleashing an earth-shattering shockwave. The void shattered, energy surged, strong winds raged, and blood splattered. The area around King's Mountain was a scene of hell, with countless giants dying tragically. The strength of both sides was simply not on the same level. It was foreseeable that the vast giants would be completely wiped
wiped out before long. Facing this group of fierce, ferocious, and terrifyingly powerful alien beings, they had no chance of success.
Uncle, please save them. Samo's eyes were full of anxiety and pleading, hoping that Meng Lei could help. Don't worry, Uncle will definitely take action.
Meng Lei comforted Samo and said with a smile, but before that, Uncle will take you to a place first.
Where?
Samo was confused, and then found himself in a strange place.
Is this the top of King Mountain? Yes, it's the top of the mountain. Meng Lei nodded slightly.
King's Mountain is tall and narrow, and the top of the mountain is not spacious, but on this narrow peak stands a magnificent temple. The temple is gray, matching the color tone of the vast plain. It is simple and rugged, in line with the architectural style of the vast giants.
The King's Temple,
Samo exclaimed in a low voice, as if he had seen a legendary miracle, and his heart was filled with excitement.
Let's go in and take a look. Monlei smiled and walked towards the King's Temple, followed closely by Samo.
Just as they were about to push the door open, the gate of the King's Temple slowly opened, and an old and low voice came out.
Meng Lei was slightly stunned, a little puzzled, but still walked into the temple. In the center of the temple stood a towering giant statue. He was wearing animal skins and holding a huge axe. His eyes were sharp and his face was majestic. Although Meng Lei had never seen the king of Kangmang, he guessed that this should be his statue. Of course, the statue was not the focus. Meng Lei's eyes quickly fell on the white-haired old man sitting under the base of the statue. He was skinny and short, completely different from the tall and burly giant. You are finally here, the one favored by the king.
The old man slowly raised his head, revealing his old face covered with age spots.
Are you the great prophet? Meng Lei looked the old man up and down, his face full of confusion. What did you mean by that just now? It was as if you knew I would come?
The great prophet coughed violently several times. Although the great king Kangmang has fallen, his glory will always protect his descendants.
It's just a pity.
The great prophet sighed softly. It's a shame that the younger generation is so unfilial that they have never been able to fulfill his last wish.
It's truly shameful. Great prophet, the more you talk, the more confused I become. Meng Lei touched his ear. Can you explain it more clearly? You'll understand soon enough.
The great prophet laughed hoarsely, slowly stood up with the help of his cane, turned and walked towards the statue, and gently moved its thumb. Suddenly, the floor in front of the statue cracked, and a magic circle slowly appeared. Meng Lei raised his eyebrows slightly, and with a quick glance he could tell that this was just an ordinary teleportation magic circle, without any complexity or mystery. The great prophet activated the magic circle and then said to Meng Lei, "Please go in, you who are favored by the king.
You will get the answer you desire."
Great prophet, where does this teleportation array lead to?
Meng Lei asked with a frown. Where you want to go.
The great prophet slowly uttered these 4 words, then stepped aside and stood quietly, his eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, like an old monk in meditation, and he said no more. No matter how Meng Lei tried to insinuate himself, he remained silent, like a puppet.
Monrei, I always feel like something is wrong.
Duatala reminded in a deep voice, think carefully about whether you want to go in or not.
Go, there's nothing to hesitate about.
Meng Lei answered without hesitation, I now possess the 3 original divine bodies, the gold source divine body, the wood source divine body, and the thunder source divine body. My physical body is stronger than that of an ordinary great perfection realm. Coupled with the law of time, even if the Lord God descends, I have the confidence to fight. After the words fell, Meng Lei turned to Samo and said, Samo, wait for me here, I'll be back soon.
Yes, uncle. Meng Lei stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared in an instant.
The great prophet then raised his head, and a glint of insight flashed in his cloudy eyes. As the world spun, Meng Lei found himself in another world. The entire world was filled with dazzling 10-colored light, dazzling gold, blazing fire, thick earth, vibrant green, shining thunder, soft water. The rich aura of law permeated the air, and the pure power of origin enveloped the entire body. And in the center of this world, a crystal emitting 10-colored light is quietly suspended, dominating the entire world like the sun.
Heart of the plane. Meng Lei recognized the crystal at a glance.
You're here. At this moment, a heavy and rough voice suddenly sounded and went straight into my ears. You're here. The voice suddenly rang out. Meng Lei turned his head suddenly and saw rays of light bursting out from the surface of the heart of the plane. The light condensed into a burly man wearing animal skins, holding a huge axe, with a rough and heroic aura, looking down on the world.
Lord Kangmang. Meng Lei's whole body trembled, and he cried out in a low voice, You are not dead?
No, he's dead. Look carefully, this is just a fragment of his soul.
Dodora's voice rang out, King Kangmang is a supreme ruler.
If he were not dead, you would have been suppressed long ago.
Meng Lei suddenly realized.
Looking at the entire vast plain, he was fearless and would not be at a disadvantage even when facing the lord of the plain.
Only the king of the wilderness.
That's a bug-level existence. As expected, the lord of the vast realm smiled heartily. Don't be nervous, I have already fallen.
This is just a fragment of my soul left in the heart of the plain. Meng Lei nodded slightly, then asked doubtfully, Since your soul fragments are still there, why don't you take over another body and be reborn? I believe you have the ability.
After all, the fragments of a demigod's soul are almost immortal and indestructible. When a demigod
demigod dies, there is a chance that he will be reborn in another body. This is why the evil god can be reincarnated. Of course, the rebirth process is difficult, and there is only a certain chance of success, not 100%. Even a demigod could be like this, let alone the lord of the vast realm. Meng Lei firmly believed that if he wanted to, he could completely take over another body, be reborn, and rise again. The lord of the vast realm shook his head. You are right. I can indeed be reborn with the help of the fragments of my soul left in the heart of the plane, but I disdain that. The origin of the soul has been destroyed. Even if I were to take over another body and be reborn, I would not be able to return to the peak. At most, I could cultivate to the state of great perfection. The Kangmang King sneered. What's the point of great perfection? I don't bother to stay here for this. After hearing this, Meng Lei became even more confused. Before his death, the Kangmang King was a master-level being, a master god who had comprehended the supreme law. Since he was able to cultivate to the great perfection, he could definitely continue to cultivate. With his previous memories, it shouldn't be difficult for him to comprehend the supreme law, and returning to the peak should be no problem. Meng Lei, it is rumored that the king of Kangmang does not practice the laws, but only focuses on physical cultivation. Dodora noticed Meng Lei's doubts and explained, it is said that he is the only one who has cultivated his physical body to the realm of domination. Master of the physical body? No wonder. Meng Lei's whole body was shocked, and he suddenly realized what was going on. My situation is special, and it is extremely difficult for me to return to the peak. Unless I can get back my former divine body, it is simply impossible. King Kangmang sighed. I see. Meng Lei sighed softly. But now, I see hope. The Kangmang King stared at Meng Lei with a fiery gaze, although it is only a faint glimmer of hope compared to the huge rewards brought by rebirth. I am willing to gamble everything. Meng Lei's heart moved. Little guy, you have understood the law of time, right? The eyes of the Kangmang King were full of anticipation. Meng Lei didn't hide this. It couldn't be concealed. As the Lord of the Plane, the Lord of Desolation controlled all events in the desolate plane. The scene of him fusing the 5 laws and comprehending the law of time must have escaped his eyes. Can you let me feel it? The king of Kangmang requested eagerly. Meng Lei nodded slightly, pointed at the Kangmang King, and said, sure. A wave containing the laws of time slowly spread, covering the king of desolation and the void within 100 meters around him. The king of the vastness concentrated and stood still. The surrounding void also solidified. To be precise, this is not stillness, but a pause in time. Time within 100 meters has completely stopped. A moment later, Meng Lei withdrew the law of time, and time began to flow again within 100 meters. Time stands still. The eyes of the vast king gleamed with brilliance. This is truly the true law of time. I never thought that in this vast universe, there would be someone who could comprehend the law of time. His face was filled with amazement. In fact, we all know that in addition to the 4 supreme laws of heaven and earth, there is also a supreme law that controls time. But knowing is one thing, discovering and truly understanding it is another. You are the first person to comprehend the laws of time. You are truly amazing and gifted. Dodora was unconvinced and shouted angrily, nonsense. The god of time was the first to comprehend the law of time. Meng Lei couldn't help laughing. King Kangmang fell earlier than the god of time, so this misunderstanding makes sense. Don't take a dead man seriously. You're the first person to comprehend the law of time, so you definitely won't care about it, you hypocritical guy. Dodola snorted unhappily. Monroe rolled his eyes. The Lord of Desolation continued, the law of time can control time, and perhaps it can bring me back to life. Although the hope is slim, almost zero. He looked at Meng Lei. Little guy, are you willing to try to resurrect me? I'm willing to give it a try, but you have to understand that with my current strength, let alone resurrecting you, it would be extremely difficult to even resurrect an ordinary life, not to mention that you have been dead for a long time. Meng Lei shook his head. Of course I understand this. King Kangmang nodded slightly. Secondly, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Meng Lei raised a smile. If you want me to help you revive, you have to show enough sincerity. Ha ha ha, of course. The Kangmang King laughed heartily. Don't say I won't let you help me in vain. Even if it's just to revive me soon, I will invest all my energy in you and help you grow quickly. A gleam flashed in Meng Lei's eyes. Although I have passed away, the wealth I accumulated during my lifetime still exists. The Kangmang King smiled and said, little fellow, as long as you swear a divine oath and promise to resurrect me, I will give you all my wealth. A lifetime of wealth. Meng Lei's eyes lit up, and he swore a divine oath without hesitation. As long as the king of Kangmang gives me all the wealth he accumulated during his lifetime, I will be willing to resurrect him. The moment the divine oath was sworn, an inexplicable force enveloped Meng Lei. He was shocked and realized that this was the power of the oath. If he broke it, it would. The Kangmang King laughed heartily, extended his finger, and a golden light shot into Meng Lei's brow. Meng Lei closed his eyes, quickly absorbed it, and after a moment, he laughed bitterly. The wealth of King Kangmang was indeed enormous, so enormous that it was beyond Meng Lei's imagination. But this guy actually divided the wealth into several pieces and hid them in different places, just like the god of time. In order to get these riches, Meng Lei has to look for them one by one, which is both
both time-consuming and troublesome.
It's really a rip-off. Damn, I feel like I've been ripped off. Meng Lei felt helpless.
He had originally thought that the wealth of the Kangmang King was stored in the Kangmang Plain, which would be so convenient.
However, little guy, it's up to you now. The Kangmang King said with anticipation, as long as you succeed, we will meet again. By the way, if possible, please help my descendants. Thank you.
As soon as he finished speaking, his tall and mighty body collapsed and turned into colorful light spots all over the sky.
It quickly disappeared between heaven and earth, leaving no trace. The king of Kangmang fell completely just like that. He's gone? Dodora suddenly appeared out of thin air. Well, let's go.
Meng Lei turned his gaze to the heart of the plain not far away, and found that all the soul imprints originally left on it had disappeared, and the heart of the plain became an ownerless object.
This king of Kangmang is truly magnanimous, Dodora exclaimed.
As soon as you agreed, he immediately obliterated the fragments of his own soul.
This kind of courage is unmatched by ordinary people. He is the king of Kangmang. Meng Lei sighed. Dodora, it's time to go. Leave? You don't want to refine this heart of the plain? Dodora asked doubtfully. By the time I finish refining the heart of the plain, all the vast giants will be dead. Meng Lei shook his head and said, let's go and deal with those powerful beings from other planes first. Duadala didn't say anything more and followed silently.
Meng Lei left the mark of his soul on the heart of the plain to facilitate finding it next time, and then took Dodora back to the temple of the king.
Crash, you're out? The great prophet asked excitedly when he saw Meng Lei. Did you see the great lord? Crash. Yes, I saw it. Meng Lei nodded slightly. Greetings to the new master.
The great prophet fell to his knees, kowtowed respectfully, his face full of piety.
New master? Meng Lei raised an eyebrow and asked, why do you call me that?
The Lord has just spoken a divine oracle. The great prophet replied respectfully, from now on, you are the new master of our vast giants.
I see. Meng Lei waved his hand and said, get up. Thank you, master.
The great prophet stood up respectfully.
How is the battle situation outside? Meng Lei asked indifferently. My men have been nearly annihilated.
A trace of sadness flashed in the great prophet's eyes.
The vast giants guarding King's Mountain were the most elite and powerful warriors in the vast plain.
Their annihilation dealt a devastating blow to the vast giants, and they would not be able to recover without hundreds of thousands of years.
Let's go. I want to go out and take a look.
Meng Lei took the lead and walked out of the hall, followed closely by the great prophet. At this moment, his steps were brisk, and he didn't look like he was dying at all.
This old guy.
Just as the great prophet said, the huge giants guarding the king's mountain were almost wiped out, and only a few people including the strongest Oreo were still struggling to hold on. Even so, they retreated to the front of the king's temple and guarded it fiercely. They were all scarred and bruised, and were on the verge of collapse.
It's so tragic. Meng Lei shook his head slightly and said lightly, enough.
His voice was not loud, but it exploded in everyone's ears like thunder, shocking everyone to pause and turn their heads to look here.
Who is he? The great prophet? The powerful beings from all the major planes cast their fiery gazes at him, as if trying to confirm Meng Lei's identity. Is he the great prophet, the one who holds the secret of the king's treasure? Who the hell is this guy?
Oreo and several other giants' expressions suddenly changed, staring at Meng Lei with hostility.
Who are you? Why are you in the king's temple?
Olio, don't be so presumptuous, the great prophet shouted. This is the new master of our vast giant clan.
New master? Oreo was stunned. Great prophet, what do you mean by this? The new master has already met the Lord.
He is the Lord's chosen successor and is naturally the new master of our vast giant.
The
great prophet's face darkened and he shouted in a low voice, Oriol, why don't you hurry and pay your respects to the new master?
Greetings, new master. Oreo's heart was pounding.
He didn't dare to question the prophet's words, and he knelt down and kowtowed.
Greetings to the new master.
The other surviving giants also knelt down, even big brother Oreo knelt down, and no one dared to raise any objection.
The master is the master. Why distinguish between old and new? From now on, remove the word new.
Meng Lei waved his hand and said calmly, everyone, get up.
Owner? Boom.
Faced with this sudden scene, the strong men from all planes were immediately confused.
When did the vast giant have an extra master? What did that old man just say? The new master has already met the Lord.
He is the successor personally chosen by the Lord, and is naturally the new master of our vast giant. The powerful people from the other dimension were shocked and looked at Meng Lei together.
Has he really met the king of Kangmang? King Kangmang is still alive? Damn it! King Kangmang is not dead yet.
The strong men suddenly became agitated.
A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. The king of the wilderness is the supreme ruler. If he is still alive, then they are all finished. No,
the king of the vastness must have fallen long ago, otherwise we would have died long ago, and this guy would not have become the new master of the vastness giant.
That's right, that makes sense.
What he saw must have been the fragments of the Kangmang king's soul.
After all, he is the supreme lord.
Even if he falls, fragments of his soul will remain.
Indeed.
The powerful beings from other dimensions finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned their gaze to Meng Lei. So, he inherited everything from the king of Kangmang? So, he definitely knows where the king's treasure is?
The king's treasure
treasure. Green light immediately flashed in the eyes of the powerful people from various dimensions, like hungry wolves staring at their prey. Their greed was beyond words. Boy, do you know the exact location of the king's treasure? An 8-winged angel shouted. If you know what's good for you, tell me now, or I'll make you suffer the most painful punishment in the world. That's right. Tell us where the king's treasure is, and we'll show mercy and spare your life.
Otherwise, don't blame us for being cruel. What a bunch of idiots. Why bother wasting time on talking to him? Why not just kill Sohun directly? He's mine. No one can take him away.
Just as the strong men were discussing, a black streak of light suddenly flew out from the crowd and shot towards Meng Lei as fast as lightning, with an astonishing speed.
Despicable dark dragon.
Seeing this, the powerful men were furious, but they did not dare to delay. They all spread out their bodies and rushed towards Meng Lei, fearing that they would be a step slower.
Protect the master. The great prophet shouted angrily. Yes, great prophet.
Oreo and a group of giants quickly stood in front of Meng Lei, staring fiercely at the flying dark dragon and powerful people from various dimensions.
You guys step back. Meng Lei waved his hand to signal Oreo and others to step back. But master. Meng Lei's tone was firm and left no room for doubt.
After hearing this, Oreo and the others retreated obediently, but they kept their eyes fixed on the enemy, ready to protect Meng
Lei at any time. They did not believe that Meng Lei, their new master, could withstand the attack of the extraterritorial demon. Boy, you're mine.
The dark dragon stared at the approaching Meng Lei with blazing eyes, and had made up its mind to swallow him in one bite.
Then leave here quickly.
After getting rid of these annoying competitors, find a safe place, slowly refine Meng Lei, and find out the secret of the king's treasure.
The king's treasure is mine. No one can steal it. The dark dragon roared in his heart. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Boy, prepare to die. The dark dragon suddenly opened its bloody mouth.
Seeing this, the powerful warriors chasing it changed their expressions drastically. Damn it.
It's going to eat this kid all by itself. Greedy guy, how hateful. Quick, stop it. How so? It's too late.
After all, the dark dragon is a high-level demon god with extremely fast speed. He took the initiative and left the powerful people behind him far behind. The powerful men could only watch it swallow Meng Lei in one gulp, but they were powerless to do anything. However, when everyone thought that Meng Lei was about to be swallowed up, an unbelievable scene suddenly happened. A huge hammer suddenly appeared in Meng Lei's hand. He swung it up violently and smashed it hard into the open mouth of the dark dragon. The dark dragon's mouth collided head-on with the heavy hammer, accompanied by the crisp sound of broken bones and torn fascia, which everyone heard clearly. The dragon's mouth was smashed to pieces, and the ferocious dragon head was also severely damaged, turning into a ball of meat paste. It was a pity that the dark dragon, who was still in endless fantasy at that moment, didn't even have time to scream before he died on the spot. The tragic scene was really heartbreaking. This scene shocked many powerful people in the back. They hurriedly braked and looked at the dark dragon with its head smashed, and couldn't help but gasp. The dark dragon is a powerful being comparable to the late-stage upper gods and high-level demon gods. There are only a handful of beings present who are stronger than it. Such a top-notch expert had his head smashed by Meng Lei's hammer.
How terrifying is the strength he displayed? In an instant, everyone looked at Meng Lei with fear. If he could kill the dark dragon in seconds, he could naturally crush any one of them. Never take it lightly. The new master actually possesses such powerful strength. The great prophet, Oreo and other giants could not hide their shock. Meng Lei's strength far exceeded their expectations, and its strength shocked them greatly. Is there anyone else willing to come up?
Meng Lei swung the sledgehammer in his hand to shake off the blood and flesh on it, then calmly glanced at the strong men from all sides and asked slowly, "How so?" Many powerful men were speechless for a moment, and were so shocked by Meng Lei's strength that they dared not act rashly. Everyone, although he is strong, he is only one person, and we are many. An ancient behemoth king suddenly shouted, "Two fists cannot beat 4 hands, and even a hungry tiger is fierce, but it is afraid of a pack of wolves.
With so many of us, how can we not take him down?" Well said. If we work together, he will definitely not be our match. The king's treasure is hidden on him.
As long as we kill him, the king's treasure will be ours. It is the life's work of the Kangmang king.
How can we let it go so easily? Such a great opportunity must not be missed. If you miss it, you will have to wait another 30,000 years.
All the strong men responded in unison, like tigers descending from the mountains, besieging Meng Lei from all directions, and the attacks rained down endlessly.
Protect the master, the great prophet shouted urgently. Everyone, step back. Meng Lei responded calmly, don't come and make trouble.
Before he finished speaking, Meng Lei replaced the sledgehammer with the Grim Reaper's scythe and swung it to kill.
There are so many enemies that there is no need to aim precisely.
A random slash can kill one of them.
What's more, Meng Lei's speed far exceeds that of the enemy.
Combined with his teleportation ability, he is like a tiger among a flock of sheep, as if Uchiha Madara rushed into the Ninja Alliance. There is no fighting confrontation at all, only one-sided slaughter. Puff puff puff. Blood splattered everywhere and the head flew high.
Strong men are constantly being killed. He's so fast, you can't hurt him at all.
Although the battlefield was in chaos, it could not be hidden hidden from the eyes of the strong men. They witnessed dozens of people being slaughtered by Meng Lei and gradually became anxious, knowing that if this continued, they would definitely be killed one by Meng Lei.
Release the divine domain and restrict his actions, someone shouted. Yes, release the god's domain. The divine domain spread out rapidly, instantly covering an area of 10,000 miles.
The restraining force formed by the divine domains of many powerful people was enough to suppress everything.
However, how could the divine domains of so many people be perfectly superimposed? Disaster ensues.
Meng Lei was not imprisoned at all, but it was the strong men who imprisoned himself.
Damn it, I can't move. I can't move either. Whose divine domain is this, asshole?
You lose more than you gain. Meng Lei almost laughed himself to death, and of course he would not miss this great opportunity. Thus, a slaughter feast like harvesting leeks officially began.
Puff puff, asshole. Put away your damned divine domain.
Millions of troops came from different camps. It was difficult to unify the orders, and the divine domains were difficult to overlap perfectly, leading to chaos. Before Meng Lei could make a move, the other strong men had already trapped themselves and their movements were restricted. It was really a terrible situation that they lost more than they gained. Meng Lei held the Grim Reaper's scythe and began a ruthless massacre, sending heads flying into the sky.
Asshole, retreat to the divine realm.
The strong men roared in frustration, but fortunately, at the critical moment, the order was finally unified, the divine domain was withdrawn, and the confinement was lifted. After regaining their freedom, the strong men rushed towards Meng Lei angrily, vowing to vent all their anger.
Kill this bastard. The king's treasure is ours. You still dare to think about treasure now?
Meng Lei chuckled and slowly uttered 3 words, time stands still. A strange time fluctuation quickly spread from Meng Lei as the center, covering an area of 100,000 miles in the blink of an eye.
The time in this area completely stagnated. All the strong ones stopped.
The falling corpses and the gushing blood were all frozen in time.
The shattered void and the raging turbulence also solidified. Everything seemed to be paused, staying where it is and no longer moving.
The great prophet, Oreo and others, as well as the elven goddesses who did not take action, were all filled with astonishment as they stared at the solidified void and were instantly speechless.
He actually imprisoned the entire void and millions of powerful people in an instant. Is his divine domain so powerful? No, this isn't God's domain. It's not the divine realm? Then what is it?
I don't know, but it's definitely not the divine realm. Your fate has already been determined. Meng Lei slowly raised his right hand. He could clearly use a large-scale killing skill to kill everyone instantly, but he did not use it. He just wanted to chop and kill with his sword, enjoying the pleasure of bullying and the strong satisfaction of being in control of everything. Heads were chopped off one after another. A cavity full of hot blood splattered everywhere. The people in the stands looked at Meng Lei's wanton slaughter, their bodies cold and filled with extreme fear.
The only one who was extremely excited in the audience was Dodoramo. He was so excited that he burst into tears, with mixed feelings of crying and laughing. Did you see that? This is the law of time. The truly powerful law of time. Woohoo! The law of time is the most powerful. A minute passed.
The slaughter continues.
10 minutes passed. Still no rest.
Meng Lei finally stopped. Millions of powerful men fell and turned into headless corpses with their heads separated. The sight of millions of headless corpses floating in the void was extremely shocking, especially since these dead were all super powerful beings at the middle and late stages of upper gods, as well as middle and high-level great demons.
The scene was extremely awe-inspiring.
The only thing to be thankful for is that in the last moment of their lives, these strong men did not experience pain, fear and terror, and they left silently.
Time stopped and their consciousness also stagnated, so they naturally couldn't feel any pain. It was a blessing in disguise. Meng Lei waved his hand and sent all the headless corpses into the Tower of Time.
He knew that as long as he devoured these corpses, the golden tree would surely experience a rapid growth. Afterwards, he collected the millions of heads, preparing to extract their divine nature, demonic nature, and soul nature, completely destroy their divine souls, and earn the deserved reward. After everything was done, Meng Lei returned to the top of the mountain.
Meet the master.
The great prophet, Oreo, and the others quickly bowed, their eyes filled with shock and reverence.
Just how powerful could this force be to slaughter millions of extraterritorial demons?
They had just led the crowd in a fierce battle with millions of extraterritorial demons, and knew very well how powerful and terrifying these extraterritorial demons were. They thought they could not escape today, but who would have thought that Meng Lei could kill all of the millions of extraterritorial demons with just one move? It was incredible.
You guys stay outside and guard. I want to refine the heart of the vast plain. Meng Lei gave an order and walked into the king's temple.
The great prophet and others responded respectfully and then surrounded the king's temple tightly, staring at the only remaining extraterritorial demon with hostility in their eyes. The elf goddess and many other goddesses were feeling heavy-hearted at the moment.
What should we do now? A goddess asked in a trembling voice.
What else can I do? I'll find a place to stay quietly for 20 years, wait for the space gate to open, and leave this nightmare.
Yes, get out of here.
All the goddesses agreed. They were terrified, so how could they have the courage courage to take risks. They just wanted to endure the full 20 years so they could leave safely. As for the king's treasure, let it go to hell. They will never dare to touch this deadly thing again. No one wants to die here. Sister Wakana, we are really grateful to you. If you hadn't been honest with us, we would have been dead by now. Today is really thanks to you guys, Wakana. The goddesses from other planes looked at the lava goddess, the elf goddess and others with gratitude, their eyes full of gratitude and relief. We are all natural gods, so of course we can't just watch you die. The lava goddess sighed, looked towards the king's temple with a gloomy gaze, and said, this guy is really amazing. He can be so strong. Yes, there were millions of powerful people, including at least 1,000 late-stage upper gods and high-level demon gods, and he slaughtered them all by himself. The goddess's eyes became complicated. The elf goddess felt the same way, but she was still worried about another thing. None of these millions of strong men were mediocre. If Meng Lei killed them all, he would undoubtedly offend many gods, demons, and undead. These behemoths will never give up. What awaits Meng Lei will be a crazy revenge like a storm, and this revenge will not be too late. 20 years later, when the space gate reopens, revenge will come. Oh, I hope you take care of yourself. Ding. Kill an 8-winged angel and obtain 61 million divine crystals. Ding. Kill a golden behemoth and obtain 920 million divine crystals. Ding. Kill one 3-headed hellhound and obtain 60.5 million divine crystals. The system notification sounded continuously, like the sound of nature, and Meng Lei's killing became more vigorous. The Eye of Death kept opening, withdrawing, and killing. More than an hour later, millions of gods and demons were completely annihilated by him. Meng Lei stared at the dazzling number on the attribute panel, his heart as if he had eaten honey, and there was only one word in his mind: sour. Wealth, 64 trillion divine crystals. This wave of profit is really huge. Sure enough, this is the fastest way to make money. Of course, Meng Lei also didn't forget the space rings of those powerful people. Although many people didn't bring their wealth with them for safety reasons before arriving in the vast plane, there were always exceptions. After all the looting, Meng Lei earned another 6 trillion divine crystals, and his total wealth reached an astonishing 70 trillion, or 70 trillion. 70 trillion in wealth is enough to improve the law of time by 1%. However, there's no need to rush the law of time for now. Meng Lei turned his gaze to the numerous bloodlines. It's time to improve these bloodlines. System, increase the awakening level of the ancient human bloodline. Meng Lei was the first to give the order. Ding. Increasing the awakening degree of the ancient human bloodline by 1% requires 100 million divine crystals. Do you want to increase it? The system responded coldly. Increase to 100%. Meng Lei said without hesitation. The wealth instantly decreased by 10 billion divine crystals. This is a huge sum of money. Under normal circumstances, Meng Lei would definitely be heartbroken, but now, he was not at all concerned. A huge roar came from the deepest part of his blood. Meng Lei only felt a heavy, inclusive and gentle energy enveloping his whole body, and his whole body exuded a misty divine light. At this moment, he felt warm all over, as if he was back in his mother's arms, warm and comfortable, full of warmth and peace. This is an unprecedented feeling of extreme comfort that emanates from head to toe, from inside to outside, and from deep within the blood. It makes it difficult for Meng Lei to describe it in words, but it is absolutely refreshing. The whole process didn't last too long. Meng Lei slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were dark and as pure and flawless as a baby's eyes. Looking at her body again, her skin was as white and delicate as a baby's, without even a pore visible, so pure that even those popular young handsome men and delicate young actresses in her previous life could not compare to her. However, Meng Lei could feel that although the skin was delicate, it was extremely tough, and even if the great perfection attacked it wantonly, it would not be hurt at all. His muscles were not strong, not as bulging and attractive as those of a bodybuilding champion, but they were well proportioned and had clear lines, and contained endless power, much stronger than before. The bloodline of the ancient human race has fully awakened. Meng Lei sighed softly. I should be a complete ancient human being now, right? Good boy, you've become stronger again. Dodora jumped onto Meng Lei's shoulder and teased, and this divine body, it's simply perfect. TSK, you're so handsome now. If I were a female, I would definitely be willing to kneel down and lick your toes. Meng Lei waved his hand casually, and an ice mirror appeared in front of his eyes. Staring at himself in the mirror, he finally understood the meaning of Dodora's words. He is 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure, handsome features, and flawless fair skin. He is as handsome as Panin and Songyu, and as handsome as a god. If I were to return to Earth now, I'd definitely be able to win over a lot of crazy fangirls with this face. Meng Lei praised it, and then gave another order. System, strengthen the bloodline of the god-killing rat. Ding! The god-slaying rat bloodline belongs to the true god bloodline. After strengthening, it will be promoted to the ancient god bloodline, the ancient god-slaying rat bloodline. Estimated strengthening cost, 10 billion. The system prompted coldly. Do you confirm the strengthening? System, strengthen the bloodline of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix. Ding! The Netherworld Divine Phoenix bloodline belongs to the true god bloodline. After strengthening,
strengthening, it will be promoted to the ancient god bloodline, the Netherworld Ancestral Phoenix bloodline. Estimated strengthening cost, 10 billion. The system responded indifferently. Do you confirm the strengthening? System, strengthen the bloodline of the 100-armed giant. Ding. The 100-armed giant bloodline belongs to the true god bloodline. After strengthening, it will be promoted to the ancient god bloodline, the 100-armed giant king bloodline. Estimated strengthening cost, 10 billion. The system's voice was cold. Do you confirm the strengthening? System, strengthen the bloodline of the god of death. Ding. The death god bloodline belongs to the true god bloodline. After strengthening, it will be promoted to the ancient god bloodline, the death god king bloodline. Estimated strengthening cost, 10 billion. The system asked coldly, are you sure you want to strengthen it? System, strengthen the bloodline of the frozen gods. Ding. The frozen Protoss bloodline belongs to the true god bloodline. After strengthening, it will be promoted to the ancient god bloodline, the frozen king bloodline. Estimated strengthening cost, 10 billion. The system's tone remained indifferent. Do you confirm the strengthening? After all his bloodlines were strengthened, Meng Lei felt that his divine body had reached a higher level again. He is not sure yet to what extent it has been improved, but it is indeed extremely powerful. He vaguely felt that one punch of his now could easily defeat 10 of his past selves. The difference between the two was so huge that they could not be compared at all. Now, I possess the bloodlines of 6 ancient gods. I am definitely the first person since the creation of the world. Looking across the vast universe, who can be stronger than me? The bloodline of the ancient god-killing rat. Bloodline of the Netherworld Ancestral Phoenix. Bloodline of the 100-armed giant king. Bloodline of the ancient tree of life. Bloodline of the frozen king. Bloodline of the king of death. In addition, he himself is an ancient human and has the blood of the 7 ancient gods. Looking at the world, Meng Lei is absolutely unique. System, how many divine crystals do I need to strengthen my divine body? If you want to know the strength of your divine body, asking the system is undoubtedly the simplest and most direct way. Ding. The host's current divine body is comparable to that of a mid-level ancient god. After strengthening, it will be promoted to a high-level ancient god. Estimated strengthening cost, 100 trillion divine crystals. The system responded coldly. Do you confirm the strengthening? Comparable to a mid-level ancient god? TSK. This is a divine body at the level of a lower-level main god. Meng Lei let out a long breath. Hold steady. Stay calm. This should be the normal level. Then, he merged with the wood source divine body. Mu Yuan divine body is completed. The fusion degree of the ancient tree of life's bloodline has been increased to 100%. At this moment, his divine body has reached the level of great perfection, which is the realm of a low-level ancient god. Afterwards, he merged with the thunder source divine body, and the thunder source divine body became complete, further enhancing its power. Today, the bloodline of the ancient human race has been improved, and multiple bloodlines have been strengthened. The divine body has once again undergone crazy strengthening. After this series of strengthening, the divine body finally reached the realm of a mid-level ancient god. Such an improvement is reasonable. However, Meng Lei sighed, I have continuously strengthened so many aspects, and my divine body has just reached the level of a mid-level ancient god. You can see how big the gap is between low-level ancient gods and mid-level ancient gods. Note, the middle ancient gods are the lower-level main gods. With a mid-level ancient god-level divine body, coupled with the law of time that I have currently comprehended, I already have the capital to take on the lower-level lord gods. Meng Lei muttered to himself, my only shortcoming is my late-stage upper god soul. How could I, who's comparable to a lord god, have any shortcomings? System, strengthen my soul. Ding. The host's current soul is comparable to a late-stage upper-level deity. After strengthening, it will be promoted to a great perfect upper-level deity. Estimated strengthening cost, 12 billion divine crystals. The system responded coldly. Do you confirm the strengthening? His wealth shrank by 12 billion divine crystals in an instant, and his soul strength leaped to the state of great perfection as he wished. But this isn't the end. Meng Lei glanced at the wealth of 70 trillion divine crystals in the account, and issued another strengthening order without hesitation. Ding. The host's current soul is comparable to that of a great and perfect upper-level deity. After strengthening, it will be promoted to a lower-level main god. Estimated strengthening cost, 1 trillion divine crystals. The system remained indifferent. Do you confirm the strengthening? Wealth decreased by 1 trillion divine crystals again. Meng Lei slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, his eyes flashing with a sharp light, and a terrifying spiritual wave burst out from him, sweeping in all directions. Outside the hall, the great prophet, Oreo and other giants, as well as the elf goddess and other goddesses who had not yet left, were all overwhelmed by this oppressive force and knelt on the ground. Everyone was sweating profusely. The spiritual pressure coming from the depths of the temple was too terrifying and they could not resist it at all. Lord God. This is the divine soul pressure of the Lord God level. Could it be that he has already broken through to the Lord God realm? Lord God? Are you kidding? He doesn't even have the Lord Godhead. How could he possibly become a Lord God? The goddess goddesses were horrified, unable to believe that Meng Lei had actually broken through to the realm of the Lord God. After all, how could he reach such a height without the Lord Godhead? However, this spiritual fluctuation that is comparable to the pressure of the main god is by no means a disguise. How did Monroe do it? Of course, the great prophet and the others were shocked, but they were mostly filled with joy. Meng Lei was the new master of their vast giant, and the more powerful he became, the greater their sense of security. Congratulations, Meng Lei. Dodora danced around Meng Lei, sighing with genuine emotion. Now, except for your understanding of the laws of time, you are slightly inferior to the god of time. In other aspects, you have surpassed him in all aspects. If he knew about this in the afterlife, he would definitely feel very pleased. Finally, I heard you say this. Meng Lei responded with a smile. It's really not easy to get your approval. Keep working hard, Mon Lei, Dodora encouraged. One day, you will stand at the top of the universe. Ha, let's make it a reality. Meng Lei smiled even brighter. Now, it's time to refine the heart of the vast plane. After saying that, he teleported to the place where the heart of the plane was. The power of his soul instantly enveloped the heart of the plane and began to refine it frantically. If it were high-level demon gods such as the Netherworld Demon Emperor, the three-headed queen, and the fallen emperor, it would take at least hundreds or thousands of years to refine the heart of a medium plane, and it would be impossible to accomplish it in one go. But Meng Lei is different. He possesses the soul of a lower-level main god, which makes it much easier to refine, and the time spent is naturally greatly shortened. Time passed quickly during the refining process, and before I knew it, 20 years had passed. On this day, the elf goddess and more than 30 other goddesses gathered impatiently in front of the door of space, waiting for the door to slowly open. Finally, we're leaving this damn place, the Iron Goddess said excitedly. Oh my god, these past 20 years have been the most torturous time of my life. I've been trembling with fear every day, afraid that guy would lose his mind one day and come and kill us. It's really painful to live under his shadow all day long, but fortunately, it will all end today and we can finally leave. The Ocean Goddess also echoed softly. I swear, I will never set foot in the vast plane again. The goddesses chattered, venting the depression and torment they had experienced in the past 20 years. Only the Elf Goddess frowned and remained silent. Diana, what's wrong with you? You don't look very happy. The Lava Goddess asked in confusion when she saw that she didn't say a word. Nothing, nothing. The Elf Goddess forced a smile. Are you worried about that guy? The Lava Goddess asked with a frown. No, no. The Elf Goddess quickly shook her head. Stop hiding it, you won't lie. The Lava Goddess shook her head inside. That guy's strength is unfathomable, but the trouble he's caused this time is too great. In our Thunder God realm alone, he has killed more than 10,000 powerful people. The gods behind these powerful people will never let him go easily. Alas, I can only hope for his own good fortune. The Elf Goddess sighed helplessly. Back when he possessed the Golden Source divine body, I had intended to include him in the pantheon, but now it seems. Incorporate him into the pantheon? Forget it. The Lava Goddess shook her head decisively. His murderous and ruthless character is completely incompatible with our nature goddess system. Besides, let's wait until he can escape this disaster. He has already become public enemy number one of the void gods and demons. That's right, the Elf Goddess sighed softly. The gate of space is open. At this moment, the goddesses cheered. The Elf Goddess looked up and saw the gate of space slowly opening and floating in the air. Finally, I can get out of this damn place. Let's go. Hurry up. I don't want to stay any longer. Let's go, Diana, said the Lava Goddess with a smile. The Elven Goddess nodded slightly, glanced in the direction of King Mountain, and was about to step into the space gate. Who would have thought that at this moment? A huge figure suddenly rushed out from the space gate. He was 1,000 feet tall, with muscular body, wearing golden armor, and his divine power surged like a huge wave. As soon as he appeared, a surge of terrifying divine power swept out, causing the goddesses to change their expressions suddenly and scream in fear. Big, big. The terrifying divine power filled the heaven and earth, wantonly crushing the souls of the goddesses. Their delicate bodies trembled involuntarily, and their hearts were terrified to the extreme. Great perfection. It's the great perfection. At this moment, another equally terrifying aura rushed out from the space gate and appeared in the sky. It was a figure with an elephant head and a human body, covered in golden armor, 100 feet tall, holding a giant axe, and full of divine power, no less than the previous figure. However, this was not the end. Several more figures rushed out from the space gate, as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed, and they poured out one after another. Each of them is full of vigor and power, and their majestic might reaches the sky. Goddess of nature. There are so many great perfections. A full 6 great perfections. Incredible, incredible, unbelievable. The goddesses were so shocked that they almost suffocated. What kind of existence is great perfection? It is the supreme being in the vast universe, second only to the Lord God, possessing invincible power and supreme status. Think about it, if a clan of gods has a great master, it means they have the capital and qualifications to dominate a region. As long as they don't provoke the main god, this clan of gods can last for thousands of years and prosper forever. And now, 6 of them appeared at once, which was simply terrifying. Dead. That guy is definitely dead. He will be torn into pieces by these 6 great masters and completely destroyed. The goddesses murmured in low voices, knowing in their hearts that the revenge of the great gods had come. The 6 great masters had personally taken action, and it would be difficult for Meng Lei to escape. Ebenezer, Adolphus, Burnside, you are finally here. Gaianos, the towering figure that appeared first, glanced at the 5 great masters, and his voice exploded in the void like thunder. The 5 people responded in unison, their gazes fixed on the elf goddess and the others, and asked indifferently, "Are you from the natural god clan?" Yes, sir, the lava goddess answered respectfully. "I heard that everyone who entered the vast plain has died. Why are you safe and sound?" Gaianos frowned. He is the only great master of the Theodore Titan god clan in the Thunder god realm, and also the father of Greg Theodore. My lord, this. The lava goddess hesitated, feeling extremely uneasy. Indeed, all the powerful people who had gone to the vast plain had perished, but they were the only ones who were safe and sound. This made her unable to speak. Could it be that Mon Lei deliberately spared them for the sake of the elf goddess Diana? But if that were the case, the 6 great masters would probably vent their anger on Diana, and then her situation would be dangerous. Gaianos' face darkened slightly, and the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded, "Gaianos, your son was killed, and you want to take your anger out on us, the natural gods?" The lava goddess trembled slightly and looked at the newcomer excitedly. "Greetings, Lady Elune." "Greetings, Lady Elune." The other goddesses also bowed in respect. The visitor was wearing a white gauze dress, had a beautiful face, and an elegant and tranquil temperament. She was none other than the great perfection of the natural gods, the moon goddess Elune. Elune glanced at the goddesses and saw that they were all fine. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I'm glad you're all okay. Get up." "Thank you, Lady Elune." The goddesses expressed their gratitude and then flew behind the moon goddess, as if only by snuggling behind her could they feel a sense of security. "Lady Elune, why are you here too?" asked the lava goddess in confusion. "You have to come. The divine world is in chaos." The moon goddess shook her head slightly, her expression solemn. All the powerful warriors sent by the major gods to the vast plain were almost annihilated. This news has already spread throughout the major divine realms. The Lord God was worried about your safety and sent me to check on you. Fortunately, you are safe and sound. The lava goddess was moved, and a great uproar immediately erupted in the various divine realms. She was not surprised by this at all. After all, the incident was truly shocking. It would be truly bizarre if the major gods could remain calm after such an earth-shattering event. "My son was brutally murdered. The murderer was truly heartless and arrogant," Gaianos said expressionlessly. "The only thing I want to do now is to find that thief and tear him into pieces to avenge my hatred. Elune, I won't force those young people, but they must answer a few questions for me." "Is that too much?" "Actually, I have many questions too." The moon goddess nodded slightly and looked at the lava goddess in confusion. "Eucana, I heard that the murderer killed countless people and slew all the powerful people who came to the vast plain, including the gods of the major divine realms, as well as the demons and undead of the evil camp. Why did he let you go?" As soon as these words were spoken, Gaianos, Ebenezer, Adolphus and other 6 great masters also cast puzzled glances at him. Being stared at like this by 7 great masters, the lava goddess felt immense pressure, but she gritted her teeth and replied, "My lord, this may be related to Diana." "Diana?" The moon goddess was slightly stunned and looked at the elf goddess in confusion. "What does this have to do with you?" The elven goddess smiled wryly and explained, "Lady Elune, Meng Lei comes from a lower plane that I rule, the sky continent. At the time, I discovered that he possessed the golden source divine body, so I intended to invite him to join our goddess of nature faction, and so I gave him the sky continent as a gift. Perhaps it was because of this friendship that Meng Lei didn't make things difficult for us." The moon goddess nodded slightly. Although the natural goddess system is called the goddess system, it does not mean that there are no male gods. In fact, the goddess of nature system will also absorb talented and brilliant male gods to strengthen itself. Since Meng Lei possessed the golden source divine body, he was indeed a rare genius. Diana's intention to include him in the goddess of nature system was completely reasonable. "Diana, he's a genius with a golden divine body, so why haven't I heard you mention him before?" the moon goddess asked again, frowning. "Recruiting talent is especially important when one is still weak. Since he can easily slaughter powerful late-stage upper gods and is so powerful, why didn't Diana introduce Meng Lei to the team sooner?" "Lady Elune, it's not that I don't want to recommend him, but his growth rate is too fast." The elf goddess laughed bitterly. "It was so fast that I was caught off guard. Before I even had the chance to recommend him, he had grown to this point." The moon goddess was stunned, thinking to herself, how fast? 3 seconds? "Lady Elune, he is not even 45 years old this year," said the elven goddess with a helpless smile. 45 years old? Gaianos and the other 6 great perfections sneered at first, then retorted, "Nonsense. That villain can slaughter late-stage upper gods and high-level great demons at will. How can he be less than 45 years old? You are insulting our intelligence. Diana, you can't talk about this casually." The moon goddess frowned and questioned. The elven goddess goddess quickly clarified, Lady Elune, how could I make such a joke? Monlay is indeed under 45 years old this year. I swear on my soul. The weight of the oath sworn by the soul is extremely heavy.
The moon goddess was silent. The 6 great masters also fell silent. Before arriving at the vast plain, the 7 great masters had learned about the murderer from the divine clone of the murdered person and knew that the man was extremely powerful. One hammer can smash the head of a high-level demon god, wantonly slaughtering millions of strong men. In the eyes of the 7 great masters, such a powerful enemy must be an old monster who has been in seclusion for a long time. Or, it is very likely that he is the false Lord God who has refined the heart of the desolate plain. But no matter how they guessed, they never imagined that the culprit who killed millions of strong men was actually a human being who was less than 45 years old. Less than 45 years old. Elf goddess, I want to know everything about him, Gaianos said in a deep voice. Yes, Lord Gaianos, the elf goddess said slowly, without hiding anything. 45 years ago, Meng Lei was an ordinary villager in the Warcraft village of the Fire Dragon Kingdom of the Dragon God Empire on the Sky Continent. Hearing the elven goddess words, the 7 great perfections fell silent again. Moon goddess Elune whispered softly, in less than 10 years, he went from a mortal to a supremely powerful being capable of slaughtering millions of higher gods? This is simply unbelievable. It's not just a fantasy. Even the reincarnation of the Lord couldn't do it. Ebenezer, the great perfection master of the giant elephant god clan, had a strange glint in his eyes. This guy must be hiding a big secret unknown to the world. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to grow so fast. Big secret. As soon as these words were spoken, all the great masters, including the moon goddess, were instantly shocked, their eyes gleaming with brilliance, and they were obviously extremely interested in the big secret of Meng Lei. After reaching their level of cultivation, it is almost impossible to advance further unless encountering an extremely rare opportunity. If we can obtain the secret from Meng Lei, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Where is that thief now? Adolphus, the great perfection of the Dragon God clan, asked impatiently. The elf goddess hesitated for a moment. It would be fine if she told Meng Lei's life story, as it would not have much impact on Meng Lei. But if she revealed Meng Lei's current location, it might put Meng Lei in danger. She really couldn't make this decision. Adolphus's face darkened slightly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Seeing this, the lava goddess quickly responded, that guy is at King Mountain, apparently refining the heart of the vast plain. We can't let him succeed. Damn it, he must be stopped. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 6 great masters changed suddenly. Meng Lei was already powerful enough to easily break through to the late stage of the upper god. If he truly succeeded in refining the heart of the vast plain and became a powerful pseudo-lord, they would be no match for him. Even if the Lord God himself descended, he would be powerless to defeat Meng Lei. At that point, uncovering Meng Lei's secrets, or even seeking revenge, would become a luxury. He must be stopped. Stop him immediately. Where is King's Mountain? Gaianos asked in a deep voice. That direction. The lava goddess pointed into the distance. Gaianos and the other 6 great masters did not hesitate and quickly rushed towards King Mountain. You should go back to the divine realm first, said the moon goddess to the other goddesses. Yes, Lady Elune. The lava goddess bowed and replied. The elf goddess gritted her teeth and asked, Lady Elune, what will they do to Monray? You know the result in your heart, so why ask so many questions? The moon goddess said and left without looking back. Diana, let's go. That guy is doomed. The lava goddess shook her head and said, he's slaughtered millions of gods and demons, and has offended almost every god in power in the universe. He won't have a good end. The elf goddess sighed softly. The great prophet, Oreo and others were guarding the king's temple while chatting, and the top of the king's mountain seemed particularly peaceful. Great prophet, is the Lord really still alive? Someone asked. The Lord has long since fallen. Only fragments of his spirit remain alive now. Great prophet, who is this new master? How can he inherit everything from the Lord and become the new master of the vast giant? Everything is the will of the Lord, we just have to obey. Speaking of which, the new master is indeed very powerful. He single-handedly killed millions of extraterritorial demons. He truly has the demeanor of a master. Yes, the new master is too strong. Just as the giants were casually chatting, a terrifying divine might suddenly reach them from the distant horizon. Although the distance was great and the pressure wasn't strong, the pressure it contained made everyone on the mountaintop feel nervous. Everyone looked up, only to see several figures flying towards them at unimaginable speeds. They were so fast that they covered the vast distance in the blink of an eye and appeared in the sky not far away. Demon from outside the domain. Damn it! The demon from outer space is here again. The great prophet's face suddenly changed. Damn it! These extraterritorial demons are lingering around. Oreo cursed inwardly and shouted, protect the king's temple. Don't let them disturb the master. The giants responded loudly, standing ready and watching the rapidly approaching figures with vigilance. However, as they drew closer, the pressure grew increasingly terrifying. By the time the great perfections reached their peak, the suffocating pressure had practically solidified like an ancient sacred mountain, weighing heavily on everyone's heart. All the
giants trembled, their courage completely gone. Great perfection. These are actually all extraterritorial demons at the great perfection level. The great prophet's face suddenly became gloomy, and his voice trembled slightly. What? Great perfection? Oreo exclaimed, his heart instantly sinking. Throughout the vast plain, the great perfection level was a legend, a realm countless giants dreamed of but could never reach. And now, there are actually several extraterritorial demons at the great perfection level attacking. This is tantamount to a disaster. Who can stop their offensive? Swish, swish, swish. Just when the mood of all the giants fell to the bottom, a shrill sound of breaking through the air rang out, and the 6 great perfect beings had already descended above the top of the mountain. They stood high above, looking down at the vast giants on the mountain top, without concealing their divine power, and unscrupulously oppressing the giants' hearts. Is this King's Mountain? Someone asked in a low voice. It looks right, another person replied. Where is the thief? Catch someone and ask him. Gaianos grabbed a giant from midair. The giant was terrified and struggled desperately. But his struggle was pointless, and he was quickly captured. Without further ado, Gaianos smashed his head and ripped out his godhead. Seeing this, Oreo and the others were furious and shot up, fearlessly rushing towards Gaianos. However, Gaianos just glanced at them casually, and they were struck by lightning, spurting blood and flying backwards in dismay. The gap between the two is really too big. With just one look, they were severely damaged. Gaianos grabbed the godhead and began to search its soul violently. The giant's heart-wrenching screams were immediately heard from the godhead. The pain caused by the forced soul search was terrifying. Oreo's mouth was bleeding, but he still wanted to charge forward, but was quickly stopped by the great prophet. The gap between you and them is too big. If you rush up rashly, you will only die in vain, the great prophet shouted sternly. What should we do? Should we just sit back and do nothing? Oreo growled softly, his eyes bloodshot. He had never been so angry before. Just wait. When the master refines the heart of the plane and comes out of seclusion, that will be the day of their death. As the wisest and oldest giant, the great prophet has an extremely clear vision. Oreo clenched his fists, his heart churning. The soul-searching process ended quickly, and Gaianos casually discarded the godhead and turned his attention to the temple of the king. What's going on, Gaianos? Where is the traitor? Asked the other great perfection anxiously. Gaianos did not answer, but raised his right hand and pressed down lightly, and the towering king's temple collapsed. With a wave of his sleeve, the ruins were blown away by the wind, and the king's temple disappeared in an instant. What about the traitor? He is not in this temple. He should be hiding in the origin of the vast plain. Gaianos' face was solemn. The place of origin? Upon hearing this, the faces of the 5 great masters suddenly darkened. The land of origin is the place where the heart of the plane resides. The vastness of the vast plain makes the land of origin extremely difficult to find. Even those who have reached great perfection would have to spend some effort to find it. We must find him before he completely refines the heart of the plane. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble. Act separately. The 6 great masters looked at each other and were about to disperse to search for the place of origin. Unexpectedly, suddenly a faint sound of breaking through the air was heard. Gaianos' expression changed slightly, and his head instinctively turned to the left, only to see a tricolor spear flying past his temple. How dare you run into my territory and act wildly? You're so brave. An indifferent voice sounded, and a man appeared in the sky. He had black hair and black eyes, a handsome face, a well-proportioned figure, and perfect lines. He was as good as Pan and surpassed Sonyu. Perfect. Seeing this man appear, the great prophet, Oreo and others were so excited that they could not contain themselves. They had never been so eager for Meng Lei's appearance as they were at this moment. Finally out. Gaianos, Ebenezer, Adolphus, Burnside, and other 6 great masters looked at Monlei with strange lights flashing in their eyes. 1, 2, 5, 6. Meng Lei's eyes swept over the 6 great masters one by one, and he was immediately filled with disappointment. Why are there only 6 of them? This is so disappointing. One great perfection statue is worth as much as 12 billion, and the maximum value of 6 will not exceed 80 billion. This amount of money is not even enough to fill the gaps between teeth. At this moment, Meng Lei suddenly noticed a 5-colored ball of light falling from the body of a great perfection. The system prompt sounded immediately. Ding. Dropped item found. Do you want to pick it up? 5-colored light ball? Meng Lei's heart moved, and he immediately responded. Pick it up. Ding. Pickup successful. A law fragment obtained. Do you want to fuse it? The system asked coldly. A flood of information instantly flooded into his mind, passing by his eyes as quickly as a movie, and Meng Lei hurriedly took a closer look. Then he fell into ecstasy. Thunder, ice, gold, dark, and fire. TSK. It's actually the fragments of the fusion law of these 5 elements. Meng Lei was extremely excited. After searching high and low for something, I finally found it without any effort. I didn't expect that I would obtain the law of destruction in this way. It seems that God is helping me. Ha 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 ha. Thunder, ice, gold, darkness, and fire are the 5 laws corresponding to the law of destruction. The law of destruction is one of the 5 supreme laws. One can imagine how excited Meng Lei was to be able to obtain the law of destruction so easily. Ha ha ha. The mad wolf's laughter exploded in the sky like
thunder, shaking the surrounding void and shattering it, leaving everyone in a daze.
Suddenly burst into laughter? Being surrounded by 6 great masters, he could still laugh? Did his head get caught in Sister Fang's steel door?
The faces of the 6 great masters darkened, feeling humiliated. How dare they laugh at him in front of him? Gaianos shouted angrily, "You thief, you killed my child. I will tear you into pieces."
As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and slapped Meng Lei hard.
A giant palm covering the sky appeared above Meng Lei's head, like a divine palm descending from the sky. Feeling the terrifying power brought by the giant palm, the great prophet and others changed their expressions and shouted a warning, "Master, be careful."
A trifle.
Meng Lei stopped smiling, looked up at the giant palm that was crushing down, shook his head slightly, put his index and middle fingers together to form a sword, and gently slashed it. With a crackling sound, the giant palm that covered the sky with the power of destruction was instantly split in half. Then it disappeared into thin air. Gaianos' entire body trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. Even though that palm strike had been casual, it was definitely not something an ordinary higher god could easily resist, and yet Meng Lei had simply shattered it.
"Boy, are you also a great perfection?" Gaianos was shocked and suspicious. Meng Lei was slaughtering the late-stage upper gods and high-level demons wantonly. It was obvious that he was infinitely close to the state of great perfection. Now he can easily break his attack, which can only be done by the great perfection. He is the great perfection?
Ebenezer and the other 5 great perfections shuddered, looking at Meng Lei with disbelief. At 45 years old, he already has the power of a great perfection?
What a joke! Great perfection? No, I'm not. Meng Lei shook his head in denial.
Fortunately it wasn't. It scared me. Gaianos and the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
If it was truly a great perfection, it would be even more difficult to deal with. Even if the 6 of them worked together, it would take a lot of effort to kill a great perfection. After all, the great perfection is not that easy to kill.
Reptile, you wantonly slaughtered the powerful gods.
You are simply insane. Today, I will make sure you die without a burial place.
Ebenezer, the great master of the giant elephant god clan, snorted coldly and attacked without hesitation. In an instant, he disappeared from the spot and then swung a fist as big as a taxi and hit Meng Lei hard. The elephant gods are born with supernatural powers, have infinite strength, and specialize in physical training.
Among the same level, only the Meng gods, Titan gods and Scarab gods can compete with them.
As someone who has achieved great perfection in his physical body, Ebenezer is definitely a top-notch existence in terms of physical strength and divine power. The destructive power of this punch can be imagined. Unfortunately, facing this shocking blow, Meng Lei just shook his head slightly, stretched out a finger to gently block it, and met the heavy punch that wanted to smash him into a meat paste.
You took Ebenezer's punch with just your index finger? You're simply overestimating your own abilities.
I've lived for so many years, and I've never seen such an arrogant person.
Watch out, he's going to die a horrible death. Seeing Meng Lei's actions, the 5 great masters gritted their teeth and turned blue with anger.
Ebenezer was also furious, feeling that the dignity of the great perfection had been greatly insulted. He angrily increased the power of his punch, and the strength of his punch suddenly increased.
Munley's index finger collided with Ebenezer's fist. The next second, a scene that shocked everyone happened.
The collision of fist and finger was like a watermelon hitting a nail.
With a slight sound, Ebenezer's fist was pierced, and Meng Lei's finger was deeply inserted into it. Ebenezer groaned, an expression of disbelief on his face. A finger had actually pierced through his fist? How was this possible? How could this happen?
The 5 great masters were also stunned.
You think you can kill me with this little power? You're not even close. Meng Lei shook his head and chuckled.
Since you're here to die first, I'll accompany you for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, Monley flashed and stood in front of Ebenezer. Ebenezer was hundreds of feet tall, with a face bigger than a bus, and Monley, who was only 1.8 meters tall, looked like a tiny creature in front of him.
Let's get going, my Mr. Great Perfection. Monray flicked his fingers and pointed at Ebenezer's eyebrows. Crack!
A sound of shattering was heard, and Ebenezer was suddenly struck by lightning. His eyes widened bigger than millstones, and bloodshot covered his pupils, forming the appearance of broken glass. Immediately afterwards, his brows seemed to shatter into pieces like a broken mirror, and in an instant his entire brows were torn open, forming a large bloody hole. Golden blood gushed out like a waterfall, instantly staining Ebenezer's face, chest, and clothes red. He stumbled back 2 steps, pointed at Monley, stammered you, and then fell heavily to the ground. It crashed heavily onto the mountaintop, shaking the earth and raising clouds of dust. However, at this moment, the entire place seemed to have paused, falling into a deathly silence. The void was imprisoned, the air solidified, and time stagnated.
Who are you? The 5 great masters were also acupunctured and could not move.
Only the great prophet, Oreo, and others were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their faces were flushed, their bodies were trembling, and they laughed heartily.
Great perfection, nothing more than this.
The summit of King Mountain fell into a dead silence. The 5 Gaianos stared at the fallen Ebenezer, their hearts churning like a storm.
The great perfection of the giant elephant clan fell just like that? How can this be allowed. He is the great perfection, the existence second only to the Lord God. How could he fall? How could it fall?
At this moment, the 5 great masters were extremely shocked. It had always been common for lower and middle-level gods to fall, but it was rare for higher-level gods to die.
As for the great perfection,
unless a war between gods and demons breaks out, no one will ever see the fall of the great perfection.
Over time, the gods even firmly believed that the great perfection was immortal.
But now, Ebenezer has fallen, and the shock is comparable to the explosion of a hydrogen bomb.
What shocked them even more was that Man Ray killed Ebenezer as easily as if he had slaughtered a chicken, with a calm expression and no excitement at all.
Who the hell is this guy? The 5 great masters looked at the calm and composed Meng Lei, and a chill ran down their spines.
They suddenly realized that they could not see Meng Lei's true identity at all. He looked like an ordinary person and had no aura at all.
This is what scares them the most. It means that there is an incomparable gap between Man Ray and them.
One died, and there are 5 left. Meng Lei glanced at Gaianos and the other 5 and asked coldly, "Who's next?"
After being glanced at by Meng Lei like this, the 5 great masters felt their hearts tighten and felt a huge pressure. They quickly communicated with each other through their minds to discuss countermeasures.
"Everyone, what should we do now? This guy is unfathomable. If we continue to fight him, we'll probably end up like Ebenezer. Why not retreat?"
Marshall, the great perfection of the Angel clan, spoke.
The other great perfections fell silent.
They could not accept this outcome. After all, they were great perfections.
If they retreated like this, where would they save face? But if you don't retreat,
they really don't have the courage to fight Meng Lei.
Just as the 5 great perfections were in a dilemma,
Meng Lei spoke again, his eyes coldly sweeping towards Gaianos.
"You were so arrogant just now, so you go ahead." Gaianos' eyelids twitched slightly, and his body tensed instantly.
But before he could respond, Man Ray had teleported in front of him like a ghost.
Meng Lei smiled slightly. Gaiano was shocked all over.
The next moment, a blood-red light flashed, accompanied by a crisp clang, and the Grim Reaper's scythe instantly slashed towards Gaianos' neck.
An embarrassing scene followed.
Apart from splashing a series of sparks, the Grim Reaper's scythe failed to cut through Gaianos' skin, and the blade was even slightly curled by the impact.
"Oh."
Meng Lei was stunned for a moment, then smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, I forgot to strengthen it." After all, Gaianos is a titan with a perfect physical body.
He possesses divine power and an extremely strong physical body. How can his divine body defense be easily broken? The Death Scythe is just an ordinary upper-level divine weapon.
Although it is effective against ordinary upper-level gods, it is obviously not capable of killing the great perfection.
But it doesn't matter, it can be strengthened. Ding! The Death Scythe is a mid-level upper-level artifact. After enhancement, it will reach a high-level upper-level artifact. Estimated enhancement price, 6 million divine crystals. The system prompted coldly, "Do you want to enhance it?"
A flash of blood passed by, and the Grim Reaper's scythe became more sinister. The blood-red light became brighter, and the curled blade returned to its flat state, becoming sharper and colder than before, and of a higher level.
However, this is not enough. Continue to strengthen. Ding!
The Death Scythe is a high-level superior artifact. After strengthening, it will reach the level of a great perfection superior artifact.
Estimated price for strengthening, 1.2 billion divine crystals. The system still asked indifferently, "Do you want to continue strengthening?"
Another blood-red light flashed. Just as Man Ray was strengthening the Scythe of Death, Gaianos finally came to his senses. He swung his huge fist at Meng Lei without hesitation. Although he didn't understand why Meng Lei suddenly froze in mid-air, it didn't matter.
Just kill Meng Lei. Gaianos' punch was unstoppable and hit Man Lei hard, and Man Lei was blown away like a cannonball.
Seeing this, Adolphus, Burnside and the other 4 immediately launched a frenzied attack.
Holy judgment!
Marshall, the great master of the Angel God clan, roared, and a giant sword shining with platinum light fell from the sky, pointing directly at Meng Lei's head.
Destruction Dragon Breath.
Adolphus, the great master of the Dragon clan, let out a loud dragon roar, opened his mouth and spewed out a purple-red dragon breath which slammed towards Meng Lei fiercely. This dragon breath contained the ultimate destructive power. Once it appeared, the void was annihilated silently.
Furious Fist.
Burnside, the great master of the Behemoth clan, roared, his divine body suddenly expanded by 10,000 feet, and he threw a heavy punch.
Immortal Phoenix Flame.
Gerald, the great perfection of the Fire Phoenix clan, chirped crisply, revealing his true form of the Fire Phoenix. His fiery red wings vibrated, spraying red-gold flames, intending to burn Meng Lei to ashes.
Gaianos was not to be outdone.
He knew very well that it was best to kill someone when he was weak. He took out 2 heavy hammers and struck Meng Lei with them, creating a dazzling purple thunder. In an instant, giant swords, dragon breath, wild fists, phoenix flames and purple thunder blasted out from all directions.
The shocking power seemed to smash Meng Lei into pieces. "Master, be careful."
The great prophet, Oreo and others were crushed to the ground by this terrifying pressure. They couldn't even speak and could only scream wildly in their hearts. They watched as Man Ray was overwhelmed by 5 attacks.
The 5 attacks hit Meng Lei, unleashing an earth-shattering destructive force. The ground beneath Meng Lei's feet instantly turned into a black hole, and the Violent shockwaves spread in all directions. The 5 great masters were so shaken that they couldn't stand steadily and retreated backwards one after another. The shockwave continued to spread, completely reducing King Mountain to dust. The great prophet, Oreo, and the others atop the mountain were blown away like duckweed in the wind. At this moment, the sky within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers seemed to be swallowed by a black hole, and the entire area seemed to have fallen into a doomsday hell scene. The sky was dark and the sun and moon lost their luster. This is the battle between the great perfections. Is he dead? He should be dead, right? With a full strength attack from 5 people, he will definitely die. The 5 great masters stood firmly, staring nervously at the center of the black hole, waiting for the result of the attack. How is the master? The great prophet, Oreo, and the others who had been blown away by the shockwave also looked over here nervously. They had survived the siege of millions of powerful men, so they must have been extremely powerful. It is because of this that they were able to survive the aftermath just now, otherwise they would have been annihilated long ago. I hope the master is okay, otherwise. Oreo clenched his fists, feeling extremely nervous. Master is the heir chosen personally by the great lord. How could he die here? He's still alive. He must be alive. As the aftermath gradually dissipated, the broken void slowly recovered. After everything is restored to normal. How is that possible? I knew it. The aftermath dissipated, the void recovered, and a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Meng Lei stood proudly in the void, unharmed, even his robes were intact. The attack just now didn't even damage the corner of his clothes. How is this possible? The 5 great perfections were stunned and in disbelief. With their combined strength, any existence other than the main god should have been reduced to ashes, yet Meng Lei was completely unharmed? Why is this happening? Is he really the Lord God? Gaianos was shocked to the extreme. The other 4 great perfections trembled in their hearts and shook their heads in denial. No, the number of main gods in the void world is limited, and there are no extra godheads. He can't be the main god. If he is not the Lord God, why is he so powerful? The 5 great masters were completely in doubt. On the other side, the great prophet, Oreo, and other giants were ecstatic. Just now, the 5 great masters joined forces to attack, and the terrifying power almost scared them to death. They were really worried that Meng Lei would not be able to withstand it and might even be killed. Oreo was so excited that he almost jumped up. How can we even imagine how powerful the master is? How can a mere 5 extraterritorial demons be his opponent? The master is the successor chosen by the Lord. How could he be killed by the extraterritorial demon? On the other side, Meng Lei also sighed. Dodora, the law of time is really against the will of heaven. As long as my soul is immortal, I can control time to flow back a few seconds at any time. Who else in this world can kill me? There is no doubt about the power of the joint attack of the 5 great masters. Meng Lei's divine body is indestructible, but his clothes are not. The attack just now had indeed completely destroyed Meng Lei's clothes, revealing his naked state. But it doesn't matter. Meng Lei used the law of time to go back a few seconds, so now even his clothes are intact. The law of time is indeed powerful, but it is not omnipotent. Dodora snorted softly, otherwise, the god of time would not have fallen. That's true. Meng Lei smiled and shook his head, his gaze once again falling on the 5 great perfections. Your attack is over, now it's my turn to fight back. The first one is still you. Mon Lei stepped forward and teleported in front of Gaianos, the great master of the Titan clan. He swung the scythe of death, drawing a streak of blood. Puff! Gaianos' body stiffened, a streak of blood forming on his throat. The death scythe had been strengthened into a great perfection. Upper divine artifact. Combined with Meng Lei's immense power, a single strike was enough to kill any great perfection cultivator. How is this possible? Gaianos muttered unwillingly as his head slowly slid from his neck and fell towards the top of the mountain, leaving behind only a headless corpse. Mon Lei waved his hand and threw the headless corpse to the golden tree, then grabbed Gaianos' head and cast the Eye of Death. Eyes of Death. Ding! Kill a Sky Titan and obtain 12 billion divine crystals. Listening to the system's cold prompt tone, Meng Lei let out a long breath. Once upon a time, the Titan god was an existence that he had to look up to, but now, Theodore, the great master of the Titan god clan, was killed by him with his own hands. As time goes by, things change and people change. The changes in the world are really sad. He killed Gaianos too, really? The 4 great perfects were completely devastated. If Ebenezer had been killed, they might have held onto a glimmer of hope, but with Gaianos' death, they finally woke up. Mon Lei had the power to kill a great perfect in an instant. As for whether he is the main god, does it really matter? The important thing is, he can actually kill them all. After realizing this fact, the remaining 4 great masters did not hesitate and turned into 4 rays of light and flew towards the distance. They want to escape, the farther the better. At this moment, dignity, majesty, and even the face of being a great perfection are all meaningless. They just want to survive. Escape? Can you escape? Meng Lei shook his head slightly and slowly uttered a word. Definitely. As the word ding was spoken, the 4 great masters were instantly trapped in midair, unable to move as if they had been acupunctured. The power of the plane. Damn it! This is the power of the plane. Marshall, who had reached the great perfection of the angelic god clan, was was shocked. He actually refined the plain heart of the vast plain. Damn it, he refined it so quickly? Not only him, but also Adolphus, the great perfection of the Dragon God clan, Burnside, the great perfection of the Behemoth God clan, and Rold, the great perfection of the Fire Phoenix God clan were all extremely shocked. It only took Meng Lei 20 years to refine the heart of the vast plain? This speed is amazing. This is the heart of a medium plane, and how could it be refined so quickly? Great perfection? No, he is not Dzogchen at all. His soul strength is definitely comparable to that of a Lord God. Only a Lord God can refine the heart of a medium plane in such a short time. The four great perfections showed despair on their faces. In front of ordinary gods, they were the supreme great perfections, but in front of the Lord God, they were just younger brothers. At this moment, the four of them regretted their decision to the point of utter regret. If they could do it over again, they would never set foot in the vast plain. No matter how great the secrets and treasures were, they wouldn't take the risk. It's such a rip-off. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret. When they stepped into the vast plain, everything was already decided, and no amount of regret would help. Meng Lei's mind moved, and the power of the plane wrapped around the four great masters and returned to the top of King Mountain. Facing these four terrified faces, Meng Lei smiled faintly. Do you want to live or die? What do you want? Asked the angel marshal in a deep voice. It's not that great. I just feel that you are all great masters after all. It would be a pity to kill you. I want to give you a way out. Meng Lei said in a flat tone. You want us to surrender? Marshal whispered. It's always easy to talk to smart people. Meng Lei smiled faintly. Release the essence of your soul and submit to me, and you can live. Otherwise, you will die. You're going too far, roared Adolphus, the great perfection of the Dragon God clan. We are noble great perfections. How can we submit to you? Stop daydreaming. Don't surrender? Then die. Mon Lei sneered, and the Grim Reaper's scythe slashed down from the air, and Adolphus' head fell to the ground instantly. Looking at Adolphus, whose eyes were wide open and unwilling to close, Meng Lei said calmly, you know what? Of all the great perfections, the thing I care least about is your life or death. Why? Adolphus couldn't accept it. Because the others have only reached the great perfection of their physical bodies, their godheads are merely ordinary late-stage upper gods. Even if you kill them, you can only obtain ordinary, upper-level godheads. Meng Lei stared at Adolphus. You are different. You are truly the great perfection, having successfully merged the 5 laws of thunder, ice, gold, darkness, and fire into one. If I kill you, I will obtain the true great perfection godhead. With your godhead, I can create a great perfection godhead in a short time. After saying that, Meng Lei took out Adolphus's great perfection godhead, activated the Eye of Death, and completely shattered Adolphus's soul. Mon Lei, give me this divine power, Dodora said excitedly. Take it. Adolphus's death was undoubtedly a huge blow to the remaining 3 great perfections. As great perfections, they held such high status that even the Lord God had to treat them with respect. However, Meng Lei was the complete opposite. He forced them to surrender at the first sign of disagreement. If they refused, he would kill them directly. It's cruel to the extreme, but it must be admitted that this cruel method was extremely effective. The 3 great masters, Marshall, Burnside and Rold, were indeed scared out of their wits. As the great perfection, they stand proudly at the top of the gods, possessing an extremely noble status and eternal immortality. Who would be willing to die easily? No one wants to. However, asking them to hand over their souls and become Meng Lei's slaves is even more difficult to accept than death. Even if I die, even if I am torn to pieces, even if I am buried in this vast plain, I will never surrender and become his slave. The 3 great masters were filled with anger and silently swore that it would be better to die early than to lose their dignity and freedom and become Meng Lei's slaves. Where are you 3? Meng Lei looked coldly at the remaining 3 great perfections. Are you dead or alive? We are willing to surrender. The 3 of them handed over their spiritual origins without hesitation. Dignity is precious, life is more precious, and being alive is better than being dead. This is a truth that everyone understands, and even elementary school students know how to make the choice. You made a wise choice. Meng Lei glanced at them meaningfully, then refined the spiritual essence of the 3 people and completely controlled their life and death. Come on, introduce yourself first. Meng Lei looked at the 3 expressionless people and smiled faintly. Come to think of it, I don't even know your names yet. Marshal Gabriel, the great perfection of the Angel God clan, announced in a deep voice. Burnside Bahamut, the great perfection of the Behemoth God clan, said with some reluctance. Rold Thomas, the great perfection of the Fire Phoenix Divine clan, said slowly. Marshall, Burnside, Rold. Meng Lei nodded slightly. From now on, follow me and do your best. In the future, you will definitely be glad for your decision today. I'm not glad at all. I'm glad. My lifelong reputation has been ruined, and now I just want to swallow feces and commit suicide. The 3 great masters sneered in their hearts, but their faces remained calm. Meng Lei said nothing more, turned his head and looked at the void not far away, and said lightly, I have been watching for so long, it is time for him to show up. What did you say? Hearing this, Marshall and the other 3 great perfections, as well as the great prophet, Oreo, and others all looked in the direction of Meng Lei's gaze, but saw only nothingness. Great prophet prophet, is there anyone over there? Oreo asked confusedly. If the master says there is someone, then there must be someone. The great prophet replied calmly. What? Do you want me to pull you out?
Seeing that there was still no movement over there, Menglei's eyes turned cold and his tone gradually became cold. The void fluctuated slightly, and a beautiful figure gradually emerged.
She was wearing a moon-white robe, absolutely beautiful and elegant.
It was Elune, the great perfection of the natural gods.
Elune.
Marshall and the other two looked at the moon goddess and wished they could hide in a hole in the ground.
It's so embarrassing. Who are you and what are you trying to do hiding here?
Monlay glanced at Elune, a sharp light flashing in his eyes.
Your Majesty, I am Elune, the moon goddess of the natural gods.
The moon goddess was nervous, but she remained calm on the surface. She bowed gracefully and said respectfully, I came to the vast plain this time to find the elf goddess and others.
Have you found them? Menglei asked calmly. Return to your highness, I found it.
The moon goddess answered respectfully.
Since you have found it, why don't you leave the vast plain? Are you also planning to target me like them? Menglei continued to ask.
The moon goddess was suddenly speechless. It seems that I am quite charming.
Even a beautiful goddess like you has been tempted by me. Should I be proud or more proud?
Menglei snapped his fingers and said with a leisurely smile.
Your Majesty, I have no intention of offending you.
The moon goddess quickly defended herself. When she thought of the miserable plight of Marshall and others, she couldn't help but shudder.
It was too tragic. She didn't want to end up like that at all. Alright, stop talking. You know the truth.
Menglei waved his hand, interrupting the moon goddess's words of defense. For the sake of the elf goddess, I can let you go. The moon goddess was surprised and delighted, but Menglei continued, however, you must leave something behind in exchange for your life and freedom.
What is that?
The moon goddess's expression tightened slightly.
Don't be nervous, you just happen to have this thing.
Menglei showed a strange smile and instantly appeared in front of the moon goddess, and then activated another paid function of the system, Super Plunder. System, plunder the supreme laws comprehended by the moon goddess.
Menglei said coldly. Ding. Target item, supreme law.
Plunder target, Elune, the moon goddess of the natural Protoss. Estimated plunder price, 10 billion divine crystals.
The system responded coldly. Are you sure you want to plunder?
An inexplicable powerful force suddenly descended, enveloped the moon goddess, and began to plunder the supreme laws she had comprehended. At the same time, a surging torrent of information poured into Menglei's mind, which was the supreme law plundered from the moon goddess. Menglei closed his eyes and began to comprehend the situation.
After a long moment, he exhaled, a satisfied smile playing on his face. Just as I expected. As a great perfection, the moon goddess is completely different from the three great perfections of Marshall, Burnside, and Rold.
Like Adolphus of the Dragon Clan, she is a true great perfection. They integrated the 5 basic laws and comprehended some of the great perfections of the supreme laws. The difference is that Adolphus integrated thunder, ice, gold, darkness, and fire, and the supreme law he comprehended was the law of destruction. The moon goddess integrated earth, wood, thunder, light, and water, and the supreme law she comprehended was the law of life. What king's treasure? In my eyes, these great perfections are the real treasures. The properties panel will naturally change accordingly. 5 elements fusion: thunder, fire, wind, light, dark, 100%, thunder, ice, gold, dark, fire, 100%, earth, wood, thunder, light, water, 100%. Supreme laws: law of time, 0.1%, law of destruction, 0.1%, law of life, 0.1%.
The law of time, law of destruction, the law of life.
Of the 5 supreme laws, 3 are already in my hands.
Now all I need is the divine crystal.
As long as I have enough divine crystals, I can become a truly powerful being.
Thinking of the glorious future, Menglei's fighting spirit was high. If he could fully comprehend a supreme law, he would be comparable to a high-level god. So, what about 100% understanding of the 3 supreme laws? Can you compete with the master? What on earth did you do to me?
The moon goddess stared at Menglei in horror. She felt her strength suddenly decline, falling directly from the state of great perfection to the level of a high-level god.
The 5-element fusion law disappeared. The law of life is gone. She actually fell out of the state of great perfection? You can go now.
Menglei didn't intend to explain to her at all and directly ordered her to leave.
Devil, you are the devil.
The moon goddess trembled with anger.
What? You don't want to leave? Menglei snorted coldly. If you don't leave, you'll lose your life.
The moon goddess almost exploded, but the last bit of her sanity prompted her to make a wise choice. She knew that if she didn't leave, she would probably die, and this devil would never show mercy. Looking at the back of the moon goddess, Marshall, Burnside and Rold had complicated expressions and turbulent waves in their hearts. They felt it clearly the moment the moon goddess fell from great perfection. Because of this, they were even more shocked.
What on earth did Menglei do to cause the moon goddess, who was a great master, to fall from grace? You 3 can go back now. Menglei looked at them and said, are you willing to let us go? The 3 great masters looked surprised.
Of course. Menglei nodded slightly, but I'm not letting you go for nothing.
There's something I need you to do.
Please give your orders. The 3 responded quickly. They just wanted to get away from this
this damn place and away from Menglai. Collect as many divine crystals as possible. If possible, move all the treasure houses of your 3 major families here, Menglai said with a faint smile. I see. Empty the family treasury? The 3 were shocked. The 3 of them nearly collapsed. I'm afraid this won't work. The treasury is a vital part of our family. If it's stolen, His Majesty the Lord God will surely notice, and will surely perish. This is an order, Menglai said coldly. You are all great masters. Entering the family treasury is a piece of cake. Emptying it is also no problem. Don't say but. Remember, you are my slaves now, not the great perfection you once were. You must obey my orders. Menglai snorted coldly. After you empty the family treasury, rush to the vast plain immediately. I will open the space gate for you. Although the desolate plain is a medium plane, it has a huge advantage compared to other medium planes, the space gate connecting all the major planes. After the rise of the Kangman King, in order to communicate with the heavens and all worlds, he spent a huge amount of money to build a space gate leading to the heavens and all worlds. With the help of these space gates, you can not only reach the 10 divine realms, the abyss, hell and other higher planes, but also reach other medium planes. Extremely convenient. Generally speaking, these space gates open once every 30,000 years, but since Menglai became the master of the vast plane, he can open or close these space gates at any time. The 3 great masters responded with a wry smile, then left quickly as if they were running for their lives. Looking at their backs as they walked away, Menglai raised a smile. He felt that he was really smart. The treasure house of the 3 great gods. The treasures inside must be extremely rich. If you can empty them all, you will definitely make a fortune. Menglai, do you trust them so much? Dodora suddenly appeared on Menglai's shoulder. Of course I don't believe them, but I have the hostages in my hands. Their souls and essences are in my hands. If they dare to betray or disobey my orders, I will make them understand why the flowers are so red. Menglai replied coldly. It's up to you, but don't be careless. Dodora reminded, and then said, I want to merge with that great perfection godhead. Menglai waved his hand. I hope that when I see you next time, you will have successfully integrated that great perfection godhead and truly become great perfection. Dodora casually threw something out. Oh right, there's this too. What is this? Menglai took it and was shocked when he recognized it. Empty, a fragment of the law of space. That's right, it's the fragment of the space law you've been dreaming of. Now I'm giving it to you. Dodora smiled faintly, stretched out her finger, and a golden light was injected into Menglai's brain. And this, I'll give it to you as well. As Menglai digested the information sent by Dodora, he felt very happy. It's actually the great world-breaking teleportation technique. TSK, Dodora, you're really willing to do that? You will need it. Dodora replied casually, and then returned to the Tower of Time to refine the divine nature. Great world-breaking teleportation technique. TSK. It's definitely a perfect way to escape and travel. Such a great move. I have to learn it quickly. Menglai couldn't wait and launched a super plunder to seize the law of space from the fragments of the law. He had no intention of comprehending it honestly. A huge torrent of information poured into his mind, like a flood bursting through a dam and hitting his soul. In the past, he would have been shocked unconscious. Menglai slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. After all, this was just a fragment of the law, and the spatial law contained in it was extremely rare. It was just a drop in the ocean, the tip of the iceberg. But even so, these spatial laws are enough for him to practice the great world-breaking teleportation technique, his exclusive spatial magical power. According to the records of the great world-breaking teleportation technique, this technique is closely related to the practitioner's understanding of the laws of space. The deeper your understanding of the laws of space, the greater your teleportation distance. If you can achieve 100% comprehension, the vast universe will be at your disposal, like a garden in your backyard. You can go anywhere in the universe. What a perverted existence. Afterwards, Menglai stopped at the top of King Mountain and concentrated on practicing the great world-breaking teleportation technique. As for the great prophet, Oreo, and the others, he had already sent them away. Strong men from various dimensions have arrived, and the vast giant clan has suffered heavy losses and is in urgent need of medical treatment. Menglai handed these matters over to Oreo and others. The vast giants are born with divine power. As long as they are properly trained, they are no less powerful than the behemoths, titans, and elephants. Such a powerful fighter must be trained well. Fortunately, although Menglai has nothing else, he has accumulated countless treasures of all kinds. These are the valuable resources for training subordinates. While Menglai was busy practicing the great world-breaking teleportation technique, the outside world was in an uproar. Millions of powerful people sent from various major planes to the vast plane all died. Such a tragic mass fall has not occurred in more than 1,000,000 years. This event is comparable to a super earthquake. The thunder god realm is shaken. The forest god realm is shaken. The earth's divine realm is shaking. In short, all the planes that sent people to the vast plane were shocked. For a time, many gods, demons, forces, and races were furious. A mere medium-sized plane is so weak? They sent strong men to descend into the vast plane just to pan for gold. Unexpectedly, the result result was the complete annihilation of the army. Can you tolerate this? No. If the collective death of millions of powerful people is not a big deal, then is the death of the great perfection a big deal?
The Thunder God realm, as one of the 10 great divine realms, has a vast and boundless territory. A small mountain range in the Thunder God realm is more vast than a medium-level plain. A small lotus pond is better than a low-level plain. The headquarters of the Theodore Titan clan in the Thunder God realm is located on the Theodore Titan Mountains. The Theodore Titan Mountains, as the name suggests, is one of the largest mountain ranges in the Thunder God realm.
The rolling mountains are like a giant dragon encircling the vast land.
Each of its branches is dozens of light-years long, not to mention the numerous branches and main branches. The Theodore Titan Peak stands on the main range of the Theodore Titan Mountains. This towering mountain reaches the sky, appearing and disappearing, like an ancient heaven.
The main temple of Theodore is located at the top of the sacred peak.
The main temple, as the name suggests, is a hall where the statue of the main god is enshrined, and it is also the place where the Theodore Titans usually hold meetings. At this moment, the main temple was crowded with people. All the elders of the Theodore Titan Protoss headquarters gathered here. All of them were panicked and deeply shocked by the events before them.
How did this happen? How could he fall? The clan leader has arrived. Just as the elders were in a commotion, a burly Titan walked into the hall.
The elders seemed to have found their backbone and rushed forward to greet him.
Greetings, Lord Patriarch. The elders all saluted. Everyone, get up.
The burly Titan waved his hand, walked straight to the chair in front of the statue of the main god and sat down, his majestic eyes sweeping over the many elders in the hall.
This is Gaia Zeus Theodore. Theodore is the patriarch of the Titans and the eldest son of the Lord God Theodore. His status is second only to the Lord God Theodore, and he is on par with the great perfectionist Gaianos. What's the urgent matter that brings you to see me in such a hurry? Gaia Zeus asked doubtfully. Master Patriarch, something big has happened.
The great elder stepped forward, his face filled with fear. The deacon in charge of guarding the Divine Soul Jade Tablet Hall reports that Lord Gaianos' Divine Soul Jade Tablet has been shattered. Gaia Zeus's expression suddenly changed, his eyes fixed on the great elder, and he asked in a deep voice, "Great elder, you must not talk nonsense about this."
Master Patriarch, how dare I joke about this?
The great elder's face was filled with fear.
After receiving the report, I personally went to investigate.
Lord Gaianos' Soul Jade token has indeed been shattered.
Lord Gaianos, he has fallen. Gaia Zeus's eyes went dark, but he still couldn't believe it. You are talking nonsense.
The 88th brother is a great perfection, an invincible existence under the main god.
Who can kill him?
Great elder, don't exaggerate and speak nonsense.
Chief,
the great elder smiled bitterly and called over a man. That man was the deacon in charge of guarding the palace of Divine Soul Jade tablets. He was holding a jade plate in his hand, on which was placed a pair of broken Divine Soul Jade tablets.
Gaia Zeus recognized it as Gaianos' Soul Jade token at a glance because the remaining soul aura on it was extremely clear. Who are you?
88th brother, is he really dead?
Gaia Zeus trembled slightly, his voice low. Who was it? Who killed him? Which main god took action? Why did he kill the 88th brother? Chief, Lord Gaianos died in the desolate plain.
The great elder said as he nodded repeatedly.
The vast plain? Gaia Zeus seemed quite surprised. Isn't the vast plain an ordinary medium plain? Why did my 88th brother perish in such a place? The specific situation is still unclear.
The great elder shook his head, but according to the intelligence we have, a super powerful person has appeared in the vast plain. The fall of Lord Gaianos is likely related to him.
Super strong? Who is it? Gaia Zeus frowned, his tone full of doubt.
The name of that superpower is still unknown, but he is definitely in the vast plain. The great elder said slowly, during the time you were in the Sea of Turbulence, the space gate to the vast plain opened, and the clan sent Elder Greg to investigate. The great elder then recounted the entire situation in detail, concluding, not only Lord Gaianos, but also Lord Adolphus of the Dragon Clan, Lord Marshall of the Angel Clan, Lord Burnside of the Behemoth Clan, 7 other great masters entered the desolate plain, and none have survived to date.
You mean, these 7 great masters all died in the vast plain?
Gaia Zeus was shocked and could hardly believe his ears.
That's right, Patriarch, Master Patriarch.
At this time, a person hurried in from outside the hall. News has come from the space gate. The 4 great masters, Master Elune of the Nature God Clan, Master Marshall of the Angel God Clan, Master Rold of the Fire Phoenix God Clan, and Master Burnside of the Behemoth God Clan, have returned.
Back? The great elder looked stunned. How could the 4 of them possibly have returned alive? Didn't they perish like Lord Gaianos?
I'm back, the visitor responded hurriedly.
They are actually back.
The great elder muttered to himself.
Gaia Zeus's eyes flashed, and he said sternly, send the order immediately and prepare the teleportation array. I want to go to the Behemoth clan myself and find out what is going on.
Great elder, I suggest you send someone there. You don't need to go in person, the great elder advised.
I have made my decision, no need to say more. Gaia Zeus responded decisively.
The same thing also happened to the giant Dragon God Clan and the giant Elephant God Clan. The fall of the great master in the clan was undoubtedly a
a major event that shocked the world. However, no matter how the outside world changed, it had nothing to do with Meng Lei. He stayed quietly in the vast plain, concentrating on practicing the great world-breaking teleportation technique. His spiritual strength is comparable to that of a lower-level god, and he has comprehended some of the laws of space. For him, practicing the great world-breaking teleportation technique is not difficult. In less than half a year, he successfully completed it. On this day, Meng Lei, who was standing on the top of King Mountain, suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the vast void outside the vast plain. The cold and silent outer void is empty, with only countless meteorites and floating continents making chaotic circular motions around the vast plain. The next moment, Meng Lei disappeared again and appeared in front of a seat several light years away. It was a fire elemental plane, filled with pure fire elements. The plane is not large, comparable to a lower plane, but the fire element is extremely rich. Seeing this plane, Meng Lei couldn't help but think of the fire elemental life, Salamandra. He named the little guy Wahaha, and it has been living on the 97th floor of the Tower of Time. At first, the rich fire element there was its paradise, enough for it to thrive. But as Wahaha's strength continues to grow, the 97th floor can no longer meet its growth needs. Simply put, the Tower of Time began to hinder its development. Until now, Mon Ray had no better place to keep it, so he had to leave it in the Tower of Time. Now, seeing this fire elemental plane, he felt that this was an excellent place to go. With a thought, Meng Lei released Wahaha. Ha! What is this place? Wahaha suddenly appeared in the dark outer void, his face full of confusion. Seeing Meng Lei, it immediately smiled happily. Meng Lei, why are you here? Meng Lei pointed to a plane not far away and said with a smile, Ha, I just found a fire element plane. I think you will like it very much. Wahaha looked in the direction Meng Lei pointed, and immediately jumped up and down with excitement. The fire element is so rich. That must be the fire elemental plane. If you like, go for it. Meng Lei smiled slightly and said, You can stay here from now on. I will come back to see you often. Mon Ray, thank you. Wahaha could no longer hold back and turned into a stream of flame, rushing straight into the fire elemental plane, penetrating the plane barrier and drilling in. Meng Lei smiled and then left. As the salamandra among the fire elements, Wahaha has great potential. After growing to a certain stage, it may become a powerful force, but that day is still far away, and Meng Lei can't wait that long. So, let it grow freely and see what it will become. Next, Meng Lei began to experiment with the great world-breaking teleportation technique in the vast void. This thing is truly a top-notch spatial magical power, and its transmission distance is extremely amazing. After some attempts, Meng Lei was delighted to find that the longest distance he could teleport instantly was 10 light-years, which meant that he could reach 10 light-years away in an instant. His strength was truly abnormal. Afterwards, Meng Lei returned to the vast plain and then returned to the Netherworld continent. Before refining the plain heart of the Netherworld continent, Meng Lei first returned to the Bright continent. After being away for so long, it's time to come back. I'm not in a hurry to refine the heart of the plane of the Netherworld continent. The Bright continent remains the same as before. It can be seen that in the 20 years since he left, the old Dean's faith has spread to every corner of the continent, penetrated into the hearts of every intelligent creature, and continuously delivered the power of faith. Strange, where is the old Dean? Meng Lei swept his eyes across the Bright continent but did not see any trace of the old Dean, so his spiritual thoughts traveled through the endless deep sea and came to the Sky continent and finally found his figure. There are other people here. Meng Lei smiled slightly and teleported over. Sky continent, the imperial palace of the Mon Lei Empire. At this moment, the meeting hall was crowded with people. The old Dean and his sister Emerine were both there. Pohaman, Saniel, Babris, Mervin, the Chaser, Nakia, Cixia, Galen, the Spider Goddess, the Dark Elf Queen, Sarath, and other men of Monray were also there. Strangely enough, even that fat chameleon is here. The crowd gathered together and argued fiercely about something. It seemed that no one could convince anyone else and the dispute was endless. Everyone, this opportunity is rare and will never come again. This is a golden opportunity to expand our territory. If we seize it, we will win a vast territory. Pohaman said earnestly, if the master were here, he would definitely support me. Expanding territory is certainly good, but don't forget, the Spider Goddess retorted coldly, we're facing the Earth God realm, one of the 10 great god realms. How powerful is that? We may be higher level gods, but our strength is nothing compared to the Earth God realm. To put it nicely, it's expanding territory, but to put it bluntly, it's just throwing food at us. Rose, I don't agree with you. Flying Snow Sword Saint Galen retorted. While the Earth God realm is filled with powerful beings, it's also vast and boundless, with the strongest individuals scattered and sparsely populated. While our strength isn't top tier, as long as we occupy a few hilltops, we can definitely gain a foothold. Garen has a point. Babris echoed in a deep voice. A single mountain in the demon realm is larger than all the planes we currently occupy combined. I believe the Earth God realm is similar. As long as we can occupy a mountain range in the Earth God realm, it will be enough for us to spread our faith. The Earth God realm is filled with powerful beings. If you rush rush in rashly, you may end up in a trap.
The dark elf queen sighed softly.
No venture, no gain.
This golden opportunity to enter the earth god realm is right before our eyes.
If we miss it, it might be lost forever, Pohaman said in a deep voice. You are all already high-level gods. It must be hard to feel your divine power is empty, right? Now is a golden opportunity to spread faith. Don't miss it.
Hearing this, the spider goddess was speechless.
A lack of divine power? That was simply an extreme lack.
Although he successfully refined the superior godhood bestowed by Mang Lei and became a powerful superior god, which naturally made people happy, the only drawback was that although he had the status of a god, he did not have sufficient divine power, and his strength was greatly reduced.
It's like having tanks and Italian cannons but not enough ammunition. You have the weapons but can't use them.
It's really torturous. Therefore, everyone wants to change the status quo, and the best way to replenish divine power is to spread faith and collect the power of faith.
Unfortunately, the existing planes are obviously insufficient.
Although the immigration work of 48 planes has been completed long ago and the population of these 48 planes is growing rapidly every year, it is still far from enough. The divine power required by a superior god is extremely astonishing. Even 100 planes of faith territories can only barely meet the divine power consumption of a superior god. With so many higher level gods, 48 planes simply cannot support them.
Therefore, we must expand our territory and spread outward. The problem is, what are you arguing about so heatedly?
Just as everyone was arguing, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in the hall, shocking everyone.
Owner, Monray, boss.
Mang Lei quietly appeared in the hall, looking at everyone with a smile on his face.
Meet the master. Everyone was overjoyed and bowed to him.
Even the old man looked happy and kept rubbing his beard.
Everyone, get up. Mang Lei waved his hand and asked with a smile, what were you arguing about just now? About the earth god realm? Master, this is what happened.
Pohaman suppressed his inner excitement and replied respectfully, just half a month ago, a spatial rift suddenly appeared above the Black Cloud continent. After our investigation, we found that behind this rift, there is actually a path leading to the earth god realm, one of the 10 great god realms.
Earth god realm? Mang Lei was astonished.
The Black Cloud continent was one of the 48 planes he had previously occupied, and he was naturally familiar with it. However, he had never expected that a spatial rift leading to the earth god realm would appear there.
Yes, master.
Pohaman continued, after investigation, we confirmed that this spatial rift does indeed lead directly to the earth god realm, and we have already fought against some powerful beings from the earth god realm. The earth god realm, the Two Realms Mountain.
The Liangjia Mountains stretch out and undulate, spanning several light years.
The mountains are covered with dense forests, and it is a vast forest covered by vast primitive jungle. Coupled with the rich magical elements and clear laws of heaven and earth, this mountain of two worlds is definitely a holy place for cultivation for monsters and practitioners. However, this perfect place for cultivation had been seized by a group of bandits. They ruled the mountain as kings, robbing passing gods and caravans, setting fires,
and looting, and acting recklessly.
The inhabitants of the divine realm within a radius of dozens of light years suffered unbearably, yet dared not speak out. On this day, the bandits of Liangjia Mountain hid in the mountain stronghold as usual, drinking and having fun, enjoying the singing and dancing of the singers and dancers they had robbed from the surrounding areas, and lived a carefree life.
Come, drink. Brothers, let's do it. Your Majesty, please.
Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, and a bandit with a big knife rushed in. My lord, the reason why the brothers have disappeared for no reason recently has been found. The bandit leader sitting on the throne waved his hand slightly, signaling the singers and dancers to retreat, and then asked, tell me,
why are the brothers missing?
Your Majesty, the brothers discovered a spatial crack at the bottom of the Broken Heart Cliff. The missing brothers must have entered that crack, the robber reported respectfully.
Space crack?
The bandit leader's eyes suddenly lit up, his glint flickering.
Have you investigated where this space crack leads to?
The other bandits also looked at the man excitedly. The space in the divine realm was extremely stable, and space cracks were extremely rare. This means that once you enter the divine realm, it is basically difficult to leave. Now that a spatial rift has appeared, it has naturally aroused the interest of the bandits.
What if this rift leads to another dimension?
My lord, the brothers who entered there have never been heard from again. The bandit shook his head and sighed, but it's certain that the other side is a lower plane. However, this plane is quite dangerous, and there are at least mid-level gods present.
A lower plane?
The robbers whispered to each other. Although the divine world was dangerous, if they could find a lower plane to hide in, it would be a godsend for them. The bandit leader stood up and said, come on, mobilize your troops. I want to take a good look at what kind of world is on the other side.
Yes, my king.
The entire village immediately erupted in agitation. Soon, the bandit leader and his men arrived at the foot of the Heartbreak Cliff.
It is loud and majestic, so dense that it blocks out the sun. One has to admit that the strength of the Liangjia Mountain Bandit Group is indeed astonishing.
There are as many as 1 million members, and the weakest are all lower-level gods. Such power can almost sweep across all lower planes.
Is this the space crack?
The bandit leader looked at the deep
crack at the bottom of the broken heart cliff and asked with a hint of excitement. Yes, my king, the subordinate responded.
Third brother, take some people to investigate, the bandit leader ordered. The third brother was a human with a python head, and his strength had reached the peak of a mid-level god.
Third brother, I understand.
The third in command, who had a python head and a human body, did not hesitate and gathered a team to prepare to enter.
Unexpectedly, at this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the crack.
Then, as if poking a hornet's nest, figures poured out from the space crack one after another.
This is...
The bandit leader and the other bandits were stunned.
They couldn't wait to come out before we could even take action?
Aren't they afraid of death?
Is this the Earth God realm?
It was naturally Meng Lei and the others who emerged from the crack.
They proudly hovered in the air, looking around, their eyes filled with curiosity and wonder.
Speaking of which, none of them had ever set foot on a higher plane.
The magical element is so strong,
at least 10,000 times stronger than the sky continent,
and the laws of heaven and earth. It's so clear. As expected of the Earth God realm, even a pig can break through to the demigod realm. Everyone was amazed. Meng Lei was also shocked.
This was the first time he entered a higher plane in his true form. He had to admit that the magical elements and the laws of heaven and the Earth God realm were far beyond the reach of medium-level planes such as the vast plane and the netherworld continent, not to mention low-level material planes such as the sky continent.
There is no comparison between heaven and earth.
Hey,
where did these natives come from?
Just as everyone was immersed in the beautiful scenery, a roar was heard.
A group of people quickly rose into the air and surrounded Meng Lei and others.
Except for Meng Lei, the expressions of the others suddenly changed.
They stared warily at the Liangjia mountain bandits surrounding them.
Each of them was a god, with considerable strength. There were many mid-level gods, and many high-level gods.
Where are the higher gods? Everyone looked around and found only one superior god. Just one upper-level god? The old dean, Pohaman, Bobris and others looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly.
They originally thought that the people surrounding them were a group of tough guys, but they didn't expect that they were just trash.
You lowly natives, you're so brave. We didn't even bother looking for you, yet you came to provoke us. You're really courting death.
The third in command pointed a large knife at Meng Lei and the others, roaring, "Men, charge!
Capture these foolish natives."
Yes, third boss. The bandits shouted and rushed towards Meng Lei and others.
Pohaman snorted coldly and then released the energy in his body.
A surge of pressure like a sea wave swept over in an instant, making the bandit leader, the third in command and others feel nervous. Except for the bandit leader, all the other bandits knelt on the ground without exception.
Bang, bang, bang. The bandits trembled like sieves, terrified. Higher gods. Oh my god, it's actually a higher god. They now fully realized that they had hit a wall.
However, things were not over yet, as Bobris and others also released their auras. Plop plop plop. The overwhelming divine might combined with each other, wantonly destroying the fragile minds of the bandits.
The weaker ones were frightened and fainted,
while the stronger ones were terrified and fell into despair.
Higher gods. They are all higher gods. Oh my god, they're all high-level gods. How can we play this? The bandits were completely despairing.
The bandit leader, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly realized something.
No wonder, from the
moment he saw Meng Lei and the others, he had felt that he couldn't see their true strength at all. Turns out, they were all high-level gods, but it also made him feel hopeless. The bandit leader knew clearly that with the strength of their Liangjia mountain bandit group, they would be no match for so many superior gods.
Master, what should we do with these people? Pohaman asked respectfully. Kill the weak and subdue the strong. Meng Lei's words directly sentenced the Liangjia mountain bandit group to death.
Yes, master.
Pohaman and others accepted the order.
Meng Lei's words were like a verdict. The Liangjia mountain bandit group was completely destroyed, and almost all of the millions of bandits were wiped out, leaving only the bandit leader to survive alone.
Kill the weak and keep the strong. Pohaman and others strictly followed Meng Lei's orders.
In their eyes, only the bandit leader, a higher god, could be considered a strong man. The others are all weaklings.
Thank you, sir, for not killing me. Thank you, sir, for not killing me. The bandit leader was so frightened that he knelt down repeatedly, thanking him in a trembling voice. Tell me, what exactly is this place?
Meng Lei said coldly, tell me everything you know, and I'll consider leaving you alive.
Yes, I will tell you everything I know. The bandit leader was terrified, fearing that Meng Lei would find out about his concealment, so he told everything he knew.
However, he knew too little, so his words were intermittent.
2 Worlds Mountain, Dragon Elephant City, Caesar Dragon Elephant Clan?
As the bandit leader continued to narrate, Meng Lei and others gradually understood the surrounding environment. This rolling mountain range is called Liangjia Mountain, located around Dragon Elephant City, which was built by Caesar Dragon Elephant Clan.
Caesar Dragon Elephant God Clan.
A third-rate clan of gods in the Earth God realm, it is said to have the blood of giant elephants and dragons. Its jurisdiction is vast, reaching tens of thousands of
light years.
There are many powerful people in the clan, and there are more than 10,000 upper gods alone.
It is the most powerful force in the surrounding area. area. Master, what should we do next? Pohaman asked with some trepidation. Everyone looked at Meng Lei.
After figuring out the surrounding situation, the pressure suddenly doubled.
Caesar Dragon Elephant God Clan.
A third-rate force actually possesses more than 10,000 superior gods and controls a territory stretching over tens of thousands of light-years.
This is just a third-rate force, not to mention the second-rate, first-rate, top-tier gods, and even the 10 major gods.
How amazing would their strength be?
What are you going to do? Meng Lei asked back without giving a direct answer. Steady and cautious, step by step. Pohaman respectfully suggested, I think we should first use Liangjie Mountain as our base, steadily manage the territory within these few light-years, and then slowly expand outward and annex it.
The others nodded after hearing this. The Earth God realm is vast and boundless.
The territory of Liangjie Mountain alone is larger than all the plains they currently occupy.
Such a good place cannot be wasted and must be well managed. Take care of this little piece of land first, then talk about other things.
Your thinking is too rigid. Meng Lei shook his head.
You're still thinking about managing the territory, spreading the faith, and slowly harvesting the power of faith.
Isn't that the case? Pohaman scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed.
Meng Lei shook his head, pointed at the bandit leader in front of him, and said half-jokingly, you are stronger than this guy, but your thinking is not as active as his.
Why not ask him, has he ever spread the faith? Everyone looked at the bandit leader in confusion.
Sir, the bandit leader, feeling uneasy, said with a stiff upper lip, Your Excellency has a unique vision.
I have never spread the faith. All the divine power I needed was all stolen. Stolen? Meng Lei frowned slightly.
My lords, I'm afraid you don't know, the bandit leader explained. The universal currency of the god realm is the divine crystal. In the past, those gods and caravans carried large quantities of divine crystals.
We could just grab them and use them.
Who would go to such great expense to spread faith, gather the power of faith, and slowly condense divine power? Just use what you have robbed. Pohaman and others widened their eyes, unable to believe that there was such a way to obtain divine power. If everyone relies on robbery to maintain their divine power, where do the divine crystals come from? An old man suddenly asked. Your Excellency, you don't know, the bandit leader hurriedly explained. Divine crystals are the currency circulating in the divine realm and are also the most common and important strategic resource.
To obtain divine crystals, the gods naturally try every possible means. Generally, there are two ways. The first rule is to spread the faith.
Each major divine clan and faction has its own religious territory, and they also have laborers specifically responsible for gathering divine power and refining divine crystals. The status of these laborers is no different from that of farmers and workers in lower plains.
Can it still be operated this way?
Everyone's horizons were suddenly broadened. The second method is to mine the divine crystal mine. The bandit leader continued, in our divine realm, there are countless divine crystal veins of varying sizes. These veins contain rich divine crystal resources.
Once mined, they can be directly refined and used. It's both simple and quick.
It is precisely because of this that every divine crystal mine is extremely valuable, especially those large veins with astonishing mineral deposits, which are simply priceless. However, these veins are usually firmly controlled by great divine races and powerful forces, and ordinary gods cannot get their hands on them at all.
Mining the divine crystal mine. Everyone's eyes lit up. Compared to spreading faith, this way was much more convenient. Did you hear that? Meng Lei laughed. Divine crystals are everywhere in the divine realm. Relying on spreading faith to convert divine power is pitifully inefficient. It's really eye-opening.
The old man sighed. I didn't expect that divine crystals could be obtained in this way.
We are truly so ignorant. That's right. Pohaman and others nodded repeatedly.
The strength is changing, the environment is changing, and our thinking must keep up, Meng Lei said with a smile.
Master, what should we do specifically? Bobrus asked again.
Meng Lei looked at the bandit leader and said, in your divine world, how do ordinary gods obtain divine crystals?
I believe that robbers like you are only a minority after all.
The bandit leader blushed. In order to obtain divine crystals, ordinary gods usually choose to join a certain force and earn income through labor. Strong men like you can also join a small family and become a tribute or guest official and receive generous divine crystals every year.
Earning income through labor? Become a tribute or a guest official?
Everyone looked at each other, then looked at Meng Lei, their eyes full of questions. Meng Lei shook his head slightly. Compared to that, I still prefer your approach. The bandit leader was stunned and asked in disbelief, what do you mean, sir?
Didn't you just say that the god realm is full of god crystals? Then why not just use them directly?
Monroe said with a smile.
The bandit leader was speechless for a moment. This man is even more shameless than me. Everyone looked embarrassed and kindly reminded, Master, this is the earth god realm. Shouldn't we restrain ourselves? Meng Lei looked at everyone in confusion. We have enough strength. Why should we restrain ourselves? Con-_. Everyone was completely speechless. Let's go to Dragon Elephant City.
Meng Lei put his hands behind his back and said calmly, in the god realm, the strong are respected. The strong can arbitrarily deprive the weak of everything.
This is an eternal truth. If you are embarrassed, then you lose. Everyone had no choice choice but to follow. As for you, since you've provided a lot of information, I'll spare your life for now. Meng Lei looked at the bandit leader and said, lead the way. Thank you, sir. The Earth God realm was indeed astonishingly large. It took a week just to cross the Two Realms mountain. Of course, this was also related to Meng Lei. In order to take away the divine crystals scattered all over the ground, he did not use the great breaking world teleportation technique, so he walked so slowly. After some searching, the accumulated wealth was quite considerable. At this rate, Meng Lei believed that he would soon be able to collect the 5,000 trillion divine crystals required to purchase a supreme law. The road ahead is bright. Monray is naturally dynamic. Half a month later, everyone finally arrived at Dragon Elephant City. This was a vast and boundless city. Compared with the Two Realms mountain, it was like a small fish pond beside an endless ocean. The two cannot be compared at all. It's too big. How many light years does this stretch for? Are all the cities in the God realm so exaggerated? Everyone stood proudly in the air, overlooking the endless Dragon Elephant City, and was shocked. My lords, Dragon Elephant City stretches 200 light years from east to west and 180 light years from north to south. It is one of the 66 cities under the Caesar Dragon Elephant family. Seeing everyone's astonishment, the bandit leader, a native of the God realm, actually smiled smugly and explained, the permanent population is as high as 9,800 jing, a unit after trillion, of which there are over a million high-level gods, and more than 10% are middle-level gods. This is the fourth-rate city in the God realm, Dragon Elephant City. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but gasp. It is 200 light-years wide from east to west. It is 180 light-years wide from north to south. The permanent population is as high as 9,800. The number of higher gods has reached 1 million. It is difficult to describe how huge Dragon Elephant City is just by imagination. Meng Lei was also extremely shocked. Even if he used the great world-breaking teleportation technique, it would still take him a very long time to travel through Longsheng City. It was really unbelievable. The bigger the better. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and his divine consciousness flowed down as fast as Mercury, instantly covering the area of 10 billion kilometers below, and then he used the magical power of teleportation. Teleportation is a magical power that was taken from the Dark Mother Tree. It can ignore obstacles and spatial barriers and instantly transfer objects to the target location. Meng Lei rarely uses teleportation in combat, as it's not suitable for combat. Its biggest use is emptying the treasury and looting safes. With a thought, all the divine crystals, law source crystals, and even space rings that he scanned were transmitted to him one by one, no matter if they were hidden deep in the treasure house or under the insoles of his shoes. System, collect. The system's wealth skyrocketed wildly, and by the time it stopped growing, it had soared to a terrifying 7 trillion. This was simply unbelievable. You have to know that Meng Lei only looted the divine crystals within a billion kilometers below. How big is Longsheng City? How many billions of kilometers does it have to be divided into? What a king's treasure. The wealth of the god of time. Meng Lei couldn't help but sigh. The wealth of the gods in the divine realm is the true greatest treasure. No matter how much wealth a person has, it is ultimately limited, because there is only one person in the end, whether it is the middle-level ancient god, the god of time, or the supreme ruler, the king of the wilderness. The wealth of many gods, even if each one is not much, when added together, it is an astonishingly large number. Is Bill Gates' wealth large? But what about the deposits of 1.3 billion ordinary people? This is the terrifying thing about a huge base. Now that he has tasted the sweetness, Meng Lei has become even more unscrupulous. Although his behavior is extremely shameless and has no bottom line, causing countless gods to lose their fortunes, what does it matter? If you don't take what God gives you, you will suffer the consequences. In this world of cannibalism, only strength is respected. Who would care about the wailing of the weak? Meng Lei plundered the wealth of the gods in Longsheng City without any bottom line, and wailing was heard wherever he went. Who stole my wallet? Where's my space ring? Where's my space ring? Damn thief! How dare you steal my grandfather's treasure? The large-scale theft naturally aroused the vigilance of the city lord's mansion. The senior members of the Caesar Dragon Elephant family, who were responsible for guarding Dragon Elephant City, immediately dispatched the city lord's guards to track down the thieves. But they are destined to find it. Meng Lei controls the laws of space and hides everyone in the void. Who can find their trace? This is just a futile struggle. There are suddenly so many more people in Dragon Elephant City. What are they yelling about? It's a complete mess. Meng Lei and his group stood above Longsheng City and naturally had a panoramic view of the chaos in the city. Everyone looked puzzled. How could it become so chaotic in an instant when everything was fine before? What exactly happened in Longsheng City? Meng Lei simply smiled faintly and continued his shameless behavior. If he had felt a little ashamed at the beginning, now seeing the skyrocketing wealth figures, all shame and embarrassment had long since disappeared. He only wants the divine crystal. Garbled. A bunch of gamblers. Dova Caesar, who had 2 horns on his head, a dragon head and a human body but an elephant's trunk, was furious. He smashed the table and pointed at his subordinates minutes in the hall and shouted, "With so many people, you can't even catch a thief. What's the point of you? City Lord, calm down." "Calm down? How do you want me to calm down?" Dallas Caesar was furious. So many gods have been stolen, and the people in the city are in a panic. If this continues, Dragon Elephant City will be doomed. "Lord City Lord, this thief is truly arrogant. Stop talking nonsense and find that damn thief right now. Otherwise, you won't be able to continue existing." "Yes, Lord City Lord." A bunch of trash. Looking at the hall that had become empty again, Dova Caesar took several deep breaths and forced himself to calm down, but the anger in his heart was difficult to calm down. This theft was originally just a trivial matter, but now that so many gods' property has been stolen, especially all the belongings of countless high-level gods have been stolen, this is definitely not a joke. You know, there are millions of superior gods living in Dragon Elephant City, and their Caesar Dragon Elephant family has only a mere 100,000 superior gods. If millions of superior gods unite to cause trouble, their Caesar Dragon Elephant family will not be able to withstand this situation. Therefore, the thief must be found and all the stolen treasures must be recovered. Otherwise, Dallas Caesar didn't even dare to think about what would happen next. I'm in trouble. A sound like the sharp cry of a night owl suddenly sounded, and a cloud of black mist slowly rose, circling around Dallas Caesar. "Asshole, who let you out?" Dallas Caesar looked around like a frightened little rabbit, and only after confirming that no one was paying attention did he breathe a sigh of relief. Then he shouted angrily, "Are you afraid that no one will notice? Get back now. What are you afraid of? Everyone's gone." The black fog let out a strange laugh. "It seems you are in trouble, and it's quite a big trouble, right? They're just a few thieves. What's the big deal?" Dallas Caesar snorted coldly. "Go back first. We can communicate with our minds." Black Mist remained unmoved. "A few thieves? You're overthinking it. Do you know who the thieves are who stole countless gods' treasures?" Dallas Caesar asked doubtfully. "I'm afraid you'll be scared to death if I tell you." Black Mist said sarcastically. "Who is it?" Dallas Caesar asked through gritted teeth. Black Mist slowly uttered two words. "Lord God?" Dova Caesar was shocked and almost peed his pants. What kind of existence is the Lord God? That is the supreme God. Just hearing the name of the Lord God, Dallas Caesar felt trembling all over. "Mara, don't joke. This is not funny at all." "Joke? Who's kidding you?" The black fog let out a strange laugh. "To tell you the truth, the thief who stole the treasures of the gods in Dragon Elephant City was a main god, although I don't understand why he did it." "The main god stole the treasures of the gods?" It sounds absurd, but this strange thing happened. Even the black fog was puzzled. The thief is the main god? Oh my god. Dova Caesar felt terrible. Although he knew that Mara was not a good person, he had known Mara for so long and he had never lied to him. Whatever Mara says must be true, and countless facts have already verified this. "Mara, why did this Lord God do this?" Dallas Caesar muttered to himself. He is the supreme being. What treasure can't he obtain? Why would he steal from the gods? Who knows? Maybe he's looking for something. Black Mist chuckled. "When you run into something like this, you can only consider yourself unlucky because there's no way to stop it, you poor creature." Dallas Caesar trembled all over. "Mara, aren't you known as the invincible one in the world? Can you help me stop this Lord God? Save me. I wasn't afraid of him even in my prime, but now, forget it." Black Mist flatly refused. "I don't want to provoke a main god level existence, even if he is only a lower level main god." He's coming." The black fog seemed to have sensed something and instantly penetrated into Dova Caesar's body, disappearing without a trace, as if it had never appeared. "Mara! Mara!" Dallas Caesar shouted anxiously twice. "Idiot, stop shouting, he's noticed this side." Black Mist shouted angrily. Dallas Caesar quickly shut up. Morua was his golden finger. It was because of Morua's help that he was able to rise from an unappreciated collateral branch of the family to his current position. If Morua left, he couldn't even imagine the consequences. What was that just now? At this moment, a slow and steady voice suddenly sounded in my ears. Dova Caesar instinctively wanted to answer, but suddenly realized that something was wrong. He quickly looked up and saw another person in front of him. The man had black hair and black eyes, and was as handsome as a god. Dallas Caesar swore that he had never seen such a handsome human before, and was immediately stunned and speechless. "Where is that guy just now?" The person who came was Meng Lei, and he asked again, Who are you?" Dova Caesar suddenly woke up and stared at Meng Lei with horror on his face. "You don't need to know who I am," Meng Lei said coldly. "You just need to tell me where the guy who was with you just now went." What did you say?" "I don't understand." Dova Caesar looked panicked. "Ha ha, it doesn't matter if you don't say it." Meng Lei shook his head and chuckled. He stretched out his right hand, gently pointed at Dallas Caesar, and slowly uttered three words, "Time back." The law of time instantly enveloped Dallas Caesar. Time around him slowly stagnated, then began to flow backwards. 0.1 seconds ago, 1 second ago. What did you say?" "I don't understand." Mara, Emoluo, aren't you known as the invincible one in the world? Can you stop this Lord God? If we let him continue like this, Dragon Elephant City will be destroyed. He is the supreme god. What treasure can't he obtain? Why would he steal from the gods? The time on Dallas Caesar
Caesar went back to more than 10 seconds ago, but the strange thing was that the Morrow who had just talked to him never appeared, as if he was not affected by the time reversal at all. However, Dova Caesar's words completely exposed him. His name is Moroa? Meng Lei stopped rewinding time, stared at Dawa Caesar, and said with a smile, he is not affected by the laws of time. His strength is far beyond my expectations. What did you just do to me? Dawa Caesar asked in horror. With a casual wave of his hand, Dawa Caesar's eyes rolled back and he passed out completely. At this moment, if he stayed asleep, he might still be able to save his life. What? You're not coming out? Meng Lei asked again with a smile. It's too shameful for a powerful Lord God to hide his head and show his tail. I just came out to get some fresh air, and you discovered me. You have a really sharp nose. A cloud of black mist rose from Dova Caesar's body and gathered into a human figure with an ordinary face and a bald head, but with an eye between his eyebrows. Death God Clan? Meng Lei stared at the vertical eye between the other party's eyebrows and was slightly stunned. I am not from the god of death. Don't confuse me with those low-level undead with impure blood. Moro said coldly. Your name is Moro? Meng Lei asked. Moro responded calmly. Who are you? Meng Lei asked doubtfully. Although you are just a spirit, your strength is comparable to that of a lower-level main god. Such strength is considered top-notch in the Huan universe. Why are you here? Why should I tell you? Moro sneered, not afraid of Meng Lei at all. Sir, for your own safety, I think you should tell me everything you know. Meng Lei smiled faintly. Of course, the premise is that you are smart enough. You can't kill me. Mo Luo shook his head. Although I am a remnant soul, I have experienced the baptism of the great destruction of reincarnation. Looking around the universe, no one can kill me. The cycle of reincarnation is destroyed. Meng Lei silently memorized these words. I thought you were just an ordinary residual soul of a main god, but I didn't expect you to have other secrets. He was just searching for divine crystals, but he accidentally caught a breath of the main god. Following that breath, he teleported here and found this place. When he saw Moro, Meng Lei suddenly realized that he might have hit the jackpot. I have many secrets. What does it have to do with you? Moro sneered. Stop talking nonsense. Meng Lei said calmly, tell me everything you know, and I might consider letting you live. You've revealed your true intentions so quickly? I thought you'd try to be subtle, trying to get more information out of me before revealing your true intentions. Mo Luo shook his head and chuckled. What an impatient little fellow. Are all the little fellows in your era so impatient? Go ahead, Mr. Moro. Meng Lei said with a smile, tell me everything about you. Why should I tell you? Mo Luo stared at Meng Lei with the look of a retard. If you can't kill me, don't threaten me with my life. This trick won't work on me. I can't kill you? Meng Lei shook his head. How do you know if you don't try? Then let's try it. Moro snorted coldly. Eyes of death. The vertical eye between Meng Lei's eyebrows suddenly opened. A three-colored divine light burst out from the eyes of the god of death and instantly shot towards Maluo. A terrifying devouring force swept out, madly devouring Maluo's residual soul. Something strange happened. The eyes of death opened, devouring madly, but then a magical scene appeared. This invincible eye of death was actually defeated. No matter how hard it devoured the remnant soul before it remained motionless. His spirit is actually comparable to that of a lower-level god. The eyes of death have been strengthened into the ultimate magical power. The blood of the god of death in his body was also strengthened into the blood of the king of death. In this vast universe, there are only a few who can resist being devoured by the eyes of death, let alone a remnant soul. But this guy in front of me did it. Who are you? Meng Lei narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice. I told you, you can't kill me. Mo Luo shook his head and chuckled. Stop struggling in vain. It's useless. In vain? That's too much. Meng Lei snorted coldly. System, plunder his memory. I want to know who he is. Ding. Target item, Morua memory. Target, Morua's remnant soul. Estimated price, 100 trillion divine crystals. The system responded coldly. Do you want to plunder? 100 trillion divine crystals? Meng Lei almost couldn't help cursing. He had gone through so much trouble to collect more than 100 trillion divine crystals, but it cost 100 trillion divine crystals to plunder the memory of a remnant soul. Where is justice? System, what on earth is this guy? Why does it take so many divine crystals to plunder his memory? Meng Lei asked in confusion. The system remained silent. Meng Lei was speechless. Young ancient god, leave. Mo Luo said again, you can't kill me, and I can't do anything to you. Besides, we have no hatred, so there is no need to fight to the death here. I can't kill you, Meng Lei said dissatisfiedly, but that doesn't mean I can't do anything to you. Mara raised an eyebrow. 9 nether mysterious ice. Meng Lei uttered 4 words, and a 3-colored cold current shot out from his fingertips, instantly enveloping Mo Luo and freezing him into a huge ball of ice. If I can't kill you, can I still trap you? Meng Lei snorted coldly, staring at the frozen soul of Mo Luo. Now that I've discovered you, forget it. Before he could finish his words, the frozen Maro suddenly turned into a ball of black smoke, emerged from the 3-colored ice block, and reappeared in front of Meng Lei. 9 nether mysterious ice. TSK, you actually possess the innate magical power of the freezing gods. How unexpected.
Mo Luo looked at Meng Lei with a smile and said in amazement, "What a mysterious little fellow. I've suddenly developed a strong interest in you." Meng Lei took a deep breath and activated another magical power, Netherworld Divine Fire. The three colored flames gushed out and condensed into a fireball, enveloping Mara. However, it didn't take long for Mara to emerge again. First it was the Eye of Death, then the 9 Nether Mysterious Ice, and now it's the Netherworld Divine Fire. Mo Luo looked at Meng Lei with a complicated look. "If I'm not mistaken, you also possess the 3 original divine bodies of Gold Source, Wood Source, and Thunder Source. What kind of pervert are you? How can you combine so many abilities in one body?" "You're the pervert, your whole family is." Meng Lei was a little crazy. "The Eye of Death has no effect on you, and you're not afraid of the 9 Nether Mysterious Ice and the Netherworld Divine Fire. I really want to know who you are." "I told you," Mo Luo replied slowly, "my soul has experienced the baptism of the great destruction of reincarnation. It is immortal. Your methods have no effect on me. Then what works for you?" Meng Lei asked depressedly. "The law of creation." Mo Luo shook his head, looking at the vast universe. "Only the law of creation with the power of creation can erase my remaining soul and kill me completely." "Law of creation?" Meng Lei was stunned for a moment. "What on earth is this?" "The laws of creation are the primordial laws that created the universe. They are divided into 3 categories: the laws of time and space that govern the 4 directions, and the past and present, the laws of fate that govern the birth, existence, and extinction of all things, and the laws of order that maintain the balance of the universe." Mo Luo said calmly, "These 3 laws of creation combined into one form the foundation of the entire universe. Only they can obliterate my immortal soul." "The law of creation," Meng Lei murmured in a low voice. "Little one, you've already comprehended the law of time. Perhaps there's a glimmer of hope you can comprehend the law of spacetime, but that's only an extremely small possibility." Mo Luo continued, "The law of spacetime actually consists of 2 parts, the law of time and the law of space. Only when you fully master these 2 supreme laws and merge them into one can you truly comprehend the law of spacetime. As for now," Mo Luo shook his head, "you should first study your law of time carefully. To be honest, your level in the law of time is really too low." "Bad?" Meng Lei retorted unconvincingly. "You have to understand that I am the only one in the vast universe who has comprehended the laws of time." "Really?" Moro sneered. "Then life in your era is really too bad. This era is almost halfway through, and a creature that can comprehend the laws of time has only just been born. This is truly lame, truly lame. You keep talking about era. What exactly does era mean?" Meng Lei asked with a frown. "Trees experience cold and heat, and people grow old and weak," Mo Luo said calmly. "Everything has an end, and so does the universe. Every once in a while, the universe will be destroyed and reborn. This is reincarnation. Each reincarnation is an era. Are you a life form from the previous era?" Meng Lei was shocked and exclaimed in a low voice. Maro chuckled. "So in my eyes, you are just a little fellow. Or rather, all the creatures of your era are just little fellows. So you're such an immortal." Meng Lei exclaimed in amazement. He suddenly looked Mo Luo up and down, full of curiosity. "If a remnant soul is so powerful, how terrifying would you be in your prime?" "Ha, that's a secret." Moro raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Meng Lei curled his lips and said, "Let me put it another way. What level do I need to reach to survive the great destruction of reincarnation like you?" "Clever little fellow." Mo Luo shook his head and smiled. "The great destruction of samsara is the ultimate end of the universe. Even your so-called eternal and immortal higher planes will be destroyed, and all life in the universe will perish without a burial place. That would be a real disaster." Moro's voice grew heavy. "You'll watch helplessly as a whole world crumbles and annihilates, transforming into a torrent of energy. Vast swaths of life will instantly vanish, while the most powerful beings will flee in panic, ultimately being completely wiped out in despair. Such a scene is enough to bring devastation to one's heart." Meng Lei's mouth was dry after hearing this. "Then, what level of life can survive the great destruction of reincarnation and achieve immortality like you?" "Immortality?" Moro laughed sarcastically. "How can I be considered immortal? At best, I am just barely surviving." Meng Lei listened silently, waiting for him to continue. "I have never seen a life that can truly survive the destruction of reincarnation. Perhaps only the legendary Hongmeng creator god can do it." Moro looked gloomy. "Hongmeng creator god?" Meng Lei asked hurriedly. "What level of life is that?" This conversation with Mo Luo had a huge impact on Meng Lei. Once upon a time, he believed that becoming a god would bring him immortality. However, now, even the high and mighty Lord God only has a lifespan of one era. Once the universe comes to an end and the great destruction of reincarnation comes, the Lord God will not be able to escape death. But it's just a joke. Divine crystals. I need more divine crystals. Meng Lei secretly clenched his fists. Only by mastering enough divine crystals can I comprehend the supreme law, and even the law of creation, and have a chance to survive when the universe is destroyed. He slowly exhaled and looked at Mo Luo again. "What are you going to do? Are you going to follow the sky forever?" Meng Lei glanced at Dova Caesar, who was already unconscious, laws, with a look of disdain on his face. What? You still want to take me away? Moro raised his eyebrows, with a smile on his lips. There's no future in following him. Meng Lei responded softly, shaking his head slightly. Future? I'm just trying to survive, so how can there be any future? He said in a calm tone. Mo Luo laughed at himself and said, if I had known that I would end up like this, I would have been buried in the earth along with the last era. There's a saying in my hometown, a good death is worse than a miserable life. Meng Lei smiled. Besides, what if it's a residual soul? There's always a way to repair it. You don't understand at all. Moro shook his head, his expression solemn. Without sufficient immortal objects, my remaining soul will never be able to recover. Immortal thing? Meng Lei frowned slightly, with a look of doubt in his eyes. Do you know what immortality is? It's something that never decays or perishes, something that remains indestructible even after the ravages of samsara. Maluo said slowly. Looking across the vast universe, I know of only 3 types of immortality, the 3 great powers of creation, or the powers corresponding to the 3 laws of creation. Meng Lei fell silent. The 3 great forces of creation are actually called immortal things? This immortal thing is too rare and precious. You can imagine how rare and precious immortal things are. Mo Luo said self-deprecatingly, so, I am destined to be unable to repair it. Although immortal things are hard to come by, there will always be opportunities. Meng Lei suddenly laughed. When I comprehend the laws of creation in the future, won't I also possess immortal things? You've comprehended the laws of creation? Hearing this, Mo Luo laughed like he'd just heard a ridiculous joke. He held his belly and burst into laughter, nearly dying. He only stopped laughing after the laughter subsided a bit. Just you? You still want to comprehend the laws of creation? Boy, are you a fool hired by the monkey? Do you look down on me so much? Meng Lei asked back. Don't be ridiculous. If those 4 supreme masters who have already comprehended a supreme law said this, I would believe it, because they still have some hope of touching the law of creation. As for you, Mo Luo sneered, forget it. What if I tell you that I have also comprehended the laws of space, destruction, and life, although I only know the basics? Meng Lei chuckled. Mo Luo stared at Meng Lei blankly. Boy, are you sure you are not kidding me? What's the point of joking? Meng Lei shook his head and chuckled. He spread out his right hand, and 3 chains of law slowly appeared in his palm. 1 gray, 1 purple red, and 1 green. Mo Luo shuddered all over, his eyes widening as if he had seen a ghost. The law of space. The law of destruction. The law of life. You actually comprehended the 3 supreme laws. No, it's the 4 major ones, and the law of time. Meng Lei corrected. Yes, it's the 4. Oh my god. How is it possible that someone can comprehend the 4 supreme laws at the same time? It's simply a fairy tale. Unbelievable. Moro gasped in horror, looking at Meng Lei as if he was facing a monster, obviously frightened. Okay, stop gasping. This is nothing. Meng Lei said lightly. Wait until I have fully mastered the laws of creation. It's not too late for you to get so excited. Boy, you don't understand. After all, Moro had stood at the top, and he quickly calmed down. He stared at Meng Lei with a complicated look and said slowly, the supreme law is extremely mysterious and profound, and it is extremely difficult to comprehend it. Most gods don't even have the talent to comprehend the 5 basic laws, let alone the supreme laws. This thing really depends on talent. 1 supreme law is so difficult, let alone 4. I really don't know how you did it. Ha, this is talent. There's no explanation. Meng Lei answered confidently. Indeed, this is talent. Mo Luo nodded slightly, then added, but too much is as bad as too little. You forcibly comprehended the 4 supreme laws, wasting too much energy. An epoch may seem long, but compared to comprehending the laws of creation, it is ultimately too short. I advise you to choose between 2 paths. Either choose time and space and follow the path of the laws of time and space, or choose life and destruction and move towards the laws of fate. You are extremely lucky to have comprehended a law of creation before the great destruction of the reincarnation cycle. You don't have to worry about this. Meng Lei smiled confidently. I will not give up any of the 3 laws of creation. My goal is the legendary Hongmeng god of creation. Boy, you'll regret this. Mo Luo was a little angry, but when he thought about their relationship, the anger in his heart gradually subsided. He still couldn't help but remind him, as someone who has been through this, I really don't want to see you waste your talent. Listen to me, do as I say, and you will thank me in the future. Maybe. Meng Lei didn't dwell on this question and changed the subject. Tell me, what are you going to do? Continue to follow him, or come with me? Meng Lei looked down on ordinary people, but this guy in front of him was different. He was an old antique who had survived the last era. His experience, cultivation experience, and understanding of the laws, an absolute treasure, a must-take away. This time, Moro did not refuse directly, but remained silent. What? Still hesitating? Meng Lei raised an eyebrow. You should know that there's no future in following that guy. Is there a future if I follow you? Moro asked sullenly. Meng Lei smiled proudly. I am confident that I can fully comprehend the law of time within 10 years and master the 4 supreme laws within 100 years. Mo Luo was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help laughing. Boy, what do you think of the supreme law? The multiplication formulas in the 2nd grade textbook? And they said it would take 10 years to comprehend the law of time. You'd be lucky if you could comprehend the law of time within 10 million years. Tens of millions of years? That's too long. Meng Lei chuckled. You might not believe this, but I'm not even 45 years old. Moro was stunned. 45 years old? Ha, you can go and ask around. Longxiang City, City Lord's Mansion. Dova Caesar woke up slowly and found that the temple was empty. The main god who had suddenly visited him seemed to have left. Dova Caesar was suddenly frightened and was glad that he had saved his life. Oh my god, I just saw the Lord God? This is unbelievable. Dova Caesar patted his chest, his heart beating faster than ever before. Moro, is that Lord God gone? Did he do anything to you? Moro, are you there? Dova Caesar called a few more times, but still no response. Mara, no, Mora, my golden finger. Mara is gone. This made Dova Caesar fall into despair. Moro was his golden finger. Without Moro, he had nothing. Dova Caesar could not imagine what would happen next. Moro naturally followed Meng Lei away. After learning Meng Lei's real age, Moro decided to follow him without hesitation. At the age of 45, one can comprehend the four supreme laws. Is this still a human being? Absolute freak. Even if it is the reincarnation of Hongming's god of creation, it is no more than this. In Moro's opinion, Meng Lei is very likely to comprehend the laws of creation and control the power of creation in the future. As for whether Meng Lei is willing to save him in the future, we'll talk about it later. Well, just hang out with him first and build a good relationship with him. For the rest, just take it one step at a time. Meng Lei continued to plunder in a carpet-style manner. The large amount of divine crystals in his hands continued to increase, and his wealth soared wildly. Such actions made Moro puzzled. You are a mid-level ancient god. Why would you steal the treasures of ordinary gods? These things are not worth much to you right now, right? You don't understand. I don't understand? You really don't understand. Moro was so angry that he was puffing his beard and glaring, but he could do nothing about Meng Lei. Although Meng Lei's looting speed is unprecedented, Longxiang City is too huge. A month passed. 2 months passed. 3 months passed. The search is not over yet. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year has passed. Seeing that Meng Lei was not doing his job, Mo Luo finally couldn't stand it anymore and exploded. Boy, this era is almost halfway through, and you're still wasting time here. You are simply wasting your life. Wasting away my life? Meng Lei glanced at the wealth column in the attribute panel and smiled with satisfaction. He had plundered so much wealth, and his hard work had not been in vain. Boy, what you should do most now is to find a place to quietly comprehend the supreme law, instead of wasting time like this. Do you understand? Moro advised earnestly. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Meng Lei rolled his eyes. Just be at peace, old man. If you have the time, you might as well teach my men a lesson. He glanced at Pohaman and others behind him who were doing nothing and just yawning. They were all listless, like eggplants hit by frost, wilted. A bunch of guys who have refined their godhead and become higher gods. Their future is just so. Guiding them is a waste of time. Mo Luo snorted. I think you should find a quiet place to comprehend the supreme law. Okay, you'd better go back to the Tower of Time. I'm almost fed up with you. Meng Lei waved his hand and drove Moro back to the Tower of Time. Boy, if you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer the consequences and regret it. Moro was so angry that he really wanted to stuff a bomb into Meng Lei's crotch and blow him to death. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly swept in from the distant void, accompanied by dazzling 10-colored light. The void in the distance was dyed colorfully, and even the distant dragon elephant city was shrouded in a layer of colorful light. What is going on? Meng Lei stared blankly into the distance. The old dean, Pohaman, Bobris and others were also awakened. They were all alert and looked into the distance in confusion. Swish, swish, swish. The gods in Longxiang City were also alarmed and flew into the air, staring at that sight in confusion. What happened over there? Someone asked in a low voice. Did you feel it? That terrifying pressure, another voice said tremblingly. I feel it. Even 1,000 miles apart, it makes my heart tremble. Meng Lei frowned, staring solemnly into the distance. Pohaman and the others could also feel this oppression, but as a mid-level ancient god, his perception was naturally more acute. In the distant void, someone was emitting such a terrifying pressure that even he felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. This is unbelievable. You know, he is a mid-level ancient god. What could make him feel oppressed? This aura, TSK, it will bring about another bloody storm. Moro flew out of the Tower of Time and said with a gloating smile, do you know what happened over there? Meng Lei asked doubtfully. In this vast universe, what can escape the eyes of me, Maluo? Maluo said confidently and excitedly. Meng Lei shook his head helplessly. Then tell me, what is so powerful? Have you ever refined the heart of the plane? Maluo asked back. Monroe nodded. Feel it carefully. Is this pressure somewhat similar to the aura of the heart of the plane? Maro asked with a smile. The heart of the plains? Meng Lei observed carefully, and after a long pause he exclaimed in surprise, you're right. This pressure does resemble the aura emanating from the heart of the plains. Could it be that the heart of the plains of the earth god God realm is releasing this pressure? If it were the complete heart of the Earth God realm plane, you would have been crushed long ago. How could you still be standing here? Mo Luo shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the aura released by the fragments of the heart of the Earth God realm plane. Meng Lei was stunned. The heart of the plane will also be broken?
The heart of a plane is formed from 10 fundamental laws and 10 fundamental forces, making it indestructible.
Even a cultivator like Meng
Lei cannot destroy the heart of a plane in the lower and middle planes, let alone the heart of the Earth God realm in the higher planes.
Young man, in the entire universe, apart from immortal matter, nothing is absolutely immortal. Mo Luo slowly shook his head.
Furthermore, the plane hearts of higher planes are different from those of lower and middle planes. It is basically impossible for them to exist intact.
Why? Meng Lei asked in shock. What on earth is going on? Who knows? The fact is, it can't exist in its entirety.
Morrow said with a smile. By the way, the heart of the higher planes has another name.
The main godhead. Morrow looked at Meng Lei with a smile. Main godhead. Meng Lei was shocked. Are you saying that this pressure is emitted by a main godhead?
Mo Luo said with a smile. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a newly born main godhead that has no owner yet, otherwise it would never cause such a big commotion.
Since it is the main godhead, why didn't you say it earlier? Meng Lei was a little impatient. He waved his hand and directly sent the old Dean, Pohaman and others into the Tower of Time.
Then he activated the great world-breaking teleportation technique and headed straight there.
That is the main godhead, a peerless treasure that will take you to heaven in one step. Even if you don't plan to merge it for the time being, you must get it first.
At this moment, there is an endless desert here, with yellow sand all over the sky, exuding a desolate, dead, and hot atmosphere, extending to the end of the sky.
This is the Pompeii Desert,
the largest desert in the Earth God realm.
It is also the largest desert in the vast universe.
At this time, a 10-colored sun appeared in the sky above the Pompeii Desert. Endless colorful light shines from the sun, and the vast yellow sand is rendered in color, like a sea of colorful light.
This strange phenomenon first caught the attention of the desert residents.
The most powerful force that has long been entrenched here is the Desert Manro Snake People.
Desert Manro Snake People. They are half human, half snake, with a human upper body and a snake lower body.
Their extraordinary talents and strong fertility, coupled with the unique habitat of the Pompeii Desert, have led to their tribes spreading throughout the desert. In addition, the Pompeii Desert is home to countless desert mythical beasts and is also a paradise for adventurers. Every year, countless adventurers come here to hunt mythical beasts and earn divine crystals. Therefore, as soon as the colorful sun appeared, the Desert Manro Snake People and countless adventurers gathered. They came from all over the place, eager to uncover the truth about the colorful sun. Unfortunately, the closer to the colorful sun, the stronger the pressure. Many gods have to stop halfway, and only the top masters with powerful strength can continue to move forward. In the end, only the elder-level powerful beings in the late stage of the upper gods can really reach the vicinity of the colorful sun.
Others are willing but unable to do so. Main godhead. It's definitely the breath of the Lord Godhead.
A sexy woman with stunning looks and a golden tail appeared below, gazing intently at the colorful sun hanging high in the sky. She is the queen of the Desert Manro Snake Tribe, Queen Manro, and also the most powerful being in the tribe. Her strength far exceeds that of the late upper gods and she has almost reached the state of great perfection.
Behind her followed two old snakemen, one old and one old woman. They were the two elders of the Desert Manro Snakemen, who loyally guarded Queen Manro.
As long as this emperor integrates this main godhead, he will be able to become the supreme main god and lead the Desert Manro Snake People out of the Pompeii Desert and rise completely. The Lord Godhead must belong to this emperor. Queen Manro could no longer suppress her inner greed and desire, and turned into a stream of light, shooting towards the colorful sun at a high speed. However, someone moved faster. I saw two streaks of light flying towards the sun in the sky almost at the same time. Queen Manlua was so angry when she saw this that her nose was crooked. Two elders, you were so bold. How dare you snatch my things? The ones who got ahead of her were actually the two elders she brought with her personally. Queen Manro never expected that the two old guys who were usually loyal and obedient would betray her at this moment. The furious Queen Manro immediately exerted all her strength. Her speed suddenly increased, and she caught up with the two elders in an instant, standing in front of them with her face as cold as ice. How dare you betray me? You can't go back alive. Sensing the murderous aura emanating from Queen Manro, the two Snakemen elders' expressions changed drastically. Your Majesty, please forgive us. We simply wish to obtain the Lord Godhead for you. Yes, Your Majesty, we are loyal to you and have no intention of betraying you. We hope you can understand our difficulties and understand our difficulties. Your sweet words, do you think I will believe them? Queen Manro said coldly, raising her hand to kill the two men. However, at this moment, the old snake man suddenly shouted, Your Majesty, please don't do anything yet. Someone is rushing towards the main godhead. Queen Manro's expression suddenly changed, and she turned to look at the colorful sun. The old snake man had a ferocious look on his face and suddenly punched out. The old snake woman also opened her eyes wide with anger and punched Queen
Manro with all her might. The two of them attacked extremely quickly. Although Queen Manro was stronger than them, she was caught off guard and was still hit. Two punches hit Queen Manro, and a stream of blood spurted out of her mouth. She screamed and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. After repelling Queen Manro, the two old men looked at each other and shot towards the colorful sun again. Traitor! Damn traitor! Queen Manluo steadied herself and spurted out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Her face was distorted and she stared at the two elders in the sky. She looked as if she wanted to tear them into pieces, as if she wanted to shoot these two bastards to death even if she was 800 miles away. As top masters, the two snake elders resisted the terrifying pressure released by the colorful sun and gradually approached. Only a few meters away, the two old men had clearly seen the irregular shape of the main godhead and the unique colorful patterns on it, and their hearts were beating violently. This is truly within easy reach. They are only one step away from becoming the supreme god, ascending to become one of the greatest beings in the earth's divine realm and even in the vast universe. Be mine! The two men screamed in their hearts, and used up their last bit of strength to grab. At this moment, they forgot each other's existence, and only had the main godhead in their eyes. Bah! They both grasped the main godhead simultaneously, their hearts trembling as the soft touch of the hand entered their palms. Grasping the main godhead was like grasping everything. This is what it's all about. I'm going to become the Lord God. I'm going to become the Lord God. The two were ecstatic and excited, and then they simultaneously tried to pull the Lord God back, but were surprised to find that they could not catch him. Only then did they realize each other's existence. Old woman, let go, the old snake man shouted. The main godhead is mine. Bullshit. The Lord Godhead is mine. Mine. The old snake woman refused to give in. You should let go. I'm the one who's going to be the Lord God. Old woman, I've given in to you my whole life. Just let me go just this once today. The old snake man's eyes were filled with pleading. The fluctuations in the main godhead are too great. There must be a large number of masters rushing here. We don't have much time. Let go. Humph. Since you've given me a lifetime, why not let me do it just this once? The old snake woman snorted coldly, her tone suddenly softening. Old man, don't you understand that if I become the Lord God, there's no difference between me and you? Besides, I can swear to God that even if I become the Lord God, I will never leave you and will protect you forever. Old woman, I will never leave you, I swear. The old snakeman said anxiously, a large number of powerful warriors are coming soon. Time is running out. Are you going to watch the main godhead fall into the hands of others? I won't let go. The main godhead is mine. That's enough. You two, move aside. Faced with the temptation of the Lord Godhead, it was difficult for anyone to remain calm. Fathers and sons turned against each other, husbands and wives turned against each other, and this old snake man couple was the most obvious example. Even though they have spent a long time together and experienced countless hardships and obstacles, at this moment, nothing is more important than the Lord Godhead. That's enough, both of you, please get out of the way. Just as the two snake elders were arguing, someone couldn't help it and mysteriously appeared between them and took away the main godhead. The two snake elders' faces suddenly changed. They turned around and stared at the newcomer with their eyes spitting fire, as if they wished they could put a bomb in his crotch. You damned bastard, give me back my main godhead. The two men were furious and slammed their palms forward with fierce winds, as if they wanted to beat the person into a meat paste to vent their anger. Just because of this Lord Godhead, you have become enemies. What a tragedy in life. For your own good, I have confiscated the Lord Godhead. This person was none other than Meng Lei. He flashed and appeared several kilometers away, carefully examining the main godhead, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. The material of this is very similar to the hearts of low and medium planes, but its power far exceeds that of the hearts of low and medium planes. Of course, the heart of the higher planes consists of 10 fundamental laws and 10 fundamental powers, as well as 5 supreme laws and their powers. Mo Luo appeared beside Meng Lei, his expression somewhat mysterious. The material composed of 15 laws and 15 forces is so powerful that it is unimaginable. It is said that. What is it said? Meng Lei asked curiously. It is said that the complete heart of the higher plane can be comparable to the supreme godhead. Whoever can integrate the complete heart of the higher plane will possess power that can rival the supreme god of the universe. Morrow said with a smile. The supreme god of the universe. Meng Lei's spirit suddenly shook. Above the lower level main gods, middle level main gods, upper level main gods, and overlords is the supreme god of the universe. You can imagine how powerful the supreme god is. A complete heart of a higher plane could actually rival the supreme godhead? A flicker of surprise flashed across Meng Lei's eyes. Unfortunately, a complete heart of the higher planes simply cannot exist, which means there will be no supreme god in the universe. Moluo added with a smile, this can be considered a different kind of balance. Perhaps so. Meng Lei smiled lightly and then asked, Mo Luo, do you think this main godhead belongs to the lower main godhead, the middle main godhead, or the upper main godhead? No, you're wrong. Mo Luo quickly corrected, there are indeed differences in strength among the main gods, but there is no hierarchy among the main godheads themselves. The weight and size of each main godhead are exactly the same. The strength of the main gods depends on their their understanding of the supreme law. Specifically, it is as follows. Those who have only merged with the main godhead but know nothing about the supreme laws are the weakest lower-level main gods. Those who have integrated the Lord Godhead and have some understanding of the supreme law are slightly stronger mid-level Lord gods. Those who have profound attainments in the supreme law are upper-level Lord gods. As for the Lord God who has integrated the Lord Godhead and fully comprehended a certain supreme law, he is the Lord. Meng Lei curled his lips. He had long understood that the strength of the Lord God was closely related to his understanding of the supreme law, but he did not expect that it had nothing to do with the Lord Godhead. The form of the main Godhead is exactly the same. You have comprehended the four supreme laws, although they are just the basics, but at least you have comprehended them. If you integrate this main Godhead now, you can immediately leap to the middle-level main God. Morrow licked his lips and urged with a smile. Meng Lei nodded slightly, then asked, "Can someone who hasn't achieved godhood merge with the main Godhead?" Mara answered without hesitation, "Without becoming a god, there is no Godhead. Without even Godhead, there is certainly no way to merge with the main Godhead. That's such a pity. I can't integrate this thing." A trace of regret appeared on Meng Lei's face. Can't merge with the main Godhead? What does that mean? Mo Luo was a little confused, then realized, You haven't become a god yet, right? Meng Lei nodded slightly. Mo Luo was stunned, staring at Meng Lei with a dull look, as if he were looking at a monster. After a long while, he finally blurted out a sentence. "What kind of monster are you? You haven't even become a god yet." "I am who I am, a firework of different colors." Meng Lei smiled faintly and put away his main Godhead. At this moment, a fierce gust of wind blew in his face, and Meng Lei dodged quickly with a shake of his body. When I turned around, it was Queen Manro. Hand over the main Godhead. There was blood on the corner of Queen Manro's mouth, but the fighting spirit on her body and the murderous intent in her eyes increased instead of decreasing. She stared at Meng Lei coldly. Hand over the main Godhead. The two snake elders also rushed over with murderous intent. "Traitors, I'll settle the score with you later." Queen Manro glared at the two men coldly, her gaze returning to Meng Lei. The allure of the Lord's Godhead was truly powerful, causing her to temporarily let go of her hatred. The two snake elders suddenly felt embarrassed, but since things had come to this point, they could no longer care about anything else. They could only glare at each other, and their murderous intent almost solidified into reality. They hated Meng Lei so much. They were about to get the main godhood, but he snatched it away, making them happy for nothing. This hatred is truly unforgettable. You want the main Godhead? Why? Meng Lei looked at the three of them with interest. The main Godhead belongs to my desert Manro snake people. If you know what's good for you, hand it over immediately. Otherwise, you will be left dead in the Pompeii desert and sleep forever in this desolate land. Queen Manro threatened coldly. Just because I appear on your territory, it becomes yours? That might sound overbearing, but it does have some truth to it. Meng Lei said with a smile, "In that case, I solemnly declare that from now on, the entire Pompeii desert is my territory. Do you have any objections?" When the three heard this, they were furious and immediately launched an attack. Snakes rule the world. Queen Manro roared, and a huge golden snake phantom rose from her body, then condensed into substance and suddenly bit towards Meng Lei. The old snake man's right arm suddenly extended and turned into a giant purple python, opening its mouth to swallow Meng Lei. Kill the chaotic snakes. The old snake woman clapped her hands together, and countless poisonous snakes suddenly shot out from her sleeves like laser guns, and pounced towards Meng Lei fiercely. A trifle. Meng Lei slowly raised his right hand and lightly tapped his fingertips. Three colored cold currents gushed out, spreading out instantly and covering all directions. Crack! These three colored cold currents seemed ordinary, but the moment they came into contact with the golden snake, the purple python and countless poisonous snakes, they exploded with shocking power. In just a moment, the golden snake, the purple python and countless poisonous snakes were all frozen and instantly turned into ice sculptures, floating in the air, motionless. Queen Manro and the two snake elders' expressions suddenly changed, their eyes filled with disbelief. The three of them were all superb masters, infinitely close to great perfection, and they attacked together, yet were easily defeated by Meng Lei. This strength was truly astonishing. With your limited strength, you dare to lay your hands on the main Godhead? Aren't you afraid of death and annihilation of your clan, and a burial without a place to rest? With this little bit of strength, you dare to lay your hands on the main Godhead? Meng Lei sneered inwardly. He didn't underestimate these three people. Even if they hadn't met him, they wouldn't be able to defeat the others, and their ending would even be more miserable. Stop talking nonsense and hand over the main Godhead. Queen Manro roared. The Lord Godhead is the treasure of our desert Manro snake people. If you don't hand it over, we will fight to the death. So what if you are strong? This main Godhood is the ladder to the peak. She will never give up easily. Hand over the main Godhead. The two old snake men also shouted angrily. If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. Meng Lei snorted coldly, and his figure flashed, appearing in front of Queen Manluo in an instant. Queen Manro's face changed suddenly, but before she could react, she felt a piercing pain in her abdomen, and then she was blown away. Meng Lei moved quickly like a ghost to the front of the two old snake men, kicked them hard in the face, and kicked them
them away.
You're overestimating yourself.
He snorted coldly and was about to teleport away when suddenly a sharp sound of breaking through the air came from a distance, carrying an extremely terrifying pressure, and approached him in the blink of an eye. The man had a pair of pointed horns on his head, a long tail behind him, round ears, blood-red eyes, purple-black lips, and pale skin.
When he saw him, Meng Lei couldn't help but be stunned. He looked so much like Frisia in the anime of his previous life,
as if he were a real person. Frisia is just a fictional character, it's impossible for him to appear here. The person before him is clearly a great master of the Frozen God clan.
Where is the main godhead? Where is the main godhead?
This Frisia stared at Mon Lei and the three snake men with blood-red eyes, their gaze filled with greed and desire. As a great perfectionist, he had reached the end of his practice, with almost no possibility of moving forward.
However, the emergence of the main godhead gave him the opportunity to become the supreme main god and the pinnacle existence in the universe.
The temptation was enormous.
Great perfection.
The three snakemen's faces instantly darkened. First, there was the unpredictable Meng Lei, and now there was a powerful great perfection master. Their hopes of obtaining the main godhood were becoming increasingly slim.
Old man, look what you have done.
The old snake woman roared angrily. The Lord Godhead was clearly within reach.
If you hadn't argued with me, how could you have ended up like this? Humph, you still have the nerve to blame me?
The old snake man retorted directly. I have tolerated you all my life, and in the end you treat me like this.
I am really blind.
The two old snake men blamed each other and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Frisia was obviously dissatisfied and snorted coldly, and a terrifying pressure that shook the earth suddenly came down.
Tell me, where is the main godhead?
Frisia demanded coldly.
The main godhead was taken away by him.
Queen Manro coughed up a mouthful of blood, pointed her finger fiercely at Meng Lei, her eyes flashing with suppressed anger, and said coldly, since I can't have it, don't even think about having it.
That's right.
The main godhead was indeed taken away by him. The old snake man also spoke in agreement.
The main godhead is in you?
Frisia immediately stared at Mon Lei with greedy eyes. Hurry, hand it over. The Lord Godhead is indeed in my hands, but why should I give it to you? Meng Lei responded coldly. You need to give me a reasonable reason first.
Reason? Ha ha ha.
Frisia grinned. Hand over the main godhead, and I can spare your life.
Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. Want to kill me? You are not qualified. Meng Lei sneered and walked straight towards Frisia.
The two men met eyes, and a trace of horror flashed in Frisia's eyes, too fast.
The next moment, Meng Lei's fist suddenly hit his abdomen.
With a burst of righteous energy, Frisia groaned and was sent flying backwards. Mon Lei appeared behind him like a ghost and delivered a vicious kick to Frisia's face. Looking at the Frisia who was kicked away, Mon Lei sneered and shook his head. Everyone can brag, but without the strength to back it up, it will only become a laughingstock. The three snake men were stunned, staring at Meng Lei as if they were staring at a monster that was a powerful and accomplished master of the Frozen God clan, and he was actually being suppressed and beaten by Meng Lei.
Queen Manlua's mind raced. Who on earth is he?
Only a Lord God could crush a great perfection like this.
Could he be some Lord God?
Although the Lord God is high above, like a mysterious dragon that can't be seen from head to tail, and there are very few people who have seen the Lord God in person, the Lord God is the greatest existence in the universe after all, and the statues, portraits, and appearance of the Lord God will eventually be passed down. But Queen Manluo swore that she had never seen a god like Meng Lei.
Damn it! Damn you!
Frisia steadied himself, his blood-red eyes fixed on Meng Lei, his murderous intent almost tangible.
As a great master of the Frozen God clan, when had he ever suffered such a loss? It's simply unbearable. Frisia roared, and a purple cold current burst out from his body, turning into a majestic purple ice dragon, and slammed into Meng Lei.
This is the innate magical power of the Ice God clan, the Nine Nether Mysterious Ice. The Nine Nether Mysterious Ice is incredibly powerful. Not only is the temperature extremely low, it can also freeze everything, even space. Wherever the purple ice dragon passed, it emitted a suffocating chill, and the surrounding space was frozen and confined. Feeling this terrifying power, the three snake people's faces changed drastically and they quickly retreated to a distance.
No one wanted to be affected.
I finally got to see the authentic Nine Nether Mysterious Ice. Meng Lei didn't try to avoid it, but instead a smile appeared on his face. But he stretched out his finger and lightly touched the tip of the ice dragon's nose.
With a click, the purple ice dragon seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer and shattered instantly. Do you think this is the end? Seal!
Frisia seemed to have anticipated this.
He shouted loudly, and the broken ice instantly gathered together, wrapping Mon Lei in it and quickly condensing into a purple cage. Ka ka ka.
The ice prison quickly took shape, completely blocking Mon Lei.
Frisia snorted coldly, and a purple cold current surged around his body, constantly strengthening the cage. After a while, the ice prison was as solid as iron, and Frisia finally breathed a sigh of relief. You are trapped in my Nine Nether ice prison. There is no way to escape for the time being. Now, get out of here first. He turned his gaze towards Queen Manro and the two snake men, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He wants to kill people to